I'm in Hollywood chapter 791 to chapter 836. Although it was difficult for Katzenberg and Frank Wills to approve of Eric's plan to sell The Matrix, they had to admit that in the current situation, getting rid of the project and cashing out in advance was a solution. Since the boss had made up his mind, Katzenberg began to discuss the best solution. Then, I'll release the news tomorrow. At least it can divert the media and the public's attention. Frank Wills also said, that's not a bad idea. If we drag it to the end and can't find a suitable buyer, it's best not to sell. Frank Wills was obviously still a little unwilling. Eric did not want to appear too stubborn, so he nodded in agreement. After discussing some more details, they ended the topic. Katzenberg said again, Eric, Cameron can release the director's version of Titanic at the end of the month. I've seen some samples. This version may be more than 3 hours long. I've talked to Cameron and hoped that he could shorten the film to 150 minutes, but Cameron insisted that you see the sample in person before making a decision. Katzenberg's tone was full of helplessness. Obviously, the confrontation between the two was not as simple as he made it out to be. Eric thought about it. The shooting cycle of Casino Royale was a total of 5 months. According to the schedule, the next stop was the Czech Republic. The shooting time was 2 weeks. Then, the shooting in Italy would last a month. The crew would finally shoot in the United Kingdom for the last 2 months. At the same time, they would do some post-production work at the famous Pine Forest studio in London. After thinking for a moment, Eric turned to ask Kelly next to him, when is the Venice Film Festival this year? Kelly said, August 28. Eric nodded and said into the conference phone, I don't know if it's too late. If possible, let Titanic participate in this year's Venice Film Festival. It doesn't matter if it participates in the competition or not. It's best if it can be used as the opening film. Also, I happen to be in Italy next month. Ask Jim to bring the sample to Europe in advance. I'll take a look first. Katzenberg said, okay, Eric, we'll do our best. Firefly Group's work efficiency was still very high. The next day, the Los Angeles Times reported that Firefly might sell the production rights of The Matrix. Later, Katzenberg, who was surrounded by reporters at the entrance of Firefly Group's headquarters, personally confirmed the news. For a moment, from the media to the fans, everyone was in a state of confusion, not knowing what had happened. The other major film companies in Hollywood were even more surprised. They did play a lot of tricks in this matter. These people just wanted to create some trouble for Firefly in this project from the beginning to the end. No one thought that Firefly would quit without a word. Moreover, from the beginning, Firefly had already prepared a public relations plan for Yuluan. However, as soon as the news was released, the fans immediately went into an uproar. Under the guidance of the media, they shifted their attention to several other major Hollywood studios. Not far from the headquarters of Firefly, the Warner Brothers headquarters in Burbank, Universal Studios, and other places immediately appeared in front of the headquarters of Firefly, asking for permission from the executives of these 2 studios, hoping that they could buy the production rights of The Matrix. Of course, there were also media outlets who suspected that Firefly did this to divert attention. At the same time, there were also some fans who suspected that Firefly did this to confuse the public. In fact, they did not intend to give up the production rights of The Matrix. After all, could you imagine Warner Brothers selling Batman or Universal selling The Mummy? However, these doubts could not be maintained for too long under the public statements of Firefly's executives. Although they were very surprised, the reaction of the other major Hollywood studios was definitely much faster than the media and the public. On the day the news was released, countless calls were made to the executives of Firefly and Eric, who was far away in the Bahamas, to find out the truth. In the Bahamas, crew rested for 3 days. Some of the staff had already begun to rush to the capital of the Czech Republic, Prague. Eric would also leave with the last group of people that afternoon. At this time, in the study of the villa where Eric lived on Paradise Island, he was answering a call from Bill Gates. He had already lost count of how many calls he had received in the past 2 days. Yes, Bill. Of course, it's true. Although there were all kinds of competitions in private, the 2 sides did not fall out. They had always maintained a cordial appearance, and Eric's tone was very friendly. However, if Amblin is interested in this project, you may have to talk to Jeffrey. I've been too busy recently, and I can't take care of this matter. There was no doubt that Bill Gates, or the Amberlin studio that Microsoft and Spielberg were collaborating with, was interested in the Matrix project. From the contract that Amberlin Pictures signed with Paramount a few months ago, everyone could roughly guess the ambition of the other party. 8 film contracts in 3 years was definitely not a lot for a latecomer with aspirations to become a major studio. In fact, it was too little. Any major film company in Hollywood, including MGM, which had recovered, produced more than 8 films a year. Since Microsoft was so ambitious, Amberlin Pictures would definitely produce more than 8 films in 3 years. Therefore, Amberlin Pictures would definitely use these extra films to expand their distribution channels. However, even though Amberlin Pictures had a big shot like Spielberg, it didn't mean that every film he directed would be highly sought after by cinema companies. Furthermore, Spielberg's output in recent years could be said to be relatively low. After taking over the operation of the brand new Amberlin Pictures, it would be considered good if he could direct a film every 3 years. Under such circumstances, Amberlin Pictures was eager to create a film project that could attract the attention of cinema operators. Using the influence of such a project, Amberlin Pictures could quickly establish a distribution network through close cooperation with cinema operators. Therefore, a project like the sequel to The Matrix, which was very guaranteed in terms of box office and influence, was undoubtedly the dream of Amberlin Pictures. On the other end of the phone, Bill Gates said something again. Eric shook his head and said, "Bill, I really can't just give you a random price. We need to sit down and talk about this properly. But you don't have to doubt that as long as Amberlin offers the right price, we will definitely sell it." 250 million. Haha, Bill, although I don't want to talk about it now, if that's all you can offer, I think there is no need for us to continue the discussion. While Eric was chatting with Bill Gates, someone knocked on the door of the study. Kelly pushed the door open. Other than her, there was also Miranda Kerr's fawning little face outside the door. Eric waved at the girl, and Miranda walked in. However, Kelly did not follow. She just closed the door again. Seeing that Eric was on the phone with someone, Miranda relaxed a little. She walked hesitantly to the desk and looked around. She looked at the sofa on the left, but did not dare to take the initiative to sit there. With her hands behind her back, she looked like a student who had made a mistake. She stood there obediently and looked at Eric pitifully. Eric looked up at the girl and smiled. While talking to Bill Gates on the phone, he pressed the mouse and operated the computer on the desk a few times. The printer on the side soon buzzed. Miranda looked at it carefully from the corner of her eyes. When the buzzing stopped, she could roughly see the contents of the A4 paper. It was a credit card receipt. It was obvious that it was the black card in her hand. She shrunk her neck and looked at Eric with some concern. The girl could not help but think of the experience in the past month. Back then, Miranda didn't have any other thoughts when she coquettishly grinded a black card from Eric. She just happened to hear that this credit card's level was very high, and it could even be overdrawn indefinitely. Out of curiosity, she asked Eric for it. Miranda thought that she was a very smart person. Even when she found out that the credit card had an 8-figure balance, the girl did not show too much excitement because she knew that the money did not belong to her. She could not and did not dare to squander it. However, what happened next was still beyond her imagination. It turned out that such a black card represented definitely not just the tens of millions of dollars in the account balance, but a symbol of social power. Because of this black card, her experience in the past month could almost be described as everything you asked for. From the moment she left the Bahamas, because of this black card, she had been enjoying the most meticulous care. The VIP lounge of the airport, the 24-hour luxury car and driver in Miami, the private butler of the top hotel in Orlando, and the personal service of the manager of the Chanel store. Even when she was in Orlando, because she had a cold, she called out in the middle of the night. In less than half an hour, a medical helicopter personally picked her up and took her to the top hospital in Orlando. Since she was a child, even her own parents had never been so meticulous to her. There were many times when Miranda felt that perhaps even the life of a princess was nothing more than this. Although she was precocious, she was still a little girl after all. These extremely satisfying feelings of vanity quickly made her lose herself in it. After playing around in Miami and Orlando, the girl flew to New York at the suggestion of the travel consultant and attended a social gathering of rich kids on the Upper East Side. Although they did not know her identity, because of the black card, the originally proud boys and girls of the Upper East Side were all attentive to her. In the end, Miranda did not dare to check the credit card statement at all. She only occasionally felt that this kind of princess-like life, even if it was just for a month, was enough. So, just a month had passed, and as expected, extreme joy turned to sorrow. When she woke up in the top suite of the New York Hilton Hotel, the lobby manager handed her a direct ticket to the Bahamas. Eric chatted with Bill Gates for more than 10 minutes before finally hanging up. Putting down the phone, Eric looked up at the girl who was lowering her head and playing with her toes. He pointed at the credit card statement on the printer next to him. "Give it to me, let me see." Miranda walked over uneasily and tidied up a few pages. She dawdled over to Eric and handed it to him. After thinking for a moment, she boldly wanted to move closer again, but Eric pointed at where she had just been standing. "It's over." Sighing in her heart, Miranda stood back obediently, but still took the initiative to say, "Eric, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Eric looked at the long statement in his hand. Luxury car rental, private driver, medical helicopter, European-style breakfast, limited edition Prada girl bag, Carlton Hotel, Dior gown. Shaking his head from time to time, he clicked his tongue and praised a few times. In the end, the bill for a month was $110,000. Based on the income level of Americans, a middle-class family with both husband and wife working would not necessarily earn $110,000 a year. Eric looked up at the pitiful Miranda. Was she really just a Lolita? No matter how he looked at it, she looked like a Persian cat that had lost control, and the kind that cost a lot of money. Eric suddenly remembered something he had seen on the internet in his previous life. A cat owner installed a GPRS camera on his pet, and the next morning, he saw a series of jaw-dropping routes his cat took. "Hey, what did I say before?" After a while, Eric finally asked. "No, don't spend. After playing for a while, go back to Los Angeles obediently." Miranda obediently said in a soft voice. Eric put down the statement in his hand. "What about now?" "Eric, I was wrong, can you forgive me?" Of course, Eric did not mind Miranda spending the money. With his current wealth, even if Miranda kept spending money at the same rate for 100 years, it would not affect him much. However, the girl's behavior was a little out of line. Without saying anything else, Eric stretched out his hand to the girl. "Give it to me." Miranda was stunned, and suddenly realized that Eric was asking her for the black card. Thinking about the experience during this period, and the scene of being beaten back to square one like Cinderella if she lost the black card, Miranda subconsciously took a step back. However, she quickly realized that if Eric wanted to take back the card, it was not something that she could resist. After hesitating for a while, Miranda carefully begged, "Eric, I promise that I will not spend a single cent in the future. Can you let me keep this card?" Eric looked at the girl. With the experience of 2 lives, how could he not understand the girl's thoughts? What a scary vanity. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, Eric saw that Miranda was about to cry and almost laughed out loud. "Forget it, I'll just take it as raising a kitten." With that thought in mind, Eric no longer insisted on taking back the black card. Anyway, the money this girl spent was indeed a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but for Eric, it was just the cost of a lollipop. Moreover, if this girl in front of him really had the tendency to lose control, Eric only needed to call to cancel the credit card. Miranda had been carefully peeking at Eric's expression changes. As his expression softened, the girl also realized something. She once again put on a fawning smile and said, "Eric, really, I won't spend money recklessly again." Eric's tone did not change. He did not want the girl to be too proud. He said in a flat tone, "Kelly will return to Los Angeles in the afternoon. You go back with her. You are not allowed to leave Los Angeles for the whole year." Miranda immediately found the flaw in Eric's words and said coquettishly, "Then what if Mom and Dad want me to go back to Australia for Christmas?" "Uh-huh. Okay, Eric, I will be obedient." Miranda saw that Eric's face was gloomy again and did not dare to play tricks. She turned around the desk and intimately wanted to hug Eric's neck. Eric raised his hand and pushed the girl's small waist away. He said, "Don't pester people. Go find Kelly." Hee, Eric, you are really a coward. 3. 2. Annoying, you actually use this method to scare people. Although she realized that Eric was counting down, the little fairy did not dare to test Eric's patience anymore. She turned around and slipped out of the study. Seeing the door close, Eric shook his head and smiled. He once again picked up the few pages of credit card statements on the table. He leaned back, put his feet on the table, and slowly flipped through them. At the same time, he was thinking about how to arrange the future of this little kitten. In any case, Eric did not intend to let Miranda walk the path of the past supermodel. How tiring that would be. Since it was a cat, of course, it should lie comfortably on the master's sofa and enjoy life with its eyes closed. Due to its geographical location at the border of Eastern and Western Europe, and the support of Germany and other Western European powers, the Czech Republic could be considered the first country to develop after the upheaval in Eastern Europe. Of course, in terms of economy, it was far inferior to Germany and France. Casino Royale was mainly shot in Prague in the Czech Republic. The scenes included a car chase scene between Bond and the villain, as well as some dialogue scenes. In addition, the exterior shots of Bond's train ride to Montenegro were also shot at the Czech Mountain Railway. As for Montenegro, the Bosnia-Herzegovina war that had lasted for more than 3 years had just ended at the end of last year. The few countries there were still in chaos, so there was no possibility of filming on the spot. Because of the publicity effect of the 007 series in the country and the city where it was shot, the Czech government, which was eager to further open up, attached great importance to the shooting. When shooting the chase scene between Bond and the villain, they even blocked 2 streets for a week. While the crew was shooting in the Czech Republic, the North American summer was entering its final stage. After Men in Black 2, Game of Bravehearts 2 officially hit the 2,800 big screens in North America the following week. However, the ending was shocking. Because that week, MGM also released the second part of the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil, Revelations. The first week box office of Game of Bravehearts 2, which cost $86 million, lost to Resident Evil, Revelations, which was not very noticeable. This was a very embarrassing result. The first Resident Evil, which cost $30 million, earned $60 million in box office in North America, and the global box office totaled $126 million. Moreover, this apocalyptic sci-fi movie performed even better in the video market. Within a year of the release of the video and DVD, the producers had a net profit of more than $60 million. Therefore, the production cost of Resident Evil, Revelations soared to $45 million. During the production stage, MGM's plan was to recoup most of the cost from the box office. The main source of profit was the income from the video and copyright. MGM now had enough power to operate these long-term businesses. Before the 2 movies were released, although Game of Bravehearts 2 had a bad reputation, most box office analysts estimated that the first week box office would be no less than $50 million. However, the final result was that Resident Evil, Revelations grossed $37 million in the first week, while Game of Bravehearts 2 grossed $22 million in the first week. The 2 new movies only occupied the 3rd and 4th positions on the weekly box office rankings. In terms of word of mouth, the media's reviews were not good because of the disadvantages of the Resident Evil series. The average score was only 6.5 out of 10. However, based on the $37 million in the first week, the total box office for this sequel might reach $70 million. Including the overseas box office, it was enough to recoup all the production and distribution costs. On the other hand, Game of Bravehearts 2 failed miserably. Its box office was only $22 million in the first week, which was 50% lower than most agencies' expectations. Also, because of the confusing plot, the media only gave the film a score of 4.6 out of 10. Most of the film critics' comments were a farce with a lot of CG scenes. Under such circumstances, the failure of Game of Bravehearts 2 was already set. Firefly had only participated in the production of $50 million, and with the income from the box office and later copyright operations, it would more or less make up for the loss. Sony Pictures was not only involved in the production, but they were also the main distributor. Their losses were much greater than Firefly's. More importantly, the failure of this project did not affect Firefly much. Instead, it was a huge blow to Sony Pictures' movie business. The only consolation was that the box office for Game of Bravehearts 2 was not strong enough. That was why it did not affect the box office for Men in Black 2. After the $75 million in the first week, the box office for Men in Black 2 dropped by 31% and earned $52.09 million. The total box office for 2 weeks was $127 million. In the third week, the box office for The Breakin' Doll 2 dropped from 43% to 25%. The box office for the week was $32.49 million. The total box office for the week was $156 million. Also, as there were no strong new films coming out during the summer, the box office for both Men in Black 2 and The Breakin' Doll 2 would last longer. When Eric heard about the news, he asked about the progress of Sony's Godzilla. Godzilla will start filming in New York in June. But the filming for Godzilla was much shorter than Casino Royale. It only needs 3 months. Of course, as a CG blockbuster, the post-production period was much longer than Casino Royale. According to Sony Pictures' release schedule, the film will be released during next year's summer. Although Sony had not confirmed the release date, there is still a high possibility that there will be a clash between Casino Royale and Godzilla next year, just like this year's Thunderbolt Girls 2 and Men in Black 2. Eric remembered the image of a certain Tyrannosaurus Rex and started to look forward to next year's summer. Next year is 1997. What year is that? The Asian financial crisis. In his memory, although Japan was not directly affected by the crisis, the whole Southeast Asian economy will be affected. Under such circumstances, Sony will not have a good time. If they suffer another failure in their movie business, they will be in trouble. TSK. Just thinking about it makes you happy. Soon, it was August. 2 weeks of filming in the Czech Republic had passed. The crew moved to Italy again. The filming period in Italy was 1 month. There were 2 important scenes, which were the gambling scene between Bond and the villain Cheever at the Casino Royale, and the death of Vesper, played by Cate Blanchett. At the same time, the Breakin' Doll trio and Vesper's sister will appear in Italy for a short time. Charlie and the other 2 were promoting the Breakin' Doll 2 overseas. Their schedule was very tight. Their scenes were mainly focused on the British mainland, which was the rescue of Vesper's sister, Angela Lind. If they didn't make it in time, the 3 women might return to Italy for a short reshoot after they finished filming in the United Kingdom. Although the trio could not make it to Italy immediately, Christina Aguilera, who played Vesper's sister, Angela Rinder, joined the crew after the crew moved to Italy. However, while the crew was busy filming, Eric had to pay attention to another matter. After the meeting, with the help of Firefly, the Venice Film Festival quickly agreed to use Titanic as the opening film of this year's Venice Film Festival. After all, because of Eric's indulgence, when Cameron completed the film, the overall cost of Titanic had reached an unprecedented $215 million, $15 million more than in the original universe. Although the Venice Film Festival had always adhered to a cold artistic style, it was difficult for them to reject a film that could be recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records. When the Venice Film Festival sent out the official invitation and released the news to the media, Cameron had already arrived in Venice with the sample film. It was August 3rd. Eric had just finished a day's work. Before he had time to rest, he heard from Peter Ritchie that Cameron had arrived in the hotel where the crew was staying. Eric saw the unshaven Cameron again. Although Eric had reassured Cameron, Cameron knew that if this film with a cost of more than $200 million failed, it would be a huge blow to his career. Therefore, his hair had obviously turned white these days. "Hey, Eric, how's the film going?" Seeing Eric walk into the lobby, Cameron, who had been waiting for him in the lobby, immediately came up to him. Everything went well. Eric hugged Cameron gently. He looked at the guy's haggard face and smiled. Let's go eat first. The food in this hotel restaurant is good. After dinner, we'll watch the film together. Of course. Cameron nodded. Because the two of them were a little absent-minded, the meal was quickly finished. After quickly filling their stomachs, the two of them went into the hotel's private screening room. The film might be a bit long, Cameron said when the lights dimmed. He then said, but I think it's best not to trim it. Although he said this, Cameron's tone was obviously not very firm. Eric had given him the greatest support in terms of the film budget. Cameron was not a completely unreasonable person. When he was in Hollywood, he could yell at Katzenberg, if you want to cut the film, kill me first. But if Eric insisted, Cameron would try his best to reduce the length of the film. The film in front of them was 187 minutes long. In the entire history of Hollywood, the only film that lasted more than 3 hours and achieved box office success was 1939's Gone with the Wind. Other than that, most similar films might have achieved some artistic achievements, but there were very few that could achieve high box office results. After all, for a movie, only 3 hours was enough to make most of the audience flinch. Although Cameron was very confident in his work, he did not think that Titanic could be compared to Gone with the Wind, a legendary film with epic-making significance. The idea of shooting Titanic was deliberately led by Eric when he was chatting with several famous directors and producers at Praia Vista Studios. Eric also participated in the writing of part of the script. Therefore, the plot of the new version of Titanic was roughly the same as the original. The biggest difference was undoubtedly the female lead. Compared to Fat Wen, Rachel Weisz, who had a slender figure, an elegant temperament, a delicate face, and a rebellious heart, was undoubtedly more suitable for the role of Rose. When the elderly Rose began to reminisce about the past on the big screen, Rachel appeared for the first time. Her tall and slender figure, classic makeup, as well as the proud aura of a British noble lady, stunned Eric. He even felt that some of his regrets had been made up for. Cameron's control of the plot was undoubtedly at the master level. Although the whole film was 3 hours and 7 minutes long, every minute of the plot was able to firmly drive the audience's emotions, and it did not give the audience the slightest feeling of superfluity. The scenes of the Titanic sailing on the sea, Jack and Rose hugging each other at the bow of the ship at sunset, and the industrial atmosphere in the cabin, brought about almost breathtaking beauty and shock. Although the disaster in the second half of the film was short, whether it was the good and evil of human nature at the moment of the disaster, or the scene of Jack and Rose parting, it was enough to deeply touch the audience's heart. Eric had seen Titanic many times before, but as a reborn person, seeing another perfect version of Titanic again, his blood still surged. When the film ended, Eric did not realize that more than 3 hours had passed unknowingly. He turned his head to say something to Cameron, and suddenly noticed that the pure music at the end of the film was still playing. That's right, it was a pure music that combined piano, bagpipes, violin, and other instruments. Although it still sounded beautiful, it had nothing to do with the original My Heart Will Go On. Cameron saw that Eric, who was about to speak, suddenly turned his eyes to the screen. He asked curiously, Eric, what do you think? Eric stopped thinking about it and nodded. It's a perfect film, Jim. I just think there are some small flaws at the end of the film. Eric didn't immediately ask about the length of the film, so Cameron was a little relieved. He said, are you talking about the scene where Rose dreams of Titanic? If I remember correctly, you were the one who suggested adding that scene. I think the effect is pretty good. No, not that part, Eric shook his head and said, I'm talking about the ending song. Although the music is good, I still feel that it's a little monotonous. Maybe it would be better to change it to a song. Did you guys discuss this possibility when James was the composer? The James that Eric was talking about was James Horner, the composer of Titanic. In his memory, My Heart Will Go On was a collaborative work between James Horner and another composer. Eric didn't know how Cameron and James Horner worked together in his previous life, because he learned that during the production of Alien 2 in 1986, Cameron and James Horner had a bad relationship over the years due to their different ideologies. In order to preserve the original flavor of Titanic as much as possible, Eric personally invited James Horner to be the composer of the film and personally came forward to mediate between the two. Before the shooting of Casino Royale, he, Cameron, and James Horner had a meal together in Praia Vista. When Cameron heard Eric's question, he shook his head and said, "James did write a song. It was inspired by the last scene of the film. It's called In My Dreams. I felt that the mood of the lyrics didn't fit the theme of the film, so I only used the music version. It's the ending song we just heard." Eric told the projectionist to put the ending song aside and asked Cameron for the details of the lyrics. In the end, he just shook his head in disappointment. This song wasn't as classic as My Heart Will Go On. In fact, writing a song was like writing a poem or painting. It required inspiration. Eric should have thought of it from the beginning. The main body of Titanic could maintain the same style as the original under his influence, but when it came to the ending song, it was impossible for James Horner to have the same inspiration as in his previous life under the influence of Eric. In the original space-time, the success of Titanic benefited from the overall quality of the film. However, to use of My Heart Will Go On wasn't the finishing touch of the film, it was definitely a sublimation of Titanic. Eric didn't want to miss it. After thinking about it, he said, "James shouldn't be too busy recently. When I just watched the film, I happened to have some inspiration. If he can come to Italy, maybe we can come up with a good ending song before the Venice Film Festival." Cameron liked the song New Divide that Eric came up with very much. He also watched the complete video of the first Victoria's Secret show, so he didn't doubt that Eric had the ability to compose an ending song for Titanic. He just said, "Eric, if you're in Los Angeles, it's not likely that James will come to Italy. He's already working on the soundtrack for Edward Zwick's Life and Death. Speaking of which, if you have the inspiration, why don't you do it yourself?" Eric spread his hands and said, "It's not like you don't know what I've been doing recently. I may be able to come up with the lyrics and music, but I don't have the time to arrange and record the specific work." Cameron said, "Eric, although it's impossible that James just came over, as long as you can come up with the lyrics and music, Europe is so big. You'll definitely be able to find an excellent musician to help arrange the music. Even if the effect is still not good, the film won't be released until the end of the year. We still have enough time to modify it, don't you think? In that case, it should be too late for the screening at the Venice Film Festival, right? Just treat it as a surprise for the audience," Cameron said. "Of course, this must be under the condition that the song you write is good enough. Otherwise, I definitely won't use it. I don't want a bad song to ruin the whole film." In the end, Cameron's tone became habitually critical. Eric narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. Then, he said, "Okay, let's talk about the director's problem." Of course, Cameron could tell that Eric was fighting back against his words, but he almost jumped up and said, "Hey, Eric, you're not such a petty person." "Of course, so." Eric reached out and patted Cameron's shoulder. Seeing that Cameron's eyes were wide open and his expression was obviously lifted, he stopped panting and said, "I don't think we should change it for a minute. We'll release it according to this version." "Haha, I knew it." Cameron suddenly turned from worry to joy. He even wanted to say something, but he immediately stopped himself. Cameron originally wanted to say that since this version was approved by Liu Zhou, he could not be blamed if the box office did not do well. But he quickly realized that if he really said that, he would be too irresponsible. Cameron put away these thoughts and raised his fist to hit Eric's shoulder. He said, "Eric, I recently took some time to read some Spider-Man comics, and I have some good ideas. Well, if, when the time comes, you still want me to film it, just let me know. No matter what, this project is yours." "We discussed it," Eric said. "Or, I can ask Los Angeles to send the contract over tomorrow." Cameron was a sentimental person. He remembered that since last year, Eric had maintained a supportive attitude towards him. Now that he heard these words, he could not help but feel emotional. He said, "Eric, I can only promise you that I will do my best." Eric was not good at having a heart-to-heart talk with a man. Seeing that Cameron was being serious, he laughed and said, "It's still early. Why don't we go downstairs to the bar for a drink?" Cameron also quickly collected his emotions and nodded freely. He said, "Of course, well, but I have to personally send the copy to the bank safe first. The copy in front of us is worth $215 million US. If there is an accident, our 2 years of hard work may be in vain. As the two spoke, they got up together and left the screening room. Christina Aguilera had been with the crew for a week. She came to Italy on August 1st. The entire crew did not include the more mobile extras. There were more than 200 permanent staff and actors, and they lived in several different hotels. Because she joined the crew at the last minute, she was not arranged to stay in the same hotel as Eric, but across the street. Christina had very few scenes in Venice. The specific plot was that Angela Lynn had to be kidnapped by the Phantom Gang and brought to Venice to threaten her sister, Vesper Lynn, to hand over the huge sum of money. Because she was only tied to a chair for a short scene to prove to Vesper Lynn that her sister was still alive, she would then be brought back to the United Kingdom. Therefore, she did not even have a line in Venice, and no one could pay attention to her. However, because she had a work pass as a crew member, although Eric only took time out to say hello to her, Christina could enter the set every day and stand outside to watch the process of Eric shooting the movie. After seeing Eric commanding the entire huge crew like a king, Christina felt more and more insignificant. It was inevitable that she would worship him like a little girl. Another day of filming ended. In the evening, Christina and her assistant, Milia, left the set early and found a restaurant to have dinner while discussing the recent gossip they had heard. Although Milia was 10 years older than Christina, she was a chatterbox. She chattered endlessly. "I heard that Pierce Brosnan was scolded by Mr. Williams. Again. It seems like he can't keep up with your sister's pace. Now, many media outlets in North America are still saying that your sister is not beautiful enough, but I think many people will be surprised when the movie is released in the future. Well, I just don't know how Mr. Williams found such an actress. She didn't even have a single film in Hollywood before." Before the start of filming, the news that Cate Blanchett was the new Bond girl was released, and it caused a lot of media outlets to discuss it crazily. Most of the comments said that Cate Blanchett's appearance was not outstanding enough to play the role of a Bond girl. Although Cate won a lot of support in the end with her professional appearance, the overall trend was still that she was not suitable for the role. However, during the recent filming, Cate's role as Vesper Lynn was very eye-catching. Many times, she even completely overshadowed Pierce Brosnan's limelight. After all, if the Bond girl this time was just a pretty face like before, it would be difficult for Pierce Brosnan's limelight to be stolen. However, Vesper Lynn was a female character with a very distinct personality. Therefore, it gave Cate a great platform to showcase her extremely talented and skillful acting skills. After all, this was a 007 movie. Although Eric wanted Cate to be more outstanding, he would not allow her to completely overshadow Pierce Brosnan. Therefore, while adjusting Pierce Brosnan's acting skills, Eric had to slightly suppress Cate's sharpness. Of course, although the news of the male lead being overshadowed by Cate Blanchett was kept under wraps, there was still a lot of news that leaked out. It was an open secret within the crew. As for the news that spread to the media, most of it was treated as a publicity stunt by the crew, and it did not attract much attention. Christina was a little absent-minded as she ate her ice cream with a spoon. She listened to Milia's words and said, "Milia, can you not always say my sister? It sounds weird. I've only spoken a few words with Miss Blanchett." "Hey, I'm helping you get into character," Milia said. "Think about it. Even Pierce Brosnan was scolded. If you don't perform well in the future, Mr. Williams won't be too polite." Christina had already memorized the few pages of her script by heart. She had also rehearsed her lines with Milia countless times. At this time, she was already at the point where she could blurt out her lines. With a few years of acting experience in the Mickey Mouse Club, although Christina was a little worried about her performance, she was not afraid of stage fright. "Eric is a very nice person. I don't think he'll scold me," Christina said with some uncertainty. After all, little girls had their own fantasies. Although Milia looked a little careless, she would never take the initiative to touch on certain sensitive topics, such as the relationship between the employer in front of her and Eric Williams. Therefore, after hearing Christina's words, she didn't refute. However, with more experience than Christina, she knew very well that most of the directors in Hollywood had different personalities on set and in private. No matter how gentlemanly they were in private, once they were in the director's mode, this group of people would often become harsh and manic. The better the director, the more likely it was like this. Eric might be very gentle to Christina in private, but if Christina's performance during filming was not good and affected the progress of the crew, she would definitely be scolded. According to the gossip in the circle, when Julia Roberts was filming Pretty Woman a few years ago, she was scolded more than once by Eric Williams. There were even rumors that she was scolded until she had problems or something. After a while, Milia started a new topic and said, "Let's not talk about this." "Well, wake up early tomorrow. I heard that there's an explosion scene tomorrow morning. It must be very exciting. I haven't seen it before." Christina was about to answer when a man in his 30s walked in from the door of the restaurant. The two girls looked at him at the same time and vaguely remembered that he should be Eric's assistant. Before they could react, the man had already walked towards them. "Miss Aguilera, you're here. I've been looking for you for a while." Christina quickly got up and asked, "Is Eric looking for me?" "Yes." "Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Peter Ritchie." The man introduced himself and greeted Milia. Then, he said, "Come with me. Mr. Williams is waiting for you." "Oh, okay." Christina originally wanted to ask why Eric was looking for her, but when she saw that Peter Ritchie had already turned and walked out, she dismissed the thought and hurriedly followed him. Milia quickly paid the bill, picked up the bag that Christina had left on the seat, and followed him out. When they arrived at the hotel room where Eric was staying, Peter Ritchie knocked on the door. After getting a response, he pushed the door open and said to Christina, who was behind him, "Miss Aguilera, please go in. The boss is waiting for you." Christina subconsciously glanced at her assistant, Milia, who was behind her. Peter Ritchie noticed her gaze and said, "Oh, this is Milia Anton," said Milia quickly. Peter Ritchie nodded and said, "Miss Austin, you can go back to the hotel first." "Oh, of course." Milia was a little disappointed that she could not go in to see Eric, but she did not dare to refute. When she saw Christina enter the room, she reluctantly turned around and left. Christina thought that Eric was alone in the room. After she entered the room, she realized that Eric was discussing something with another middle-aged man around a piano near the balcony. Cameron first noticed Christina entering the room. When he saw the petite and sweet-looking girl in front of him, he subconsciously asked, "Eric, is this the singer you found?" Although Christina knew about the Terminator series and had also heard about Titanic, which had been hotly discussed by the media for the past 6 months, she did not recognize Cameron. However, the girl was very perceptive. When she saw Cameron leaning against the piano with his slightly wrinkled shirt and messy hair, she realized that he was at least Eric's good friend. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so sloppy in front of Eric. Therefore, although Cameron's tone was full of doubt, Christina still smiled at him. When she saw Eric turn around, she quickly greeted him, "Eric, are you looking for me?" Eric sat beside the piano and had no intention of getting up. He only nodded at her and said, "Yes, come here." Christina obediently walked to the other side of Eric and looked around curiously. There were a few manuscripts in front of Eric and on the piano table. They seemed to be music scores. Cameron and Eric each had a pencil in their hands. The manuscripts were also full of annotations. Seeing the girls' lively eyes looking around and landing on Cameron, Eric smiled and introduced them. "Here, this is Christina Aguilera." "Oh, this is James Cameron. You must have heard of him." "Of course." Christina nodded. Although she had subconsciously stood on the other side of Eric, the girl still extended her small hand and said, "Director Cameron, hello. I like your movies very much." "Oh, really?" Cameron shook Christina's small hand and jokingly said, "You don't look old enough to watch my movies." Before Titanic, other than Abyss, Cameron's movies were all R-rated. That meant that children under the age of 17 would need to be accompanied by their parents to watch them. He did not think that the girl in front of him, who was just over 1.5 meters tall, had watched his movies. Even if she had, she probably would not have liked them too much. With that said, Cameron turned his gaze to Eric. Since Eric had called the girl to his side, he was sure that she was the person Eric was looking for. For the past few days, Eric spent his free time every night composing the lyrics and melody for "My Heart Will Go On." Today, he had completed the basic work. Although he and Cameron could already hum the melody, it was difficult for two grown men to sing the melody of My Heart Will Go On. Cameron suggested that they find a female singer to try it out. Eric immediately thought of Christina, who had just joined the cast a few days ago. Putting aside the fact that in the original spacetime, Christina's singing was powerful enough to squeeze into the 100 greatest singers of all time at such a young age, ever since she came into contact with music, Christina imitated the path of female singers like Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Therefore, although she did not have Celine Dion's natural voice, in terms of singing, she did not lose to Celine Dion, who had a single musical style. Eric arranged the score in front of him and explained, "Jim, we're just looking for a girl to try out the effect of this song. Also, I assure you that in our entire crew, Christina is definitely the best singer." "Alright, I hope so." Cameron would not be too serious with Eric since they were just trying out the song. However, Eric smiled and asked Christina, who was beside him, for years ago, Whitney Houston acted in The Bodyguard. "Do you know how to sing the theme song of that movie?" Christina said, "Is it I Will Always Love You?" Eric nodded and waved at Cameron. He smiled and said, "Show Jim a few lines." Although the singing style of I Will Always Love You was different from My Heart Will Go On, both songs were lyrical songs. Moreover, I Will Always Love You was even more difficult to sing than My Heart Will Go On. Cameron also liked music, so it was impossible for him not to know this. Christina frequently went on stage since she was 8 years old, so she did not have any stage fright in her heart. She took 2 small steps back, gathered her emotions, and began to sing. "If I should stay I would only be in your way, so I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way." Cameron originally looked like he was watching a good show with interest, but as the petite girl sang with an explosive and rich soprano voice that was almost exactly the same as Whitney Houston's, Cameron quickly put away his nonchalant expression. He even looked Christina up and down with a face full of surprise, as if he was trying to figure out how this small body in front of him could display such a powerful explosive power. There were still a lot of things to do at the moment, but Eric did not have the patience to wait for Christina to finish singing. When Cameron's expression began to change, Eric smiled and interrupted the girl, saying, "All right, let's stop here." Christina paused and quickly stopped singing. She thought that she did not sing well. She blinked and stood on the spot, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. This time, Cameron began to fight for justice for Christina. He said, "Hey, Eric, why didn't you let Christina finish singing? You're so rude." Eric ignored this arrogant guy and said to Christina, "It's okay, you sang very well. It's just that we're a little pressed for time. Come, take a look at these scores first. Sing for us later." Christina realized that there was nothing wrong with her and relaxed. She did not forget to smile politely at Cameron, who spoke up for her. She walked over and took the scores from Eric's hands. "This is the theme song for a movie that I just wrote. Jim wants to hear the effect, so he asked you to come over," Eric said. When he saw Christina standing next to him and looking at the scores, he turned his head and said to Cameron, who was leaning against the piano, "Buddy, can you bring a chair over for our little singer?" "Ah, I can do it myself," Christina, who had already begun to hum softly, quickly said when she heard that. She did not dare to let a great director like Cameron move a chair for her. However, before the girl could move, Cameron had already passed a chair behind him to her. He said, "Here, little girl." "Oh no, Christina, take it." It was a very heavy solid wooden chair. Cameron did not feel anything when he picked it up, so he passed it over casually. However, Christina had a hard time picking it up. Eric quickly got up and helped to place the chair behind Christina. Christina sat down and began to read the scores carefully. Although she did not have any talent in composing, she had been taking music lessons continuously all these years. It was still very easy for her to read the scores. When Eric saw the girl looking down at the scores, he knew that they might have to wait for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he got up and walked to the fridge. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey and a glass of juice and handed them to Cameron and Christina. He held a glass for himself and chatted casually with Cameron. He said, "I think we can consider the Scottish whistle for the beginning arrangement. This instrument has appeared a few times in the movie, and it fits very well with the female singing at the end of the plot." Scottish whistle. Cameron thought for a while and said, "Oh, I remember now. James did say that there is such an instrument here?" I don't know if it can be bought in Venice. If you want to hear the effect, you can get the assistant to look for it tomorrow. Cameron nodded. Seeing that Christina was still reading the score line by line, he said, Eric, this is too slow. Why don't you sing it for her? I think Christina will learn it after listening to it once or twice. Eric looked at Christina. Seeing the girl nod, he took the score and said, all right, I'll sing it a cappella first. Listen to it. Christina's musical talent was indeed very strong. Eric only had to sing it softly once and Christina could roughly understand the lyrics. Eric also instructed the girl on some of the pronunciation methods. After practicing a few times, Eric and Cameron listened to the professional female singers' My Heart Will Go On with the accompaniment of the piano. As Christina deliberately suppressed her voice according to Eric's request, she did not display the masculine and fierce voice that she was good at. Therefore, the girl's cover of My Heart Will Go On had a hint of Celine Dion's natural charm. At least, Eric and Cameron were very satisfied listening to it. After Christina finished singing for the third time, Cameron clapped his hands excitedly and said, Great, very great. Eric, I've decided to use this song as the ending song for Titanic. Yes, I think I should have this song completed before the Venice Film Festival because this song and the film are a perfect match. I don't want to wait a moment longer. I'll fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow and get James to arrange the song as soon as possible. We'll try to finish it before the film festival. This kind of song was very taxing. After Christina finished singing, she was sipping her juice. When she heard Cameron say that this song was going to be the theme song for Titanic, she was a little surprised. Although many people were pessimistic that Titanic would be the next future Waterworld, it was still a blockbuster movie that cost $215 million. If she could sing the theme song for such a movie, then, with that thought in mind, Christina put down her glass and blinked at Eric. There are still 20 days before the opening ceremony. I think if we rush it a little, it shouldn't be a problem. Eric also nodded. Cameron had originally planned to take his time to compose this song if it was suitable. However, at this moment, he was on a whim and did not object to making the premiere of Titanic more perfect at the opening ceremony of the Venice Film Festival, so he replied. At the same time, he felt Christina's little face looking at him with anticipation. Eric smiled and reached out to pinch Christina's face. He said, Don't think about it. This song isn't suitable for you. You can't go down the path of lyrical songs. Firefly Records will be releasing a single for you at the end of the year, so it's better to work hard according to the route the company has prepared for you. Christina shrunk her neck, but she did not resist Eric's slightly intimate action at all. She smiled and said, Yes, I know, Eric. However, Cameron sensitively noticed the interaction between the two. His eyes flashed and he raised his hand to look at his watch. Unknowingly, it was already 9:15 at night. All right, Eric, I'll go back and prepare now. I'll fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow. Cameron finished the whiskey in his glass, straightened up, and waved at Christina. Good night. Christina replied politely, Good night, Mr. Cameron. Eric got up and walked Cameron to the door. Cameron saw that Christina did not follow, so he reached out and pulled Eric out of the door. He whispered, Hey, Eric, although I don't want to interfere with your private matters, but... He pointed into the house and lowered his voice again. How old is she? Eric shrugged helplessly and said, 16. Really? Cameron was in disbelief. After all, compared to the average height of Western girls, Christina, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, seemed a little too petite. Of course. Eric nodded with certainty and said, Also, Jim, I haven't touched her. In general, I'm still a decent person. Cameron also knew that Eric had no reason to lie to him about these things. He shrugged and suddenly made a pinching gesture in the air. He smiled and said, You really haven't touched her? Eric smiled and reached out to hit Cameron's shoulder. He said, All right, go back and book your flight tickets. Tomorrow, get your ass back to Los Angeles and work for me. Hey, you. Cameron was not annoyed. He chatted with Eric for a while more before leaving. Eric returned to his suite. Christina was still sitting on the chair and reading the music score, looking like an obedient little girl. Walking to the piano, Eric casually played a few keys and said, "Let's go, Christina. I'll send you back. You seem to be staying in the hotel facing the street, right?" Christina, who was originally burying her head in pretense, raised her little head. Her face was slightly red, but she mustered her courage and said, "Eric, can I stay?" How old are you?" Eric asked subconsciously. 16. Christina's bright eyes flashed as she answered with a smile. She even imitated Eric's tone when he answered Cameron. Eric smiled and reached out to pinch Christina's face again. He said, "Eavesdropping on other people's conversations is not a good habit." This time, Christina boldly grabbed Eric's hand and pressed it to her chest. She blinked and stared at Eric. Her face became even redder. She said, "Then, Eric, punish me." Faintly feeling that someone was staring at her, Christina Aguilera opened her eyes and happened to notice Eric sitting by the bed with a smile. The various scenes from last night quickly rushed into her mind. Feeling the body under the thin blanket and the big bed without any hindrance, Christina blushed slightly and pulled at the corner of the blanket. She greeted softly, "Good morning, Eric. Seeing that you're sleeping so soundly, I didn't know if I should wake you up." Eric reached over and gently brushed away a strand of messy hair on the girl's cheek. Seeing that she was a little nervous, he asked, "Are you still not feeling well?" "Yes, I feel like there's something." Christina's eyelashes drooped and she was a little embarrassed to stop halfway through her sentence. "Then rest here for the next few days. The place you're staying at is definitely not as good as here. I've ordered breakfast for you. When you wake up, call customer service and they'll send it over. If you need anything else, you can also call my assistant," Eric said as he placed a small card on the bedside table. "This is his number." Christina looked at Eric a little dejectedly and said, "Are you going to work?" "Yes, it's already 8 o'clock. There are hundreds of people waiting for me." Christina nodded and said obediently, "Okay, then, goodbye." "Goodbye." Eric leaned over and kissed the girl's cheek. Christina boldly raised her little head and kissed him back. She even naughtily stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked Eric's face. Eric did not mind. He smiled and said, "You're really like a kitten." Christina giggled and said, "Eric, you seem to like cats very much." "No, I don't like cats. I like women who are like cats. Docile, lazy, mysterious. Of course, occasionally wild and untamed." Christina blinked quickly and said, "Then, can I be your kitten?" "No problem." Eric smiled and pinched Christina's cheek. He stood up and said, "Then I'll go back to work." I'll bring you out to play during this week's break." "Where do you want to go?" Christina looked excited, but then she said, "I'm not familiar with Venice." "I'll go wherever you go, Eric." "We can't do that. The Venice Film Festival is about to start, and we are filming here. There are too many reporters in Venice these days. If we play here, we will definitely be chased and intercepted. We have to go further away." "How about Paris?" Christina's little head was still spinning. Of course, she wanted to go to Paris. Which girl didn't want to go to Paris? However, the crew only had one day off every week. Could they go that far? Eric could guess Christina's thoughts from her confused expression. He pinched her cheeks and did not explain. He smiled and said, "Paris it is then. I'll go to work first. You can continue sleeping. You can wake up whenever you want." She waved at Eric and waited patiently for him to disappear. Finally, she heard the soft sound of the door closing in the living room. After lazing in bed for a while, Christina got out of bed. She called her assistant, Milia, and vaguely explained that she had stayed at the hotel where Eric was staying last night. She did not make it clear. She believed that her assistant was aware and told her to do whatever she wanted for the next few days. Christina hung up the phone and called room service for breakfast. After filling her stomach, the girl threw herself onto the big bed and fell asleep quickly. When she woke up again, it was already evening. There was almost no light coming in from outside the thick curtains. There were faint sounds of people talking in the living room. Christina quietly put on her clothes and walked to the door to open it. She only walked out when she saw that Eric was alone in the living room, talking on the phone. When Eric saw Christina walk out of the bedroom, he nodded at her and pointed at the sofa opposite him. Christina walked over and sat down on the sofa. She was only wearing a tight t-shirt and jeans. She was barefooted. Although the floor was very clean, there was no carpet. She felt that the floor was a little cold. She curled up her legs and hugged a pillow as she curled up on the sofa. She quietly listened to Eric on the phone. If that's the case, we can accept the price of $300 million US. Eric held the phone with one hand and flipped through the blue folder on his lap. He was discussing something with the person on the other end. However, we can't compromise on the payment terms. If Amberlin wants the copyright of The Matrix, they have to pay in full as soon as possible after signing the contract. It's only $300 million US. Jeffrey. With the power of Microsoft behind Amberlin, as long as they are serious about this deal, they can definitely come up with the money. When Christina heard Eric casually mention $300 million US, she stuck her tongue out. She also knew that Firefly was selling the rights to the sequel of The Matrix, but she didn't expect the rights to be so valuable. $300 million US. Eric happened to notice Christina sticking her tongue out. He thought that the girl was being naughty and waved his hand at her, indicating that she shouldn't be naughty. Christina shrunk her neck and smiled at Eric. There's one more thing. After Eric finished talking with Katzenberg about The Matrix, he continued, I've seen the finished film of Titanic. Other than the ending song, there are no problems. Jim flew back to Los Angeles this morning to settle the new ending song. I wrote the song myself. Get the record department to cooperate and try to get it done before the opening ceremony of the Venice Film Festival. Also, the publicity work can start now. I don't plan to compress the film anymore, so get the distribution department to discuss the corresponding publicity plan. Battlestar Cop 2? Eric hesitated, thought for a while, and said, it's better not to release it at the same time as Titanic. I know you guys don't have much confidence in this film. We have no right to interfere with other companies' plans, but Firefly can't possibly attack itself. Let's postpone it and release it during the summer next year. This sequel should have the ability to support the summer. Well, that's it then. After hanging up the phone, Eric smiled and waved at Christina when he saw that she was listening to him attentively. Christina hugged a pillow and sat down beside Eric. She curled up her legs and gently leaned against Eric. She looked at the document on his lap and said, Eric, what's this? Eric knew that the girl wasn't really interested. She just wanted to find a topic to talk about. He said, nothing, some copyright transfer contract information. Christina glanced at the document a few times, but she was smart enough not to read it in detail. She asked, is it The Matrix? Yes. Eric nodded and flipped to the first page of the document. He wanted to read it again. He felt Christina's small body rubbing against him from time to time. He smiled and said, looking at you just now, you should be fine now, right? Ah. Christina was stunned. Soon, she pitifully begged for mercy. Eric, tonight, I can't do it yet. Eric smiled. His eyes were still on the document in front of him, but he changed the topic. He said, what do you want to eat tonight? Christina was still worried that Eric would torture her again at night. If that was the case, she felt that she might be ruined. When she heard Eric change the topic, she replied absent-mindedly, I don't know. Breakfast, it's not bad. That's breakfast. Eric said, forget it. Call room service and ask them to send a menu over. You can choose what you want to eat. Okay. Christina nodded. She thought for a while and gently tugged at Eric's t-shirt sleeve. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Eric turned his head and saw Christina's pitiful expression. He recalled what she said just now and understood. It had to be said that Christina was in the best period of her life. She had a sweet face, a petite body, and a slender body. Coupled with her pitiful expression that said, don't bully me, okay, she could indeed arouse a man's desire to ravage her. Don't think too much. You just need to rest well these few days. Eric smiled and reached out to pinch the girl's face. He said, if you don't want to stay here, you can go back to the hotel by the street. When she heard this, she remembered Eric's overall gentle behavior last night. Christina was relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "I'm not leaving." "Well, I'm going to call for the menu." As the girl said this, she jumped off the sofa and reached out to pick up the mobile phone Eric had just put down. She began to dial. Eric smiled and turned his attention to the document in his hand again. Because he was far away from Hollywood, Eric did not personally experience the various activities in Hollywood recently, especially the sale of the copyright of The Matrix. There was no doubt that, just as Eric had guessed, the company that wanted the copyright of The Matrix the most was still Amblin Pictures, which was backed by Microsoft. Of course, several other major film companies were also more or less involved in this copyright competition. Of course, Firefly would not sell the copyright of The Matrix so easily. In fact, a large portion of the senior management did not want to sell The Matrix at all. They just wanted to drag this matter on and let it slowly fall apart in the end. Therefore, Firefly's attitude was quite firm. When negotiating with the film companies that were interested in buying the copyright of The Matrix, they would not budge an inch. Under such circumstances, the relatively conservative companies such as Paramount withdrew one after another. In the end, only Warner Brothers, Universal, and Amblin were still holding on. However, because Firefly's conditions were more stringent, they were only willing to sell the production and distribution rights of the Matrix sequels, but they still retained the development rights of all non-film and television-related products such as comics, games, toys, and so on. In addition, the asking price was too high. Warner Brothers and Universal withdrew one after another. In the end, only Amblin was left and agreed to Firefly's request. According to the preliminary agreement, Amblin Pictures would buy the film and television production and distribution rights of The Matrix for $300 million in cash. The agreement did not stipulate that Amblin could only produce 2 sequels. In the future, if Amblin Pictures wanted to reboot the series, Firefly would not object. Of course, most fans of The Matrix knew the script of the trilogy. Presumably, after this incident, Amblin would not be able to resist the pressure to change the script. However, the agreement also stipulated that Firefly would retain the development rights of the Matrix comics, games, toys, and so on. This also included the development rights of the Matrix sequels and characters. Firefly would not participate in any of the distribution profits of the Matrix sequels, such as cinemas, DVDs, videotapes, and so on. At the same time, Amblin Pictures had no right to participate in any of the distribution profits of the Matrix series. Although Amblin Pictures was ambitious, after all, they had just been established. At the moment, their most important task was to improve their distribution network. They did not have the ability to develop other products. Therefore, they agreed to this proposal. The development of other products happened to be Firefly's forte. Based on the cumulative global box office of The Matrix, which was about $600 million, Firefly's net income from theatrical screenings and videotapes alone was more than $300 million. However, even if The Matrix sequels did not follow the same path as in his previous life, Firefly would not lose out on this deal. Because of the overall recovery of the American economy, they had recovered $300 million in cash a few years in advance. Whether this money was invested in the entertainment industry or the high-tech industry, Eric was confident that this amount of money would multiply several times in the next few years. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Firefly's profits in recent years were very terrifying, only Eric himself knew that the Firefly system was burning money crazily in recent years. Most of the annual profits were quickly reinvested into the various companies under the Firefly system. In order to reduce the tax burden as much as possible, Eric had even begun to consider directly investing in the companies under Firefly Investments in the name of Firefly Group. Although this would indirectly involve about 27% of Firefly's minority shareholders in the Firefly Systems Internet industry, it could save a lot of tax in the middle. When the surplus funds were directly transferred to project investment, the pre-tax gross profit of Firefly Group would be greatly reduced, but this would also allow Firefly to reduce the amount of corporate income tax paid. With Firefly's scale, the pre-tax profit and income tax ratio reached 35%, which was much higher than the 27% ratio of small and medium shareholders. Moreover, if the benefits were distributed to the small and medium shareholders in the form of investment, it would definitely gain the favor of these shareholders and increase Eric's control over Firefly, as well as the support of the forces behind these shareholders. However, if it was handed over to the IRS, Firefly would not get any substantial benefits. Thinking of this, Eric also made up his mind to discuss the matter of Clover Holdings, which originally belonged to the Disney Group, with Katzenberg on the next call. This was an investment company left over from the Disney era, but it had always been very small. If one did not carefully read the balance sheet of Firefly Group, most people would not even notice the existence of this investment company. Although Disney had developed rapidly, it did not have much energy to involve external investment. The largest investment project of Clover Holdings was to assist in the construction of the Disney Concert Hall in the Los Angeles Music Center. The investment scale was $20 million. However, that project had not made much profit so far because the project was initiated by the Disney family. The main purpose was to expand the influence of the Disney family. It was a very public welfare project. However, at this time, this investment company could be used as a window for Firefly Group's direct investment. The company law in the United States was very loose. It did not stipulate that a company could only operate in certain industries. For example, Berkshire Hathaway, which was controlled by Buffett, was only a textile factory at the beginning. Now, it had become a comprehensive holding group, operating in various industries such as insurance, books, beverages, candy, entertainment, and so on. Because Charlie's Angel Trio was busy with the global promotion of Charlie's Angels 2, they were unable to catch up with the filming of Casino Royale in Italy. Therefore, the originally planned month-long filming period in Italy ended 2 days before the opening of the Venice Film Festival. Most of the crew began to move to the United Kingdom. Eric was invited by the organizers of the Venice Film Festival to attend the opening ceremony of the 53rd Venice Film Festival and the premiere of Titanic that night. Cameron returned to Los Angeles at the beginning of the month. With the support of Firefly Records, he successfully completed the recording of My Heart Will Go On in 3 weeks. The singer he chose was still Celine Dion. With the intervention of Eric's remote phone call, the song was almost the same as the original version. A new copy of the film with the revised ending song was also sent to Los Angeles on September 28, the day before the opening ceremony. These days, because the crew of Casino Royale was filming in Venice and the most expensive film in history, Titanic, was about to premiere at the Venice Film Festival, as well as the Venice Film Festival itself, Venice was extremely lively. A large number of media, who were not very interested in the Venice Film Festival, came from all over the world because of these reasons. At the same time, Cameron was not alone. Katzenberg happened to be in France in the next few days to deal with some affairs at Disneyland Paris, so he came along. However, Katzenberg and Cameron did not have a good relationship. Both of them were hot-tempered and stubborn guys. Eric did not deliberately put the two of them together for the time being, as long as they did not fight. After all, there was no personal conflict between the two. One was for the company, and the other was for the film. Therefore, as long as the future box office performance of Titanic could meet expectations, Eric would come forward to mediate, and the grudge between the two would naturally be resolved. September 28. As the opening film, the premiere of Titanic was scheduled at 7 p.m. local time. Eric attended the opening ceremony of the film festival during the day and made a brief appearance at the reception afterwards. He then left in a hurry to join the preparations for the premiere of Titanic. Just after 6 p.m., outside the Lido Palace, a large number of media reporters and fans had gathered on both sides of the long red carpet. It seemed to be livelier than the opening ceremony during the day. Although most of the management of Firefly Group was not very optimistic about Titanic, with the strong support of Eric, the company still invested a large amount of publicity budget for Titanic. In order to make the premiere more popular, everyone, including Eric, tried their best to contact the celebrity guests who could attend the premiere. In addition to most of the judges of the Venice Film Festival and all the creators of Titanic, there were also heavyweight Hollywood and European stars such as Liam Neeson, Dustin Hoffman, Pierce Brosnan, Nicolas Cage, Bridget Fonda, Holly Hunter, Sophie Marceau, Juliette Binoche. Even though many people were pessimistic about Titanic, when these guests appeared on the red carpet, they often caused screams from the fans and photos from the media reporters. As the host, Eric appeared with Katzenberg and Cameron at the beginning of the red carpet. The three of them walked across the red carpet. After taking photos in the media area, they answered a few questions and entered the palace to greet the guests who came to support them. "Hey, Liam, I'm glad you can come. I heard that the judges liked your Michael Collins very much this time. Good luck." "Oh, Bridget, you are still so beautiful." Of course, if there is a chance for the next movie, I will definitely work with you." "Cage, I thought you might not be able to spare the time." After a series of greetings, Eric had just sent Nicolas Cage into the movie palace when Sophie Marceau, who was wearing a long black dress and looking lazy, walked over. Sophie didn't seem to have changed at all compared to a few years ago. She had a head of smooth black hair, watery eyes, and a delicate face. When she smiled, it made people feel comfortable. "Hi, Sophie, long time no see." Eric walked forward and extended his hands to the girl. After filming Braveheart, although Sophie had taken on a few more roles in Hollywood, the two had not seen each other many times. This time Eric had only called her tentatively. He thought that the other party would reject him after not contacting him for a long time. He did not expect Sophie to agree. After gently hugging Eric, Sophie let go of him, but there was a faint dissatisfaction on her face. "Eric, I almost didn't want to talk to you." "Oh, can I know why?" Eric pretended to be shocked. Sophie rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you still remember what you promised me?" Eric pretended to be puzzled. When he saw the girl wrinkling her nose angrily, he quickly said, "Okay, of course I remember. Bond girl. However, I'm really sorry, Sophie, the production strategy of the 007 series has been greatly adjusted. This sequel does not have the role of the villain, so you can only wait for the next one." "Okay, since you still remember this, I forgive you." Sophie waved her hand at him and then smiled sweetly. "I originally thought that you forgot all the nonsense you said to coax women." "Oh, it's really sad that you think so." Eric pretended to be hurt and said, "But, okay, this is actually my fault. I forgot to inform you in advance. So, can you give me a chance to apologize?" "I'm curious how you plan to apologize." Sophie glanced at him flirtatiously and added, "Mr. World's Richest Man, you can't be insincere." "No problem." Eric readily said, "I'll buy the Eiffel Tower tomorrow and get someone to send it to your house." Sophie's face was full of disdain. "I don't want second-hand goods." "Okay, then build a new one in your yard." Hee hee. Sophie laughed happily. When she saw a few more guests appear at the entrance, she stopped joking and waved at Eric. "You continue to entertain the guests, I'll go in first." Eric nodded and said, "Let's eat together when you have time." Sophie nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you have time. I know you're a busy man. For a beauty like you, no matter how busy I am, I can find time." "Oh, sweet words." Sophie smiled and patted Eric lightly. Without saying anything else, she turned and walked inside. Eric looked away and greeted the guests again. This time, it was two fat men, the brothers Harvey Weinstein and Bob Stan. Shakespeare's Love starring Daniel Day-Lewis and Julia had finished filming and was now in post-production. This film was focused on the Oscars and had nothing to do with the Venice Film Festival. However, as a professional award winner, Mike Mira would definitely not miss the Venice Film Festival. This time, the film was called The Frivolous Years. It was a biopic of an American street artist. The cast was very strong, including David Bowie, Dennis Cooper, William Dafoe, Gary Oldman, and a large number of Hollywood stars. Although Titanic was the opening film, it was purely an exhibition film and would not compete for any awards at the Venice Film Festival. Therefore, many big names who came to participate in the film put aside their scruples and came to support, including the Weinstein brothers. After chatting with Harvey Weinstein for a while and greeting a few more guests, it was soon 7 o'clock. Eric entered the screening room. Cameron brought Leonardo and several other main creators to the stage to give a simple speech, and the film officially began. The lights in the screening room dimmed. Eric looked at the big screen. Cameron quickly came out from backstage and sat next to him. After all, it was the first public appearance of Titanic. Although he looked quite relaxed on the surface, Eric still noticed Cameron's tight grip on the armrest. "Hey, Jim, relax. I guess everyone will like this film." "I hope so," Cameron muttered in a low voice. He then turned to Eric and raised his voice. "Anyway, Eric, thank you." Eric nodded slightly and did not say anything. He just patted Cameron on the shoulder. In the screening room, as the image on the big screen lit up, the 300 invited guests, reporters, and fans firmly locked their attention on the big screen. Everyone wanted to see what this movie, which cost an unprecedented $215 million, looked like. However, the opening scene of the treasure hunt in the deep sea disappointed most of the people. It seemed that there was nothing special about it. This feeling of disappointment lasted until the appearance of the aged Rose, and the memories began to unfold. When the gigantic figure of the Titanic appeared at the British harbor, and the stunning appearance of the young Rose played by Rachel Weisz, the audience's disappointment was slightly alleviated. Those in the industry who were familiar with the filming process sighed in their hearts. Such a highly restored scene was indeed a money-burning weapon. However, they also couldn't help but secretly think, is it really necessary to create such extravagant and wasteful scenes for a movie? As the plot progressed, after a long period of foreshadowing, even the scene of Jack and Rose standing at the bow of the ship was like a dream to anyone who saw it. It was hard to stop the media and filmmakers from secretly positioning the film as a cliché love story between a princess and a coachman. Therefore, although the movie began to frequently enter tear-jerking mode in the second half, for many media reporters and filmmakers in the industry, the movie did not have many highlights except for some very exquisite special effects. It was not until the heavenly voice of the ending song, "My Heart Will Go On," that some people suddenly felt that it was probably the most attractive song in the entire movie. In fact, Eric had been paying attention to the reactions of the audience in the screening hall, mainly the small group of lucky ordinary audience members. When he noticed the two girls at the back left hugging each other and sobbing unabashedly at the last moment of Jack and Rose's farewell, Eric was probably relieved. The movie's main target audience was the young people, and the marketing plan that Firefly had formulated for Titanic was mainly aimed at this group of people. Eric was not too worried about the opinions of the film critics. As long as the media did not give a one-sided negative review, Titanic had a chance to create a miracle that had happened in the original spacetime. When the ending song ended, the lights in the screening hall lit up, and there was a burst of applause. It was not cold, but it was not too enthusiastic either. Many people were even whispering to their companions while clapping. The audience began to disperse. Eric waved his hand and asked his assistant, Peter Ritchie, who was sitting nearby, to come over. He said, "I forgot to ask in advance. Is there a survey for ordinary fans of this movie?" Peter Ritchie shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Williams, including tonight and tomorrow's 3 screenings, the tickets are mainly for media reporters and film critics. There are only 50 tickets for ordinary fans through the event." With only 50 ordinary audience members, it was understandable that the distribution department did not arrange a survey. There were only 4 screenings of Titanic at the Venice Film Festival. Because of the large number of media reporters from all over the world, the tickets for these 4 screenings could be said to be in short supply. There were very few tickets for ordinary audiences. Only 4 screenings were arranged mainly to narrow down the audience as much as possible so that it would be easier for Firefly to carry out post-production publicity operations. After all, it was a huge investment of more than $200 million. There was no harm in being careful. No matter how confident Eric was, he did not want to expand the number of screenings. 50 tickets it is. After thinking about it, Eric said, "Forget about tonight. Go and arrange it. No matter how many ordinary fans are left after tomorrow's screenings, I want to see the survey form for these people the day after tomorrow." Peter Ritchie did not ask anything else. He nodded and hurriedly left. Katzenberg, Cameron, and a few others stood not far away. When they saw Eric and his assistant finished talking, they walked over together. Katzenberg said, "Eric, let's go to the banquet hall. Everyone is already waiting there." Eric nodded and left with the others. They rushed to the banquet that the crew had specially organized for the guests. In the banquet hall of the Lido Island Hotel, Eric shuttled through the crowd, greeted the guests one by one, and chatted casually. After socializing for a full half an hour, he escaped to the balcony outside the banquet hall to get some fresh air. This was the second floor of the hotel, facing the sea. Looking into the distance, it was the brightly lit main city of Venice. However, there was already someone on the balcony. She was wearing a long black dress, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. She leaned against the railing and quietly looked at the distant sky. Eric walked over and leaned against the railing to look at Sophie's side profile. He smiled and said, "The beauty is alone, and no one is hitting on her." "What a waste." Sophie smiled reluctantly and said softly, "Eric, you're the fifth one. Also, I'm also hesitating. Do you want to be the fifth one to be chased away by me?" In the faint light, Eric noticed that Sophie's expression was obviously a little lonely. He asked, "Why are you suddenly unhappy?" Sophie obviously did not want to talk about this topic. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Eric stared at Sophie's face for a moment and seemed to understand something. He suddenly laughed and said, "I thought that an actress who often stars in romance movies would not be interested in this kind of story." Although there were some particularly artistic movies, but starting from First Kiss, most of Sophie's movies were actually very fresh and romantic sketches. Sophie was a little dissatisfied with Eric's argument. She said, "You have also starred in romance movies. According to your point of view, if you have no feelings for this movie, how did you write My Heart Will Go On? Oh, I didn't expect you to notice that I wrote the ending song. It's really an honor." Sophie rolled her eyes and decided to ignore Eric. Eric did not pester her. He quietly stood beside the woman and looked at the dark sky together, enjoying the rare peace. After a while, Sophie could not stand the silence and said, "Why aren't you talking?" "I'm thinking about something." "How are you going to trick me into going back to the room tonight?" Sophie looked at Eric's dumbfounded expression and finally smiled. She was a little proud of her successful prank, or perhaps it was a sense of victory after taking the initiative to turn the tables. Although it had been a long time, Sophie still clearly remembered that Eric had coaxed her into bed twice in a row. So tonight, she decided that she would not let this guy have his way again. Well, okay, although after watching Titanic, she suddenly wanted to find a hug to lean on. However, Sophie glanced at Eric and thought in her heart, "I'm not that easy to coax." However, noticing the sly look in Sophie's eyes, Eric did not say anything but chose to do something. So he put the wine glass aside and reached out to Sophie. "Ah, you," Sophie suddenly realized that things didn't seem to be going according to plan. Shouldn't he be saying some sweet nothings next? Why was it suddenly like this? Her little head buzzed twice before Sophie finally reacted. She raised her arm that was holding the glass of red wine to the side and said in a trembling voice, Eric, the red wine is going to spill on me." "Oh, you." After a long pause, Sophie said the second half of her sentence, "Bad guy." At that time, after a long time, waking up in the same man's arms for the third time, Sophie could not help but think about a very deep question. Why was it like this? Maybe it was because when he was sleeping, he would always hug the woman beside him tightly, giving her a sense of security. Maybe it was because he had many identities mixed together, making women instinctively difficult to resist. Or maybe, this abominable guy was a legendary wizard, and cast some mysterious witchcraft on her. Feeling the big hand around her waist began to gently stroke, Sophie realized that Eric was awake, so she took the initiative to turn around. Her bright eyes met with Eric's. Eric leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Noticing the doubt and curiosity in Sophie's eyes, a smile appeared on his face. He lowered his voice and mysteriously said, "Actually, I know a guy called Cupid. When I take a fancy to a girl, he will shoot an arrow at her, and then the girl will never be able to escape from my grasp." Sophie's big eyes quickly blinked a few times and laughed. She suddenly understood that this guy in front of her was not a wizard, nor was he anything else. He was just too good at seeing through a woman's thoughts. She was originally a very emotional woman. When she watched the movie last night, she did not have any thoughts of being a filmmaker. She purely thought of herself as a spectator, so she was moved by the actually very simple love story. When she recalled the experience of these years, she could not help but feel melancholy. So, at this moment when her heart was weak, a certain guy easily took advantage of it. "Eric, I think, you can't do this in the future." Who knows what will happen in the future? Eric leaned over and kissed Sophie's lips again. Sophie subconsciously responded. After a moment, the two separated. Sophie sat up and began to put on her clothes. Eric looked at Sophie and said, "You're not going to leave like this again, right?" Sophie picked up Eric's watch on the bedside table and looked at it. It was 8:15. Although she was looking forward to it, she did not have time to stay and eat breakfast with Eric. Sophie put down the watch and said, "Yes, I made an appointment with someone. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to talk about a movie contract at the Palace Hotel." Seeing Eric's disappointed face, Sophie felt a little proud of herself and said, "Otherwise, do you think I'll come all the way to Venice just for you?" Eric lay on the bed and covered his forehead. He said, "You're really heartless. Shouldn't a good woman take care of a man's vanity?" Haha. Sophie smiled and put on her clothes. She leaned over and kissed Eric's face. She said, "If I were a good woman, would I be so easily tricked into bed with you?" Bad guy, I'm leaving. Eric watched Sophie go into the bathroom, wash up, and push the door open to leave. Only then did he get up. He still had a lot of work to do. Based on the time difference, the article about Titanic in North America should be published at noon. However, the media in Europe must have already started to report it. In addition to paying attention to the media's feedback on Titanic, he also needed to talk to Katzenberg about Clover Holdings. The contract for The Matrix was about to be signed. After receiving the $300 million, Eric hoped to invest as soon as possible. In addition, FFM was about to go online in mid-September. He also needed to talk to Harvey Wayne and Stan about the online platform. In addition to some unavoidable social engagements, Eric's schedule had to be calculated by the minute. When he got up and went to the dining room, Katzenberg and Cameron were already waiting there. There were several newspapers on the table in front of them, but their expressions were not so relaxed. "Morning, Jeffrey, Jim," Eric greeted them and sat down in the empty seat next to them. "Morning, Eric," Katzenberg glanced at Cameron and pushed the newspapers in front of him over. He said, "Take a look first. The reviews in Europe don't seem to be very good." Eric opened the newspaper on the top. The newspaper was in Italian. Eric did not know the name of the newspaper. The news about Titanic in the newspaper was specially marked with a red pen. There was also a sticky note filled with English translations next to it. A cliché love story set in a disaster movie. Although the film has some highlights in special effects, shots, soundtrack, etc., it's mediocre overall. Eric frowned slightly and opened the next newspaper. He directly found the English translation. This time, it was a compliment. "James Cameron brought us a grand disaster movie. The film's narrative is smooth, the structure is rigorous, and the special effects are exquisite. The love story set in a disaster is even more tear-jerking." After flipping through several newspapers, Eric also found that the reviews of the movie seemed to be a bit polarized. Some said it was very good, and some said it was very bad. After reading the articles, Eric looked up at Katzenberg and Cameron and smiled. "Let's wait for the news from North America. You know the European media. They like more artistic films. Here, let's have breakfast first." As he spoke, Eric casually waved for the waiter to come over and asked the two solemn-looking fellows what they wanted to eat. After breakfast, Cameron left to work on the 3 screenings of Titanic today. Eric talked to Katzenberg about Clover Holdings. "I hope that in the next 5 years, Firefly Group will take out at least $1 billion a year for external investment, mainly in the internet industry that has been rapidly rising in recent years. Of course, to be on the safe side, we will only invest in equity and not participate in the operations of the corresponding companies." Katzenberg patiently waited for Eric to finish. He took a sip of coffee and said, "Eric, in this case, the company's profitability will be greatly reduced. This is a bit unfair to me." Katzenberg's employment contract with Firefly had a fixed annual salary of $750,000. In addition, Katzenberg also enjoyed an annual bonus of 2% of the group's operating profits. If it were other Hollywood film companies, the annual return of this contract might be $10 to $20 million at most. However, because of Firefly's profitability in recent years, Katzenberg's total salary last year exceeded $50 million. He was one of the highest-paid group CEOs in North America. However, if they followed Eric's investment plan, Firefly's profitability would be greatly reduced, and Katzenberg's annual salary would also be greatly reduced. It might even be reduced to less than half of what it used to be. Of course, Katzenberg knew that Eric's purpose was to reduce the tax loss in the investment process. He believed that Eric would give him a satisfactory solution. Therefore, after listening to Eric's plan, he did not show any excitement and expressed his thoughts calmly. Eric propped up his hands on the table and looked at Katzenberg. "Jeffrey, your contract will expire at the beginning of next year. We've been working well together for the past few years, so I don't think there's any problem with us renewing our contract." Katzenberg nodded with a smile. "Of course. I guess you must know my investment intention. The Nasdaq index has risen from more than 700 points last year to 955 points now. It is just around the corner to break through 1,000 points. Everyone says that the Nasdaq index is a bit inflated, but I am very optimistic about the trend of the Nasdaq index. However, there are definitely risks in this. Even Buffett does not dare to make any judgment about the stock market, so I can give you two options." Katzenberg showed a look of curiosity. Eric paused for a moment before continuing, "Your contract remains unchanged. It's still a 2% annual profit bonus, but there are two ways to calculate it. First, we can make a separate remark and include the funds invested in Clover Holdings in your bonus calculation rules. You don't have to bear the investment risk of Clover Holdings. Of course, if there is any profit, you won't be able to enjoy the bonus. Second, because we are investing in equity, as long as we reach a suitable rate of return, the company will sell the shares it holds. Therefore, you can give up the bonus share of the investment in Clover Holdings. Then, our remark clause will be changed to that during your tenure as the CEO of Firefly, as long as the corresponding shares are sold, you will still be entitled to a bonus of 2% of the income from this investment, regardless of whether you are still employed or not." Katzenberg thought for a moment and asked, "Eric, can I know which companies you plan to invest in?" "Cisco, AOL, Microsoft, Intel, IBM, Verizon, Sprint." Eric listed a few companies and said, "I will make a special list because the amount of funds invested by our company is too large. It is impossible to buy a company's shares." Eric listed the popular IT and communications companies in recent years. Katzenberg had watched Yahoo, Cisco, AOL, and other companies that Firefly invested in reach the peak step by step. However, he also knew that the current price-to-earnings ratio of these high-tech companies was terrifyingly high. The higher the price-to-earnings ratio, the more optimistic the market was about the development of these companies, but it also meant that the risk of investing in these companies was very high. After hesitating for a while, Katzenberg looked at Eric and asked with a smile, "Eric, which plan do you suggest I choose?" Eric smiled and said, "The second one, of course." Eric had discussed the salary of the company's CEO with Tina Brown and the others a few years ago. If a manager could only bring the company $10 million in profits a year, Eric would definitely not be willing to pay him $10 million. However, if a manager could bring the company billions of USD in annual profits, it was understandable even if the manager's annual salary was over $100 million. Katzenberg was undoubtedly a very capable manager. Although the rapid development of Firefly in recent years was due to Eric's personal cheat, it was also inseparable from Katzenberg's excellent management ability. Therefore, Eric did not mind Katzenberg's participation and sharing the dividends of the internet boom in the next few years. Katzenberg stared at Eric's expression for a few seconds, then smiled like a chinchilla and said, "Okay, the second one." Katzenberg also understood that with his current annual income, even if it was reduced by half, it was enough to support the most luxurious life in the world. Therefore, choosing the second contract could also be regarded as an investment for the future. He was also not worried that Clover Holdings would hold on to a stock for a long time after investing in it. That was because this would prove the value of certain stocks as an investment. Even after 10 or 20 years, or even longer, the earnings would be treated as a pension for themselves. At noon, the reviews of Titanic from North America arrived in Venice one after another. Compared to Europe, Eric and the Firefly executives were more concerned about the North American media's evaluation of the movie. After all, Titanic was often released in the North American market before the overseas market. Its box office performance in the North American market had a large impact on the overseas market. However, the media reviews of Titanic in North America were not optimistic either. Although there was no lack of newspapers such as USA Today, The New York Times, and The Hollywood Reporter praising the film, The New York Times even praised it as a masterpiece comparable to Gone with the Wind. But at the same time, the Los Angeles Times, The Washington Post, and other newspapers did not hide their criticism of the movie, calling it a lousy movie with a mediocre story and a long plot. The Los Angeles Times even publicly questioned whether the movie was really worth $215 million. Eric only remembered the limitless success of Titanic in his previous life after it was released. As for the experience of the movie before it was released, it was mostly limited to Cameron's bumpy production stage. That was the result of media reports. As for the reputation of Titanic before it was released, Eric did not know much about it. Therefore, when he saw that the movie had a polarized reputation in Europe and North America at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. In Eric's memory, there were many movies with a polarized reputation. These types of movies often had a common characteristic, which was that they were fan movies adapted from original works such as novels and comics. Moreover, the box office of such movies was basically high in the early stages due to the strong promotion of the movie company, but it was seriously lacking in the long run. In any case, Titanic was definitely not a fan movie. Therefore, with the current polarized reputation, the future was even more unpredictable. After all, fan movies could still rely on the popularity accumulated by the original work to earn a large box office a few weeks before it was released. Even if it was lacking in the long run, the total box office would not be too bad. However, Titanic did not have such an advantage. It was impossible for it to get a high box office like a fan film in the first few weeks of its release. Once the reputation of the film was still polarized in the later stages, the cumulative box office would definitely be much worse than a fan film in the case of insufficient momentum. The next day, Peter Ritchie sent the questionnaires from the dozens of ordinary movie fans who attended the screening to Eric. Most of the audience gave positive comments about Titanic, but there were also a few who complained that the film was too long and that the prelude was a little bloated. July 29, afternoon. Eric was about to fly to London at 7 o'clock in the evening. This was the last meeting of the Titanic crew. It was confirmed that the film would be released on December 20th during the Christmas season. The public publicity had already announced this date, so there was no possibility of changing it again. At this time, Eric, Katzenberg, James Cameron, and several other middle-level managers of the Firefly Group were sitting in the living room of Eric's suite at the Lido Island Hotel. The current situation is indeed not very good. However, I hope that you will follow the established publicity strategy and focus on the publicity for the younger audience. As he said this, Eric looked at Katzenberg and the other executives. He recalled some details in the original spacetime and added, "One more thing. No matter what the outside world says about Titanic, I don't want Firefly to have voices that undermine themselves. If I find out that any executive has expressed anything to the media, then he can just wait to pack up and leave. That's all I have to say. Does anyone have any opinions?" "Mr. Williams, it's like this." A high-ranking conduit in the distribution department said, "Yesterday, I received a call from an executive of Toho International in Japan. They hope to buy the Japanese distribution rights of Titanic in advance, including the theatrical distribution, videotapes, DVDs, and other peripherals." Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. The executive thought that Eric did not know about Toho International, so he said, "Toho International is one of the major distributors in Japan." "I know that." Eric nodded. Even though he was a little nervous now, he definitely did not intend to sell the departure rights in advance like Fox did in his previous life. However, Eric still asked curiously, "How much are they asking for?" 3 billion yen. The executive looked down at the memo and said, "About 25 million US dollars. When Katzenberg heard the other party's offer, he started calculating quickly in his heart. Because of the Terminator series, Cameron was very popular in Japan. This was probably one of the reasons why Toho International had their eyes on Titanic in advance. In addition, the high budget of Titanic and the current situation of polarization were also the main reasons why the Japanese had made a move. They obviously wanted to take a gamble and judged that Firefly was likely to accept this bet. $25 million was definitely just a preliminary offer. The Japanese's price should be about $30 million. Because they were buying the full distribution rights in Japan, according to the expected price of $30 million, the Japanese expected the local box office to be about $60 million. Only then could they guarantee that they would fully recover their costs and achieve profits in the later stages. $60 million in Japanese box office, although it could not reach the $120 million of Jurassic Park, it would definitely exceed the average box office value of Hollywood blockbusters in Japan. Moreover, for a Hollywood distribution company, according to the 35% overseas share, if they wanted to recover $30 million in box office in Japan, they would need about $100 million in Japanese box office. Of course, this did not include the revenue from the videotapes in Japan. However, the peripheral copyright operation cycle in the overseas market was even longer than that in the United States. If they calculated the time cost, it was still very cost-effective to sell all the Japanese distribution rights in one go. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Katzenberg said, "Eric, I think maybe we can consider it. We should be able to negotiate about $30 million in the end." "No." After a brief silence, Eric shook his head and said, "Not selling. Everyone, if there are other parties that want to buy the distribution rights of Titanic, reject them all." Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's face, Eric spread his hands and said, "That's it. Maybe you want to explain, but I don't know how to explain. I'm not selling. Since we're already at this point, regardless of whether we win or lose, let's go all out." The other executives were a little stunned. Cameron, who had been silent all this time, looked a little excited. Katzenberg shook his head with a bitter smile. It was rare to see such a childish and willful side of Eric. He was still young after all. However, it was true that since they were already at this point, it was impossible to recover the cost by selling the distribution rights in advance. Instead, it would only attract some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and this kind of behavior would make the media look even worse. Then, no matter the outcome, let's go all out. Anyway, Firefly Group could afford this kind of failure. This failure could also be planned to reform the company's slightly radical production strategy. At that time, Eric would no longer object. After the afternoon meeting, Eric flew to London, Katzenberg went to Paris, and Cameron would return to Los Angeles with the crew of Titanic and the staff of Firefly's distribution department tomorrow to start the official publicity work of Titanic. They took off from Venice at 7 o'clock in the evening. 2 hours later, the private business plane landed at London's Heathrow Airport. Eric got off the plane with the last group of people, and the first feeling he felt was cold. Venice was still as warm as spring at this time, but in London at the end of August and the beginning of September, the temperature at night had dropped to about 10 degrees. Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson, producers of the 007 series, came to pick them up. They exchanged greetings and drove together to Pinewood Studio, which was not far from Heathrow Airport. Speaking of the 007 series, in addition to the Broccoli family, who created this legendary agent movie series, Pinewood Studio, located in the northwest suburbs of London, England, had to be mentioned. Since the first Dr. No in 1963, most of the interior scenes of 007 sequels were shot at Pinewood Studio. The 007 series also became the main source of income for Pinewood Studio, allowing it to survive the impact of factors such as the rise of the television industry and the decline of European films. Because of the great significance of the 007 series to the studio, in addition to the iconic 007 studio, there were many buildings named after 007 elements in Pinewood Studio. Several main roads in the park were basically contracted by the 007 series. Namely Broccoli Avenue, 007 Avenue, and Goldfinger Avenue. That night, they settled down in a small town close to the east of Pinewood Studio. The next morning, the Broccoli siblings took Eric to the studio park. There were no shooting plans today. Eric mainly wanted to familiarize himself with the shooting site for the next 2 months. After taking Eric around the 30-hectare park and checking several sets arranged in advance for Casino Royale, Barbara Broccoli said, "In the next 2 months, the temperature in London will get colder and colder, so we have scheduled the underwater scene between Bond and Vesper for 3 days later. Eric, let's go to the water tank first." Pinewood Studio had the largest underwater filming facility in Europe, which could hold 1,200 tons of water. It was also built specifically for the 007 series. Eric retained the underwater farewell scene between Bond and Vesper after the building collapsed in Venice in the original version. However, this scene would definitely not be shot in Venice. Instead, it would be moved to the underwater studio in Pinewood Studio. Eric nodded and followed the Broccoli siblings to a studio. At first glance, the studio looked like a huge indoor swimming pool, but in fact, it was not. If it was just a simple indoor pool, any studio in the world could do it. The biggest advantage of Pinewood Studio's underwater studio was that it had a complete set of underwater filming equipment and plans. Anyone who had made a movie before knew that regardless of whether it was filmed on water or underwater, as long as there was water involved, the difficulty of filming would greatly increase. Just like Cameron's Abyss, Kevin Costner's future Waterworld, and the recently completed Titanic, the reason why these movies were so expensive was that they involved water-related filming. Although the crew was still on break today, several staff members of Casino Royale were still busy in the underwater studio. Eric also saw his exclusive cameraman, Nick Frank, standing by the pool in a wet diving suit and discussing something with another person who was also wearing a diving suit. Seeing Eric and the Broccoli siblings appear, everyone greeted them. Nick also came over with another person. After greeting them, he introduced them. "Eric, this is David Reese, the underwater cameraman of Pinewood Studio." "Hello, Mr. Reese. I may have to trouble you for the next few days." Eric smiled and shook hands with him. After all these years of experience, although Nick was already one of the top cameramen in Hollywood, he had never been involved in underwater filming. Therefore, to a large extent, he had to rely on the professional underwater cameraman in Pinewood Studio to help with this shoot. David Reese shook hands with Eric and said with a smile, "Mr. Williams, it's my honor to work with you." Eric walked to the pool and reached out to test the temperature of the water. He said, "The temperature is relatively low now." "What's the water temperature here?" "About 20 degrees, the same as the room temperature," David Reese took the initiative to explain. "However, during the shoot, we can turn on the warm water circulation system to control the water temperature to a more suitable temperature." Eric narrowed his eyes and looked at the bottom of the water. He did not see the bottom of the water tank, so he asked, "What about the depth of the water?" "This is the deep water area. The depth is 6 meters, David Reese said. "Because the iron cage is more than 2 meters deep, in order to avoid being exposed, the underwater set of Casino Royale is mainly in this area." The two chatted for a while. Then, Nick said, "Eric, we have finished the underwater set. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Eric nodded. David Reese took the initiative to take Eric to the changing room. After changing into a diving suit, Nick and David Reese explained to him again. Then, the three of them slowly went into the water. The surroundings were cold. Eric's physical fitness was good, so he slowly adapted to it after a while. Although it looked deep from the surface of the water, when they dived into the water, with some light, they could roughly see the surrounding scene. The surrounding set was set according to the wreckage of the collapsed building in Venice. When they came to the set area, there were very realistic broken walls and debris scattered everywhere. It was as if a building had really just sunk to the bottom of the water. Nick and David Reese took Eric to the bottom of the water for a few minutes. Then, they dived out of the water and discussed some details together. Eric was about to ask David Reese to bring the underwater camera to test the underwater shooting effect when his assistant, Peter Ritchie, walked over from not far away and gestured to Eric with his phone. "Everyone, wait a moment. I may have to take a call," Eric said. He climbed down the ladder and got out of the pool. He took a big towel from a staff member and simply wiped the water on his body. Then, he walked to Peter Ritchie. The call was from Kelly, who was in Los Angeles. It turned out that it was about the MP3 player. Firefly Electronics R&D Center in San Francisco had finally produced a finished product of the MP3 player that used microdisc technology as the storage medium. Eric talked to Kelly for a while and finally said, "Then, get someone to send the sample to London. I'll take a look at it. Let the electronics company and Yahoo come up with a suitable plan for the specific sales and promotion plan." About the music copyright? Eric hesitated and said, "Sony Records will definitely not give us the rights easily. Other than the group's own music resources, we can focus on negotiating with Warner Records and Universal Records. Let Yahoo do the work first. I'll go back to Los Angeles in November and see the situation." "Oh, Carolyn, since she's going back to London for a vacation, let her bring the sample over." "Well, that's it. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Eric stood there and thought. In order to promote MP3 players, the most important thing was to solve the problem of music copyright. Sony had spent a huge sum of money to buy Columbia Records and other music companies to promote their Walkman. They merged all of these companies and formed the current Sony Records. After poaching the team under Jive Records to Firefly Records had also launched a group of very popular teen pop singers such as the Backstreet Boys in the past 2 years. They also had the rights to distribute the soundtracks of all the movies under the Firefly group. However, the overall strength of Firefly Records was still a far cry from the veteran music giants such as Sony Records and Warner Records. Especially the music copyright library. Compared to the veteran music giants who easily owned millions of song copyrights, Firefly Records only had a few tens of thousands of songs. It was not even worth mentioning and could not support the Yahoo Music Store plan. Eric did not tie the MP3 player and the Yahoo Music Store together. The two products belonged to Firefly Electronics and Yahoo Network Company respectively. He wanted to turn the Yahoo Music Store into a monopolistic online music sales platform. Firefly Electronics did not plan to firmly control the patent of the MP3 player. At this time, Nokia had already obtained all the technical authorization and set up a Nokia Music mobile phone R&D department. In the future, the MP3 player would also be licensed to more stakeholders of Firefly Electronics. Eric's plan was that all companies that obtained MP3 player patents in the future could only buy music records from the Yahoo Music Store. After all, the MP3 player was only a transitional product with a relatively short period of popularity, but the Yahoo Music Store could operate for a long time. Once users were used to buying music from this store, even if electronic hardware products were rapidly upgraded, the Yahoo Music Store could still maintain a strong position in the industry and bring in rich profits in the long run. After a short day of recuperation and familiarizing themselves with the filming environment of Pineland Studio, the crew began operations again the next day. Most of the exterior scenes had been filmed in the Bahamas, Czech Republic, and Italy. The last 2 months of filming were basically completed in Pineland Studio. Pineland Studio was also the first filming base in Europe to undergo digital transformation. While filming, the film had also begun preliminary post-production work in Pineland Studio. It was always difficult to encounter good weather in London. It was drizzling outside the car window. Carolyn Wilson returned to London yesterday evening and drove to Pineland Studio early in the morning. The Wilson family's manor was located in the western suburbs of London on the banks of the Thames River. It was only 10 kilometers away from Pineland Studio. Carolyn drove very slowly, but it took less than 20 minutes. The sapphire blue Mini women's car left the highway and turned onto Pineland Road. It went all the way north and soon arrived outside Pineland Studio. After parking the car in the parking lot, Carolyn picked up a small suitcase from the front passenger seat. She closed the car door and opened an umbrella. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully bent down and tidied up her fluffy blonde hair. Only then did she walk into the park. As it wasn't far from her home, Carolyn had been to Pineland Studio more than once in the past. She knew the layout of the park like the back of her hand. Pineland Studio's iconic 007 studio was located in the northernmost part of the park. It was also the largest studio in the studio. However, when she called last night, she found out that today's filming wouldn't take place in 007 studio. Instead, it would take place at the underwater filming base. She was familiar with the place and found the studio where the underwater filming base was located. When the security guard at the entrance of the studio saw a petite blonde girl walking over with a suitcase, he was curious. However, it was difficult for him to raise his guard. He took the initiative to ask, "This. Miss, may I ask who you are looking for?" "Sir, my name is Carolyn Wilson. I have an appointment with you," Carolyn said politely to the security guard as she put away her umbrella. The security guard was a slightly plump middle-aged uncle in his 40s. Perhaps it was because he rarely heard people address him as sir. Coupled with the aristocratic aura that Carolyn exuded, he couldn't help but feel a little more respectful towards her. He nodded with a smile and said, "Miss, please wait a moment. Let me ask." A moment later, Peter Ritchie walked out of the studio and said, "Carolyn, it's so nice to see you again. Come with me." Carolyn followed Peter Ritchie with her suitcase and asked, Is Mr. Williams inside?" Everyone in Eric's office knew about Carolyn's feelings for Eric. When Peter Ritchie heard Carolyn deliberately change the way she addressed him, he smiled and nodded. "Of course. However, everyone is very busy. You might have to wait until noon. Actually, you could have come at noon. I don't have anything to do at home. Why don't I come over earlier?" Carolyn explained with a slightly red face. She carefully glanced at Peter Ritchie, somewhat worried that he would tease her. Peter Ritchie naturally wouldn't do that. He casually changed the topic and brought Carolyn to the studio. There was a pool in the middle, with roughly 40 to 50 people busy around it. There were even a few large green screens set up by the pool. There were clearly people working in the water. The studio wasn't noisy at all. Other than the occasional sounds of props being moved and the executive director shouting with a megaphone, everything seemed to be in order. When they arrived at an empty space in the periphery, Peter Ritchie pointed to the surroundings and said, "We can only wait here." There were a few simple chairs, a few large towels, and a long table with a steaming coffee pot on it. This should be the resting area. Two middle-aged men were currently wrapped in large towels, drinking hot coffee as they chatted. Noticing Peter Ritchie walking over with a petite little girl, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at Carolyn, before nodding slightly in greeting. Carolyn politely returned a glance. She swept her gaze around the studio, but didn't see Eric's figure. She couldn't help but look at Peter Ritchie in confusion. Peter Ritchie smiled and pointed to the water. Carolyn seemed to have understood something. Just as she turned her head to look, a few splashing sounds came from the center of the pool. 5 or 6 people floated up from the bottom of the pool. Although Eric was wearing a diving suit, Carolyn still noticed him at a glance. She subconsciously raised her left hand, but didn't raise it. This was because Eric wasn't looking at her. Instead, he said a few words to the staff by the pool. Some of the people waiting by the pool jumped into the water and pulled the few people out of the water. Peter Ritchie brought a cup of coffee over and invited Carolyn to sit down. He handed the coffee over and said, "Today's filming has only started for an hour. It will probably take until noon. Carolyn, if you're bored, perhaps you can take a walk in the park. There's a cinema on Golden Finger Avenue." Carolyn placed the suitcase on her knees and took the coffee from Peter Ritchie. She thanked him and said, "It's okay. I'll just wait here." Peter Ritchie nodded. He looked at the suitcase on Carolyn's knees and asked, "Do you need me to help you put it away?" Carolyn shook her head and said, "No, thank you." Peter Ritchie knew what was in the suitcase, so he didn't force her. When he saw Carolyn looking at the filming location, he took the initiative to explain, "The filming here has been going on for 3 days. It should be done today. The underwater scenes are very difficult to control. Mr. Williams has been going down personally for the past few days. The day before yesterday, we were filming a scene where an iron cage fell into the water and almost injured someone." Carolyn felt her little heart skip a beat. She asked, "Is everyone all right?" "Of course it's fine. There are lifeguards under the water at all times. However, the weather is a little cold now, and a few people in the crew have caught a cold." Speaking of this, Peter Ritchie smiled and said, "A few lucky guys. In order to avoid catching a cold, they were given a few days off. I heard that they slipped away to London before dawn this morning." "Haha." Carolyn giggled. "What about you?" Peter Ritchie asked, "How long will you be on leave this time? A month?" Half a month, Carolyn said. I have to return to Los Angeles on the 20th. If I rest for too long, I might fall behind in a lot of work. Ever since The Matrix was released, many people in the Firefly system felt that the staff in Eric's assistant office were very similar to Agent Smith in The Matrix. They didn't directly participate in any of the business activities of the companies in the Firefly system, but they would collect and sort out any important operational information of these companies. They would then make a corresponding professional evaluation and submit it to Eric. Therefore, they could be said to be the eyes of Eric in controlling the Firefly economic empire. After several years of exploration, Eric's assistant office had formed a very fixed and effective working model. Although in the eyes of many people, the existence of this department was very weak, with the rapid expansion of the Firefly economic empire, everyone in the office was actually very busy every day. Assistants like Peter Ritchie, who were able to follow Eric, were more relaxed. After Carolyn finished speaking, Peter Ritchie couldn't help but look at the pool. He smiled and said, "Mr. Williams and I have talked. Next year, I might be working at FFM TV station." FFM TV station was the major fee-paying channel project of Firefly, MGM, and Fox in the next few years. From the public information, Carolyn could feel the importance Eric attached to this TV station. When she heard Peter Ritchie say this, of course, Carolyn knew that he was going to be promoted. She said, "Congratulations, Peter." Because Peter Ritchie had been by Eric's side for the past half of the year, he knew better than Carolyn how much Eric expected of FFM TV station. Of course, if he were to become a middle manager of FFM TV station, it would be a very high and promising start for his career. However, he smiled and said, "Carolyn, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that if I transfer next year, Mr. Williams might need a new assistant. You know that Ms. Haynes can't stay by Mr. Williams' side for a long time. Maybe you can fight for it." Carolyn's small face flushed red. She stuttered, Mr. Williams will definitely have to make the decision himself." Carolyn's warm, polite, and kind personality made almost all the employees in the assistant office treat her like a little sister. Coupled with the fact that she was a British aristocrat, everyone felt that if there was anyone who was good enough for her, it would be their boss. After being by Eric's side for half a year, Peter Ritchie had a rough understanding of Eric's personality. Although his boss was a playboy, he was a man who was very considerate of the feelings of the women around him. In other words, if Carolyn could stay by his side, Peter Ritchie was sure that with his boss's personality, he would definitely restrain himself when it came to women. Perhaps, Carolyn would slowly become the official boss's wife. However, looking at Carolyn's blushing face, Peter Ritchie only smiled and didn't say anything. After all, no matter how much he liked the girl beside him, he would never reveal that he was trying to figure out his boss's personality. This was an unspoken rule that everyone in the workplace did, but no one would take the initiative to announce it. No boss liked their employees trying to figure them out all the time. If it was revealed, they might lose their jobs. At the filming location in the pool, Eric noticed Carolyn's figure not long after she arrived. However, he didn't have the time to greet her. It was already the fourth day of filming the underwater farewell scene between Bond and Vesper. The thrilling scenes of the iron cage and Vesper falling into the water had already been filmed. There were only a few scenes left. However, these scenes were one of the most important twists in Eric's film. With Vesper's death, Bond had completed his transformation. He had once again transformed into the cold-blooded top-notch Agent 007 and started his journey of revenge. With the sound of splashing water, a group of people once again surfaced from the bottom of the water. Eric took off his diving goggles and breathing apparatus. This time, he didn't ask anyone to pull them ashore. He only asked the cameraman to go up and change the film for the underwater camera. Then, he waved to Pierce Brosnan and Cate Blanchett, who had quickly put on 2 life buoys nearby. When they gathered around, he said, "Pierce, let's change the effect. Bond doesn't know why Vesper suddenly betrayed him, so what you have to show now is a pure and calm expression. You want to save Vesper first and ask him why." Pierce Brosnan thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "In other words, I don't need to make too many expressions?" He could feel that Eric didn't have much hope for him anymore, so he made such a simple request. In the scene just now, Vesper had sunk into the water with the iron cage. When she saw Bond diving into the water to save her, she was sad and reluctant, but there was also a determination to die. She was a stubborn and paranoid woman. She knew that she had messed up everything. Not only did she not save her sister, but she also lost the $150 million. She also let down the man who loved her deeply. So, she only wanted to die. Bond couldn't understand Vesper's determination to die. He didn't understand the ins and outs of the matter for the time being. In the process of breaking out of the cage, he was anxious and angry. He just wanted to save this woman first and then figure everything out. Unfortunately, Vesper didn't cooperate with him. Kate was indeed Aunt May's successor in the original spacetime. Even though it was her first time shooting an underwater scene, she still perfectly achieved the performance Eric wanted. But when it came to Pierce Brosnan, the scene was shot 7 times in a row, and the results were not satisfactory. When Eric heard Pierce Brosnan's words, he nodded helplessly. This handsome British actor really didn't have the talent to show the character's emotions through facial expressions, let alone underwater. He had tried so many times and could only give up and lower his requirements. As the two were discussing, Kate floated on the surface of the water. She took a few sips of hot coffee from the staff and looked at the two of them. She carefully interjected, "Eric, can I say what I think?" Eric smiled and nodded. Of course. He didn't notice the difference in his tone when talking to Pierce and Kate, but it should be the same as the teacher's attitude towards the top and bottom students in school. Kate handed the coffee cup back to the staff and said, "I think that Pierce can stare at me when shooting, just like this." As she said that, Kate gathered her thoughts and restrained the expression on her face. She pursed her lips and looked at Eric with a determined gaze. Perhaps she was instantly immersed in the role, for Kate even reached out to grab the lifebuoy in front of Eric, as if she wanted to forcibly pull open a non-existent cage door. For a moment, Eric felt that if he didn't let go of the lifebuoy in front of him, Kate would tear him apart. He hurriedly let go, and Kate didn't hesitate to pull the lifebuoy in front of him. Although Kate didn't show much expression, her simple but determined gaze made Eric feel a sense of urgency, desperation, and fear. "Woman, get out here, I won't let you die. I've mixed up the words." Eric immediately threw away the messy thoughts that suddenly came to mind and said excitedly to Pierce Brosnan, "Pierce, did you see that? Just like this." Britain's labor protection laws were much stricter than North America's. Even the slightest violation of the working schedule could lead to an investigation by the union. At noon, the crew stopped work for lunch. Eric instructed Peter Ritchie to prepare 2 lunches, then took Carolyn to the exclusive office of the 007 crew in the administrative district. Carrying the small suitcase for Carolyn, Eric looked at the girl beside him and asked, "I saw you come so early in the morning. Don't tell me your house is nearby?" Carolyn felt a little uncomfortable following Eric around empty-handed, but she was too embarrassed to ask for the suitcase back. From time to time, she raised her face to look at Eric beside her and nodded. "Yes, it's by the Tame River." Carolyn was obviously used to the location of her home, but Eric didn't know where the Tame River was. However, it should be very close, so he didn't ask too much. He asked, "How are your parents?" "Very good, but Dad is still very busy, just like you. My brothers are also very busy. Mom is often alone at home." Eric smiled and said, "Since that's the case, you can spend more time with your mother during this period." Carolyn nodded obediently. "I will." The two soon arrived at the temporary office. Carolyn opened the small suitcase with a password. Inside, there were 3 rectangular boxes neatly arranged. Eric opened the box, and an MP3 player slightly larger than an old-fashioned lighter appeared in front of him. It had a beautiful sky blue shell, a circular wheel operating interface, and a pure white display screen. In addition to the player, the box also came with headphones, a charger, a data cable, and other accessories. Seeing Eric skillfully turn on the device and casually turn on the computer on the desktop, Carolyn whispered, "This is the latest product from the R&D center. It uses a 512M microdrive and a rechargeable lithium battery. The display screen is made of the latest generation of TFT. It can play for 8 hours on a single charge. The data is transmitted using a USB cable. Eric tried a few simple operations. A few songs were stored in the player in advance. When he put on the headphones, pleasant music came out. Eric took out another box from the suitcase and handed it to Carolyn. "You try it too." "Can I?" Carolyn asked with uncertainty. Seeing that Eric had already handed it to her, the girl received it and carefully opened it. Although she had brought these 3 samples all the way from Los Angeles, due to her good upbringing, Carolyn didn't open them in advance despite her curiosity. The one in her hand just so happened to be pink in color. Carolyn knew that the last one should be pure white. The Research and Development Center had finally confirmed the final product of the MP3 player. There were a total of 3 colors: sky blue, pure white, and pink. Carolyn had been following up on Firefly Electronics information, but this was her first time using an MP3 player. She wasn't as familiar with it as Eric, who still needed to read the manual before using it. Eric looked at the girl clumsily fiddling with the MP3 player in her hand and smiled. He saw that the computer on the table was already turned on and connected to the internet. Yahoo had started to venture overseas in the past 2 years. Currently, Yahoo had branches in major English-speaking countries, Japan, Germany, and France. They had also started to operate portals, Yahoo Mail, instant messaging, and other businesses. Eric opened the Yahoo Music Store in the United States. The Yahoo Music Store would be open to the public on the day of the MP3 player's release. Currently, it was only in the internal testing stage. After logging into the website, Eric picked up the USB cable on the table and lowered his head to connect it to the computer's mainframe. Only then did he realize that the computer in the office didn't have a USB port. After thinking for a while, he remembered that USB data transmission was a technical standard that Intel, IBM, Microsoft, and other IT giants started to promote last year. In other words, only the latest personal computers had a USB port. Currently, other than USB, there were 2 mainstream data transmission standards that had already appeared. There was also Apple's FireWire. However, since last year, Apple's market share had begun to fall off a cliff. This year, it was expected to only account for 5% of the North American personal computer sales. Even if Steve Jobs returned to Apple a few years later, Apple was destined not to be the mainstream of personal computers. Eric didn't let the research and development department invest in this area. The computer in front of him couldn't be used for data transmission, so Eric had to give up for the time being. He planned to test it at night when he returned to his residence. His own laptop had a USB port. At this time, Peter Ritchie opened the door and came in with 2 lunches. He placed the lunches on the coffee table in the lounge area. Seeing that Eric didn't have any other orders, he nodded to Carolyn and left. Carolyn had just learned how to play songs. When she saw Peter Ritchie bringing the lunches over, she hurriedly took off her headphones. Eric brought Carolyn to the sofa and sat down. He said, "Time is tight, so I can only treat you to a simple lunch here. You don't mind, right?" "No, I won't." Carolyn shook her head and took the lunches out of the lunch bag. It was a simple lunch. There were sandwiches, barbecue, small cakes, and vegetable salad. It looked good, but in fact, only those who ate it would know. Eric didn't have the energy to complain about British food. He just wanted to fill his stomach. The crew only had an hour for lunch break, so he was too lazy to give himself special treatment. Looking at Carolyn's habitual appearance, it was obvious that girls should eat this. Sigh, how pitiful. Carolyn took out 2 glasses of apple juice and handed one to Eric. She just happened to notice Eric's expression and asked curiously, "Eric, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Eric shook his head and calmly took a bite of a cheese sandwich. Carolyn blinked her large eyes a few times and laughed softly. "Eric, do you feel that British food is bad?" Seeing that Carolyn didn't seem to mind, Eric nodded seriously. "Haha." Carolyn laughed. She wasn't angry, but she still retorted a little. We just want to be simple." From the moment he met Carolyn, Eric could feel the little pride of British in her bones. He didn't continue this topic and changed the topic. "The MP3 player has been completed. How's the progress on the e-reader?" "The main problem is the processor chip. For the past 2 years, ARM has focused on developing mobile phone chips with Texas Instruments. They don't have the spare energy to provide us with more technical support. Therefore, the R&D center can only use the technology provided by ARM to design their own. Although it's not as complicated as the mobile phone chip, the development of the control chip for the e-reader is much more difficult than the audio decoding chip for the MP3 player. As Carolyn was speaking, Eric suddenly raised his head and interrupted her. ARM? ARM is a company in Cambridge. They mainly engage in the licensing of microprocessor core design technology, Carolyn replied. Seeing that Eric had suddenly sunk into deep thought, she asked, Eric, is there a problem? Of course there was a problem, a very big problem. Eric sighed in his heart. Microsoft and Intel's domination of the personal computer market was irreversible. Other than taking the lead on the internet through Yahoo, AOL, and Cisco, Eric had also been thinking about and implementing the layout of the future smartphone and mobile internet era. Qualcomm, Nokia, Yahoo, and the investment in the mobile telecommunications company Sprint were all important chess pieces that Eric planned for 10 years from now. However, if one thought about the Wintel alliance, one would know that in order to firmly control the mobile era in the future, one would need the mobile phone operating system, and the other would need the mobile phone processor chip. In the original spacetime, ARM firmly controlled more than 95% of the mobile smart terminal market. Apple, Qualcomm, Samsung, and almost all other electronic manufacturers used ARM chip technology for their chips. However, more than 10 years later, due to the widespread and even somewhat excessive licensing of ARM, as well as mainstream manufacturers such as Apple and Samsung, after the technology matured, they abandoned ARM's public architecture and began to develop their own chip schemes based on it. Although ARM controlled a large number of core patents, it was completely impossible for it to have a monopoly similar to Intel's in the PC processor industry. But now, it was just the beginning. If he could take down ARM in advance, even if other mobile chip technology standards appeared in the future, ARM had already proven the superiority of its technology in his previous life. With the support of Qualcomm, Nokia, Sprint, and other giants in the entire industrial chain in terms of distribution channels, marketing, and other aspects, ARM could once again dominate the mobile chip industry. It was even possible for ARM to reach Intel's position in the PC chip market. After thinking through all this, Eric looked up and was about to look for Peter Ritchie when he happened to meet Carolyn's puzzled gaze. After calming down a little, Eric realized that Peter Ritchie would definitely be by his side to help him with his daily affairs. Since there was a ready-made candidate in front of him, he asked, Carolyn, how long is your leave this time? Carolyn didn't know what was wrong with Eric, but she still replied, half a month. Well, I'll give you an extension. How about a month? Huh? Carolyn was even more puzzled. Eric continued, it's like this. I just thought of something. Since you're here, there's no need to transfer someone from Los Angeles. During this time, I hope you can help me collect information on ARM. You've collected information on Qualcomm before, so you should be very familiar with it. I need everything on ARM, including information on their management, shareholders, business conditions, partners, and so on. Carolyn roughly understood Eric's intentions when she thought of Qualcomm. She said, Eric, do you plan to buy this company? Eric nodded and said, when the time comes, you might have to make a trip to Cambridge. I'll get someone to specially arrange a driver for you. No need. Carolyn hurriedly shook her head and said, I can drive myself. I know a lot of people in Cambridge. Then forget it. If you need any help, you can contact Peter or call me directly. As Eric spoke, he noticed that the expression on Carolyn's face was no longer as relaxed as before. He seemed to realize something and said, well, isn't this a bit of a disruption to your vacation? If you don't want to do it, I'll call Kelly and ask her to send someone over. No, I'm willing. Carolyn hurriedly shook her head. In fact, she was just thinking that if she could stay in the UK for a month, she would have a special job to do. Wouldn't that mean that she could find a reason to see Eric more often? Thinking of this, Carolyn felt her cheeks become a little hot. The two of them ate lunch and talked about some details. Before they left, Eric gave the pink MP3 player to Carolyn. Although Carolyn liked the player very much, she refused. This is a sample. How can I accept it? Samples are meant for people to try. Eric smiled and stuffed the box into Carolyn's hands. He said, "I'll get someone to send you the account number of the Yahoo Music store tonight. By the way, if you want to download music, you may need the latest computer with a USB port. I can't help you with this. When you're done with the trial, you can take some time to write a trial report." Alright then. Only then did Carolyn put away the music player. An hour was actually very short. Carolyn looked at her watch. It was already 12:55 p.m., so she said goodbye and left. Eric asked Peter Ritchie to send the remaining 2 MP3 players to his residence. He also instructed Peter to help Carolyn collect information about ARM. After that, he started his afternoon work. Kate had been a little cautious ever since she joined the cast. After all, she was just a newcomer and an outsider from Australia. However, after Eric accepted her suggestion in the morning, she finally relaxed a little and began to express her own suggestions boldly. Ever since Kate joined the cast in Italy, Pierce Brosnan had been a little depressed because he often couldn't keep up with Kate's pace. However, because Eric supported him behind the scenes, and because Kate was just a Bond girl, no matter how outstanding her performance was, she couldn't affect his position in the cast too much. Therefore, Pierce Brosnan didn't show too much negative emotion. Except for the occasional conflict when he was acting with Kate, the entire shooting process went smoothly. The shooting at the underwater studio ended smoothly in the afternoon. Most of Kate's scenes with Pierce Brosnan were also completed. Kate's remaining scenes were with Christina Aguilera, who played her sister. This was a brand new side story that had nothing to do with the original film. Of course, there weren't many scenes. After all, this was a 007 movie, and James Bond would always be the core of the core. Although Eric had absolute control over the 007 series, he wouldn't make too many changes to the overall style of the James Bond series. In September, while Eric was filming Casino Royale in the United Kingdom, the North American summer holiday officially came to an end. The 3 films released by the Firefly Group during the summer, The Matrix, Deadly Island, and Final Destination under the New Line Entertainment label, had a total box office of $420 million. Although the 3 films were still showing sporadically in North American theaters, the hundreds of thousands of US dollars a week did not affect the total box office share much. Compared to the box office total of the previous years, which was almost double the box office total of the second place, Firefly Group's box office revenue this year not only completely lost this advantage, but even Universal Pictures with a slight advantage of $435 million snatched the summer box office title that it had firmly held for several years. While The Mummy 2 and The Fat Professor led the box office, the other 2 films released by Universal Pictures also achieved good results. After Firefly, Warner released a total of 6 films during the summer. Although there were no box office hits, they still followed closely behind Firefly with a total revenue of $380 million due to the advantage of quantity. Perhaps because of the dramatic decline in the performance of Firefly's summer movies, Universal, Warner, and then Paramount, Fox, and other major film companies, this year's summer box office revenue showed significant growth compared to previous years. When Variety magazine officially announced this year's summer box office data and related commentary articles, other media outlets immediately began to follow up. Many professional media outlets publicly stated that the decline in Firefly's film performance indicated that Hollywood would return to the normal state where the 7 major film companies were evenly matched. This was because before the rise of Firefly, the 7 major Hollywood film companies had a fixed production scale and distribution channels. Even if one of them occasionally produced a blockbuster film, most of the time, the market share of the 7 major film companies was relatively balanced according to their own comprehensive strength. Although the 7 major Hollywood companies had developed and integrated in the direction of media groups, the film business still accounted for a considerable share. After the statement that Firefly had returned to normal was recognized by most media outlets, the capital market also reacted immediately. The stock prices of Time Warner, Viacom, MGM, and other companies rose by more than 10% in just a few days. Even Sony, whose Brave Game 2 failed miserably at the box office, saw a small rise in its stock price. However, the Firefly Group, a media company that had been speeding in recent years, suddenly slowed down. Naturally, the media was most concerned about the internal reaction of the Firefly Group. In order to get some feedback from the senior management of the Firefly Group, some of the media did not hesitate to deliberately provoke the Firefly Group. However, after dealing with the sequel of The Matrix, Firefly's public relations department had been very low-key, unless it was a counterattack to obviously false news. As for Hollywood, most people were just waiting for a good show. Especially after Titanic premiered at the Venice Film Festival, many people were looking forward to the end of the year. With a production cost of US $215 million, a distribution cost of US $50 million, and a length of more than 3 hours, Hollywood could not see the possibility of Titanic being a box office success. While most of Hollywood's Firefly competitors were just waiting to watch the show, Wall Street's eyes were already shining. Once Titanic suffered a huge loss, not only would it swallow the profits of Firefly's other blockbuster films, but it might also have an impact on Firefly's closed production system, making it conform to the industry rules and no longer adhere to the self-sufficient production model. As long as Firefly opened a gap and financed its film production in the capital market like other film companies, then Wall Street had enough confidence to tear this gap step by step and eventually swallow Firefly, making it, like most film companies in Hollywood, shrouded in the control of capital. Under the watchful eyes of the outside world, Firefly Group's internal affairs were proceeding step by step. On September 15, after more than half a year of preparation, the FFM TV station that Firefly, Fox, and MGM cooperated with was officially launched. Because FFM TV station had more high-quality film content than the previous TV station, and implemented a series of promotional activities, the original subscribers of several pay cable channels were basically retained, and the total number of subscribers reached 4.1 million. Because FFM TV station's positioning was completely similar to HBO, with FFM TV station's launch, Time Warner naturally faced a formidable enemy. Warner Cable did not hesitate to tear up the contract, and the first thing they did was to completely cut off the signal of the original FFM TV station's 300,000 subscribers. The entire Time Warner was also in a state of complete ban on FFM TV station. Although Firefly Group and Time Warner would not publicly fall out over this matter, there were not many scruples between subsidiaries. The moment Warner Cable cut off the user's signal, FFM TV station filed a lawsuit in federal court against Warner Cable for using their market position to engage in unfair competition. Warner Cable knew that this lawsuit would only increase FFM's reputation, but they had no choice but to respond, because FFM TV station obviously would not agree to a private settlement. As a veteran of Yulun's operation, Wayne Stan quickly hyped up this matter, and FFM TV station became famous in a short time. At the same time as FFM TV station's launch, September was also the beginning of the fall TV season. ABC TV's Friends, Emergency Room Story, Survivor, as well as Lifetime TV's City on the Hill, Project Runway, America's Top Model and other popular series all returned in September. When a person was busy, the days would always fly by. When Firefly TV sent the September TV ratings report to Eric, it was already October. The weather in London was even colder, and the filming of Casino Royale was more than 80% complete. There was only 1 month left, and the most important scene would be the rescue of Angela Rind by Bond and the Thunderbolt Girls trio. Kate, Charles, and Penelope still needed a week to join the cast. In the past few days, the crew's filming was relatively easy, mainly the dialogue scenes of Bond, Mrs. M, Vesper, and a few villains. In the morning, after filming an interaction scene between Vesper and Angela, Eric sat in the cafeteria of Pine Forest Film Studio. After lunch, he still had some time left, so he read the TV ratings report that had just been sent from New York. On ABC TV, Friends, Emergency Room Story, and Survivor were still the top 3 shows in terms of ratings. This year, Friends was in its 8th season, and the series was scheduled to end in its 10th season. ABC had already announced the news before the start of this season. Although the 6 main leads were younger than in Xianxia's previous life, they were tired of filming for a series for 10 years and were not willing to continue filming. In this time and space, Jennifer Aniston did not join forces with the other main actors to stage a $1 million drama. However, Firefly was not stingy either. For the last 3 seasons of the contract, the 6 main actors' pay was raised to $600,000 per episode, which was double their pay for the first 2 seasons. As the most popular medical drama in recent years, Emergency Room Story had very stable ratings, and the average viewership for a single episode was above 20 million. After the peak viewership of the first 2 seasons, Survivor averaged 30 million viewers, and with other reality shows launched by other TV stations competing for viewers, the ratings started to drop. However, because the production cost of Survivor was very low, even if the viewership dropped below 10 million, the TV station still made a lot of money. Moreover, the first 3 episodes of this season averaged 17 million viewers, which was far from a failure. It was one of the best reality shows in North America. Other than the 3 leading shows, ABC TV also had a new dark horse in terms of ratings, the sitcom Everybody Loves Raymond. This sitcom focused on family warmth, and under the guidance of friends, the first episode reached 15 million viewers. Maybe because of the family theme, or because of the cultural differences between the East and the West, this sitcom was not very popular in Asia in his previous life. However, at its peak, its viewership was definitely not much worse than Friends. 15 million viewers was definitely just the beginning. It was estimated that when Friends officially ended, Everybody Loves Raymond would also reach its peak viewership, and it would be the perfect replacement for Friends. In his memory, Everybody Loves Raymond was CBS's ace sitcom. However, Eric did not get involved in this project. He only found out after seeing the list of new shows submitted by ABC in May. The reason Everybody Loves Raymond was transferred to ABC was mainly because the producer of Everybody Loves Raymond was David Letterman. ABC had reformed late-night shows 2 years ago, and they poached The Late Show with David Letterman from CBS to ABC. David Letterman's project as the producer was naturally taken over by ABC. After looking at ABC's viewership statistics, Eric was about to look at Lifetime's data when Christina Aguilera walked over with a small tray. The girl stood across from Eric and asked obediently, "Eric, can I sit here?" Eric smiled as he tidied up the documents in front of him and nodded at the girl. Christina happily put down the tray and sat across from him. Although the 2 of them had sex, Christina didn't cling on to him at all. She didn't tell anyone about their relationship either. Eric was very satisfied with her smart and tactful behavior. Christina's scenes that day were all related to her. Therefore, when Christina took the initiative to sit next to Eric, everyone would only think that she wanted to talk to the director about the movie. It wouldn't attract much attention. Christina picked up the utensils and took small bites of the vegetable salad on her plate. Eric smiled and asked, "What were you doing just now? Why are you only here now?" Christina answered obediently, "Mom called from Los Angeles, so we chatted for a while." "Oh, are you homesick?" "Not really." Christina shook her head. She was indeed not homesick. As a child from a single-parent family, Christina was much more independent than Brittany. She did not have the intention to go to school. She had a job and could travel around the world with the crew, so she enjoyed it. Eric smiled and was about to turn his gaze back to the documents in his hands when Christina said, "Eric, I suddenly feel that Angela's character isn't very cool." Eric looked up and asked, "Then what do you think is cool?" Christina had, of course, watched Charlie's Angels before, so she said without thinking, "Of course, it's like Kate Beckinsale's character, Selena. But Angela is more like a bookworm who likes to tinker with machines. I think that if Charlie's detective agency really exists, they definitely won't like Angela Lynn." In the script of Casino Royale, Christina's character was set to be a technological geek who was obsessed with precision machines. She was influenced by her father when she was young. You might think that Angela Lynn isn't cool because Casino Royale is a James Bond movie. The movie doesn't give the character much room to express herself. However, this character has a very perfect setting. She's equivalent to Dr. Q in the James Bond series. In the future, she'll provide all kinds of cool high-tech props for Charlie's Angels. Well, after the movie is released next year, Marvel Entertainment will publish a comic related to Angela Lynn. You'll be able to see it then. Eric had only given her the role back then and did not reveal too much about it. Christina had once thought that the role might just be an ordinary character in the Casino Royale series. Christina's eyes sparkled when she heard Eric's words. She asked, "Then, Eric, does this mean that I can appear in the movie in the future?" Eric smiled and said, "Your character will definitely appear in the comic." Marvel has already started to do this. As for whether you can appear in the MGM movie universe again, it involves too many issues. Your future career development, the audience's feedback on your character's image, the needs of the story, and so on. I can't promise you anything now. Christina was not disappointed at all despite Eric's words. The girl's naturally charming eyes looked around and she lowered her voice and said, "Eric, can I go to your place tonight?" "Why? Are you trying to bribe me?" Eric said with a smile. "Hee hee, this is just an actress trying to please Mr. Director." "Forget it. You still have scenes tomorrow. I don't want my actress to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow." Cambridge City was located approximately 70 kilometers northeast of London. On October 5, Saturday, Eric brought Carolyn to Cambridge early in the morning. In order to avoid being followed by the paparazzi surrounding the Pine Forest film studio, they took a helicopter. Carolyn had spent a month collecting a large amount of information regarding ARM. She had also contacted the CEO of ARM, Roger Wilson. Aware of Eric's interest in ARM, the other party was also very enthusiastic. Both parties had agreed to meet today to get in touch with each other. Although they were both surnamed Wilson, Roger Wilson had no relationship with Carolyn's family. Just like Barbara Broccoli's half-brother, Michael Wilson, Wilson was a very common British surname. Eric was still discussing this issue with Carolyn on the helicopter. Carolyn had only said that her family was the Wilson family of Berkshire. Although the girl didn't have any arrogance when she spoke, her tone was matter-of-fact. It gave Eric the same feeling as when the descendants of Zhao Song in ancient times had said that they were the Zhao family of Hejian. Cambridge City had a long history, and there weren't any tall buildings. Instead, it was filled with simple houses that seemed to be at least a few hundred years old. If it weren't for the modern cars on both sides of the road that spoiled the atmosphere, it would definitely be more enjoyable to wander around this historical town. The appointment with Roger Wilson was at 2:00 in the afternoon, so Eric and Carolyn wandered around Cambridge in the morning. Originally, they had wanted to steal half a day of leisure. However, it was a pity that when Eric and Carolyn walked together, they were too eye-catching. This wasn't because of their handsome looks, but the difference in height was too great. Although Carolyn was wearing high-heeled boots, her height still only reached Eric's shoulder. Today, they were both wearing black trench coats. Although Carolyn's trench coat was definitely a lot smaller than Eric's, it still looked somewhat like a couple's outfit. Finally, they passed by a women's clothing store. Eric came up with a plan and brought the girl inside. When they came out, Eric was still in his usual attire. However, Carolyn had changed into a pink hoodie and the same pair of light-colored casual pants. The only difference was that her high-heeled boots had been replaced by a pair of white flats. Eric threw the clothes Carolyn had just changed out of to a follower not far behind him. Sizing up the somewhat uncomfortable expression on the girl's face, he smiled and said, "Now you're a little more pleasing to the eye." Noticing the mischievous smile on Eric's face, Carolyn bashfully said, "Eric, you must be up to no good again." Eric shook his head and said, "No, we won't attract attention like this. Everyone will just think that you're my sister or something." Feeling vexed, Carolyn wrinkled her nose and said, "I don't want to be your sister." Eric said casually, "Then cousin it is." After Carolyn confirmed that Eric was just joking, she didn't refute. However, her little mind couldn't help but wander around the UK's laws and genetics. They continued to stroll through the narrow alleys of Cambridge. When they passed by a boutique, Eric saw a light grey deerstalker hat in the store. He bought one and put it on. At the same time, he also put away his glasses. Seeing Eric fiddling with the hat with interest, Carolyn clumsily teased him. "You don't look like Sherlock Holmes at all." Eric pulled the hat down and smiled. "Is it because I'm too handsome?" Carolyn smiled and said, "No, it's because in the original novel, Sherlock Holmes was a middle-aged man. He even had a beard." Eric said, "Who knows, maybe I can invest in a younger version of Sherlock Holmes in the future. The setting will be set in modern times. Charlotte and Watson will have to follow the trend and have an unforgettable scene." Carolyn imagined the scene of Eric destroying a classic and laughed. "Haha, that will definitely be messy." Eric also laughed and said, "Maybe everyone will like it." The University of Cambridge had more than 30 colleges and research institutions scattered in the southwest of Cambridge. Carolyn took Eric to visit a few of the more well-known colleges and the dormitory where she used to live with Rachel. At 11 o'clock in the morning, under Carolyn's recommendation, the two had lunch at a pizza restaurant. After that, they strolled to a small park opposite Queen's College, Cambridge. It wasn't too far away from the coffee shop that they had agreed to meet with Roger Wilson. Between the small park and Queen's College was the famous Cam River, which was transliterated as the Kong River. There were many bridges on the river. It was already past noon, and Eric didn't intend to continue strolling. He asked the accompanying bodyguard for information on Arm and sat down on a bench in the small park facing the Cam River. He knocked on the seat beside him, and Carolyn also sat down. The autumn sun was always a bit cold and pale, which made it easy for people to feel touched. Fortunately, it was noon, and the sun's rays would always bring some warmth to the body. Eric crossed his legs and placed the information on his knees. He sniffed the light fragrance coming from Carolyn's body and casually flipped through the information in his hands. He had already read it several times before, and some of the important information was also memorized in his mind. Speaking of which, the reason for the emergence of the ARM processor was very interesting. One word: poverty. In the early 1980s, with the rise of personal computers, the British BBC television made a documentary about the microprocessor, which aroused a strong response from the audience. The BBC then decided to cooperate with Acorn Computer, which could be said to be the parent company of ARM, to launch a cheap PC to sell to interested audiences. Acorn was very poor. Unlike IBM, Intel, and other IT industry giants in the United States, Acorn didn't have enough financial resources to develop a high-performance processor with the core of the complex instruction set, CISC. They could only develop low-cost, low-power processors based on the reduced instruction set, RISC, which required relatively fewer transistors. However, due to the overall trend of the PC industry to pursue more powerful processors, Acorn quickly declined after a short period of success due to its low price factor. In 1990, Apple Computer noticed the advantages of ARM technology and cooperated with some of the original Acorn engineers to establish the ARM company to develop processor chips for Apple's Newton tablet. Although the Newton tablet had a very advanced design concept, its practicality was very low, and the price was very high. After a few generations of products, it was currently on the verge of production. Because of the failure of the Newton tablet, ARM experienced a few years of low tide. In the last 2 years, because of the rise of digital mobile phones, ARM once again found a direction for development. Currently, ARM was closely cooperating with Texas Instruments to develop mobile phone chips based on ARM technology. Coincidentally, this chip was developed by Nokia under the entrustment of Texas Instruments. Although Nokia had a strong advantage in digital communication technology, the development of its own chips had just begun. Before this, it used processors from chip manufacturers such as Texas Instruments. At present, because the first ARM mobile phone chip hadn't been officially launched, ARM didn't attract much attention from the industry. ARM also wasn't listed. The equity structure was relatively simple, mainly in the hands of Apple and ARM's parent company. Buying ARM would only cost about $80 million. The licensing of ARM technology wasn't as widespread as in his previous life. Currently, there were only a few companies such as Apple Computer and Texas Instruments. After buying ARM, it would be easy to control the further spread of ARM technology. However, the layout of ARM technology needed to be carefully considered. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Eric and Carolyn arrived at the agreed coffee shop on time. Roger Wilson was already waiting there. Roger Wilson was around 40 years old. He was tall and wore a light gray suit. He wore rimless glasses and his hair was meticulously combed. He didn't look like a technical engineer at all. After a polite introduction, they found their seats and sat down. After ordering coffee and waiting for the waiter to leave, Roger Wilson looked at Eric and said, "Mr. Williams, is the filming of 007 going well? Everyone is looking forward to it." Eric nodded and said, "Of course, everything is going well. Also, Roger, you can call me Eric." "Okay, Eric." Roger Wilson smiled and nodded. "Actually, when we found out that you were interested in ARM, we were very surprised." Eric smiled. After all, Roger was still an engineer who focused on technology. He took the initiative to talk about the main topic so quickly. The waiter brought the coffee over. Eric paused for a moment and waited for the waiter to leave. Then he said, I have always been very interested in the IT field. Moreover, in my opinion, ARM technology has a very wide range of application prospects. That's why I asked Carolyn to collect information about ARM technology. Roger Wilson thought for a moment and said, Eric, can I know your specific expectations for ARM technology? Of course. Eric nodded and looked at Carolyn. The girl took out a Newton tablet from her bag and placed it on the table. Eric opened the tablet and said, I hope to buy ARM and continue to focus on the development of application software chips. If he wanted to buy ARM, he needed a reasonable reason. Otherwise, the technical team of ARM would not follow a boss who had no purpose. Eric's purpose for buying ARM was very simple. He wanted to prevent ARM technology from spreading on a large scale, and even cut off the licensing of technology to possible competitors. However, this reason, which was full of monopoly, was not enough to let outsiders know. As for the research and development of mobile phone chips, Eric already had Nokia and Qualcomm. As long as these two companies obtained the complete licensing of ARM technology, their research and development of mobile phone chips would definitely far exceed that of ARM itself. After careful consideration, Eric set his sights on the tablet. Roger Wilson took the Newton tablet from Eric and operated it a few times. His expression was a little gloomy as he said, Eric, I spoke to the CEO of Apple, Mr. John Sculley. They might stop the production of the Newton tablet next year. So this product should be considered a failure. Roger Wilson's subtext was obviously saying that Eric's choice to develop a tablet PDA was not a wise move. However, Eric disagreed with Roger Wilson's point of view. He said, Roger, Newton is a very good product. It failed because it didn't find a suitable price and market position. According to the information I've collected, the total number of PDA units shipped last year reached 3 million units. In the first half of this year, the number has already reached 2.6 million. It can be said that this is a rapidly growing market. Roger Wilson quickly calculated. If what Eric said was correct, then according to the average price of $500, the tablet PDA market would reach $2.5 billion this year. Although this number was insignificant compared to the $100 billion PDA market, it was enough to prove the value of the tablet PDA. The original intention of ARM was to develop processors for Apple's Newton tablet. Roger Wilson and most of the engineers at ARM were very attached to the tablet PDA. After thinking about it, Roger Wilson said, then, Eric, what kind of tablet PDA do you want to build? Eric said, I plan to build this tablet PDA into a peripheral hardware product for Yahoo. If we can cooperate, ARM will be responsible for the development of the chip, and Yahoo will develop a special operating system for the tablet PDA. Yahoo's browser, instant messaging, email, and other services will be integrated into the tablet PDA. I want this product to focus more on entertainment and practicality. Not only can it connect to the internet, but it can also read books, listen to music, and so on. According to what you said, this is actually a mini handheld PC terminal, Roger Wilson said. However, Eric, have you thought about how to connect to the internet? The biggest advantage of a tablet PDA is its mobility. You can use it anywhere, but if you have to drag a long cable around to use the internet, I think most people will think that it is more convenient to use a laptop. This is easy to solve. Eric smiled and said, at the beginning of this year, I happened to let Firefly Electronics buy a complete patent for a wireless LAN technology called Wi-Fi. This technology can connect terminal equipment to the internet within a short distance. Although the transmission distance is only a few dozen meters, it is enough to meet the requirements of a person to use the internet at home or in the company area. This seems to be very similar to the Bluetooth technology introduced by Ericsson, Roger Wilson said. However, Eric, we may be able to integrate the Wi-Fi technology into the tablet PDA, but where will the signal emitter come from? The wireless router integrated with Wi-Fi technology would only become popular 10 years later. Although Firefly controlled a large amount of shares in Cisco, Cisco's main business area was the enterprise router market. It did not involve a large range of personal consumer terminals. Eric would not deliberately interfere with Cisco's business thinking. Since Cisco could not provide any help in this regard, Eric could not rely on Firefly's power to promote other router companies to develop wireless routers. However, this problem was not difficult to solve. Eric said, as long as a person's home is connected to the internet, then it is very easy to create a signal emitter, or you can call it a hotspot. We only need to equip this tablet PDA with a Wi-Fi technology chip and a signal emitter. Compared to the price of a tablet PDA that is easily hundreds of dollars, this mini Wi-Fi signal emitter may only cost $10 to make. Therefore, just like the charger of a tablet PDA, it will not cause too much of a burden on the overall cost and price. It is very feasible. No company was willing to just be a technology licensing manufacturer. Eric and Roger Wilson talked for the whole afternoon and basically confirmed their intention to acquire ARM. Next, Firefly only needed to persuade a few of ARM's major shareholders to transfer their shares. ARM's market value was about $80 million, and it didn't show any amazing growth potential. As long as Eric offered a reasonable price, it wouldn't be difficult to buy this company. The autumn sky in London was very short. When the helicopter landed on a helipad in Pinewood Studio, it was already dusk. Eric got off the helicopter first. Looking at Carolyn carefully stepping on the pedals, he smiled and reached out his hand. "Come, I'll carry you down." Carolyn didn't mind letting Eric carry her down, but the smile on his face and the tone of his voice made it seem like he was talking to a child. Carolyn hated it when others treated her like a little girl. After all, she was only 1 year younger than Eric. She was 25 this year. "No, I can do it myself," Carolyn said as she jumped down. Her body was a little shaky, but she was immediately supported by Eric. When Carolyn steadied herself, Eric said, "Let's go have dinner together. The restaurant here is quite good. I'll send you back later." During the day, Carolyn had driven over by herself. However, it was already dark. Although Wilson Manor wasn't far from here, Eric didn't feel at ease letting Carolyn go back alone. They were already in the outskirts of London, and both sides of the road were basically wilderness and farmland. Driving alone at night would definitely be a terrifying thing. Carolyn walked out side by side with Eric and said, "Eric, I can drive myself back. Besides, I promised my mother that I would go home for dinner." "Then forget about dinner together. I'll send you back first," Eric said. Seeing that the girl was about to say something, he continued, "Don't refuse. I don't feel comfortable letting you drive home alone. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to send your car to Wilson Manor." Carolyn lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Then, okay." When they walked out of the tarmac, the chauffeur had already prepared the car for them. Eric politely opened the car door for Carolyn before getting in as well. Eric didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it would be more polite for him to personally send Carolyn home. After all, it wasn't too far away. However, Carolyn, who was seated beside Eric, was at a loss as to what to do. Her little brain started to buzz unconsciously. Eric was going to her house. There seemed to be something wrong with this. How should he entertain him later? What would Mom and Dad think about this? Eric casually chatted with Carolyn for a while. Seeing that the girl was somewhat absent-minded, he quieted down. The chauffeur was clearly much faster than Carolyn. 15 minutes later, the car passed by a stone bridge. Eric took advantage of the streetlights on the bridge to look out. Outside the car window was a deep river about 10 meters wide. This must be the Tame River that Carolyn had mentioned. The Wilson Manor was on the other side of the Tame River. After passing through the stone bridge, the car stopped outside a manor in the blink of an eye. Eric and Carolyn got out of the car together and looked over curiously. Their gazes passed through the iron fence, and under the lights of the manor, they could see the wide and flat lawn and the castle in the distance. Due to the long history of aristocracy, there were countless castle buildings in Britain. However, due to the expensive maintenance and repair costs, most of them had been abandoned. Even the Windsor Castle of the British royal family required state funds to maintain it. In this era, the aristocrats who were able to maintain the castles and manors left behind by their ancestors had very deep backgrounds. Carolyn stood beside Eric, but she was clearly at a loss. She wanted to invite Eric in, but she didn't know if Eric would be willing. She also didn't know what her parents were thinking. After all, she had never told her parents that Eric would be visiting. At this time, the manor's guards saw their young miss and a man get out of the car together. They took the initiative to welcome them. After approaching, they recognized Eric's appearance. Seeing someone walk over, Carolyn came back to her senses and took the initiative to introduce them. Eric, this is Mark. Eric politely extended his hand to shake the man's hand and said, "Hello, I'm Eric Williams." "Hello, Mr. Williams." The guard shook hands with Eric in a reserved manner and looked at Carolyn. "Miss, do you need me to inform Master and Madam?" This. Carolyn looked at Eric. "No need to trouble yourself. It's just that it's a little late, so I just sent Carolyn back." Eric shook his head and said to Mark. He then turned to Carolyn. "I'll go back first. Send my regards to your parents." "Okay." Carolyn nodded. She didn't know if she was disappointed or regretful in her heart. The driver passed 2 bags over. Eric remembered that these were the windbreaker and shoes that Carolyn had changed out of during the day. He took them and passed them to Mark, who was standing beside Carolyn, before saying to the girl, "Then, I'll go first. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Carolyn waved her hand at Eric. Seeing the car's lights disappear into the distance, she retracted her gaze and took her close from Mark. "Mark, I'll do it myself." Mark didn't understand the current situation at all. It was only when his young miss walked into the manor alone with the 2 bags that he reacted and called the Count and his wife. When the Count's wife, Edith Wilson, heard the guard's announcement, she came out to welcome them. Seeing her daughter wearing a pink hoodie and flat boots, she looked like a little girl. She was completely different from the clothes she had worn during the day. Her eyes flashed, but she quickly regained her calm. She took the bags and handed them to the maid behind her. Holding her daughter's hand, she didn't mention anything about Eric and gently asked, "Darling, how was your day?" "Yes, Mother." Carolyn nodded and said, "Eric personally sent me back. It's a pity that he wasn't willing to stay as a guest." The Count's wife looked at Carolyn's doubtful and disappointed expression and said with a smile, "Mr. Williams is a gentleman. Perhaps he didn't want to be too rude." As she said this, the Count's wife sighed in her heart. Ever since she was young, the Count and his wife had doted on their youngest daughter the most. Even Carolyn's 3 older brothers were very protective of their youngest sister. They had originally hoped that Carolyn would be like many other aristocratic young ladies, finding a husband of equal status and living a peaceful and happy life. However, it was a pity that when Carolyn graduated from Cambridge University a few years ago, the Count had arranged for his daughter to go on blind dates. Carolyn, who had always been well-behaved and obedient since she was young, had unexpectedly displayed an intense resistance, and had even tried to run away from home. After that, Carolyn unintentionally met Eric Williams. The Count and his wife both felt that if the 2 of them could walk together, it would be a pretty good choice. However, things didn't develop as they wished. After that, Carolyn boldly expressed to the Count and his wife that she didn't want to continue with her previous life. As a result, she ran off to Harvard University to study business school. In the end, she ended up working for Eric Williams due to a freak combination of factors. Over the years, as Eric's reputation grew, the Count and his wife also learned more about Eric's past deeds. They realized that it would be very difficult for Eric and Carolyn to walk together. Therefore, when Eric was filming Casino Royale at Pine Forest Film Studio, which wasn't far from Wilson Manor, they didn't send any more invitations to him. However, looking at her daughter with some pity, the Count's wife suddenly thought of something that happened many years ago. Although everyone around her said that Carolyn had a weak temperament, no one knew a daughter better than her mother. Under Carolyn's weak appearance, there was a certain stubborn character that was exactly the same as a certain woman from many years ago. It was precisely because they were worried that Carolyn would repeat the mistakes of those years that the Count and his wife allowed their daughter to live according to her own wishes. In the end, she was still their precious darling whom they had cherished and cared for many years. Although the traditions and glory of the aristocracy were important, they were not as important as their daughter. The Count and his wife had 3 outstanding sons, and they didn't expect Carolyn to inherit the family business. As long as their daughter could be happy, it was fine. Noticing that her mother's expression was somewhat absent-minded, Carolyn asked, "Mother, what are you thinking about?" The Count's wife shook her head. "It's nothing." Your father is waiting for us to have dinner together. Quickly go in. After returning to Pine Forest Film Studio and having a simple dinner, Eric went to the study of his residence. These days, apart from filming, he had been thinking about the future of the mobile internet and smartphone era. Today, he had confirmed his intention to acquire ARM, which also meant that he was about to grasp another important chess piece in his hands. However, there was still a long way to go in the future. Nokia, Qualcomm, and other companies that Firefly Investments had invested in had been developing rapidly in accordance with the trajectory set by the management. Because he had absolute control of Nokia, Eric had absolute power to make the mobile phone industry giant develop according to his own ideas. It was the same for Qualcomm, which had a high proportion of shares, and Yahoo, which was in a rising state. However, if this was the case, Eric would have to devote a lot of energy to control these companies. This was obviously not possible because Firefly Group already occupied most of his time and energy. If he was distracted to manage the industries under Firefly Investments, he would be exhausted in the future. Eric couldn't think of a second result. Therefore, he could only grasp a general direction and leave the specific matters to the professional managers of these companies. According to the current trend, Nokia would only go on the trajectory of the original world. This development idea was very feasible before the rise of smartphones, but once smartphones rose, Nokia would inevitably decline. After these days of thinking, Eric also roughly figured out another way. In the study, Eric connected to the internet and opened the YCR chat software on the desktop. Chris in New York, Ian Neer, CEO of Yahoo, and Steve Mitnick in Boston were all online. He created a separate temporary chat room and pulled them in. Eric briefed them on the results of the meeting with Roger Wilson today. Then, the four of them began to discuss the topic that had been going on for the past few days. Eric's alternative plan was mainly divided into 3 stages. The plan was mainly made up of Yahoo and Firefly Electronics, spanning a span of 10 years. With the help of Yahoo, Firefly Electronics would focus on the research, development, and sales of 3 products in the next 10 years. In 1996 and 2000, Firefly's main energy would be focused on the promotion of MP3 players. At the same time, they would privately develop the tablet computer that Eric discussed with Roger Wilson in the afternoon. These few days, the few of them had a name for the tablet computer. It was called the Yahoo Pad. In the plan, ARM, Yahoo, and Firefly Electronics would all be important parts of the Yahoo Pad research and development system. For the next 4 years, ARM would focus on the development of the Yahoo Pad application chip, Yahoo would be responsible for the research and development of the Yahoo Pad system, and Firefly Electronics would be responsible for the overall structure of the product. Steve Mitnick had the idea of developing a new PC operating system a few years ago. However, at that time, the Windows operating system had already emerged, and it was impossible to break Microsoft's monopoly in the PC field. Therefore, Eric rejected Steve Mitnick's idea. However, now, Steve Mitnick's original idea could be used in the development of a mobile operating system. Eric had also provided Steve Mitnick with a lot of ideas based on his impression of Android and Apple operating systems in his previous life. In the future, this mobile operating system would also carry Eric's ambitions in the mobile internet field. This time, Eric would definitely not allow the mobile operating system industry to be divided equally between Android and Apple like in his previous life. With 4 years of research and development time, the Yahoo Pad would be officially launched in 2000. At that time, the mobile communication market would completely shift to the civilian market. Then, from 2000 to 2005, while promoting and selling the MP3 player and Yahoo Pad, Firefly Electronics would also use the technology accumulated over the past few years to quickly specialize in the development of smartphones with the help of Qualcomm and Nokia. At the same time, because of the investment in Sprint, the promotion of this phone in the mobile communication market would not be a problem. 10 years later, in 2005, Firefly Electronics would officially start the smartphone era. The advantage of this plan was that Eric did not have to disrupt the development of Nokia, Qualcomm, Yahoo, and other companies. These companies could continue to rise along the same path as before. However, at the same time, Firefly Electronics, an important chess piece that was completely outside the chessboard, could also unknowingly complete Eric's important layout for the mobile internet era 10 years later. When the time came and Firefly Electronics products showed the corresponding potential, Eric could license the corresponding technology to Nokia and other companies at any time, so that they could smoothly complete the transition from the era of functional computers to the era of smartphones. According to the new storyline, before Vesper died, he gave a necklace to Bond. On the pendant of the necklace was a photo of Vesper and his sister, Angela. Bond used the pendant and other clues left by Vesper to figure out the ins and outs of the matter and began his revenge to rescue Angela Linda. On the other hand, Charlie's detective agency had been looking for girls with special abilities from all over the world to join the Angel Corps. Angela Linda, who was obsessed with delicate mechanical design under the influence of her father, a senior mechanical engineer, entered the field of vision of Charlie's detective agency. Charlie's detective agency used their foundation to provide Angela Linda with a scholarship and trained her as a key angel. After the story of Casino Royale began, Angela Lynn was kidnapped by the Spectre underworld organization to force Vesper Lynn to hand over the $150 million that Bond had won in gambling. Angela Linda's disappearance attracted the attention of Charlie's detective agency. Selena, Jill, and Luke Iney happened to be in the United Kingdom and received the mission to find out where Angela Linda went. Because of this storyline, Charlie's detective agency, which did not belong to the government, was involved in the Ghost Gang, and the MGM Agent movie universe officially became one. In the third script of Charlie's Angels that was being conceived, there would be a side plot where the Ghost Gang pursued the Angel Corps in order to take revenge on Charlie's detective agency. In the end, Charlie's detective agency was forced to cooperate with the government to launch a joint counterattack against the Ghost Gang. After Eric and Roger Wilson confirmed their intention to acquire ARM, the next acquisition negotiations were taken over by Chris. Over the years, through various equity incentives and other means, although Eric had been continuously injecting large amounts of money into Firefly Investment Company, Chris's shareholding in Firefly Investment Company had always been maintained at the 3% that Eric had promised. This shareholding percentage seemed a bit insignificant, but according to the current asset scale of Firefly Investment Company, Chris's net worth had exceeded $600 million. If the news was made public, Chris would definitely become the professional manager with the highest average annual salary in North America. In the next few years, as the Nasdaq index exploded, the value of this 3% equity would easily increase by more than 10 times. It would not be surprising if it reached $10 billion. Of course, the market value of the entire Firefly Investment Company would be even more terrifying by then. Chris had seen Firefly Investments grow step by step with his own eyes. Naturally, he was well aware of the value of the 3% shares. His outstanding workability was also worthy of Eric's remuneration. Thus, Eric decided to be a hands-off manager, determine the general direction of the company's development, and entrust the specific but minor affairs to Chris. After solving the problem with ARM, Eric devoted himself to the final stage of Casino Royale. Kate, Charlize, and Penelope joined the cast the following week and began filming the crossover storyline. After a few years of experience, the three girls had completely shed their initial naivety. They didn't have many scenes, and everything was progressing very smoothly. While Eric was shooting the main plot related to Bond, an assistant director took Kate and the other two girls to Italy to make up for some of the scenes that were left behind because the three girls couldn't move their schedules. The final scene of this version of Casino Royale was set on an island in the English Channel. However, the crew didn't go to the island for the actual shooting. Except for the necessary outdoor scenes, most of the scenes were still shot in the studio of Pinewood Studio. After Vesper's death, Bond followed all kinds of clues and finally found the Spectre's lair on a small island in the English Channel. Angela Linda was also trapped here. On the other hand, Selena and the other two girls arrived at the island almost at the same time as Bond. The security on the island was very tight. The purpose of the three girls was purely to save people, and they didn't intend to confront the Ghost Gang head-on. Therefore, they sneaked in through the ventilation duct and tried to save Angela Linda silently. Bond, on the other hand, was different. While rescuing Angela Rinder, Bond was also thinking of revenge, so he killed his way into the base. At the same time, because he inadvertently restrained a large number of villains, he inadvertently helped Selena and the other two rescue Angela more successfully. At the same time, because Bond made a scene in the base, the passage that the Angel group used to sneak in was accidentally blown up, and they had to leave through the main entrance. This also caused Bond's first head-on encounter with Charlie's Angel. The scene was very exciting and even a little erotic. The two sides didn't know each other, so they naturally fought after encountering each other. The thought of James Bond fighting against the Thunderbolt girls made one's blood boil. A long time ago, after Eric confirmed this plot, he had already decided to edit the relevant scenes into the trailer in the future. Of course, good ideas were often not so easy to shoot. According to the detailed plot design, after Bond killed his way into the base, he would first meet Selina, who was in charge of clearing the way. In such an urgent situation, the two sides had no chance to explain to each other and started to fight almost as soon as they met. As the strongest of the trio, Selina's combat prowess had been fully displayed in the previous two works. In fact, if they were to fight seriously, according to the detailed design, if the two sides fought with their lives, Bond might not be able to defeat Selina with only his fists and feet. Of course, they couldn't be so calculative in the actual shooting. Although Bond's fighting scenes in the past 007 movies had never been any highlight, as a top agent of the MI6, he was naturally not weak. Moreover, Bond was a man with a height of more than 190 centimeters. In front of Selina, who was a relatively petite woman, he naturally had a huge advantage. According to the principle of a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men, the two of them should be evenly matched in the fight. Pine Forest Film Studio 007. During the 2 days of shooting, the studio was very lively. As the most popular female action movie in recent years, The Thunderbolt Girls was not much less famous than 007. Therefore, the scene of Bond fighting against the Thunderbolt Girls naturally attracted a lot of attention. Anyone who had access to the studio would basically be there these 2 days. The scene in front of them was the corner of a corridor. Bond killed his way in, and the 3 girls with Angela Lynn came out one after another. The two sides met here. In order to achieve a better effect, the 3 girls certainly wouldn't appear together. Selina would encounter Bond first, and the two would take the risk of a most classic fight scene for this movie. Eric's requirements for Selina's actions in this scene were to be straightforward and fierce. He discussed with the action director for a long time and finally decided that in order to make this fight scene more pleasing to the eye, they would greatly increase the display of Selina's leg techniques. After all, as a woman, even if Selina's punch against a tall and strong man like Bond had an actual attack effect, it still didn't look very convincing. However, the effect of her leg techniques was completely different. A fight scene usually looked like it was completed in one go on screen, but the actual shooting needed to be done shot by shot. In front of the monitor in the set, Eric, the cameraman, Nickel, the action director of the crew, and the Broccoli siblings, who had rushed over to join in the fun, watched the replay of the scene just now. After discussing for a while, he called Pierce Brosnan and Kate Beckinsale, who were resting, over. "Pierce, Kate, we have to reshoot the scene just now," Eric said as he pressed the replay button and began to explain in detail the requirements for the reshoot. "Pierce, if you simply press Kate against the wall, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to control her. Therefore, I hope that when Kate performs a high whip kick, Pierce, you can grab her ankle and push her against the wall." As Eric spoke, he ignored the strange expressions of Pierce Brosnan and Kate. He turned his head and said to the action director from Hong Kong, "Mr. Yuan, please demonstrate it to Miss Lee." "Okay," the other party nodded and responded. He called over an Asian girl who had a similar figure to Kate. She was the stunt double that the crew had found for Kate. Looking at the demonstration, Kate, who was standing beside Eric, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She whispered, "Eric, don't you think this is a little too intimate?" Eric smiled and said, "What we want is to create a sense of Bond and Selina as a couple for the audience. If the audience's response is good in the future, we can set up more interactions between Selina and Bond in the future episodes." Kate frowned slightly and said, "Are you saying that Bond and Selina will be a couple?" "That's not necessarily true. Maybe the future episodes will satisfy the audience's wishes. But before that, it's best for Bond and Selina to maintain an ambiguous relationship. Many facts have proven that this is the best effect." But, Kate looked again at Miss Lee, who had easily completed the high kick. Eric followed Kate's gaze and asked in a low voice, have you been slacking off on your training in the past 2 years? Kate's face was a little red. Although she had never given up on training for this role, with her popularity in the past 2 years, she could no longer train as hard as when Eric had first arranged for her. Eric thought for a moment and asked, if this scene is taken apart, can you complete the split? Kate thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then let's do it this way. Eric walked forward and discussed with the action director for a while. After confirming a set of plans, the shooting continued. As Eric asked the crew to prepare for the next scene, the extras who were playing the villains found their positions and lay on the ground. This was the result of the confrontation between Bond and the villains. The first part of the dismantling was quickly completed. After a little preparation, the script director shouted action again. In the camera, Kate swept a high kick at Pierce with an expressionless face. Pierce Brosnan reached out to grab it, but to his surprise, he grabbed nothing but air. Kate's hard-soled leather boot swept across his face. Although Kate's kick was not very powerful, Pierce Brosnan still looked a little embarrassed. Eric walked forward and watched the medical staff examine Pierce Brosnan. He asked, Pierce, do you need to rest for a while? No. Pierce Brosnan shook his head and looked at the apologetic Kate. He smiled gracefully and said, it's okay, Kate. Don't take it to heart. It was inevitable to take a few punches and kicks while filming an action scene. Seeing that Pierce Brosnan was fine, Eric quickly restarted the shoot. After a few more mistakes, Pierce Brosnan finally completed the set actions successfully. Selena, who was wearing a black patent leather bodysuit, had one leg raised high and was pressed tightly against the wall by Bond, unable to move. The camera deliberately gave a close-up of the two of them looking at each other. After a difficult struggle, Bond finally subdued the strong little wildcat in front of him. Bond's expression was inevitably a little ferocious. Although Selena was subdued by her opponent, she did not panic at all. Her face was still calm and indifferent. However, at this time, because the two of them were entangled in a somewhat flirtatious manner, the look in the camera gave off a feeling of sparks flying everywhere. There was the sound of footsteps. The strange stalemate between the two of them was soon broken by the appearance of Jill and the others. Seeing that Selena was subdued by Bond, Jill immediately raised her pistol and pointed it at Bond. Almost at the same time, Bond freed one hand and simply took out a pistol from the holster at his waist and pointed it at Jill. Both of them probably realized that something was wrong, so they did not communicate, nor did they have any intention of fighting again. Lucini held Angela's hand and stood outside the three of them. She happened to be able to see the two intersecting corridors. Glancing at the Ghost Gang minions on the two corridors, Lucini said, Hey, everyone, why do I suddenly feel like we're on the same side? Jill was standing in a similar position as Lucini. At this time, she also noticed the similar scene on the two corridors. The minions on their side had just been killed by Selena, and on the other side, it was definitely this person in front of them. Since they had a common enemy, Jill slowly put down the gun in her hand. Although Bond was still vigilant, he had already recognized Angela. Noticing that Lucini was protecting Angela behind her, Bond slowly let go of Selena. Glancing at Selena and the other two girls, Bond took out Vesper's necklace from his pocket and handed it to Angela. Your sister asked me to save you. Angela took the necklace with a puzzled expression. She was a very smart girl. At this time, she had already realized that the recent series of events were unusual. The girl looked up at Bond and asked, Where's my sister? Bond's expression was a little gloomy. However, before he could explain, footsteps sounded in the distance again. Take her away. I'll look for you. Bond vigilantly took out his pistol from his waist. Selena and the other two girls only wanted to save Selena and did not intend to fight to the death with the Ghost Gang. It was their first time meeting Bond, and they could not fight side by side with him for no reason. Therefore, they decisively retreated. Raising his gun, Bond wiped out a few of the minions who had reappeared and went straight for the villain who had killed Vesper Rinder, intending to put an end to everything. On the beach road near the sea, a black Buick was parked by the side of the road. Lucini was sitting casually in the front of the car with her legs crossed, looking sexy and lazy. Selena and Jill were also leaning against the car. The three women were wearing similar tight clothes. Their stunning faces and figures were enough to make any man who saw this scene want to be the Buick next to them. At this moment, the three women looked at the two people who were saying goodbye not far away. A man and a woman, one big and one small. It was Bond and Angela. Everything had been settled. As Vesper's lover, Bond wanted to take care of Angela, but he also knew that his wandering and dangerous life would not provide Angela with a peaceful life. Instead, it would put her in danger. After some consideration, Bond decided to entrust Angela to Charlie's detective agency. This was also the girl's request. In the camera, Angela had roughly understood the ins and outs of everything. The girl handed the necklace to Bond again and said, "I think you might need this more than me." Bond took the necklace and hesitated for a moment before holding it in his hand. He said to Angela, then, "Take good care of yourself. I'll come back to see you when I'm free." "Okay." Angela nodded obediently. Bond didn't delay. He nodded at Selena and the other two and turned to walk back to his Aston Martin. Angela looked at Bond's departing figure and suddenly thought of something very important. She asked loudly, "Hey, you haven't told me your name yet." Bond raised a hand and waved, but didn't look back. He said, "Bond, James Bond." When Pierce Brosnan said this iconic line that would appear in every 007 movie, Eric smiled and nodded outside the camera. He raised his voice and said, "Good, I officially announce that 007, Casino Royale, has finished filming." Everyone who had specially gathered for today's scene clapped spontaneously. They nodded, hugged, and said goodbye to the people around them. Eric shook hands with Michael Wilson and hugged Barbara Broccoli. He said, "Barbara, I hope we'll have a chance to work together again." "Of course, I'm looking forward to the next one," Barbara Broccoli said with a smile. After almost a year, the Broccoli family had basically accepted the fact that the control of the 007 series was taken back by MGM and no longer entangled with this point. After all, although they lost control, the Broccoli family's share of the 007 series was not reduced by MGM. Eric personally controlled the series, which could bring more benefits to the Broccoli family. After chatting with Barbara Broccoli for a while, Eric turned to Pierce Brosnan. After finishing Vesper's part, Cate Blanchett had already left the set. Without the pressure of Kate's acting, Pierce Brosnan's last few days were very relaxed. Some of the small conflicts that had accumulated in the early stages had disappeared. After talking to everyone in the crew one by one, the crew returned from the beach to Pine Forest Film Studio, where they had already prepared a grand finalizing party. It was already November 3rd, and Halloween had just passed in North America. After the finalizing party, Eric returned to Los Angeles with the post-production team and the shooting materials of Casino Royale. There were only 2 weeks left before Thanksgiving Day, and the release date of Mission Impossible 2 was set to be on November 22nd. During the post-production process of Casino Royale, the first thing that Eric needed to complete was the Easter egg of Casino Royale embedded at the end of Mission Impossible 2. Since the Easter egg of 007's GoldenEye was added to the first Thunderbolts movie, this had become a tradition of the MGM Secret Agent Cinematic Universe series. While watching the movie, the majority of movie fans gradually began to have a strong interest in the Easter egg of every MGM Secret Agent Cinematic Universe series. In November, London had already entered winter. When Eric left, London had already had its first snow of the year. Los Angeles, located on the west coast of the United States, was still as warm as spring. The temperature during the day was maintained at a very comfortable 20 degrees. Even at night, the temperature did not drop below 10 degrees. Priya Vesta, Firefly Studios. Eric and the editor of Casino Royale came out of the post-production studio together. The editing of the Easter egg of a movie was not an easy task. Compared to the trailer, the duration of the Easter egg was much shorter. Often, there were only one or a few simple shots, almost flashing by. Therefore, how to provide enough information and suspense to the audience in the Easter egg without revealing the main plot was something that the director and the editor had to consider very carefully. Eric planned to set the menu of Mrs. M's introduction to 007 of the information of the Ghost Gang obtained from Ethan Hunt. However, the specific material needed to be carefully considered. He and the editor discussed it for 2 days before coming up with a roughly 10-second plan. It was already evening. After saying goodbye to the editor, Eric did not leave the studio immediately. Instead, he went to Jeffrey Katzenberg's office in the studio. At noon, Katzenberg called, hoping to talk about the release of the movie during the Thanksgiving and Christmas period. From Katzenberg's tone, Eric determined that it should be related to Titanic. At the end of the year, Firefly mainly released 2 films, New Line Productions' Rush Hour and Firefly's Titanic. Rush Hour had already gone through a few pre-screening screenings, and the reviews were good. The film was scheduled to be released on November 15, and it was currently in the final stage of promotion. Moreover, the film's production cost was only $30 million, which was less than 1/7 of Titanic's budget. The company was not too worried about the film. When he arrived at Katzenberg's office, he waved his hand to stop the secretary from announcing him. He knocked on the door and entered. Katzenberg, who was immersed in reading documents, looked up when he saw Eric enter. He nodded and looked at his watch. He closed the document in front of him and said, "Eric, let's talk outside." The two left the administrative building and went all the way to the cafe in the studio. After ordering 2 cups of coffee and some snacks, Katzenberg said, "Eric, someone saw Jim West and Theo Xianxia eating together at Morton's restaurant yesterday." Before Eric could continue asking, Katzenberg explained, "Jim West is the assistant of Paramount Shirley Lansing, and Theo Xianxia is a judge of the Golden Globe Awards Foreign Press Association." In fact, when he heard Theo Xianxia's name, Eric had already understood something. Theo Xianxia might just be an ordinary judge of the Golden Globe Awards now, but 10 years later, Theo Xianxia would become the youngest judge in the history of the Golden Globe Awards. "They're really looking forward to Firefly's failure," Eric shook his head and sighed. Eric knew that the company had recently been doing public relations for the nomination of Titanic for the Golden Globe Awards. The criteria for the Golden Globe Awards were similar to the Oscars. However, the Golden Globe Awards nominations were announced around December 10 every year. The large-scale release date of Titanic was December 20. Before that, although there would be a few pre-screenings to meet the criteria for the Golden Globe Awards, if they really wanted to be nominated, they still needed to do public relations work. In the past, other Hollywood film companies rarely carried out reverse public relations for their competitors' works. This was because once they did, they would definitely be retaliated in the future. In the competition for awards, the more aggressive competitive methods were usually to find the weaknesses of their competitors' works and attack them in the media to prevent the judges from voting for a work. It was rare for Titanic to do the reverse public relations for Titanic this year. Eric also knew that Firefly had suppressed the other major film companies too much in the past few years. Although the film market had been expanding, the scale was still roughly fixed. He could not suppress the box office performance of Firefly's own film just to take into account the feelings of his competitors. Carson's face was also a little serious. He said, "We're also trying our best to fight for it." However, in addition to Paramount, Warner Brothers, Universal, and a few other companies have also participated. Therefore, Titanic is likely to only get a few insignificant nominations at the Golden Globe Awards. "We can only try our best," Eric said. "In addition, we must not use any other extreme measures at this time. So many people are watching. If we're discovered, it will be even more interesting." "Of course I know." Carson nodded. Eric's extreme methods were naturally referring to bribery and the like. Competitors like Universal and Paramount were doing their best to deal with Firefly. At this time, taking the initiative to give them an advantage was the most stupid move. In addition, before you came back, Paramount temporarily moved Star Trek: First Contact, which was originally scheduled to be released on Thanksgiving Day, to December 13, a week before the release of Titanic. The reason given by Paramount was to avoid competition from Mission Impossible 2, but in fact, everyone is well aware of the reason. Including this film, during the 3 weeks before and after the release of Titanic, there will be a total of 9 films with a premiere scale of about 2,000 screens. An average of 3 films per week. As Carson spoke, he handed a document that he had just brought out of his office to Eric. This was a schedule of film release dates. Eric saw that during the release of Titanic, there were 1 or 2 films that were highlighted every week. On December 13, in addition to Paramount's Star Trek: First Contact, there was also Sony's Mr. Sweetheart, starring Tom Cruise. On December 20th, the film that collided with Titanic was Warner's The Martian starring Jack Nicholson. The following week, there was Universal's comedy A Mess of Three Presidents. In addition to these, Fox and MGM also had new films on the schedule. The Christmas slot was an important slot. Even if they were allies, they were not the same company after all. They could not take the initiative to give up and make way for Titanic, which no one was optimistic about. Eric looked at the film schedule in his hand, but Carson did not stop reporting the bad news to him. He said, in terms of overseas distribution, the only major overseas countries that can roughly keep up with North America are the UK, Spain, and Australia. The French and German film companies are not optimistic about the box office prospects of Titanic. They are only willing to give me a release date around February, but I rejected them. Japan originally wanted to keep up with North America, but I think it should be because we rejected Toho International's buyout of the distribution rights of Titanic last time. Maybe Sony's power is also involved. In short, the distribution work in Japan is not very smooth. They gave us a release date in mid-March, which is even worse than Germany and France. At the same time, some of the overseas distributors who are negotiating with us also want us to provide more guarantees. In fact, they want us to lower the percentage of profits. Eric could not help but rub his forehead again. This series of news made him feel very bad. Katzenberg didn't say anything else. Eric treated him well, and he couldn't go overboard when it came to putting pressure on his boss. Let's do this. After a moment of silence, Eric said, if the box office of Titanic next month does not meet expectations, I will take the initiative to hold a high-level meeting to make a review. At the same time, we will discuss a stricter budget system for the company. Eric, you don't need to review at all. The film company definitely needs to try out a big production. We just need to formulate a stricter budget system, Carson quickly shook his head and said. During the Disney era led by Michael Eisner, Carson had always been the head of the studio. At that time, a large part of Carson's work actually included taking the blame for Michael Eisner. Once the movie led by Michael Eisner failed, the criticism from the outside world would often directly press on Carson. In order to maintain Michael Eisner's prestige, Carson rarely explained anything to the public. Hollywood was a place that attached great importance to authority. If Eric took the initiative to review, it would definitely damage his personal prestige. Everyone knew very well that over the years, Eric had always been the soul of Firefly. Without his keen vision in film and television production, Firefly would not have been able to develop to its current scale. That's it for the time being. Eric shook his head and rejected Carson's kindness. He said, but before that, I hope that all departments will not be affected by external information. Try to market and distribute Titanic as much as possible. Since we can't get a good schedule overseas and those film companies want to lower the share, then let's talk about it after the movie is released. Once the North American box office did not meet expectations, Firefly would naturally need to lower the share for overseas distribution. Otherwise, the initiative would return to Firefly. No problem. I will personally keep an eye on this matter, Katzenberg promised solemnly. After talking to Katzenberg about Titanic, Eric drove back to the Pointy Corner Manor. As dusk fell, Eric walked into the villa and walked through the hall to the glass wall. He saw Nicole sitting lazily on the sofa, reading a comic with relish. That's right, a comic. Beside the glass wall, there were thousands of comics of all kinds piled up around the sofa where Eric often rested. Back in the United States, while working on the post-production of Casino Royale, Eric also began to prepare for the Marvel Cinematic Universe in advance. Although the first Marvel superhero movie, Spider-Man, was planned to be released around 2000, from next year onwards, the layout of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe must be planned. Eric did not want to repeat the unlucky experience of Warner Brothers rushing to launch the DC Cinematic Universe, resulting in one movie after another either failing at the box office or having a bad reputation. The main design work of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan was still handled by Marvel. However, if Eric wanted to participate in the creation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, he also had to have a good understanding of the comic characters under Marvel. The thousands of comics in front of him were all moved from the Marvel archives in New York. When Eric used these comics, Stanley repeatedly told Eric to return them after reading them. Because of decades of accumulation, many of these comics had become very expensive collector's editions. Many Americans had a hobby of collecting comics. As a huge comic fan, Nicolas Cage even spent millions of dollars on his comic collection. Therefore, the pile of comics in front of him, many of which even looked a little old, was enough to make any veteran comic fan have the idea of robbing them. Noticing Eric's appearance, Nicole looked up and smiled at him. She took off the headphones hidden in her hair and said, "Eric, you're back." Eric nodded, took off his jacket, and walked over. Nicole put down her legs and moved to the side. The two squeezed into a single sofa and sat down. Putting on one of the headphones that Nicole had just taken off, Eric asked, "Where's Jason?" It was Thanksgiving soon, and the girl had been busy promoting Mission Impossible 2. Eric would be spending Thanksgiving with Nicole and Famek. After Thanksgiving, Mission Impossible 2 would be released. Eric would bring his little girl to New York to spend Christmas with the women and children. Recently, Nicole had been very fond of the pocketable MP3 player that Firefly Electronics had just developed. She put on the other earpiece and enjoyed the music coming out of the earpiece. She said, "She went to the supermarket. By the way, Eric, before you came back, Ms. Haynes sent some documents over. She said that they were sent from New York." Eric reached out and hugged Nicole's slender waist. He leaned against the back of the chair and said, "Leave it there first. I don't want to see any more company documents today." After hearing a series of bad news about Titanic in the afternoon, Eric was not in the mood to deal with any company affairs. Nicole was also aware of the huge pressure that Titanic had put on Firefly recently. She had already noticed the tiredness between Eric's eyebrows, so she did not mention it again. She picked up the thin comic on her lap and leaned in front of Eric. She said, "Eric, I found something very interesting. It turns out that Peter Parker's parents are CIA agents, and they even saved Wolverine." Eric knew that Nicole was deliberately starting a relaxed topic. He smiled and said, "If you read all the thousands of Marvel comics around you, you will find that almost all the characters in the Marvel Comics system can be connected. Making popular characters have overlapping plots is a gimmick that many comic companies use to increase the sales of their works. It sounds very similar to MGM's Agent Cinematic Universe." Nicole tilted her head and said, "Or, did you get the inspiration for the Agent Cinematic Universe from the comic company?" Eric nodded and admitted, "Yes." Nicole did not expect her wild guess to be right. She was a little excited. She waved the comic in her hand and said, "Which superhero do you plan to shoot first?" "It has been confirmed that it will be Spider-Man. However, in addition, I will also cooperate with MGM and Fox. At the same time, I will start some other projects. In the future, I plan to bring all the popular characters in the entire Marvel universe to the big screen. As the most popular superhero in Marvel, Spider-Man would definitely stay in Firefly." However, Eric had not yet thought about which superhero characters MGM and Fox would be responsible for. The distribution of Marvel superheroes in the original spacetime would definitely not be the same. This required a very detailed plan. Compared to DC, which had developed many successful live-action superhero movies, Marvel's popularity in movies was close to zero. Therefore, one thing Eric had confirmed was that he would first bring the successful superhero characters in the original spacetime to the big screen, such as Spider-Man, Iron Man, and X-Men. This could quickly open up the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After these characters had cultivated enough market and popularity, new superheroes would be introduced and the possibility of the movie's box office success would be higher. Nicole did not know the details of Eric's plan, but she could not help but sigh. Although these days were just for fun, Nicole had already gained some understanding of Marvel's comic characters. If the plan that Eric had just mentioned could be fully implemented, then this plan could definitely be described as grand. Then, if all of them are put on the big screen, there may be dozens of movies. Of course, Eric looked at Nicole's thin moist lips that were slightly opened because of surprise. He reached out and touched them gently and smiled. "You have also been reading comics for several days. Are there any characters you are interested in?" Nicole opened her small mouth and pretended to bite. Seeing him subconsciously retract his finger, she smiled and said, "I'm not interested for the time being. Speaking of which, Marvel doesn't seem to have a popular female superhero like DC's Wonder Woman." popularity is slowly accumulated. If a female superhero under Marvel can have a successful TV series like Wonder Woman, she must be very popular now. Eric explained and stopped talking about this topic. Even if Nicole was interested in a female character, it was not so easy to join. Nicole's current salary has reached more than $15 million, the highest for an actress. This high salary is completely inconsistent with Eric's plan of Marvel's production of second- and third-tier Hollywood stars. However, Eric suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh yeah, speaking of which, I have a role here that I hope you can support." Nicole showed a puzzled expression and keenly grasped a key word in Eric's tone. She said with a half-smile, "Support?" "Yeah, this is a trilogy series, and it may develop into 6 parts in the future. There is a character in it. She doesn't have many scenes, but she is very important. Out of all the actresses I know, I think you are the most suitable. However, in terms of salary, I can only give you $3 million because this is a group movie. Although your role is important, you are not the main character." Nicole blinked her light blue eyes and raised the corner of her mouth. She smiled and said, $3 million for a trilogy. I think if I agree, Pete might go crazy. However, since you said that I'm the only suitable candidate in your heart, then I'll agree to it. Hey, what kind of role is it? Based on Nicole's current net worth, taking on a trilogy for $3 million, as her agent, Pi Kingsley, would probably go crazy if she heard the news. This was not because her agent's commission would be greatly reduced, but because this performance contract would cause unpredictable risks to Nicole's position as an A-list actress. Eric reached out and held Nicole's chin, looking at the flawless face in front of him. Nicole was 29 years old this year, at the peak of a woman's youth. Slender eyelashes, round face, petite nose, thin lips, everything was so perfect. Eric couldn't help but kiss Nicole's lips and said, "Your role is an elf, Queen Galadriel, do you know? So it's Lord of the Rings." Nicole immediately understood. Eric nodded. In the original Lord of the Rings series, Queen Galadriel was played by Cate Blanchett. In terms of acting, Cate Blanchett was indeed better than Nicole, but in terms of beauty, Cate Blanchett was far inferior to Nicole. In Eric's view, as the embodiment of elegance and perfection, how could an elf not be beautiful? MGM will announce the Lord of the Rings series project next autumn. The trilogy will be back-to-back production, and it will take a little more than a year to shoot in New Zealand. However, your scenes should only take 2 to 3 weeks, so it won't take too much time. From this summer to next summer, MGM would release 3 heavyweight films from the MGM Secret Agent movie universe. As long as the 3 films performed well at the box office, MGM would have enough confidence to announce the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which involved $300 million. With the support of the Secret Agent movie universe project, the other shareholders of MGM wouldn't raise too strong of an objection. Nicole actually heard some news about the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but she didn't care about it. Instead, she stared at Eric and asked curiously, "If I'm Queen Galadriel, who's going to play Princess Arwen?" Eric didn't hide it and pinched Nicole's chin, saying, "Diane Kruger, what do you think?" "You really dote on those pretty babies," Nicole subconsciously teased. In the past 2 years, the Victoria's Secret Angels had appeared frequently in Hollywood films, and it had become a hot topic for many people. Everyone knew who was behind this. Therefore, there were countless rumors about Eric and the Victoria's Secret Angel Corps. The more exaggerated rumor even said that Eric had wiped out the Victoria's Secret Angel Corps. The woman beside him had teased him more than once about this matter, but Eric didn't mind. He said, "I just want this film to be more perfect. Since they're elves, they should be beautiful. Also, the earliest elves happen to be creatures from Germanic mythology. Diane is German, so she fits this setting 100%. I can't be bothered to listen to your explanation." Nicole rolled her eyes at him. She reached out to take the earpiece from Eric's ear and put it on her own. Just as she was about to say something, Famke Jensen walked through the hall in her high heels with 2 full convenience bags in her hands. Looking at Eric and Nicole snuggled together on the sofa, Famke Jensen said with some interest, "I went to buy food, but you two are here making out." "Haha, come, let's make out too." Eric looked at Famke Jensen put down the plastic bags and reached out to pull her to his side. Famke Janssen took the opportunity to sit on the other side of Eric's sofa. He pushed Eric's hand away and said, "All right, what were you two talking about?" Eric said casually, "We were talking about you. What are your plans after the new year?" The 7th season of The X-Files was already airing on Fox. This would also be the last episode of this classic sci-fi series. Although Fox had repeatedly offered very generous terms, Brad Pitt and Famke Janssen were unwilling to renew their contracts. Brad Pitt wanted to take the opportunity to enter the film industry, but Famke was a little tired of it. In order to save on the budget, the recent seasons of The X-Files had been filmed in Canada. Famke did not want to continue the days of running around outside for a few months every year. Sci-fi TV series were usually filmed in one go. Although the episodes were still airing, Famke had already finished all her work and was resting. "I don't have any plans for now. I plan to take a break for a year and do some charity work. After the new year, I plan to go to Africa with a charity team to visit refugees." Eric immediately looked worried and grabbed Famke's little hand. "Baby, please, don't adopt a black child like some Hollywood actresses. If you want, we can have one together. How about next year?" Famke's face was slightly red. She thought Eric was going to persuade her not to go to Africa and was a little touched. Hearing this, she slapped his strange hand away. "You unsympathetic bastard. I've decided to ignore you for the rest of the day. Nicole, can you help me bring these things into the kitchen? Of course, it's time to prepare dinner." Nicole gave Eric a look of schadenfreude. She got up and carried a plastic bag with Famke to the kitchen. Eric looked at the tall backs of the two women whispering as they walked away. He smiled and flipped through the comics beside him for a while. He found a comic and started reading it with great interest. A few eye-catching words were printed on the cover of the comic. Phoenix Awakens. Jean Grey, the strongest and most complex female superhero in the X-Men. The depth to be explored was definitely much richer than DC's Wonder Woman. Thanksgiving Day in 1996 was on November 28, which was a little later than previous years. However, the Thanksgiving Day schedule started on November 15. Rush Hour was not too conspicuous among the films that were released in November. After all, although Red District had a good response in North America at the beginning of the year, films with Asian protagonists were still a minority in Hollywood. Although the critical response after the test screening was good, the industry still only gave a box office estimate of $60 to $80 million. A large part of the reason for this was that one of the two protagonists was black. Black people were slightly less recognized in Hollywood than white people, but far more recognized than Asian people. On November 15, Rush Hour opened in more than 2,600 theaters in North America. At the same time, Warner's live-action and animation film Space Slam Dunk was released. The lead actors were the famous Michael Jordan and Bugs Bunny. The story was about a space monster that attempted to kidnap all of Warner's animated characters, including Bugs Bunny and Duck Toffee, to the space amusement park. In order to avoid being captured, the two parties finally decided to have a basketball game to determine the fate of all the animated characters. The space monster easily learned the skills of many NBA superstars. In desperation, Bugs Bunny asked NBA superstar Michael Jordan for help. The 1988 live-action and animation film Who Framed Roger Rabbit had a high box office of $150 million in North America with a cost of $45 million. Warner Space Slam Dunk was obviously trying to replicate the box office success of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The industry's expectations for the film were also very high. However, when Rush Hour and Space Slam Dunk were released at the same time, the box office results of the two films were very different from the industry's expectations. This surprised many people. Rush Hour had a box office of more than $42 million in its first week, surpassing its cost of $33 million in one fell swoop, and easily became the box office champion of the week. Even if it was based on the box office curve of Red District at the beginning of the year, the cumulative box office of the film would be close to $100 million. The audience's love for this film, which was full of humor from the dialogue to the action scenes, was far greater than Red District. After the film was released, the media quickly adjusted the total box office estimate for Rush Hour to between $120 million to $140 million. The box office of Space Slam Dunk was only 32 million yuan in the first week. Not only was it a full 10 million yuan lower than Rush Hour, but it was also far from the 50 million yuan that Warner had expected. However, the cost of this movie was more than twice that of Rush Hour, reaching $80 million. Based on the movie's current box office performance, the movie could recoup its cost through overseas distribution. However, Warner's ambitious plan to create a series of movies had been put on hold and there was no further progress. Then, on November 22, Mission Impossible 2 was officially released in 3,000 theaters in North America. This superagent movie was arguably the most anticipated film by the audience at the end of the year. Its production cost was second only to Titanic. A few days ago, Paramount chose to move Star Trek: First Contact from the Thanksgiving slot to the Christmas slot. Although they secretly had the intention of attacking Titanic, the reason they announced for avoiding Mission Impossible 2 was not just an excuse. Relying on the accumulated popularity of its predecessor and the strong influence of MGM's secret agent movie universe, Mission Impossible 2 lived up to expectations and earned $82.7 million in the first week. It easily broke the traditional box office record for the Thanksgiving slot in North America. It was second only to The Mummy 2 in the first week box office of 1996 in North America. These two movies were also the only two new movies released this year that grossed more than $80 million in the first week. Since MGM announced the Secret Agent Movie Universe project, the sequels to Thunderbolts and Mission Impossible had been very successful. Coupled with strong confidence in Casino Royale, which was personally produced by Eric, after the release of Mission Impossible 2, MGM's stock price soared again. The stock price exceeded $18.50, and the company's total market value easily exceeded $8 billion. Although the overall media industry had been on the rise in the past 2 years, MGM's market value was still at the bottom of the Big Seven. It was only slightly better than Sony Pictures. However, compared to its market value of just over $1 billion 2 years ago, MGM's growth rate was definitely the highest among the Big Seven. Eric spent Thanksgiving with Nicole and Famek in Los Angeles. In December, the two women flew back to Australia and the Netherlands respectively to spend Christmas with their families. Eric also temporarily stopped the post-production work of Casino Royale and flew to New York with Nicole to spend Christmas with Joanna and the others. In the manor in Southampton, snowflakes were falling outside, but the house was warm. It was already the 12th of December, and it was night time. Eric made a phone call and returned to the living room from the living room next door. The TV was on in the living room, but at this time, the whole family was crowded around the glass table in the middle of the living room. There were many beautifully printed New Year cards on the glass table. Joanna, who was kneeling on the thick carpet, turned her gaze away from her daughter, who was writing and drawing on the glass table, and looked at Eric with a questioning look in her eyes. Eric glanced at the TV. The nominees for the Golden Globe Awards would be announced at 8 o'clock on NBC. Noticing Joanna's expression, he explained, "It's Chris. He wants to meet me in Manhattan tomorrow to discuss something." Virginia also asked at this time, "Are you coming back tomorrow?" "Of course." Eric nodded and also sat down on the carpet. He held his son in his arms and held his little hand to fill in the New Year cards. These beautiful New Year cards were prepared for the senior management of Firefly, as well as family and friends. In the first few years, because Eric habitually felt that the relationships between Westerners were relatively weak, he never cared much about these things. Therefore, during the new year, as the boss, he was more casual when giving New Year's gifts to the more important senior management of Firefly. It was not until the year before last, when Robert Iger, who was in charge of the TV business, called during the new year, that Eric realized that the Westerners cared about the ways of the world as much as the Easterners did. The situation at that time was that on Christmas Eve, as usual, Eric prepared some New Year's gifts for all parties. Because of the acquisition of Metro ABC Group, Firefly's territory had been greatly expanded. Firefly had important departments on the east and west coasts, and even in many inland states, such as Disneyland in Florida, ESPN in Connecticut, and so on. Therefore, most of the gifts were sent by mail. During this process, a gift for Steve Stan, the chairman of ESPN in Connecticut, was accidentally lost by the postman. The year before, Firefly had just completed the acquisition of Metro ABC Group, and Steve Stan had received a New Year's gift from Eric. The next year, it was gone. When Steve Stan heard that his deputy had received a gift from Eric, he became even more nervous and did not have a good Christmas. He thought that Eric was dissatisfied with his work at ESPN and that he might lose his job. Until the new year, he still did not receive a gift. Steve Stan could not control the worry in his heart. He flew from Connecticut to New York and asked Robert Iger if Eric wanted to fire him. Since Steve Stan took charge of ESPN, ESPN's rapid growth was obvious to all. However, at that time, Firefly was making personnel changes in the TV business department that had been merged for more than a year. It was normal for some senior executives to be replaced by people from Firefly's headquarters. Robert Iger himself was leaning towards Steve Stan, so he called Eric on the pretext of holiday greetings to test Eric's attitude towards Steve Stan. Eric was also puzzled by Robert Iger and Steve Stan. Of course, he could not fire the manager who had brought EPSN step by step to the top. Robert Iger mentioned that he also affirmed and praised Steve Stan's work. Robert Iger heard that Eric did not want to fire Steve Stan, so he carefully probed about the New Year's gift. After some trouble, the ins and outs of the matter were sorted out. Eric did not expect that an accidentally lost New Year's gift would cause so much trouble for the senior executives. Therefore, he began to take this matter seriously. Since last year, Eric's New Year's gifts to the senior executives of Firefly were not only changed to a more professional courier company, but his assistant's office would also track and confirm each gift to ensure that the gift was delivered to the appropriate senior executive. In comparison, the cost of the courier was far more than the gift itself. This year's gift was a box of maple sugar biscuits made by the women and a New Year's greeting card. The senior executives who could receive a New Year's gift from Eric were at least the general managers of the group's branch companies. With the income of these people, it was impossible for them to value the gift itself. They were more concerned about the other meanings of Eric's New Year's gift. In order to show their sincerity, the New Year's greeting cards were handwritten by everyone. Kevin, Hawaii, and Emma, the three little guys, were just joining in the fun. Eric would not give away the little guys' greeting cards with crooked handwriting. The two little guys would be 4 years old next year. Since their third birthday at the beginning of the year, Virginia had stopped working. She had also specially hired a few education consultants to make a special early education plan for Kevin. Compared to Hawaii, who was unusually intelligent, the little guy's intellectual growth had always been Virginia's worry. Eric and Joanna actually knew that Kevin's development was actually not a problem at all. A little boy of 3 or 4 years old had no problems talking and walking. His body was also healthy. What more could they expect? The reason why Virginia had always been worried that Kevin's intellectual development was abnormal was because the little guy had an even more abnormal reference next to him. As soon as they arrived in New York, Joanna secretly told Eric that Hawaii had already finished 3 copies of the Encyclopedia Britannica this year. This was the result of Joanna deliberately controlling her daughter's reading time every day. What was more surprising was that Hawaii could even completely memorize large sections of the content. Eric knew that he definitely did not have this kind of memory ability. Even if it was the complete memory of his previous life, with the passage of time, he had begun to gradually forget it. Therefore, he would occasionally feel that his daughter was a little strange. Thinking in his heart, Eric couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. Hawaii was sitting opposite Joanna with a pencil in her hand. She had a bit of obvious indifference, but her beautiful blue eyes were curiously looking at the identical twins sitting diagonally opposite her. Hawaii still had a little fear of Drew, but she was very curious about the Russian twins who habitually followed Drew. It seemed that she wanted to know why there were 2 people who looked exactly the same. Sitting in the middle of the twins, Drew noticed Hawaii's curious little eyes. A naughty smile appeared on his baby face, and he suddenly made a face at the little girl. Eric clearly saw his precious daughter's little body tremble. He glared at Drew, and the little girl hurriedly admitted her mistake and stuck out her tongue at Eric. Joanna of course also noticed this little detail. She comforted Hawaii and looked at the little girl helplessly. Drew, don't always scare Xianxia. Okay, but Xianxia is too timid. Look, Kevin isn't scared at all. Saying that, the little girl made the same face at Kevin in Eric's arms. Kevin looked at Virginia next to him clumsily, as if he was asking his mother, what was Aunt Drew doing? Well, the little guy's reaction seemed to be half a beat slower than others. Virginia knew that Drew was mocking her son's clumsiness, but she wasn't as polite as Joanna. She rolled up a magazine next to her and slapped it on the little girl's head. Drew knew that she was in the wrong, so she didn't dare to resist. She laughed and dodged a few times. Hearing the sound from the TV, she hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, stop. It's starting. The Golden Globe Award nominees are starting to be announced." Everyone knew that Eric was waiting for the Golden Globe Award nominees to be announced. Virginia put away the magazine in her hand, and Joanna hugged the restless Emma. Everyone looked at the TV screen together. The Golden Globe Award committee specially invited Tim Roth and Mira Sorvino, two Hollywood stars who had been nominated last year, and a host from NBC to announce the list of nominees. The first announcement was for the television category. With the rise of reality shows in recent years, the Golden Globe Awards also began to increase the number of Golden Globe Awards for reality shows this year. However, although they were both ranked second, the Golden Globe Awards were far less influential than the Emmy Awards in terms of television awards. The difference was much worse than the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscars. Because the Emmy Awards were usually announced at the end of August or the beginning of September, which happened to be the beginning of the New Year's fall season, the relevant awards played a very large role in early publicity for the new season of television shows. The major North American television stations also attached great importance to the Emmy Awards. A few of ABC and Lifetime TV's top dramas and reality shows had won the nominations. However, everyone was a little absent-minded. It wasn't until the television nominees were announced that everyone perked up. Although the Golden Globe Awards didn't have as many film awards as the Oscars, the first to be announced were still the secondary awards. Tim Roth first announced the nominees for Best Original Song. There were 5 nominees, but the name Titanic wasn't heard at all. Even without the box office miracle of Titanic, My Heart Will Go On definitely had the ability to win an Oscar. However, it wasn't even nominated for the Golden Globe Awards. Although Eric didn't care much about the Golden Globe Awards, he knew that the worries of the company's executives might come true. Eric didn't say anything, but Drew was indignant. Even the theme song of Batman Forever was nominated for Best Original Song, but My Heart Will Go On wasn't nominated. How ridiculous. Joanna also said gently, "Yes, My Heart Will Go On is very good." Eric shrugged and continued to look at the TV screen. He wanted to see how far the Golden Globe Awards committee could go. After the Best Original Song nominees were announced, the next nominees were the Best Film Soundtrack nominees. Titanic had failed to win the Best Original Song nomination. Eric realized that if the Golden Globes really wanted to suppress this movie, they would probably only nominate it for Best Film Soundtrack. However, after Mira Sorvino announced the 5 nominees, Eric still didn't hear Titanic's name. Tapping his fingers on the glass table, Eric curled his lips and murmured, "There's no need to be so ruthless." Eric suddenly felt a little dispirited. He handed Kevin to Virginia and reached out for a blank New Year's card. He lowered his head and filled in the card. In the living room, the sound from the TV was still going on. The women all realized that Eric was a little irritated, so they carefully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. On the TV, NBC's host and 2 guests continued to announce the long list of nominees. From time to time, they would say a few witty words to liven up the atmosphere. The 2 nominations that should have been the easiest to get had unexpectedly fallen through. Eric felt that the Golden Globe Awards committee probably did not intend to give a single nomination to Titanic this time, so he did not have any expectations. He held the pencil and patiently drew cursive English on the New Year's card, trying to calm his recent irritation. After the Best Foreign Language Film nominees were announced, the host joked about the nominees. Mira Sorvino took out another list and read into the microphone, "Next, the nominees for the Golden Globes for Best Screenplay are Tom Stoppard and Mark Norman, Shakespeare in Love, Terrence Malick, Red Alert, Ethan Coen and Joel Coen, Frozen Blood, Jean Suttie, The Shining Style, and James Cameron, Titanic." Sensing Mira Sorvino's deliberate pause on the TV, Eric looked up. Hearing the name Titanic, the girl not far away immediately said excitedly, "Eric, we got a nomination." Eric nodded slightly, but there was confusion in his expression. He didn't quite understand the Golden Globe Awards' intentions. Could it be that the 2 nominations just now were just an accident, and the Golden Globe Awards jury wasn't affected? Could Titanic still have hope of being nominated for the Best Picture and other core awards? With some anticipation in his heart, Eric quietly listened to the entire nomination press conference, but his anticipation was quickly dashed. After that, he didn't hear a single word about Titanic. In the end, Titanic only received a slightly awkward nomination for Best Screenplay, and nothing else. Under normal circumstances, the Oscars and the Golden Globe Awards, which at least tried to maintain their credibility on the surface, were relatively fair in the nomination stage. If it was in the past, the quality of Titanic was there. Even if the Golden Globe Awards wanted to deliberately suppress it under the influence of some people, they would have to consider the risk of losing credibility. However, after watching the nomination press conference, Eric roughly understood that the situation this year was very different from before. According to the usual saying, this year was definitely going to be an Oscar year, and it could be considered a super big year. It could be seen from the list of nominees for the Golden Globe Awards that Shakespeare's Love, Red Alert, Frozen Blood, and The Shining Light had an average of more than 5 nominations. Their performances were exceptionally strong. Other films such as Mr. Sugar, Sex Bookmaster, and Mrs. Varon were also quite outstanding. Under such circumstances, the Golden Globes could be said to be fearless. With so many excellent films in front, even if Titanic was nominated, the Golden Globes judges didn't think that such a purely commercial blockbuster could win an award under the watchful eyes of so many heroes. Since Titanic had no hope of winning an award, there was no risk of losing credibility if they didn't nominate it now. Eric even realized that there was something fishy about the Best Screenplay nomination. If Titanic was nominated for Best Original Song and Best Film Soundtrack, the strength of the film's soundtrack could still compete with other films. These 2 nominations had failed, and they had only given a nomination for Best Screenplay, which was not in the slightest advantage. It was obvious that someone wanted Titanic to return empty-handed and not give the movie any hope of breaking through. Eric, noticing that Eric seemed to have been silent for a long time, Virginia, who was next to him, called out softly. "I'm fine." Eric came back to his senses and looked at the woman's concerned eyes. He smiled, paused for a moment, and suddenly whispered to himself, "I'm just reflecting. Are there too many film companies in Hollywood?" Virginia didn't notice the determination in Eric's eyes. She asked, "How many do you think are appropriate? Big 4 or Big 3? Eric shrugged slightly. If there are fewer, or if they're all family, they won't always think about breaking other people's bowls so that they can eat more. Virginia also felt some strong emotions in Eric's tone at this time. She smiled and said, "How is that possible?" Just as he was about to say something, the phone on the glass table vibrated. Eric looked at the number. It was from Katzenberg in Los Angeles. Eric picked up the phone and gestured to the women. He got up and said, "I'm going to take a call." While Eric and Katzenberg were discussing the possible impact of the Golden Globe Award nomination on the phone, in a mansion in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Michael Eisner, who had just finished watching the live broadcast on TV, was in a very happy mood. Hollywood was also a business. The business world was like a battlefield. Although the competition between several major film companies did not lead to a life-and-death confrontation, the parties were also natural enemies. No one would be soft-hearted if they could give their competitors a push when they were on the edge of the cliff. This time, Michael Eisner was also involved in the operation of Titanic to be nominated for the Golden Globe Award. However, he would not make the same mistake as a few years ago. He no longer believed in a loose temporary alliance. Instead, he hid behind the scenes and secretly pushed for it. If others were involved, everyone had a tacit understanding. If no one was involved, Michael Eisner didn't care. However, there were a lot of people who took the initiative to move behind the scenes this time. Although on the surface, his relationship with Eric had eased in recent years, he would never forget the past when he was expelled from Disney. As Firefly grew step by step in recent years, Michael Eisner felt that if he had not been forced to leave Disney, all the status and glory of Firefly in the Hollywood industry might have been his. After all, in the past 2 years, Universal's development in the film business could be said to be second only to Firefly. This summer, Universal's total box office even surpassed Firefly's. He felt that this was enough to prove their strength. However, Michael Eisner also realized that the development of Universal Pictures had entered a bottleneck stage. In recent years, with the rapid expansion of the global film market, Hollywood gradually realized the strong advantages and rich profits of large-scale special effects movies in global distribution. However, in the whole of Hollywood, except for Firefly, which had enough strength to produce more than 3 special effects blockbusters every year, the other 6 major studios, without the support of Firefly's digital domain special effects technology, would not be able to complete these unless the requirements for the special effects quality of the film were greatly reduced. Whether it was Warner, Universal, or Paramount, with all their resources, they could probably only produce 1 or 2 blockbuster movies with special effects every year. The restrictions had little to do with funding, but mainly with CG special effects technology. Digital Domain had developed to this day. In addition to the headquarters in Los Angeles, they had also set up 2 subsidiaries in Florida and Australia, with a total staff of more than 2,300 people. Moreover, talent was secondary. As long as they were willing to spend a lot of money, they could also poach the best special effects artists. However, compared to other special effects studios in Hollywood, Digital Domain's biggest advantage was its technical accumulation in CG special effects. Eric Williams was a few years ahead of others in the industry and invested heavily in the research and development of computer CG special effects technology. At this time, Digital Domain's special effects software, rendering technology, and even large-scale rendering farms and hardware were 2 to 3 years ahead of others in the industry. The gap between them could no longer be closed by poaching and large investments. Even though Universal was very reluctant to cooperate with Firefly, when they produced The Mummy 2, they had to hand over a large number of difficult special effects shots to Digital Domain. The other major film companies also relied more or less on Digital Domain. It was this dependence that provided more opportunities for Digital Domain to develop and accumulate technology, pushing them further ahead of their peers in the industry. At this time, the other major film companies had actually discovered a cruel fact: if Firefly cut off their cooperation with Digital Domain, then there was no doubt that in the next few years, it would be difficult for them to produce a film that could compete with Firefly in terms of special effects. For Firefly Group, which had an annual turnover of more than $20 billion, even if Titanic was a complete loss, it would not have any substantial impact on the company's economy. However, many things could not be measured by simple money. The total investment in the production and distribution of Titanic was $265 million, which was unprecedented in the history of Hollywood film. If such a large-scale film project failed, the blow to Firefly Group's confidence in film production would be immeasurable. This was the result that Michael Eisner was looking forward to. Although Eric had absolute control over Firefly, he could not completely ignore the wishes of the management and the other shareholders. That would only cause Firefly Group to fall into turmoil. When a megaproject like Titanic failed, Firefly's shareholders and executives would inevitably reflect on their film production and distribution strategy in recent years. The result of this reflection was bound to be that Firefly would tend to be conservative in film production for a long time in the future. With Firefly's 2,300 employees in Digital Domain, it was enough to support the production of 4 to 6 special effects films at the same time. Once Firefly's film production scale tended to be conservative due to the box office failure of Titanic, Digital Domain would have to rely on external orders to ensure that more than 2,000 employees would not have nothing to do. Then, at least in the next few years, the possibility of Firefly cutting off cooperation with Digital Domain did not exist. The slowdown in the development of Firefly's film business also gave the other film companies enough time to catch up with Firefly's footsteps in terms of film production and special effects technology accumulation. When Firefly Group recovered from the failure of Titanic, perhaps the starting line would not be so far apart. After secretly giving Firefly a push at the Golden Globe Awards, Michael Eisner did not intend to continue doing anything superfluous. Now that almost the entire industry was pessimistic about Titanic, even Firefly Group did not have much hope for this film. The failure of Titanic was almost inevitable. At this time, he had already begun to consider the development plan for Universal next year. The production of The Mummy 3 was a bit difficult. The consecutive success of the first two films had led to a large increase in the salary of the film's producers and the movie's lead actors. Immediately starting production, whether it was changing the cast to reduce the budget or increasing the budget to invite the original cast, Universal would have to take a very big risk. Therefore, Michael Eisner decided to start the Scorpion King film derived from the Mummy series. This was an idea that came to him a long time ago when he saw this project. Sorting out the various thoughts in his mind, unknowingly, it was already close to 10 o'clock. Michael Eisner's wife, Jane Breckenridge, began to urge her husband to rest. After Michael Eisner's daunting quadruple bypass surgery 2 years ago, although he recovered well, it was taboo for people with a weak heart to stay up late. In this regard, Jane kept a very close eye on her husband. Hearing his wife's urging, Michael Eisner got up from the sofa in the living room and walked towards the bedroom. In his mind, he was planning to have dinner with George Lucas tomorrow to talk about the cooperation between Universal Pictures and Industrial Light and Magic. Although he had strong support from Microsoft, Michael Eisner was not optimistic about the in-bin pictures that Spielberg and the others were collaborating with. Therefore, Universal was not very active in fighting for the distribution rights of in-bin pictures. However, Michael Eisner valued the development prospects of Industrial Light and Magic very much. Although this special effects company was a little far behind the digital field, as a veteran special effects giant, Industrial Light and Magic was the last company in the industry that could catch up with the digital field. Michael Eisner was very clear that only when Industrial Light and Magic developed and was on par with the digital field could everyone avoid being suddenly choked by Firefly. The day after the Golden Globe nominations were announced happened to be Friday. With the large-scale release of Sony's Mr. Sugar and Paramount's Star Trek: First Contact, it announced the arrival of the hottest Christmas slot at the end of the year. MGM's Mission Impossible 2 had a strong year-end performance. After the first week's box office of more than $82 million, the 3-week cumulative box office had reached $165 million. The total box office of the 19 countries that had been released overseas also exceeded $100 million. It was in the limelight for a while. Kevin Costner, who suffered a big setback with future Waterworld, returned to the ranks of Hollywood's A-list superstars with the strong performance of Mission Impossible 2. Although MGM had negotiated 2 sequels at once during the downturn after the failure of Kevin Costner's future Waterworld, the launch of Mission Impossible 3 would not cause too much of a stir. However, because Mission Impossible had the most eye-catching box office performance of the 3 series in the Agent movie universe, it was conceivable that in the future, Mission Impossible 4 and even the deeper intersections of the Agent movie universe, MGM would inevitably have a tug-of-war negotiation with Kevin Costner again. Of course, strictly speaking, this should be a happy annoyance. Any studio in Hollywood was eagerly looking forward to similar annoyances. Firefly's New Line Cinema's Rush Hour during the Thanksgiving period had a box office of $14.38 million in the 4th week and a total of $101.66 million. It became the second film under New Line this year to surpass $100 million. Based on the current box office trend, the total box office of Rush Hour in North America could reach at least $140 million. In the eyes of the outside world, compared to the relatively low box office performance of Firefly this year, New Line's low-budget films under $30 million performed extremely well. New Line produced and released a total of 16 films this year. If not including Jedi Cop 2 that Eric had moved to next year's summer, the average production cost of the remaining 15 films was only $16 million. Based on the released films, New Line only invested $240 million in film production this year, which was not much different from the production cost of Titanic. However, in terms of returns, the North American box office of New Line's 4 best-performing movies this year, Rush Hour, 7 Deadly Sins, Final Destination, and Red Zone, were estimated to reach a total of $350 million. As for the other 11 movies, although there were some failures that only grossed $2 to $3 million, the total box office of the 10 movies was more than $120 million. Under normal circumstances, low and medium budget films often had strong local cultural characteristics, making it difficult for them to make a difference in the overseas market. However, with the overseas box office of $220 million for Seven Deadly Sins, which was more than twice the local box office, New Line's overseas box office also reached $560 million. In 1996, New Line Cinema, with a production budget of $240 million, achieved a total box office of $1.03 billion worldwide. Excluding the income from videotapes and television broadcast rights, just the box office alone brought Firefly Group more than $200 million in profit. Titanic only received an insignificant nomination for Best Screenplay at the Golden Globe Award nomination conference. Although there were many voices of doubt, the general trend of the media was that Titanic was even more negative because of the Golden Globe Award nomination failure. The news of Rush Hour breaking the $100 million box office in North America happened to appear in the media on the same day as the Golden Globe Award nomination. As the producer and distributor of Rush Hour, New Line Cinema's annual production budget, which was very comparable to Titanic, also appeared in the media's vision. With the same production budget of about $200 million, New Line Cinema's 15 low and medium budget films in 1996 generated more than $1 billion worldwide box office, while the future of Titanic was uncertain at this time. In the eyes of most people, it was almost inevitable that the movie would face a huge loss. This strong contrast undoubtedly poured cold water on the big investment and production trend that had arisen in Hollywood in recent years. Soon, there were many reflective comments in the media. The latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter had a prominent position on the front page and devoted a large amount of space to this. Since the early 1990s, Hollywood seems to have become more and more obsessed with blockbuster films. It is undeniable that movies such as Jurassic Park, The Mummy, and Men in Black have brought unusually high profits to the relevant production companies, but we absolutely can't ignore the disastrous consequences caused to investors and production companies by the failure of big-budget films such as Throat Cut Island, Future Waterworld, The Wind of the Mountain, and Phantom Hero. The tragic failure of Cutthroat Island directly led to Firefly Pictures, which was still very weak at the time, to merge with the Disney Group like a snake swallowing an elephant. And this year, the Firefly Group, which has always been successful in making big movies, seems to be going through an epic disaster like the one in 1912 together with the unprecedented investment of $215 million in Titanic. On the other hand, film companies such as New Line Cinema, Miramax, and others, which mainly focus on low and medium budget productions, have quietly developed and expanded with cautious and stable production strategies, eating away at the film market share. Especially New Line, a subsidiary of the Firefly Group, has leveraged more than $1 billion worldwide box office with an annual production budget comparable to that of Titanic. As of the first week of December, New Line's share of the box office of North America's cumulative total of $5.9 billion in 1996 reached 7.8%. This proportion is almost comparable to that of the two veteran film companies, Sony Pictures and Paramount Pictures. As a creative industry, of course, Hollywood must achieve innovation and exploration in film production techniques, special effects technology, and other aspects through some high-budget investment projects to achieve the purpose of providing better film and television content to the audience. But at the same time, we have to reflect. Perhaps Hollywood needs to return to the tentpole theory strategy once proposed by Mr. Barry Diller. Using a small number of blockbuster films as tent poles to prop up a large number of low and medium budget films as curtains is the most orthodox way for Hollywood film companies to survive. On the contrary, if a film company only wants to rely on a few tent poles to survive and ignores the existence of the curtains, you can imagine how miserable the scene will be when the storm strikes. After the Hollywood Reporter article was published, a large number of media outlets began to echo it. Eric was in New York, but he also saw the article first. Although he had recently thought about the trajectory of Firefly's development in recent years, Eric still scoffed at the views expressed in the article. The prevalence of big-budget films was almost an inevitable trend in Hollywood's development, because this type of film not only had a natural strong influence, but also movies such as Jurassic Park could not only bring in huge profits from box office, videotapes, and television broadcast rights, but they could also form a profitable peripheral industry chain involving peripheral toys, computer games, franchise licensing, and so on. This potential commercial return was incomparable to low and medium budget films. Most low and medium budget films, even if they were successful in the box office, often stopped at videotapes and television broadcast rights. For medium budget films like Jedi Cop and Rush Hour, which had the potential for sequels, after the success of the first film, the production budget of the sequels would undoubtedly double and inevitably enter the ranks of big-budget films. No matter what the outside media said, no matter how anxious the management of Firefly was, and no matter how the other Hollywood film companies were gloating, the release date of Titanic was still approaching day by day. In the last week, Titanic launched an even more intensive trailer bombardment on Firefly's television network. Giant posters of Titanic also began to be erected in prominent landmark locations in major North American cities. Cameron, Shaoli, Rachel Weisz, and other film creators appeared on mainstream talk shows in North America. Although Eric did not directly participate in the final stage of Titanic promotion, he spent almost 2 to 3 hours a day in Southampton communicating with Firefly's management, distribution department, and creative team in various aspects. On December 19, the box office data for the first week of the Christmas season was roughly calculated. The two new films released this week, Star Trek, First Contact and Mr. Sweetheart, earned $43 million and $24 million respectively. According to the box office trend of the two films, it would not have much impact on the upcoming release of Titanic. The comedy The Martian, which was about to be released at the same time as Titanic, was also not a big threat. After all, although it was starring veteran Hollywood superstar Jack Nicholson, it could not be compared to Titanic in terms of production budget, pre-release reputation, or scale of publicity. Although the other Hollywood film companies had the intention to snipe Titanic, they were still a little afraid and would not directly compete with Titanic with a heavyweight film. The biggest enemy of Titanic was actually only whether the film could be strongly welcomed by the market and create the original box office miracle like in the original Spacetime. The final scale of Titanic was 2,770 cinemas. Although Firefly hoped to have more than 3,000 cinemas, because Titanic was more than 3 hours long and the industry was overwhelmingly pessimistic about this movie, many cinemas that did not have a close relationship with Firefly refused to screen Titanic for Titanic. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Eric and Katzenberg finished discussing the publicity strategy for the first week of Titanic over the phone. After hanging up the phone, he did not think too much about the film. Everything was done, and the rest was up to fate. Eric casually threw his phone on the coffee table in the living room and reached out to pick up his daughter, who was leaning against Joanna and watching TV with her beautiful blue eyes without blinking. He said, "Xianxia, it's not good to watch too much TV. Daddy will read you a bedtime story, okay?" Hawaii struggled a little in Eric's arms, but her eyes were still fixed on the TV screen. She said in a dissatisfied tone, "But Daddy, I'm not sleepy. Kevin has already gone to bed. You have to rest early too. You'll be sleepy after listening to a bedtime story for a while," Eric said. Emma, who was sitting next to Drew, also got up and ran over, saying that she wanted to listen to a bedtime story together. She even blinked her big eyes and reached out to Eric to hug her. Emma was going to be 5 years old soon, but the little girl seemed to have a tendency to be small again. Although she was 2 years older than Hawaii and Kevin, she was only a little taller than Hawaii at this time. Eric carried Emma easily and walked to the little girl's bedroom, one in each hand. He asked, "So, what do you want to listen to?" The TV disappeared from sight. Seeing that there was no turning back, Hawaii reluctantly turned to Eric and said, "Daddy, bedtime stories are so boring. Can I read the encyclopedia?" Eric said helplessly, "Baby, if you do that, Daddy will probably fall asleep first." Hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Joanna and the others on the sofa could not help but chuckle. They knew that Eric had been under a lot of pressure recently. In addition to the gloomy box office prospects of Titanic, Clover Holdings, a subsidiary of Firefly, had suddenly invested $1.5 billion in hot technology stocks on the Nasdaq market in 3 months at the end of the year. Recently, with the company's financial statistics at the end of the year, the news was announced that Eric had a dispute with Way West, a member of the board of directors and one of the shareholders of Firefly Group, in Manhattan a few days ago. Buffett also expressed his doubts and dissatisfaction over the phone. At this time, listening to the relaxed conversation between Eric and his daughter, Joanna, and the others knew that Eric's mentality was not too affected by the recent series of events, and they were slightly relieved. The next day, he woke up very early. He looked at the watch on the bedside table. It was just past 7 o'clock, and the sky outside the window was not yet bright. Eric was no longer sleepy. He carefully left the little girl in his arms, quietly put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. The snow from last week had not completely melted yet, and the sky had already turned gray again today. The maids in the manor had already begun to prepare breakfast. Today's newspapers were already on the coffee table in the living room. Eric sat down on the sofa and read them one by one. These days, the topic of Titanic had experienced too much saliva, and the media seemed to be a little tired of it. Although there was a large-scale production last night, because it was in the middle of winter, and because Titanic was a long 3 hours long, many people inevitably gave up watching the midnight screening. There were not many reviews about Titanic in the newspapers today. The overall review was almost the same as the pre-screening stage. The detailed analysis of the media trend would have to wait for the report from the marketing department of Firefly. At this time, Eric could not see the general trend just by reading a few newspapers. Close to 8 o'clock, Joanna and Natasha woke up one after another. Eric had just put down the newspaper and walked into the gym when the phone he carried with him rang. The call was from Katzenberg in Los Angeles. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles, but it was not a problem for Katzenberg. There were 2 workaholics in the senior management of Firefly Group. One of them was Katzenberg, and the other was, of course, not Eric, but Robert Iger. Compared to Katzenberg's 5 hours of sleep a day, Robert Iger seemed to be more ruthless. He woke up at 4:30 every day. The two talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes. Eric temporarily put down his morning exercise and went to the study. There was a huge white writing board hanging on the entire wall of the study. At this time, the words Titanic were written at the top of the board, and below it was a list of tables. Picking up the black pen next to him, Eric calmly wrote the midnight box office of Titanic in the first grid, $1. 56 million. Calm and collected, neither hot nor cold. As a very common entertainment activity in life, Americans were also very mature when it came to watching movies. They would only choose to watch movies based on their personal preferences and the movies. Reputation. The key factor for the success or failure of a movie's box office was always the quality of the movie, and it had little to do with the size of the production budget. This was also the reason why movies such as Cleopatra and Heaven's Gate from many years ago to Throatcutter Island and future Waterworld in recent years still suffered box office failures despite spending a jaw-dropping production budget. Before Titanic was released, although there was no lack of positive reviews, the media was almost one-sided in their criticism of the movie's box office prospects. This subtly created a potential impression in the public's mind that this was another expensive movie that was not worth watching like future Waterworld. The midnight opening of $1.56 million was only 1/3 of last month's Mission Impossible 2. It was not even as good as Paramount's Star Trek: First Contact a week ago. There was no doubt that the lukewarm pre-release reviews and the long duration of the movie prevented most interested audiences from braving the cold winter to stay in the midnight cinema for 3 hours. However, the next day, although there was no dramatic reversal in the reviews of Titanic in the media, audiences who were interested in the movie gradually began to enter the cinema. Manhattan, New York. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Simon Pegg stood in line at the ticket hall of the Paris Cinema on 58th Street near Central Park. He listened to the crowd around him whispering about the new movie that had recently been released. Simon Pegg was not a movie fan. He didn't even like watching movies, or rather, he didn't have the time. As a professional elite who had just jumped to Lehman Brothers as a financial analyst, he, who was born in a poor family in the United States, devoted almost all his energy to his studies and work in order to get rid of his poor life. Even at this time, because of his experience at Columbia Business School, he was still carrying more than $30,000 in student loans from the bank. However, after he jumped ship from his first private investment company and got a job at Lehman Brothers with an annual salary of $68,000, the pressure on him finally lessened. A few months ago, a friend introduced him to a good girlfriend named Charlotte Davis. He was dragged here today by his girlfriend who liked to watch movies. When it was his turn, Simon Peck handed over his change and asked for a ticket for Titanic. He turned and walked toward his girlfriend, who was waving at him. Simon Peck waved the movie ticket in his hand at Charlotte, who was holding 2 buckets of popcorn, and said in a persuasive tone, "Hey, baby, I just heard people talking about this movie. It doesn't seem to be that good, and it's too long. It's 3 hours long." Charlotte Davis didn't like disaster movies either, but this was a movie that Eric Williams supported. That chance encounter was the deepest secret in the hearts of Charlotte and her best friend, Alice. The two of them didn't easily tell anyone about it. However, because of their encounter back then, the two of them would always subconsciously pay attention to Eric's various movements in Hollywood. They would also subconsciously support the films that Eric valued. Moreover, until now, she had never been disappointed. So, being disappointed once in a while would be a different experience. It was the Christmas holiday, and Alice had returned to Colorado to spend Christmas with her parents. Thus, Charlotte could only watch this movie with her new boyfriend. At this moment, hearing Simon Peck's words, Charlotte gently rolled her eyes. She smiled and asked, "Then, what movie do you think we should watch?" Simon Peck subconsciously opened his mouth, but didn't say the name of any movie for a moment. Charlotte knew that her new boyfriend was practically an idiot when it came to movies. She chuckled and ignored his embarrassed look. She stuffed a bucket of popcorn into his arms and said, "Okay, let's go in. It's about to start." Although it was prime time, and it was the first day of Titanic, the theater was still a little empty. Less than half of the 100 people in the theater were seated. Charlotte and her idiot boyfriend chose their seats and sat down. The audience around them were whispering softly. They could even hear a middle school couple in the front row complaining to her boyfriend that he shouldn't have chosen this movie. The boy seemed to be a die-hard fan of the Terminator series. When he talked to the girl, he said that he was only supporting his idol. Charlotte could imagine that most of the audience in the theater chose this movie because they wanted to support a famous director like Cameron, or because of the $215 million investment, or purely because of Firefly's overwhelming publicity. Perhaps less than a third of the audience was actually interested in the movie. Most cinemas would have about 15 minutes of previews before showing the main movie. However, perhaps due to the long duration of Titanic itself, the trailer this time was only 5 minutes long. Very quickly, the animated logo of a girl from Firefly Pictures releasing fireflies appeared on the screen. The movie began with the treasure hunter Brock Lovett's exploration of the Titanic. Most of the audience immediately realized that the movie was using flashbacks. Westerners generally had a strong love for treasure hunting. Therefore, this scene didn't arouse too much disgust. Most of the audience in the theater enjoyed it. Almost no one thought that the plot was redundant. The white-haired old Rose appeared on the treasure-hunting ship, reminiscing about the dusty past. When the gigantic body of the Titanic appeared at the port of Southampton in England, everyone let out faint gasps of surprise. Simon Pegg, who didn't expect anything and just wanted to spend time with his girlfriend, couldn't help but straighten his back. He said in surprise, "Is this real? This is so shocking. I wonder how he did it." Charlotte was very satisfied with Simon Peck's reaction. She explained with a smile, "It is said that James Cameron recreated the model of the Titanic on the film set at a scale of 1:1. Looking at the bustling Southampton port that was perfectly restored by James Cameron on the screen, Simon Pegg could not help but shake his head and sigh. No wonder they spent $215 million. This amount of money is enough to build a real giant cruise ship. In the next hour, Jack and Rose met, got to know each other, and fell in love with each other. The movie showed all aspects of the Titanic from the perspective of the two main characters. The extravagance, arrogance, ignorance, and hypocrisy of the nobles in the first-class cabin, and the simplicity, cheerfulness, humor, and optimism of the common people in the bottom-class cabin. Although there were some obvious biases, it still catered to the majority of the audience's disdain for the rich and powerful. As a veteran movie fan, Charlotte could feel that the emotional scenes between Jack and Rose were a little shaky. Many of the dialogues in the first half of the movie seemed to be completely unnecessary. However, with the beautiful scene of Jack and Rose flying at the bow of the ship, and the crew member on the watchtower shouting "Iceberg, right ahead," at night, most of the audience's impatience disappeared once again. They silently waited for the arrival of the disaster. Perhaps no one had realized that, through the film's meticulous depiction of the passengers from all walks of life on the Titanic, their emotions had been unknowingly controlled by the big ship. Even though they knew that the sinking was inevitable and a disaster was bound to happen, some of the audience still subconsciously hoped that some impossible miracles would happen. In the end, the miracle didn't happen. After the collision with the iceberg, the Titanic began to fill with water and entered the countdown to sinking. The passengers in the first-class cabin began to evacuate, and the common people in the lower-class cabin were abandoned. The kindness and tolerance of human nature, the ugliness and despicableness, were clearly displayed in front of everyone at the moment of the disaster. If the sinking of the ship only touched everyone's hearts, the last 20 minutes of the movie were completely tear-jerking. Listening to Jack encouraging Rose to live on bravely until she closed her eyes and could no longer speak, and finally quietly sank into the abyss, everyone in the theater felt a heart-wrenching pain in their hearts. Even after Rose was rescued, this heart-wrenching feeling did not dissipate at all. Charlotte clearly heard the faint sobbing sound in the theater. She also felt tears flowing from the corner of her eyes. She wiped them a few times, but no matter how hard she tried, they would not dry. Her body subconsciously leaned against her boyfriend beside her. Simon Peck did not say anything. With red eyes, he reached out an arm and quietly hugged his girlfriend. Until the old Rose returned to the past in her dream, and the ending music played, everyone's emotions did not calm down. After 3 hours, if it were any other movie, perhaps most of the audience's first reaction would be to hurriedly get up and leave the theater when the ending credits rose. However, this time, no one got up. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, letting Celine Dion's heavenly voice reverberate in the theater. When they left the theater, it was already 11 o'clock. The theater was still brightly lit. Charlotte leaned against Simon Peck softly. The two walked out of the theater with their arms around each other. Inadvertently, they looked around and found that there were many couples hugging each other with red eyes. For some reason, this scene touched Charlotte's nerves. She could not help but smile. Then, she began to worry again. Originally, she did not have high expectations for Titanic. She just wanted to support the movie that Eric thought highly of. However, she now realized that the media that criticized Titanic before was just talking nonsense. Although there were some flaws, there was no doubt that this was a very good movie. It definitely did not deserve the cold treatment it had received. Absolutely not. After making up her mind, Simon Peck drove her back to her apartment in the city center. Although her boyfriend looked at her expectantly, Charlotte still rejected his offer to stay the night. After sending her boyfriend away gently, Charlotte returned to her apartment. She picked up the cordless phone and called her best friend, Alice, who was in her hometown in Colorado. At the same time, she turned on the computer in the living room. "Hey, Alice, did you go to watch Titanic?" The call went through, and Charlotte went straight to the point while operating the computer mouse. The other party said a few words, and Charlotte eagerly said, "No, you must watch this movie. It's definitely a great movie. Do you still remember the New York Times review of Titanic? I can tell you with certainty now that this is indeed a masterpiece comparable to Gone with the Wind." The two chatted for a while and hung up. Charlotte turned her gaze to the computer screen. She had already opened the Yahoo Forums discussion section for Titanic. At this time, the discussion section was also very lively. Unlike the media, who had not even watched the movie, most of the people in the discussion section of Yahoo's Titanic were the audience who had watched the movie. The reactions of this group of people were more realistic and intuitive. "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm crying over such a melodramatic movie. Oh my God, this can't be real. Rose is so beautiful. Why haven't I heard of this actress named Rachel Weisz before? Do you know which movie she has acted in? The ending song is so beautiful. Did you notice that it was written by Eric Williams himself? I've already bought the tickets for tomorrow night. I want to watch it again. The scene of Jack and Rose standing at the bow of the ship is so dreamy. I really want to collect a poster like this. I wonder if Firefly will have a poster like this in the future. Maybe I can sneak a camera in next time and take a picture. Take 2 pictures and give me one. Take 3 pictures and give me one. Take 4 pictures and give me one." Charlotte browsed through the posts on the page. She also had a deep impression of the beautiful scene of Jack and Rose flying at the bow of the ship. She noticed the topic above and clicked in. Looking at the neatly organized replies below, she could not help but smile. Looking at the number of replies, she jokingly typed a few words on the keyboard, "Take 109 pictures and give me one." Exiting the topic and returning to the main page, Charlotte skimmed through the posts on the first few pages. Most of the people were praising Titanic, and some of the posts that were criticizing the film had caused a one-sided crusade by the fans. After organizing her thoughts, Charlotte opened the post page and began to consider her own feelings about the movie. Although she did not have the talent to write movie reviews, at this time, she still wanted more people to know how outstanding this movie was and that no one should miss it. Before watching this movie, I also had doubts about the 3-hour length of the movie. I don't understand why Firefly allowed James Cameron to make a commercial blockbuster like this. However, at this moment, I suddenly understood a lot of things. Every minute of this movie is indispensable. Although the shipwreck scene only takes up 1/3 of the entire movie, James Cameron has created a perfect you-were-there atmosphere for us. Through more than an hour of panoramic views of the various characters and scenery on the Titanic after it set sail, we are once again brought back to the epic ship of that year, and we are unwittingly immersed in it. Therefore, when the disaster comes, we will also have a more detailed and profound experience of all the characters in the movie, as well as their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is also why many people are deeply moved after watching the movie. The disaster scene in the second half of the movie is even more impressive. Jack's simple and sincere farewell is tear-jerking, and Rose's eyes looking at the sky are even more heartbreaking. The handsome Leonardo DiCaprio and the beautiful Rachel Weisz gave us a very wonderful performance. They are both very outstanding actors, especially Rachel Weisz's natural aristocratic temperament. One can't help but wonder if she was born in a British aristocratic family. Finally, the song "My Heart Will Go On," Celine Dion's heavenly voice is intoxicating. I even feel that Eric Williams spared no effort to support James Cameron's extravagant spending just for this song to create a perfect and sad dream. I can't give any more praise for this movie. I just sincerely hope that everyone can abandon the media's previous bias towards this movie and walk into the cinema. Believe me, you will not be disappointed. After checking, Charlotte clicked on the post and refreshed it several times. Soon, a series of echoing replies appeared under the topic. At this time, in the entire United States, Charlotte was not the only one who was deeply fascinated by Titanic and couldn't wait to recommend it to others. There were countless fans like Charlotte who spontaneously promoted Titanic and recommended it to others around them. With the large-scale release of Titanic, a large number of North American media no longer focused on the topic of the high budget of the movie, but shifted their attention to the quality of the movie itself. While the movie was being spread by word of mouth among fans who had watched it, the movie's reputation began to improve. First of all, I have to admit that I watched this movie with a strong bias. I always felt that Hollywood's investment in big-budget movies had gone crazy. Although I still hold this view after watching this movie, I have to say that James Cameron is really king genius. Titanic almost perfectly restored everything on this giant ship in terms of details and brought us a deep and tragic love story. The so-called tragedy is to break the perfect thing for people to see. James Cameron did this vividly in 3 hours, but at the same time, he didn't take away all our hope. In the movie, the details of the old Rose's life, those photos, that tank of goldfish, all show us her deep love for life. Long Island, in the Southampton Manor. Eric ignored the various changes in the public's attitude towards Titanic and peacefully spent the upcoming Christmas with his wife and children. However, on the white writing board in the study, there would be an additional number every day. Number 19, $1. 56 million, midnight, number 20, $8. 65 million. Number 21, $9. 67 million. Number 22, $9. 3 million. In the first 3 days, Titanic accumulated a box office of $29. 18 million. Titanic has failed at the box office, earning US $29. 18 million in the first weekend. The total box office in North America may not exceed 100 million. Eric Williams' movie magic has failed, epic blockbuster off to a dismal start. Firefly Pictures has suffered the largest box office failure in Hollywood history, with a cumulative loss of nearly $200 million. Word of mouth can't be stopped, box office is low. Titanic's box office in North America is not as good as Star Trek, First Contact's in the same period. The difference in production costs is 5 times. James Cameron led the team of Titanic to a promotional event in London. He looked haggard at the press conference, suspected of having a mental breakdown. Firefly Group CEO, Jeffrey Katzenberg, has announced that Firefly Pictures will not fire Titanic's producers, John Landau, William Stewart, and other main creators. They will continue to work with director James Cameron. Eric Williams has not appeared in public for many days. Casino Royale's post-production may have been halted. The film may follow in Titanic's footsteps. On December 23, the day before Christmas, with the release of Titanic's 3-day box office data, the North American entertainment media launched a new round of bombardment on topics related to the film. If it were any other film, it would not be a failure if it earned US $29.18 million in the first 3 days. However, it was Titanic, the most expensive film in history with a total investment of US $265 million and a global box office of US $800 million to break even. However, Titanic's box office was only US $29.18 million in the first weekend, which was not even comparable to Star Trek, First Contact, which was released the week before. Star Trek, First Contact, which was produced and distributed by Paramount Pictures, cost US $45 million to produce and earned US $30.71 million in the first weekend. The next weekend's box office only dropped 42%, earning US $17.8 million. The cumulative box office in the first 10 days of release had reached US $60 million. Most media outlets had made predictions. Although Titanic's reputation had improved compared to before it was released, due to the long 3-hour film length, most of the audience had lost their motivation to watch the movie. Titanic's box office next week was likely to drop more than Star Trek, First Contact by more than 50%. According to this box office trend, the total box office of Titanic in North America might only be $80 to $90 million. As everyone knew, the overseas release of Titanic was also blocked by many obstacles. There were only 9 overseas countries where the film was released at the same time, which was less than half of the number of countries where Mission Impossible 2 was released at the same time a month ago. The failure of Titanic at the North American box office would also affect the film's overseas box office. As the enthusiasm of distributors and cinemas in countries where the film was not released decreased, the global box office of Titanic may stop below $200 million. With a global box office of $200 million, Firefly could only recoup about $70 million. Future income from videotapes/DVDs, TV broadcast rights, and other income were even more impossible to talk about. The media estimated that Firefly would lose $200 million from this movie, and it was not an exaggeration. Even within Firefly, most of the management had no choice but to accept this reality. If it was any other major Hollywood film company, after the box office of Titanic was released, facing a huge loss of up to $200 million, the relevant person in charge would have been kicked out at this time. The entire studio might even face bankruptcy and reorganization. However, of course, it was impossible for Firefly to do this. After all, Titanic was a project that Eric himself had forcefully promoted. It seemed too difficult to fire their own boss. Although they did not need to account to Wall Street or the company's shareholders like other film companies, in the face of the upcoming huge loss, the company's senior management still had to make some adjustments and deal with the aftermath to avoid repeating the mistakes of Titanic in the future. Just after Christmas, although the holiday was not over yet, Katzenberg began to gather the group's film department executives every day to discuss the company's future production and distribution strategy. It could be said that after the box office of the first weekend was released, most people had already labeled Titanic as destined to fail. Coupled with the fact that it was Christmas, very few people paid special attention to the movie's one-day box office. Even the distribution department within Firefly that was responsible for box office statistics was puzzled by Eric's insistence that they report the daily box office summary as soon as possible. Could it be that the boss was still expecting a miracle? Although they were puzzled, no one dared to perfunctorily answer Eric's request. Early every morning, the box office statistics of the day before would appear in Eric's email. Perhaps it was out of consideration for Eric's mood, the women did not mention anything about the movie in front of him these days. Other than the routine holiday greetings, the senior management of Firefly did not mention Titanic to Eric during Christmas. Therefore, this Christmas was lively and warm. In the blink of an eye, it was December 27th, the third day after Christmas. Eric woke up early in the morning as usual. After washing up, he went to the study. Today was Friday, the first day of Titanic's release week. Turning on the computer on the desk and waiting for it to turn on, Eric looked at the white writing board on the wall of the study. At this time, 7 sets of data, including the midnight release, had appeared on it. Needless to say, last weekend was the beginning of this week. December 23rd, $5. 57 million. Because it was Monday, compared to the $9. 3 million the day before, there was a 40% drop, which was in line with the box office trend of most movies. December 24th, $3. 5 million. On Christmas Eve, basically no one would go out to watch movies, so it was not surprising that the box office dropped sharply again. Then, on December 25th, Christmas Day, the box office was $7. 03 million. The box office on December 24th, Christmas Eve, was not much of a reference. Compared to the box office on December 23rd, there was a significant increase on December 25th, yesterday morning. When he saw this number, Eric's mood, which had been a little irritable recently, suddenly relaxed a lot. However, he was not too excited. Just as people would not go out to watch movies on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day was usually a great time for people to go out to eat, drink, and have fun. The box office on this day increased. It was hard to say whether it was because of the movie itself or because of the holiday atmosphere. Therefore, on December 26th, which was yesterday, the box office data of the last day of the first week of Titanic was particularly important. The box office on this day would also prove whether Titanic, after a week of word-of-mouth fermentation, could regain its former glory. If the box office on this day fell again and was the same as the $5. 57 million box office on Monday, then all expectations would be in vain. If the box office rose, even if it was the same as Christmas Day, then it would indicate that the ship that created an unprecedented box office miracle in the original space-time would set sail again. Eric stared at the writing board on the wall for a moment. The computer on the desktop had been turned on. In the process of entering the password to open the Yahoo email, although Eric felt that he had roughly adjusted his mentality these days, at this time, he found that he could not be indifferent. He even felt that his fingers were trembling with excitement because of the arrival of some kind of judgment moment. The page opened, and the eye-catching unread email from the Firefly distribution department lay quietly in the mailbox. Eric moved the mouse and gently tapped on the email to open it. The first thing that appeared in front of him was the total box office of the first week calculated by the distribution department. Eric directly skipped the $54. 33 million figure and looked down. Quietly staring at the page, after a few seconds of silence, Eric took a deep breath, got up and walked to the writing board. He picked up the pen and quickly wrote the last number of the first week of Titanic. $9. 05 million. This Thursday's box office number, compared to the first day of Titanic, was up 4%. Compared to Christmas Day, it was up 11%. Compared to the most comparable Monday, it was up 38%. Eric couldn't help but glance at the 7-day box office numbers again. $8. 65 million, $9. 67 million, $9. 3 million, $5. 57 million, $3. 5 million, $7. 03 million, $9. 05 million. The $3. 5 million box office seemed to be a freezing point, but in Eric's view, it was more like a spring that was compressed to the extreme. It gathered all its strength and threw a movie that was destined to represent a miracle into the sky. Titanic officially set sail. Throwing the pen into the pen holder, Eric walked out of the study, thinking that maybe there was no need to record the daily box office. How tiring would that be? A new day. Although it was Friday in Hollywood, it was also a new week. Many people woke up from their sleep and inadvertently looked at today's newspaper. They might have noticed the box office numbers of Titanic in the first week. However, for this movie that had been characterized as a failure by most media, except for more and more fans who were touched by the movie, most people didn't think that the $54.33 million figure was a big deal. After all, Mission Impossible 2 last month had a box office of more than $80 million in the first week. Los Angeles. Although it was 3 hours later than New York, Katzenberg saw the box office statistics for the first week of Titanic almost at the same time as Eric. Of course, he also noticed the unexpected and even somewhat doubtful US $9.05 million box office on the last day of the first week. Initially, Katzenberg even thought that the distribution department had calculated the numbers wrongly. After all, how could the box office on a weekday be higher than on the first day of release? Although it was the Christmas holiday, most people still had the habit of watching movies on the weekend. Katzenberg called the staff in charge of the box office statistics to confirm. Listening to the voice of the person in charge of the distribution department on the phone, Katzenberg was certain that the number was correct. However, Katzenberg didn't think in a more optimistic way. Instead, he thought that this number was the result of the Christmas holiday effect. After all, December 26th was only the second day of Christmas. Later, the executives of other Hollywood film companies, who were also paying close attention to Titanic, also noticed the box office on December 26th. Most people didn't want to delve into it. Even some sharp-witted media had the same idea as Katzenberg. Although Katzenberg felt that this was just an accident, he still immediately called Eric, who was in New York, and reported the good news. After all, the box office predicted that the North American box office would be $80 million to $90 million, but it unexpectedly earned $54.33 million in the first week. The original forecast would definitely be higher. It was almost certain that the box office would exceed $100 million in North America. Katzenberg felt that it was always good to lose less money. Eric didn't tell Katzenberg about his judgment. He wanted to give everyone a surprise. If God wasn't joking with him, then the surprise would only come tomorrow. After talking to Eric on the phone, Katzenberg said goodbye to his wife and twin sons and drove to the Firefly headquarters in Burbank. He had an appointment with Kenneth Horn, the president of New Line Cinema, this morning to discuss the production and distribution plan of New Line Cinema next year. This year, New Line Cinema almost achieved the same box office performance as Firefly Pictures and Disney Pictures. Coupled with the box office failure of Titanic, starting next year, the corporation would definitely need to increase its support for New Line Cinema. During the discussion over the past few days, Katzenberg, Frank Wales, and other senior executives had decided on a plan to increase the average annual film production budget of New Line Cinema to $500 million for the next 3 years. Eric also agreed to this plan on the phone. Today, they were going to discuss the details in more detail. As for the two major production companies, Katzenberg and Frank Wales, they wanted to reduce the budget of big films. In fact, they wanted to reduce the production scale of Firefly Pictures. At the same time, they wanted to refocus on the development of Disney's live-action films. After all, Disney's entire industrial chain, from the surrounding stores to Disneyland, needed a large number of live-action films to provide enough peripheral goods and copyrighted images. This wasn't just limited to animated films. Live-action films were also important. Eric was not as busy as Katzenberg. After breakfast, he leisurely left the manor with a book and walked to a coffee shop on the edge of the community. There were not many customers in the coffee shop in the morning. Eric greeted the old man behind the counter, who was also bored and flipping through the newspaper, and sat in his usual seat. A waitress brought Eric a cup of coffee and left the room quietly. Eric took a sip of the warm coffee and leisurely opened the Financial Alchemy book in his hand. The old man behind the counter, who had always been silent, took the initiative to speak for the first time. Eric, it seems that the box office of Titanic in the first week is not bad. The old man, who looked to be in his 60s, was named Matthew Braga, the owner of this coffee shop. However, Eric knew that the old man also had a manor of similar size not far from his home. The old man was originally from Brazil and was a very famous local entrepreneur. His family ran a large natural rubber business in northeastern Brazil. At this time, he had handed over the family business to his children. He retired with his wife in the United States. Opening such a coffee shop was more for leisure. After all, the two were not familiar with each other. Eric couldn't reveal anything to him. He replied with a smile, "If it was other movies, of course, it would be good, but this is Titanic. I might lose a lot of money this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hiding here now." Matthew Braga laughed, but there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He said, "I've never seen you fail before." "I hope so." After saying this, both of them became quiet again. Eric continued to read the boring financial book in his hand, while Matthew Braga continued to flip through his newspaper. After about an hour, a blonde Caucasian girl in a white down jacket hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. When she saw that Eric was already sitting there, she quickly walked over and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. My car broke down, and I had to ask my classmate to send me here." "It's okay, Sabrina. Please take a seat. I happen to have some questions that I need you to help me explain." "Oh, of course." Sabrina Rand sat down opposite Eric. She took out the book Financial Alchemy that was identical to Eric's from her bag. She also had a notebook with her. Then, she patiently explained many of the seemingly simple financial questions to Eric. Of course, these questions were only simple for a graduate student in the Department of Finance at Columbia. Because of the recent turmoil in his mind, Eric was not in the mood to sort out the plot of the Marvel comic universe. Instead, he chose to read a boring financial book to pass the time. The cold financial theory was also easier to calm down. However, if it was a Chinese book, it would be easier to understand some things based on the literal meaning. However, if one wanted to understand a professional financial book in English, one would have to know all kinds of professional and even rare financial English words like the back of one's hand. At most, Eric only had some basic financial knowledge in his mind. Therefore, in order to understand this book, he specially hired a top financial student from Columbia University. That student was Sabrina Rand, a tall blonde girl with a pretty face. Eric had no lack of beautiful girls around him. Of course, he did not have any ulterior motives toward the girl in front of him. The reason why he chose Sabrina from the candidates recommended by Columbia was purely because he wanted to add to his charm. Having a beautiful girl as his study companion would definitely make him feel more comfortable than having a girl of the same sex. As for the financial alchemy book that Eric was interested in recently, it had a famous author named George Soros. Sabrina picked up her coffee and took a sip. She carefully looked at the young man sitting opposite her again. She saw that Eric's eyes were focused on his book. Even though half a month had passed, her eyes were still filled with curiosity. Half a month ago, Sabrina, who was looking for a part-time job during the holidays, received a call from her teacher, who was very reputable in the college. He said that a big shot was looking for a temporary tutor to teach him some basic knowledge about finance. He only needed 3 hours a day in the morning, and he would be paid $200. The higher the university in the United States, the higher the tuition fees. This was one of the main reasons why almost half of the college students in the United States dropped out of school. Other than a few rich kids, most of the college graduates in the United States would more or less take on some student loans. In order to alleviate the financial pressure, many students would choose to work part-time while in school. It was the same for Sabrina. Before this, most of her part-time jobs only paid about $10 an hour. When she heard that she could earn $200 for 3 hours a day, Sabrina could not wait to prepare her resume and submit it to the tutor. However, she did not have high expectations. Although her results in the college were not bad, there were plenty of competitors who were more outstanding than her and wanted to get this job. 2 days later, however, she received a notice that she had gotten the job. After that, she met a senior executive of the Firefly Group who was a vice president. His name seemed to be Alan Fissman. She thought that he was the person she was supposed to tutor. However, it turned out that he was only here to interview her. The two of them chatted casually for half an hour. After that, she was asked to sign a confidentiality agreement that was more than 10 pages long. For a senior executive of the Firefly Group who was a vice president to appear for such an insignificant temporary job, Sabrina vaguely realized that something was up. However, when she finally saw Eric in person, Sabrina was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Her workplace was in Southampton, which was more than 100 kilometers away from Columbia University in Manhattan. For this temporary job, Sabrina specially stayed at a classmate's house in Bridges City, which was not far from Southampton. Every morning, she would drive half an hour to this cafe in Southampton. In the first few days, Sabrina spent most of her time explaining a lot of basic knowledge to Eric. She mainly explained the professional terms in the book, Financial Alchemy, written by the financial tycoon George Soros, such as reflexivity, participatory bias, swaps, etc. These questions were very basic for most students who majored in finance. Although Sabrina did not dare to express it, she would occasionally feel a sense of superiority. However, as the days passed, Eric's questions became fewer and fewer. However, they also became more and more tricky. There were a few times when Sabrina was almost speechless. However, recently, Sabrina felt like she was becoming more and more like a vase. Other than the first few questions that Eric asked every day, most of the time, he would just read quietly by himself. Occasionally, he would think, or he would be in a daze. Perhaps, in a few days' time, she would lose this well-paid job. At this moment, when she thought of her initial sense of superiority, Sabrina could not help but feel that she was really stupid. The young man in front of her, who had the most personal wealth in the world, was only 2 years older than her. Sabrina could imagine that in 2 years' time, she would at most be able to get a stable job. She would still be miles away from her previous life goal. However, the young man in front of her had already broken through the limits of wealth that most people could have. How much money did he have? 46.5 billion US dollars. No, that was the year before last. Last year, it seemed to be 67.7 billion US dollars. She felt so helpless. After spending more than half a month together, Sabrina would occasionally have thoughts of Cinderella or Cinderella. For this reason, she had been paying special attention to her appearance during this period of time. She had even bought a brand new set of cosmetics. However, until now, other than the book Financial Alchemy, Eric had not communicated much with her. She had not even been to his place of residence. He must have lived nearby. The two of them could only meet in this cafe every day. Occasionally, when he did not come over, someone would inform her to leave. Sabrina noticed that Eric's gaze had once again left the book and started to wander off. After a pause, she suddenly mustered up her courage and said, "AI. Eric, last night, I went to watch Titanic with my friends." After saying this, Sabrina noticed that Eric's expression froze for a moment. He raised his head and seemed to have just noticed that there was someone sitting opposite him. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that seemed to see through everything. Sabrina felt her cheeks heating up. She felt an inexplicable sense of regret. However, since she had spoken, she still insisted on blurting out the thoughts that she had been mulling over for a while. She said, "My friends and I think that this movie has been seriously underestimated. Its box office should have been higher." Eric nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your affirmation, Sabrina. I'm glad that you like this movie." After Eric finished speaking, he picked up the book in front of him and looked at the page again. Her attempt to strike up a conversation had ended in failure. However, Sabrina felt much more relaxed. She no longer had the courage to take the initiative to speak again. They continued on like this until noon. Sabrina packed up her things. Eric stood up as well. The two of them walked out of the cafe together. Sabrina was about to say goodbye to Eric and head to the nearby road to see if she could flag down a taxi or hitch a ride home. However, she was stopped by Eric's outstretched hand. "Wait a moment. I'll get someone to send you back," Eric said. Sabrina was stunned for a moment and nodded subconsciously. However, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. In the morning, she had casually mentioned that her car had broken down. She did not expect him to remember it. Before this, she had always thought that he was a cold person. She suddenly felt that she had wronged him. Eric took out his phone and dialed a number. The two of them waited by the roadside outside the cafe. Sabrina quietly carried her bag. After pausing for a while, she made up her mind and said, Eric, you might not need me anymore. Maybe I don't need to come over tomorrow? Eric looked at the girl and asked, you still have a long vacation, right? Do you have anything else to do? Sabrina thought for a while and shook her head honestly. Then continue reading with me. Eric smiled and said, I like to have someone by my side when I'm reading. Also, you smell very nice. Sabrina blushed and said, Eric, there should be many girls around you who are willing to read with you, right? Yes. Eric nodded. However, they won't explain to me what the reflexivity theory is. Then, Sabrina asked carefully again, Eric, may I ask why you are interested in Mr. Soros' book? Eric answered ambiguously, something is going to happen, so I want to understand it in advance. Sabrina saw that Eric did not intend to explain to her in detail, so she tactfully did not ask further. It was not until half a year later, when the world-shocking economic crisis engulfed Southeast Asia, that Sabrina understood what Eric meant. The driver drove the car over. Eric instructed him to send Sabrina back to Bridges before he returned to the matter. Surprisingly, Chris and Emily had already rushed over. The two of them had gone back to Maryland to accompany Jeffrey during the Christmas holidays. He did not expect them to return so soon. Eric hugged the two of them and chatted casually. Chris noticed the book Financial Alchemy in Eric's hand. He smiled and said, you recently hired a girl just to read this book with you? Eric nodded and did not forget to joke. This news has already spread to Maryland? Emily heard about it when she was talking to Joan on the phone, Chris explained. However, Emily teased with a smile, who knows what he's up to this time. Eric ignored Emily's teasing and asked, why are you back so early? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Isn't it because of you? You pushed so much work to Chris while you were so relaxed. Eric sized Emily up from head to toe, making her hair stand on end. He then said, if you marry Chris now, I'll immediately take away half of his work. When Emily heard this, she was immediately KO'd. She pulled Virginia, who was beside her, and walked toward the villa. She did not forget to explain, we'll go prepare lunch. You two can chat. Everyone laughed softly. After the women left, Chris returned to the book Financial Alchemy and said, you've also noticed Soros' actions recently? Soros did not keep his comments about Southeast Asia's economy a secret. How can I not notice it? Southeast Asia's economic crisis started in 1997. But in fact, Soros had started to talk about Southeast Asia's economy since the start of this year. But just like the UK a few years ago, sterling, which had been strong for hundreds of years, will not depreciate. Now, Southeast Asia, which had experienced more than a decade of false prosperity, also felt their financial system will not be destroyed by international hot money. That's why they did not take any measures to prevent this from happening. Some impatient international currency speculators might have started to short Southeast Asia's currencies. Eric remembered that in February next year, Soros had started to test Thai baht. Chris couldn't help but think of the incident in 1990. He asked, what do you think this time? Eric shrugged and said, Southeast Asia will be in big trouble this time. They will not be able to hold on for much longer. Chris's eyes flashed and asked, then what should we do this time? I have been thinking about this recently. Eric said, we will not be able to replicate the miraculous futures profits during the Kuwait War. That was a sudden super black swan event. Almost no one thought Saddam would dare to invade Kuwait, but he still did. This time, it is different. Once Soros leads the attack on Southeast Asia's currency market, it will be a long tug of war. At that time, the amount of international hot money involved will be more than 100 billion. We will not have any advantage over whoever enters the market, and the risk we will bear will not be lower than others. Then what are you going to do? Chris asked. Let's just play around with a few $100 million. Although we can't play too big, we can't just do nothing. That's not my style. These days, Eric had been thinking about the upcoming economic crisis in Southeast Asia. He had thought of doing something big like he did 5 years ago, but he realized it was impossible. The reason was simple. With Firefly Group's current foundation, Eric could easily raise $2 billion in a short period of time. If necessary, Firefly Group could also borrow more than $1 billion in a short period of time from major banks in the United States. Ideally, with $2 billion and 5 times the safety leverage, Feng's short position in Southeast Asia's currencies will reach $10 billion. In his memory, after the financial crisis, the currencies of the Southeast Asian countries basically depreciated by about 50%. At that time, Eric's short position of $10 billion would be able to earn about $5 billion. $5 billion USD was already a very generous profit figure. After all, the top few corporate giants in the United States only made this amount of profit in a year. However, in Eric's memory, the 4 tigers of Asia, which suffered the most from the financial crisis in Southeast Asia, only had a little more than $100 billion in foreign exchange reserves. Currency speculation was different from international futures. The investors were mainly the banks of the countries that were attacked, and the source of funds was the foreign exchange reserves of the countries. Then, not to mention the later plundering of the stock market, bonds, and even the real economy of various countries, just in terms of currency speculation, there was only a total of more than $100 billion of fat meat. Under the situation of being surrounded by wolves, it was impossible for Eric to establish a short position of $10 billion no matter what. You want to use $2 billion as your capital to swallow 1/10 of it? Do you think the international hot money of more than $100 billion doesn't exist? In the Southeast Asia financial crisis in the original spacetime, Soros bet all his money and only made a little more than $2 billion in the end. Therefore, perhaps those small investors, in the upcoming financial crisis, could take a risk and reap several times the profit. However, when the scale of the hot money reached a certain level, the profit ratio would greatly decrease. In the end, it would be considered good if they could get 20% or 30% of the profit. P.S. Everyone turn on the air conditioner together. The transformer on the street is on fire. So, the laptop should have automatically shut down after I got distracted. Fortunately, I prepared a USB demodulator power cable, so I was able to connect to the internet. December 28, Saturday. 2 days had passed since Christmas and the New Year was coming. Katzenberg had planned to take his family to Europe for a holiday during the holidays. Although he was a workaholic, it did not mean that he did not need to take a vacation. However, because of the Titanic incident, Katzenberg had to cancel all his itineraries at the end of the year. He did not even return to New York to spend Christmas with his parents. The box office of Titanic was $25 million in the first week, which exceeded the expectations of most of Firefly Group's internal and external box office statistics agencies of around $40 million. It was a consolation. However, compared to the huge production and publicity costs of the film, this first week's results could only be said to be a failure. At the moment, this situation seemed to be irreversible. As the CEO of Firefly Group, what Katzenberg had to do now was to try his best to avoid this box office tragedy from happening again. He woke up at 5 o'clock out of habit. After all, it was a holiday and a weekend. Katzenberg did not start his day's work as eagerly as before. After a simple morning exercise, he began to personally prepare breakfast for his wife and children. It was considered his responsibility as a husband and father occasionally. At the same time, in the film distribution department's office at Firefly Group's Burbank headquarters, the employees on duty in charge of box office statistics, George Lake and Phil Ropolos, were doubtfully checking the box office data faxed by the major cinema chains. In recent years, with the rapid development of the internet, the ticketing systems of the major cinema chains in North America had gradually been connected to the internet, and the efficiency of box office statistics had greatly increased. However, there was still no unified data between the different cinema chains. Therefore, the film companies and specialized box office statistics agencies still needed to summarize the individual data given by the different cinema chains. George Lake and Phil Ropolos once again recalculated the December 27 box office data in their hands. They even made a few phone calls to confirm some of the data that they were doubtful about. After finally confirming that the box office numbers in their hands were correct, George Lake and Phil Ropolos looked at each other in shock for a few seconds. They had worked in the film industry for 5 or 6 years, but looking at the data in their hands, they were 100% sure that this was definitely the strangest box office number they had ever seen in their lives. Although he was almost certain that the box office data in his hands was accurate, George Laker still said to his colleague, "Phil, do you want to confirm it again? What if there's a mistake and the bosses are happy for nothing? We might be kicked out of the door." The tiredness that had accumulated on Phil Ropolos's face due to this arduous task that required him to stay up all night had completely disappeared. He lightly flicked the paper in his hand, releasing a rustling sound. He looked at his companion and said, "Do you think there's still a need? How about we give Mr. Thompson a call first?" George Laker suggested again, "I feel a little uneasy about sending this data directly to the bosses." The Robert Thompson that George Lake was talking about was their immediate boss, the president of Firefly's distribution department. Phil Ropolos looked at the box office data of Titanic in his hand again. 12 million USD. In the first week of Titanic release, there was no single day where the box office exceeded $10 million US. This was also one of the reasons why everyone thought Titanic was a box office failure. According to the normal box office trend of most films, the box office of Titanic should be around $6 million US this weekend, but at this time, the data in his hands was actually twice the expected. What did this mean? In the second week of Titanic, not only did the box office not decline, but it also skyrocketed. It was not that Phil Ropolos had never seen a box office decline. Many films that had a strong reputation would have a certain degree of increase in the box office in the second week of release, but the increase was basically very small and rarely exceeded 10%. However, compared to the $8.65 million US box office last Friday, the box office of Titanic this Friday was a full 40% higher. Then, let's make a call first. In the end, Phil Ropolos, who was also a little guilty, nodded in agreement with George Lake's words. Therefore, before 7 o'clock in the morning, Firefly Group, including Katzenberg, Frank Wells, Carolyn Elliott, Kenneth Horn, and a group of senior executives in Los Angeles, rushed to the headquarters in Burbank. Even Michael Lynn, who had already resigned and only had a board seat at Firefly, heard the news and curiously rushed to Burbank from his mansion in Malibu. Robert Thompson, the president of Firefly's distribution department, pushed the door open and walked into the conference room. The people who were whispering all quieted down and looked at him in unison. "Mr. Katzenberg, and everyone, I have personally called to confirm. Although there may be some errors, the box office of Titanic yesterday should be around $12 million US. After a pause, Robert Thompson added again, "In other words, compared to last Friday, the box office of Titanic not only did not decline, but it increased by $3.5 million US, which is 40%. As Robert Thompson spoke, he signaled the secretary behind him to distribute the photocopied box office data report to all the senior executives present. Katzenberg took the detailed data report and couldn't wait to read it. Preliminary statistics showed that on December 27, the box office in the US was $29.5 million US. Titanic took the top spot with a box office of $12 million US. In second place was Warner Brothers' satirical comedy A Mess of Three Presidents, which was released this week, with a box office of $5.7 million US. Next were films such as The Martians, Mr. Sweetheart, and Star Trek: First Contact. Since the detailed daily box office rankings had already been calculated, the data had to be correct. Staring at the box office data of $12 million US, Katzenberg didn't feel any excitement. He was just a little confused. He raised his head and looked around. All the senior executives present had the same expression. They all had the same question on their faces: what happened? After a while, Katzenberg looked at Robert Thompson and asked, "Did you send the box office data to Eric?" "Yes, Jeffrey. We send the box office data to Mr. Williams every day before 6 o'clock in the morning," Robert Thompson nodded and confirmed. Then Katzenberg shook his head halfway through his sentence. If Eric had any feedback, he would definitely have called him or Frank and the others. With that in mind, Katzenberg was no longer in a hurry to understand Eric's reaction. Instead, he looked at everyone. "So, everyone, what's the situation now?" Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Seeing that no one spoke, Robert Thompson, who was sitting at the end of the desk, said tentatively, "I think the current box office trend of Titanic was already showing signs a few days ago." Hearing Robert Thompson speak, Frank Wales looked over and said, "Robert, can you explain in detail?" "Of course." Robert Thompson nodded. He thought for a while and pointed at the writing board behind Katzenberg. After getting permission, he got up and walked over. He picked up a pen and listed the box office data of the week before Titanic that he had just seen in the box office statistics report. "Everyone, look." Robert Thompson listed the data of the first 7 days of the first week and added yesterday's 12 million US dollars. Then, he said to everyone, the opening weekend of Titanic was indeed very mediocre, and there was a normal drop on Monday of the first week. However, since Christmas, Wednesday was 7.03 million USD, Thursday was 9.05 million USD, and Friday, which was yesterday, 12 million US dollars. From the box office figures of these 3 days, Titanic experienced an initial mediocre trend. Due to certain reasons, the box office began to show an obvious increase. Katzenberg, Frank Wales, Michael Lynn, and other executives who had worked in the film industry for many years, roughly understood what Robert Thompson meant by certain reasons. However, as the group's chief financial officer who had just joined Firefly a few years ago, Carolyn Elliott was a little confused. She asked curiously, "Robert, what do you mean by certain reasons?" Robert Thompson glanced at everyone and hesitated. He said, "I think it's most likely the movie's reputation. This is not a relatively polarized reputation in the media, but a word-of-mouth reputation among the audience. However, the box office trend of Titanic is also very different from the word-of-mouth movies in the past. Those movies may have a reverse drop in the next week, but it's definitely not as exaggerated as Titanic. Therefore, I can't guarantee that there are other reasons we don't know." Everyone discussed it for a while. Seeing that this closed-door discussion could not produce any useful results, Katzenberg waved his hand to stop everyone's discussion. He said to Robert Thompson, "Robert, you'll be personally responsible for this matter. I'll give you 3 days to figure out what happened. Also, help me get through to Eric immediately." The news of the dramatic drop in the box office of Titanic next week could not be hidden for too long. In just one morning, most people had already received the relevant information. Of course, Eric was the first to receive the news. However, because of his experience in his previous life, Eric never worried about the box office prospects of Titanic before the release of Titanic like Katzenberg, Cameron, and others. Correspondingly, the box office of Titanic began to take off the next week. It was difficult for Eric to understand the relief and excitement of the group's senior executives. After receiving a call from Katzenberg, Eric was still sitting in a coffee shop in Southampton. He was quietly reading George Soros' Financial Alchemy with the company of the Vase Girl. After all, this was only the first day of the next week. The follow-up box office data had not been confirmed yet. Eric was not in a hurry to let Katzenberg carry out some of the plans he had been brewing in his mind recently. The two just chatted for more than 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Eric called Cameron, who was promoting Titanic in Australia. Although it was early in the morning in Australia, Cameron was not resting. Eric told the news of the box office of Titanic next week to this guy who had been anxious recently. Presumably, Cameron, who was in Sydney, should be able to sleep well. The release of the box office data of Titanic this Friday only made the Firefly Group's senior executives a little confused. When the box office data of the film was released 3 days later, the entire North American media was in a temporary state of confusion. Almost all the media asked the same question: what happened after the $12 million box office on Friday? The box office on Saturday did not show any signs of decline. Instead, it rose slightly to $12.46 million. Then, the box office on Sunday was $10.86 million. In the end, the 3-day box office of Titanic this weekend totaled $35.44 million. Compared to the $29.18 million box office of the first weekend, it was an increase of more than $600. Although the overall increase was not as terrifying as Friday's, the percentage of decline was still more than 20%. Immediately after, under Katzenberg's personal instructions, Robert Thompson also came up with a preliminary box office survey report. At this time, the reviews of Titanic by the mainstream media in North America no longer had any reference value. Robert Thompson directly hired a professional survey and evaluation agency. In 3 days, he directly collected 20,000 audience questionnaires in major cities in the United States. The results of the survey showed that more than 20% of the audience who watched Titanic next week were watching the movie for the second time. 30% of the audience went to the cinema to watch the movie under the strong recommendation of their relatives and friends. Although most of the audience felt that the 3-hour length of Titanic was the biggest obstacle for them to go to the cinema before watching the movie, more than 80% of the audience found that they had completely ignored the issue of time during the movie. In other words, the movie's outstanding special effects, plot, and rhythm made them completely forget the passage of time. At the same time, according to the 10-point scoring system, the most direct score from the audience actually reached a surprising number of 8 points, far exceeding the previous average of 7 points from the media. The reputation of Titanic among the audience also achieved a reversal. Initially, when the 3-day box office of Titanic was announced to be less than $30 million in the first weekend, almost all forecasting agencies believed that the North American box office of this mega blockbuster with a total investment of $265 million would probably not exceed $90 million. But in fact, it only took 10 days for the box office of Titanic to reach $69 million, which was only one step away from $90 million. This made most of the media's predictions a week ago instantly become a joke. The $44 million box office of Titanic in the first 3 days of the second weekend made all the media who had been cynical about Titanic shut their mouths. On the second working day, because it happened to be the new year, coupled with the further spread of the word of mouth of Titanic and the publicity effect of the box office of the next week, the box office of Titanic on the second working day only fell by less than 30% compared to the weekend. The box office for the 2 days before and after New Year's Day once again returned to the level of $10 million per day. After the second week, Firefly Group immediately announced the box office of Titanic for the second week, which was $52 million. With the excellent box office performance on weekdays, the box office of Titanic in the second week fell by an astonishing 35% compared to the first week. What kind of concept was this? In the North American film market, if a film's decline in the next week's box office could maintain about 35%, the studio would be very satisfied, because this meant that the film's word of mouth and box office were very good, and it had been a commercial success. As for those films that could maintain the same box office as the first week, or even achieve a slight reversal, they were all box office blockbusters that could leave their names in the film and television industry. A film company might not encounter such a godlike blockbuster in 10 or 20 years, or even until they went bankrupt. But now, the box office trend of Titanic had completely broken everyone's traditional understanding of the box office curve. Most people, whether inside or outside Hollywood, would have a strong sense of confusion in their hearts when they saw the next week's box office data of Titanic. Shouldn't it have fallen by 35%, no matter how strong the mental power of millions of people was? It could not change the fact that Titanic did achieve a 35% reversal in the box office in the second week, reaching $52 million in the first week and a 2-week box office of $127 million. However, everything had just begun. The new year, January 3rd, Friday. According to the time division rules of the North American film market, this was the first week of the 1997 year. At the end of the 2-week legal holiday, Titanic's weekly box office also fell immediately, dropping to $45.01 million, a drop of 38%. When everyone thought that the box office curve of the film was beginning to return to normal, Titanic's box office declined again. In the fourth week, to 16%, it was reduced to $37.56 million. At this time, the 4-week box office of Titanic had reached $234 million. In comparison, a month ago, Mission: Impossible 2, which opened with a strong first-week box office of $82 $7 million only had a 4-week box office of $181.3 million. Moreover, after 4 weeks of screening, Mission Impossible 2's box office had fallen to about $20 million. Titanic, however, still maintained a huge potential box office of $40 million. After half a month of confusion, doubts, and silence, as the total box office of Titanic exceeded $200 million, the North American media finally began to speak. They changed the pessimism and ridicule before the film's release, and instead analyzed the causes and consequences of Titanic's box office success. $200 million in 4 weeks, the box office potential was endless. Although there was still a lot of pressure on the cost, at this point, no one dared to rashly say that Titanic could not recover its production cost. On the other hand, although many film critics who criticized Titanic were still stubborn in the face of the movie's godlike box office trend, as more and more film reviews appeared in newspapers and magazines across the United States, the overall film review of Titanic began to reverse. As the first to express praise for Titanic, the New York Times once again published a special review after the box office exceeded $200 million. The extravagant setting, the shocking and magnificent sunken ship special effects, the beautiful and magnificent soundtrack, the touching love story. All of this reminds me of the sensational Gone with the Wind. There are undoubtedly too many similarities between these two films. Gone with the Wind perfectly recreated the rise and fall of the plantations in the Southern Union more than 100 years ago, and Titanic impeccably showed the terrible disaster of the supposedly unsinkable luxury ship sinking to the bottom of the sea on its first voyage. Gone with the Wind wasn't the first color movie, but it brought Hollywood color movies to their heyday. Titanic wasn't the first CG special effects blockbuster. Before that, we already had Tornado, Terminator, Jurassic Park, Men in Black, and other special effects blockbusters. But there's no doubt that Titanic will also usher in a brand new era for Hollywood, an era of special effects movies. With the reversal of the reputation of the film Titanic, at the end of January, when the Golden Globe Awards ceremony was approaching, the topic of Titanic only receiving an insignificant Best Screenplay nomination at the Golden Globe Awards suddenly became a hot topic again, and it caused a strong controversy. Everyone could see that even if Titanic was a commercial film, even if the Golden Globe judges had a cold eye for commercial films, and even if the Golden Globe Awards did not have technical awards, in addition to the Best Screenplay nomination, Titanic undoubtedly had the qualifications to be nominated in the Best Film Soundtrack and Best Original Song categories. The elegant melody of the Scottish whistle in the film, the melancholy of the female singing, and the heavenly sound of My Heart Will Go On, even the most indifferent people would tremble after hearing these. However, the Golden Globe Awards gave the 2 nominations to Shakespeare in Love, Madame Varenne, and The Shining Light, which were films with mediocre soundtracks and songs, but ignored Titanic. Moreover, in terms of acting awards, even Madonna, who had won the Worst Actress award 3 times, was nominated for Best Actress, but Rachel Weisz, who had an amazing performance in the film, was not favored at all by the Golden Globe Awards. This became an important topic for the media to criticize this year's Golden Globe Awards. There is no doubt that Hollywood once again provided us with a large number of excellent films last year. In terms of business, we have The Matrix, The Mummy 2, Stranger in the Wind, Thunderbolt 2, and other box office hits. In terms of art, we can also see Shakespeare in Love, Red Alert, Cold Blood, The Shining Style, and other excellent films. However, although Shakespeare's Love, Red Alert, Frozen Blood, and The Shining Light have achieved great achievements in the art of film, this is not the reason why Titanic is ignored. Perhaps the Golden Globe Awards committee should reflect on their selection strategy. This review on The Hollywood Reporter was definitely the most moderate. It did not mention the possibility of the Golden Globe Awards being manipulated, but many other media outlets were not so polite. A reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle bluntly exposed the scars of the Golden Globe Awards. Surely everyone still remembers Pia Zadora in 1982. I'm just very curious, which financier paid for the Golden Globe judges to completely ignore such an excellent film like Titanic this time? In 1982, the female lead of The Butterfly, Pia Zadora, bought an award. It was definitely the biggest scandal in the history of the Golden Globe Awards. At that time, Pia Zadora's rich husband invested a lot of money to promote his wife's Golden Globe Best Newcomer award. After the scandal was exposed, not only did it cause the credibility of the Golden Globe Awards to plummet, but CBS also stopped the television broadcast cooperation with the Golden Globe Awards organizers. Later, in order to make people forget as much as possible, the Golden Globe Awards canceled the Best Newcomer award. The reversal of Titanic's reputation and box office was undoubtedly the most exciting to the film's fans. The audience's perception of a film was the most direct. They clearly remembered the cold reception and ridicule before and at the beginning of the film's release. When the film's reputation and box office showed a strong reversal in recent weeks, the fans, who almost felt the whole process because of their love for Titanic, were in a state of excitement and pride. They paid more attention to all information about Titanic. When the controversy of Titanic's nomination for the Golden Globe Awards broke out, the fans quickly gave the most direct and rude feedback on the rapidly rising internet media in recent years. It's hard to imagine that the 90-odd judges of the Golden Globe Awards could completely ignore all the merits of Titanic. I can only guess that this bunch of old men must have fallen asleep before the movie started. Since you're already so old that you can't even watch movies, what's the point of the Golden Globe Awards? In any case, the excellence of Titanic can't be hidden. The North American box office of this film has exceeded $200 million. It's said that the overseas box office is also very good. So, why should we care about such an insignificant award? Everyone choosing to ignore it is probably the best respect for the Golden Globe Awards. I hope that on January 19th, no one will jump to NBC. Golden Globe Awards, who cares? Is there anyone here in Queens, New York? Maybe we can buy tickets together and watch it again tonight. I only care about the box office of Titanic now. From the beginning, this was a conspiracy. Some people hoped that Titanic would become a complete failure, so they attacked the film at the Golden Globe Awards. However, Titanic once again proved to us that gold will always shine. Obviously, Titanic is not only gold, but also a diamond. It is the most dazzling heart of the ocean. The boycott of the Golden Globe Awards has begun. Friends who want to support Titanic, please support us. Our campaign URL is, amidst the one-sided doubts and condemnations from the media and the internet, the Golden Globe Awards organizers had to take the initiative to issue an announcement before the awards ceremony. They firmly denied all the accusations of the unscrupulous media against the Golden Globe Awards judges and stated that the judging process of the Golden Globe Awards was absolutely fair. The reason why Titanic was not nominated was because there were too many excellent films this year and Titanic's performance in terms of artistic quality was not outstanding. In order to prepare for the Super Bowl trailer of Casino Royale, Eric returned to Los Angeles after the new year. Eric just laughed at the Golden Globe Awards jury's statement that was obviously nonsense. Firefly Group did not add fuel to the fire behind the recent media frenzy, and Yahoo even deleted some of the extreme comments against the Golden Globe Awards on the Yahoo forum. After all, even though Titanic wasn't nominated, Catherine's Red Alert and Fox's Miramax's Shakespeare's Love were the two hottest movies of this awards season. As they both belonged to the genre of artistic films that were slow to gain popularity, the distribution strategy of the two films was similar. Currently, they were both in the small-scale stage of showing in 300 to 400 cinemas. It was expected that after the Golden Globe Awards, the screening scale would expand to more than 1,000 cinemas. The two films belonged to the drama category and the musical comedy category respectively. There was no conflict in the main nominations. If they could win an award, it would play a good role in promoting the later box office of the two films. Since Titanic had already become a reality, Eric would not affect the release of these two movies for the sake of a moment of anger. Of course, it was impossible for Firefly to be indifferent to the obvious unfair treatment of Titanic. Although the crew of Titanic received an invitation from the Golden Globe Awards organizers, hoping that they could attend this year's awards ceremony, the Golden Globe Awards judges even personally called Eric to invite him. However, Eric still declined with the excuse that he was busy. As for the main creators of Titanic, none of them would attend the awards ceremony that day. Although he was nominated for Best Screenplay, Cameron's resentment towards the Golden Globe Awards was definitely stronger than anyone in the crew. Of course, he would not attend. During the time he returned to Los Angeles, in addition to restarting the post-production work of Casino Royale, Eric also invested a lot of energy in the follow-up work of Titanic. Before the release of the film, there were generally negative opinions in the industry. When Titanic was released in North America, only 9 countries had achieved the same release overseas. In addition to the United Kingdom and Australia, Germany, France, and Italy, which were important box office markets in Europe, had not been released yet. Originally, if Firefly had forced the release of Titanic, with the strong distribution strength of the group, it should have been able to get a big release in the overseas market in January or February. However, this was not what Eric wanted. For the current overseas film markets in Europe, East Asia, and Latin America, the January or February release after the New Year was the unpopular period after the holidays. Although it could not stop the destined rise of Titanic, it certainly could not exert enough box office potential. According to the current box office trend of Titanic, Eric estimated that the film would break the North American box office record and the total box office would exceed $500 million at the end of March. At the same time, there was another important event for Hollywood movies in March, which was the Oscars. It was conceivable that as long as it was done properly, March would definitely be the most popular time for Titanic. Therefore, Eric placed the focus of the next stage of the overseas release of Titanic during the Easter period in March. At that time, the global box office of Titanic in this spacetime would definitely exceed the $1.8 billion in his previous life due to the strong influence brought about by breaking the box office record and winning the Oscars. The North American box office trend of Titanic had been determined. What Firefly had to do next, of course, was to make sure that Titanic would win enough Oscars. I talked to John Landau and the others this morning. Robert is also keeping an eye on this matter personally. There are 10 technical Oscar nominations, and we should be able to win all of them this time. Titanic can be said to be undisputed in this regard. However, for the 6 core nominations for Best Film, Best Director, and the 4 major acting awards, there is no hope for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor. Leonardo's performance can only be said to be passable, and there are no outstanding male supporting actors in the film. As for the other 4 awards, the nominations should be fixed in advance. In the spacious office loft of the Digital Domain at Firefly Studios, Eric and Katzenberg sat together in the lounge. After listening to him, Eric asked, "So it's still 14 nominations?" Katzenberg did not detect the hidden meaning in Eric's words. He thought that Eric had thought about it before, so he nodded and said, "Yes, 14 nominations. There are 24 Oscars in total, but Titanic will definitely not be nominated for Best Foreign Language Film, Best Animation, and other unrelated awards. This eliminates 7 nominations first. Among the remaining 17 nominations, Best Soundtrack is divided into Drama and Musical Comedy, which eliminates another one. We have no hope of winning Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor, so there are only 14 nominations left. However, with just these 14 nominations, we can already match the nomination record set by Comet Beauty in 1950, and it is very likely that we will win more awards than Ben-Hur. Eric had already realized the mistake in his words when he said it. Fortunately, Katzenberg did not care and did not show any abnormalities. If it were not for the recent media doubts about the Golden Globe Awards, Eric might have forced people to release another Best Actor nomination for Leonardo, surpassing the nomination record of Comet Beauty. However, because of the widespread doubts about the Golden Globe Awards, although the Oscar jury did not dare to ignore the strength of Titanic this time, they also paid more attention to their own credibility. Xiao Li's performance obviously did not meet the standards. If he was nominated for an award, the media would definitely turn their attention to the Oscars after the nominations were announced. Although they could not break the record of Comet Beauty in terms of the number of nominations, as Katzenberg said, it was very likely that they would surpass the historical record of Ben-Hur with 11 Oscars. After the two discussed the details of the PR, Eric asked, "How's the overseas distribution going?" Similar to North America, most of the overseas countries where Titanic has been released had box office results similar to North America. Especially in the United Kingdom, the 4-week box office conversion had exceeded $36 million. According to the current box office trend, the UK box office of Titanic would easily surpass the $71 million box office record set by Jurassic Park a few years ago. It was not impossible for it to exceed $100 million. In addition, the box office performance in Spain, Australia, and other countries and regions was also very good. Just these 9 overseas box office markets that have been released, the cumulative box office in a month reached $92 million. Stimulated by such outstanding box office results, the overseas film companies, who were initially indifferent to the release of Titanic, had completely changed their initial attitude and were extremely eager. I will fly to Europe next week, and Robert will also rush to Japan to personally negotiate with the local distribution and cinemas. Katzenberg paused and said, Eric, my idea is that we don't need to pursue a higher percentage of shares. The average share of 35% is already very good compared to the previous years. If we ask for a higher share, it will definitely dampen the enthusiasm of the local distributors. However, we can ask for more resources in terms of publicity, scheduling, and cinemas. Although Firefly had its own branch companies in the major countries in the world, the specific distribution work still needed to cooperate with the local distribution companies. It was inevitable that they would give a certain percentage of the distribution to the other party. Katzenberg was personally responsible for the European distribution, and Robert Thompson, the president of the distribution department, was responsible for Japan. Eric was also very satisfied with this arrangement. After thinking about it, Eric nodded and said, then we'll do as you say. Also, ask Robert to go to China and see if it is possible to get a share of the profits for Titanic. Katzenberg was a little puzzled. Over the years, Eric had inadvertently reminded him that Firefly would deliberately fight for 1 or 2 quotas in the Chinese market every year. But to be honest, although there was a huge population of more than 1 billion people, the movie market was pitifully small, and the proportion of shares was so low that it made his hair stand on end. However, he did not question Eric's decision. After all, this was just a small matter. He nodded and said, Eric, there is one more thing. Harvey wants to start the production of Machida in advance. Some time ago, when you were in New York, he talked to me about this. Recently, he has been busy with Shakespeare's Love, so he probably didn't have time to talk to you, right? Eric originally planned to release Machida and other self-produced dramas like Machida when FFM-TV's business situation stabilized this fall. When he heard Katzenberg's words, Eric asked, what does he think? Didn't you say that Machida is a slow type of drama that should mainly rely on awards to gain fame? Katzenberg said, Harvey thinks that since this is the case, it's best to start production now and air it in the spring and March. That way, it can compete for the Emmy Awards in August. If it's delayed to the fall, it will definitely miss this year's Emmy Awards. There is also a year-long gap between next year's Emmy Awards. By then, even if Machida wins, the influence of the first season will be greatly reduced. It will not be good for the later distribution of videotapes/DVDs. After resting in New York for nearly a month and being troubled by Titanic, Eric returned to Los Angeles again. He realized that too many things had unknowingly accumulated. Needless to say, the post-production work of Casino Royale was needless to say. In other aspects, Eric instructed Chris to acquire the British Arm Company before the new year. Both parties had signed the acquisition contract, but many follow-up decisions still needed Eric's approval. In addition, the setting of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, the listing of the MP3 player, the equity investment of Shamrock Holdings, the operation of FFM-TV, and so on. Although these matters were handled by professionals, there was still a lot of work that needed to be done by Eric personally. Harvey is an expert in the operation of awards. Since he thinks it's suitable, let's air it in the spring. Well, I will find time to call him tonight to talk about this. Tonight? Katzenberg raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Harvey might not be free tonight. Oh, I almost forgot. It's the Golden Globe Awards ceremony tonight. Let's wait for another time. Eric shrugged and did not intend to talk more. Only the main creative team of Red Alert would attend the awards ceremony tonight. The team of Titanic had already decided not to attend. Lastly, there's the matter of Shamrock Holdings. Katzenberg was obviously not interested in talking about the Golden Globe Awards. Both of them were busy people, so he quickly switched to the next topic and said, in addition to the recent purchases, we have invested $1.88 billion in the main IT stocks on Nasdaq. According to the trend of Nasdaq in recent months, the book profit of these stocks has exceeded $210 million. Eric nodded. he already knew these figures. Because of the stock investment in the Nasdaq market, Firefly's net profit this year would drop to about $1 billion. Coupled with the final balance of the sale of the paper assets and the animation studio 2 years ago, the total would not exceed $2 billion. This was because Eric needed to take a large amount of profits from Firefly Group and invest them in the internet company under Firefly. Otherwise, Clover Holdings would have bought more, and at the same time, they could also save more taxes for the time being. Eric felt that Katzenberg would not mention this matter alone. Sure enough, Carson quickly said, Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and David West have called me many times recently. I'm sure you'll receive more calls from them as well. If it weren't for the fact that Clover Holdings stocks have turned a profit, they would definitely have more complaints. I told David West last time. Eric picked up the coffee pot next to him, refilled a cup of coffee for himself, and continued, I told them that if they have doubts about Firefly Group's business strategy, I can buy back their shares at any time. David West had contributed a lot in the process of Firefly's acquisition of ABC, so he was able to become one of the 3 external directors of Firefly Group. Moreover, the group of small shareholders of Firefly Group that he represented from major investment funds held nearly 14% of Firefly Group's shares at this time. Buffett and Tom Murphy only controlled 10%. Although they were close at first, the two sides represented different interest groups after all. In the first 2 years, because of the continuous sale of paper assets, hand-drawn animation studios, and the strong profitability of the group itself, these investment funds received about $500 million in profit dividends from Firefly Group every year with the 14% equity in their hands. This amount of money was enough for the managers of those funds to add a highlight to their annual financial reports. But this year, because of the additional expenses of Shamrock Holdings, the profits and dividends received by small shareholders of Firefly Group such as Berkshire Hathaway and State Street Global Fund would suddenly drop by more than half. In addition, these people were experts in the field of investment. They obviously had a strong distrust of Eric's vision in stock investment. Therefore, they were full of dissatisfaction with his large purchase of Nasdaq shares. Katzenberg listened to Eric and smiled. Unless they're crazy, they won't ask you to buy back their shares. However, David West and I discussed another matter on the phone yesterday. You mentioned it before, and I think the timing is good. Eric thought about it and suddenly understood. He said, he wants to list Digital Domain? Although he felt that Eric could guess it, he was still a little surprised by his quick reaction. Katzenberg smiled and nodded. That's right, Eric. According to the current box office trend of Titanic, this film's global box office will definitely exceed $1 billion. As a film focused on CG special effects, the success of Titanic will definitely further stimulate the development of the Hollywood special effects industry. Therefore, I also think that it should be the best time to list Digital Domain. David also revealed to me that if Digital Domain is listed, Wall Street should be able to value it at around $3 billion. Katzenberg and David West's current thoughts coincided with Eric's thoughts a few years ago. Eric knew the future trajectory of the Hollywood special effects industry. Although in recent years, Hollywood special effects companies could still be regarded as a highly respected noble industry, with the rapid development of computer technology and related software industries in the next 10 years, with the support of top-notch hardware and professional special effects software, it would be easy to set up a special effects studio. At that time, the competition in the special effects industry would also be extremely fierce. Therefore, Eric had also thought that if Titanic could achieve the same success as the original Spacetime, then CG special effects would definitely be highly valued. At this time, it would be the best time to let the Digital Domain go public and get a large amount of cash. However, after what happened some time ago, Eric had changed his mind. Perhaps in 10 years or even 5 years, the special effects industry would no longer have a high threshold. But now, Digital Domain was definitely the top special effects company in the industry. Therefore, if they cut off their external cooperation in the digital field, Firefly could at least maintain a lead in the field of special effects for more than 3 years. 3 years was enough for Firefly to leave other Hollywood film companies far behind in terms of special effects films. Even 3 years later, with Firefly Group's huge economy and the support of its allies like MGM and 20th Century Fox, there would still be no shortage of projects in the digital field. Even in the longer term, as long as the digital field had outstanding special effects technology, even if it could not achieve profits or even a slight loss, Firefly Group would be able to support such an exclusive subsidiary. Moreover, even if Wall Street valued digital domain as high as $3 billion, Firefly could only get $600 million at most if it was listed at this time. $600 million was nothing to Firefly. It could be imagined that David West's suggestion was not just for the $600 million. P.S. A bug appeared in yesterday's chapter. Spain should have already been released in the setting and has been modified. As a world-class financial center, Wall Street was like a giant capital distribution port. Retirement funds, insurance funds, investment funds from the mainland states of the United States, as well as capital from overseas countries, used investment banks and major exchanges as a medium to influence and even control the economy of the United States and the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wall Street controlled the economy of the United States. Most of the top 500 companies in the United States were controlled by Wall Street capital through listing. It was almost the instinct of all Wall Street capital forces to penetrate the economy of the United States and even overseas to achieve the purpose of control. Therefore, the Firefly Group, which had risen rapidly in recent years but was completely out of the control of capital, was particularly conspicuous in Hollywood, which was generally controlled by Wall Street. For shareholders of a company, unless they had a speculative mentality, no company would easily choose to go public and give up their control to Wall Street. Eric admitted that he had a very speculative mentality in the first few years, but with the rapid expansion of the Firefly system and the continuous expansion of his personal vision, the initial impetuous thoughts had long disappeared. Although he still would not easily let go of the opportunity to quickly seize profits like the Asian financial crisis and the dot-com bubble, Eric did not think of listing his most important foundation, the Firefly Group, even a long time ago. As the Firefly Group became more and more powerful, this idea was even more out of the question. But Wall Street obviously would not easily let go of the effort to penetrate the Firefly Group. The promotion of the digital sector should be a test by Wall Street. Since they could not promote the listing of the Firefly Group as a whole, they would separate it step by step and gradually realize the connection with the capital market. This might be the idea of some capital forces on Wall Street. Katzenberg had been focused on the operation of the Firefly Group for the past few years, so he might not have noticed David West's intention to promote the listing of the digital sector. Eric paid far more attention to the capital market than Katzenberg. After thinking for a moment, Eric said, "Jeffrey, have you thought about it? If we agree to let the digital sector go public this time, then maybe it will be Pixar, then New Line Cinema, Firefly Pictures, Disney. In the end, maybe one day you suddenly wake up and the Firefly Group has once again become a pawn in the hands of Wall Street. At that time, it will be difficult for us to run this company with our own will." Among the 7 major Hollywood companies, only Firefly has developed the digital sector because we can invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the research and development of CG special effects technology for several years without considering the temporary gains and losses in the financial report. But other companies, in order to satisfy Wall Street, in order to make their annual or even quarterly financial reports more beautiful, they don't dare and can't do this. Otherwise, even if they are planning for the company, it is still difficult for them to be recognized by capital. Okay, I understand. Katzenberg grinned. Eric did not directly reject the proposal to let the digital sector go public. Instead, he analyzed the pros and cons in detail. Of course, Katzenberg knew that Eric was worried about his personal feelings. In fact, he felt that Eric didn't have to do this at all. After all, in most cases, if he felt that some of his subordinates' suggestions were bad, he would simply say "bullsh*t. He rarely explained anything to his subordinates. Katzenberg looked at the Financial Alchemy book that Eric had been holding in his hand. He half-jokingly said, "Maybe I should also take some time to read some books." "If you're interested," Eric smiled and handed over the book in his hand. He said, "This is for you." I bought a few. Katzenberg took it and thanked him. He then asked, "I've seen you reading this book a lot recently. What is it about?" "Soros's investment diary," Eric explained simply. Without 3 to 5 years of foreign exchange investment experience, most people won't be able to understand it. So I suggest you skip the theory at the front and read the case studies at the back. You don't have to deliberately understand those obscure foreign exchange operations. You just have to understand Soros's way of thinking. He's a guy with a really big heart. He even reminds me of a famous saying from the distant East. Katzenberg secretly took note of Eric's words. His education level was not high. He had entered society and started working before graduating from high school. However, this did not mean that he was a person who did not want to make progress. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in his current position. Katzenberg was about to put away the book when he heard Eric's last sentence. He asked curiously, "What famous saying from the East?" It's not interesting to explain this. It's like a sonnet poem. If it's translated into another language, it's difficult to have the same charm. In short, it's my evaluation of Soros. Oh right, I wrote it on the title page. Katzenberg did not delve deeper. He flipped open the book with interest and saw 2 lines of unfamiliar pencil-written words on the title page. Heaven and earth as the furnace, nature as the work. Yin and yang as the coal, everything as the copper. Although Katzenberg couldn't understand the flamboyant semi-cursive handwriting, he could still feel a wonderful sense of beauty. Throughout the 1980s, Soros used the reflexive theory he created as a foundation and used the global financial market as his laboratory. Through large-scale financial operations that had a profound impact on many countries in the world, he put his theory into practice. Therefore, this book was called Financial Alchemy. If one did not consider Soros' destruction of the economic systems of many countries from the perspective of good and evil, such a financial tycoon who could influence the direction of the world economy was worthy of the evaluation in Ode to the Rocks. Eric skipped this simple interlude and said, "So, let's not talk about the digital listing plan anymore. However, since we're talking about this, let's talk about our next development plan for the digital field." On January 19, the 54th Golden Globe Awards ceremony was held. Mira Mike's Shakespeare in Love and Firefly Pictures' Red Alert led this year's Golden Globe Awards. They won Best Picture in the Musical Comedy category and Best Picture in the Drama category, respectively. The Weinstein brothers were originally aiming for the Oscars. However, because of the strong rise of Titanic, Harvey Weinstein realized that Shakespeare in Love would not be able to win the Oscars, so he decisively gave up. Instead, he focused on the Golden Globe Awards and won 5 awards in the Musical Comedy category: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Screenplay. In comparison, Red Alert paled in comparison. Although it won the Best Film Award in the Drama category, it lost to Shakespeare's Love in the Best Director and Best Screenplay categories. However, even though Firefly did not deliberately create hype, it was impossible for the media and fans to not notice. This was the second time Cameron and Catherine were competing against each other. Correspondingly, Red Alert received more attention than Shakespeare's Love, which the Weinstein brothers had worked hard to create hype for. After the Golden Globe Awards, Shakespeare in Love and Red Alert both greatly increased the number of showtimes, and the box office also began to rise. 3 days after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, on January 22, the 69th Oscar nominations were announced. Titanic was unsurprisingly the most talked about film of this year's Oscars with 14 nominations. All of the nominations for Titanic could be said to be well-deserved. Therefore, when the 14 nominations were announced, the media inevitably turned around and ridiculed the recent Golden Globe Awards. Stimulated by the continuous topics of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony and the announcement of the Oscar nominations, the box office of Titanic in the 5th week of its release miraculously fell again, reaching $42.62 million for a total of $252 million. A week ago, in the face of the miraculous fall of Titanic in the 2nd week and the subsequent consecutive week drops, the North American media only predicted that the film might reach the heights of Star Wars and Jurassic Park. However, when the box office data for the 5th week was released, the drop again made all the media cautious. After waiting patiently for a week, in the 6th week, the weekly box office of Titanic reached $32.83 million, once again achieving a week drop of 22% in the weekly box office. Therefore, the media, who were in a state of careful observation, finally began to speak out, predicting that Titanic might become the highest-grossing film in North American history. However, at the same time, no one predicted the final box office of Titanic. Who could predict? In 6 weeks, the box office in North America was $285 million, and the overseas box office was $147 million. The global box office of Titanic reached $432 million, and Firefly was able to get a $200 million share. It was only a matter of time before they recouped their $265 million total cost. At the same time, many media outlets also found that the 5 major box office countries in Europe, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, were only released in the United Kingdom and Spain. Germany, France, and Italy, whose box office potential was not inferior to the United Kingdom, were not released yet. On the other hand, the biggest box office market in Asia, Japan, was also not released. Coupled with the Latin American and Southeast Asian markets, which were also in the release stage, the overseas box office of Titanic might reach a terrifying number that far exceeded that of North America. The shock of the box office of Titanic had not yet subsided when Firefly Group released another explosive news. On February 1, Firefly Group suddenly announced that after completing the existing film and television special effects orders, Firefly's digital domain special effects company, including the 3 branches in Los Angeles, Florida, and Sydney, would no longer accept film and television special effects orders from Firefly Group and its partners, MGM Pictures and 20th Century Fox. Instead, they would mainly focus on film project production within Firefly Group and its partners. However, Firefly Software, which was mainly responsible for developing basic tools and software for digital domain and Pixar animation, would continue to sell Maya, 3D Max, and other special effects software and special effects solutions to the public. The special effects studios that used Firefly Software's tools and software would also have priority in obtaining additional special effects outsourcing orders from Firefly Group. As a non-listed company, Firefly Group simply published an announcement on the Yahoo portal. However, this news caused a sensation in the industry that far exceeded the box office miracle of Titanic. Before the release of Titanic, because of the unprecedented $215 million production cost of this super blockbuster focused on CG special effects, the media and the industry reflected on the trend of blockbusters that had emerged in recent years. Many people predicted that the newly emerging CG special effects technology would enter a glacial period that would last for several years after the box office failure of Titanic. However, after the box office explosion of Titanic, the original argument disappeared without a trace. In fact, ever since the box office of Titanic fell in the second week, film companies had already begun to look for project scripts for blockbusters with special effects. There were also many film companies who could not wait to discuss cooperation with the digital domain. Before Titanic, Digital Domain's attitude towards accepting external orders had always been quite positive. The other film companies also realized that Digital Domain implemented this open cooperation strategy because of the need to accumulate technology. Therefore, no one expected that after Titanic, Firefly Group's attitude would suddenly change 180 degrees. There was no need to compare the technological advantages of Digital Domain because in recent years, all of Hollywood's blockbusters that involved CG special effects basically had close cooperation with Digital Domain. Moreover, Digital Domain was often responsible for the most difficult special effects in these films. Therefore, when Digital Domain suddenly closed the door to cooperation, it was almost conceivable that without the technical support of Digital Domain, in the next few years, even if the other major Hollywood film companies were willing to spare no effort in investing funds, it would be impossible for them to catch up with Digital Domain in a short period of time. Without the support of the top special effects technology, the other major Hollywood film companies were destined to usher in a period of a few years of no special effects films. Of course, Hollywood did not lack other special effects companies, such as Industrial Light and Magic. However, if the special effects level of a film produced by Firefly Group was compared to a film produced by Digital Domain, the gap was almost visible to the naked eye. In this case, the audience was not stupid and would not buy it. The day after the news was announced, the phones of almost all the core executives of Firefly Group basically did not stop ringing. The media was also like sharks that smelled blood, frantically digging for the deeper meaning of Firefly Group's decision. So far, the North American box office of Titanic has successfully exceeded US $300 million, but the box office trend of this phenomenal blockbuster is still very strong. Box office analysts generally predicted that with the North American box office alone, Titanic was likely to recover all of its $265 million investment, and the overseas box office of Titanic was likely to reach a jaw-dropping number. The reflection of the recent big-budget films in the film industry has become vulnerable because of this. Major Hollywood film companies have begun to look for their own blockbuster projects. In this case, Firefly Group suddenly announced that it would stop cooperating with its special effects company in the digital field, which is tantamount to pouring cold water on all Hollywood film companies outside the Firefly system. According to the chairman of the Firefly Group, Jeffrey Katzenberg, the Firefly Group will increase the annual blockbuster films from the current 3 to 6 in the next few years. At least half of them will be blockbusters with special effects. If the digital domain continues to maintain the original open operation model, it will be difficult to meet the needs of the Firefly Group. It is reported that the Digital Field Special Effects Company currently has the top computer CG special effects technology in Hollywood. Since 1991, Digital Field has won the Oscar for Best Visual Effects for 4 consecutive years with the outstanding special effects in films such as Terminator 2, Tornado, and Jurassic Park. At the same time, Digital Field also has the largest rendering farm in the industry, which has been responsible for more than 50% of Hollywood's special effects rendering work in recent years. Relevant analysts predict that because the digital domain has a large amount of unique CG special effects technology in Hollywood, such as the large-scale war scene design in The Mummy 2, the digital domain's sudden move to stop cooperating with foreign companies may even cause a gap in special effects blockbusters for several years. This will undoubtedly have a strong impact on the film business of Time Warner, Paramount, Sony, and other companies. As a result, the market share of Firefly Group, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and 20th Century Fox will greatly increase. Due to the impact of this news, in the past week, the stock prices of Time Warner, Viacom, and other companies have dropped slightly. The stock price of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, which is closest to Firefly Group, has further increased by more than 9% in a week. Michael Eisner threw away the latest issue of Premiere magazine in his hand, stood up and walked to the window in distress, thinking about what to do next. In addition to this analysis article, this issue of Premiere magazine published the latest Hollywood Power Rankings for the year. In addition to Eric Williams occupying the top spot, Jeffrey Katzenberg, the CEO of the Firefly Group, did not follow the usual practice of ranking first with Eric as the controller of the Firefly Group. Instead, he was listed separately and occupied the second position. This change in detail undoubtedly showed Eric's increasingly detached status in Hollywood. The third place still had nothing to do with Worldwide, but with MGM, which had been in the limelight last year. Drew Barrymore and Amy Pascal were tied for third place, and Michael Eisner was fourth. Whether it was intentional or not, in the top 10 of this year's Hollywood Power Rankings, in addition to the executives of major film companies, top directors, and producers, there was also the sudden appearance of the CEO of the digital field, Stan Winston. In other words, the Firefly Group had already occupied 3 places in the top 10 of the Hollywood Power Rankings. If MGM and Fox were included on the list, the Firefly Group basically controlled half of Hollywood, which was almost the same as the influence of the Firefly Group in reality. Even if it was purely based on market share, because of the unexpected explosion of Titanic, which was originally not favored by everyone, Firefly, MGM, and Fox would also have more than 50% of the Hollywood box office market this year. The 4 major film companies, Warner, Paramount, Universal, and Sony Pictures, could only share the remaining 50% of the box office market with countless second- and third-tier film companies. Plans could never keep up with changes. Michael Eisner sighed in his heart. Thinking of his thoughts before Titanic was released, he could not help but laugh at himself. However, at the moment, he still had to solve an urgent problem. In the past week, after Firefly announced that they would stop cooperating with foreign companies in the digital field, Industrial Light and Magic, which was about to reach an agreement with Universal, suddenly changed its mind. Microsoft reacted quickly and announced that it would invest another $100 million into Industrial Light and Magic's CG special effects research and development. Although industrial light and magic was far behind the digital field in recent years, the special effects foundation it had accumulated over the past 20 years was not something that other small special effects companies in Hollywood could compare with. Obviously, because of the box office success of Titanic, Microsoft also saw the huge application of special effects technology in Hollywood. Therefore, they had some other ideas and did not want Universal to interfere. In response to Firefly's announcement, in this week, in addition to Microsoft's large investment in industrial light and magic, Sony, Paramount, and Time Warner also announced to the public that they would establish their own special effects departments. Of course, Universal's board of directors also began to discuss related issues. The chairman of the parent company, Seagram Group, Edgar Bronfman, also called to ask about this matter. However, Michael Eisner knew that establishing an exclusive special effects department would not work at all. He still clearly remembered what Eric said last year when various companies were fighting for the rights to Transformers movie. Digital Domain spent $100 million to build a rendering farm in Florida. This was not something that other second-rate or third-rate special effects companies could easily catch up with. In the past few years, in order to develop all kinds of CG special effects technology, Digital Domain had invested a lot. Although there was no specific data, one could imagine that this number was also very shocking. More importantly, if a special effects company wanted to accumulate enough technology, they needed to obtain it through the production process of a large number of CG shots. According to Firefly's information, in the future, the Firefly Group would focus on CG special effects up to 3 movies a year. Then, even if MGM and 20th Century Fox added up to the same amount as Firefly, the 3 companies could provide orders for 6 special effects movies a year for Digital Domain. Other movies that required a small number of special effects scenes were also countless. This provided Digital Domain with a sufficient platform to accumulate technology. And this was something that Time Warner, Paramount, Sony, and even Universal itself could not do. Michael Eisner's first thought was, of course, to form an alliance. However, from the reaction of Industrial Light and Magic, which was supported by Microsoft, after Firefly announced the news, it could be seen that everyone had their own plans. It was easier said than done to form an alliance. While he was thinking about this, someone knocked on the office door. Michael Eisner responded, and his assistant pushed the door open and said, "Mr. Eisner, I've asked around. Eric Williams went to San Francisco 2 days ago. It seems like it's about a music player that Firefly is secretly developing." "Music player?" Michael Eisner asked, puzzled. Although the MP3 player was developed at the end of last year, in recent months, Firefly Electronics had been preparing various kinds of preparatory work, so it was basically still in a state of secrecy. Michael Eisner's assistant nodded and said, "It's a brand new digital audio player. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Last week, you asked me to participate in the contract negotiations between the company and Miss Nicole Kidman for the sequel of The Mummy. I happened to see Miss Kidman use this player. It's only slightly bigger than an old-fashioned lighter. It uses a micro hard disk as the storage medium, and it can store hundreds of MP3 audio format songs. It doesn't need traditional audio media such as tapes and discs. By the way, I just called the record company. At the end of last year, they also received an invitation from Yahoo to sell songs on the Yahoo Music Store. The two sides are still negotiating." Michael Eisner, who had been listening attentively, immediately had his eyes lit up. He had already vaguely realized a problem just now. If everything was as the assistant said, then the promotion of this music player would definitely require a large number of legitimate music resources as support. The reason why Sony bought Columbia Records back then was because of this consideration. Music copyright resources were precisely Firefly Group's shortcoming. Although Firefly Records had released some good singers in recent years, in terms of heritage, Firefly Records was still thousands of miles away from the established giants such as Universal Records, Warner Records, and Sony Records. "You did a good job," Michael Eisner praised the assistant generously. He then said, "Also, prepare a copy of the negotiations between the record company and Yahoo for me, and help me make an appointment with Doug Morris." Doug Morris was the CEO of Universal Records. Seagram took over the MCA Group from Panasonic, which mainly included Universal Pictures and Universal Records. However, Michael Eisner was not responsible for Universal Records. Fireflyer, that's the most suitable name we've come up with. Fireflyer is actually a little elf in the fairy tale Peter Pan who is a little conceited but loyal to his friends. He was born because of the laughter of a baby in Renton. In the story, Fireflyer eventually married Tinkerbell. It can be said that this is a cute character with some small flaws, but the flaws do not obscure the beauty of the character. Our MP3 player product also pursues a user experience similar to that of a close friend, which happens to match Fireflyer's personality. At the same time, Fireflyer can also be seen as an extension of Firefly. In an office building in Oakland, San Francisco, Eric, Chris, and a group of Firefly Electronics executives sat in a conference room and quietly listened to the explanation of Firefly Electronics CEO, Bill Olson. Bill Olson was an executive that Chris had poached from Apple. He used to be a vice president in charge of product marketing at Apple. Originally, even with the backing of Firefly Group, Bill Olson was unlikely to be interested in a small company like Firefly Electronics. However, due to Apple's gradual decline in the past 2 years, the management had all jumped ship to find other jobs. In addition, Eric and Chris had promised him a sufficient salary and options. That was why Bill Olson was willing to become the president of Firefly Electronics. He was mainly responsible for the marketing of the MP3 player. After listening to Bill Olson, Eric said, "Fireflyer is indeed a good name. However, since you mentioned Tinkerbell, Bill, don't you think that we can also apply for this trademark and use it as another brand for the MP3 player? Maybe it's for women?" Bill Olson smiled and said, "Eric, your suggestion was actually brought up by Victor during the naming meeting back then. However, after some discussion, we decided to give up on this idea for the time being." Eric looked at the CEO of Firefly Electronics, Victor McNally. Victor McNally graduated from Stanford University and had a PhD in electronic engineering. Before he was poached by Chris to be in charge of the MP3 and ebook projects, Victor McNally was in charge of product development and production at IBM. Although his position was not very high, his professional ability was outstanding. Chris had asked the headhunting company to look for Victor McNally for 3 months before he was selected. Victor McNally was a slightly plump middle-aged Caucasian man with a beard. He was a little slovenly. When he saw Eric looking at him, he smiled and gestured to Bill Olson. He smiled and said, "Eric, let Bill tell you. He's the expert in this field." Eric looked at Bill Olson again. "It's like this, Eric. Based on the current situation, we only have one product, the Fireflyer. Perhaps we can name the pink version as the Tinkerbell you mentioned, but this will definitely dilute the brand image of the player, which will be detrimental to the product's promotion. On the other hand, this player should be targeted at all consumers, not just women. Even if it's pink, there should be many male consumers who like it. Therefore, if we set a gender distinction for this product, it might cause some consumers trouble. After all, when some people think that a certain product is only for girls, male consumers might not buy it." Eric nodded and said, "Okay, continue." Bill Olson switched to a PowerPoint page, but he still added, "However, Eric, the Tinkerbell trademark is indeed a good one. I'll get the legal department to apply for the Fireflyer trademark and get the Tinkerbell trademark at the same time." After discussing the naming of the MP3 player, Bill Olson continued, "Next is the Yahoo Music Store, or Yahoo Music Box. Currently, we have obtained the authorization to sell about 200,000 songs online. However, there hasn't been much progress in the negotiations with the 5 world-class record companies with the most abundant music copyright resources. Therefore, Fireflyer's main source of music should be CD discs. Thanks to the promotion of the MP3 audio format, more than 50% of the CD discs currently use the MP3 format. Even if it's a non-MP3 format, we can still convert it into MP3 audio through transcoding. The contract between Yahoo and Microsoft would expire in 2 years. Although Microsoft had been under antitrust investigations, it was foreseeable that once the contract expired in July 1999, Yahoo would lose its position as the default browser on the Windows platform if Microsoft gave up on the 30% share acquisition plan. Eric's initial suggestion was to develop a Yahoo Music Store website, but in order to avoid Yahoo's browser being squeezed out by Microsoft in the future, Yahoo has been promoting separate software for various online products in recent years to reduce its dependence on Yahoo's browser. It was the same this time. The teams of Yahoo and Firefly Electronics worked together to perfect Eric's original rough idea in detail and developed a separate Yahoo Music Box software as a sales platform for online music stores. At the same time, Yahoo Music Box could more conveniently develop specialized software modules to identify pirated CDs and prevent them from being used for audio copying. To be honest, due to the living environment in his previous life, Eric had never considered this at first. He was also glad that the team at Yahoo and Firefly Electronics had thought of this. Otherwise, when Firefly was released, Firefly Electronics would definitely be bombarded with lawsuits from major record companies. In front of the projector, Bill Olson looked at Eric again and said, "Eric, although Yahoo is trying to gather a large amount of music resources into its own online store, it can activate more paid users under Yahoo Network. But I feel that this is not worth it. Just like Sony, although they have Walkman, they will not expect all the record companies to let them produce music cassettes. This is impossible. In my opinion, Firefly has the potential to replace Walkman. If we can be more open and authorize all the music labels to operate their own online music stores, Firefly's influence will expand rapidly. Walkman's current annual sales are 15 million units. If Firefly can reach this level, based on the selling price of $299, our annual sales will reach $4.5 billion. Eric said. But Bill, Firefly does not have the influence to get all the music labels to set up their own music stores. If we insist, the music labels will definitely ask for more. On the other hand, if Firefly has enough influence in the future, we will not need to compromise with the music labels. They will only take the initiative to cooperate with us. But there will always be a suitable time, Eric, Bill Olson said. Although we have installed a piracy detection module on Yahoo Music Box, we still can't stop all piracy. The risk of being sued still exists. If we can completely cut off the channel of CD copying and realize completely digital music sales, we can avoid this situation as much as possible. Eric knew what Bill Olson was thinking. He had hoped that Yahoo Music Box could be separated from Yahoo and be operated by Firefly Electronics alone. However, Eric had rejected him. Since Firefly Electronics could not own this platform, Bill Olson wanted the music sales platform to be more open for the sake of Firefly Electronics' own interests. Eric shrugged and laughed. Bill, we all know that even if we fully implement digital music sales, we will still not be able to stop the piracy problem. But after Sony won the video cassette case, the copyright holders can no longer use lawsuits to stop the advancement of technology. Also, all the Walkman, VCR, CD players, MD Walkman, and DVD players are not able to stop the piracy problem. So, we only need to do what we can. We do not need to worry too much about this problem. From Eric's smile, Bill Olson knew that Eric had seen through his thoughts. He did not feel awkward at all. Instead, he changed the topic and continued to discuss Firefly's component purchasing system, sales network, and product marketing. In the past 2 years, Eric had invested about $60 million in the research and development of the MP3 player and ebook reader. This included the cost of commissioning Seagate to develop the micro hard disk and the cost of acquiring the Wi-Fi patent rights. Not much was specifically spent on the MP3 player research and development. After all, the research and development team of Firefly Electronics only had 190 people in total. Although the annual salary of Silicon Valley engineers was generally high, the salary expenditure in the past 2 years was only $30 million. However, Bill Olson's budget for Firefly, from component purchasing to product marketing, was $200 million. Eric felt that it was like spending $60 million to produce a movie, but spending $200 million to promote and distribute the movie. Of course, the development of Firefly was definitely worth this budget. Just as Bill Olson had mentioned at the meeting, if Firefly could replace Walkman, it would bring in billions of dollars of revenue for Firefly Electronics every year. Moreover, Eric knew better than anyone that Firefly did indeed have the potential to replace Walkman and all the other portable music players currently available. The meeting lasted until 4 p.m. After confirming the Firefly's sales and marketing plan, Eric and Chris visited the company's R&D department with the two people in charge of Firefly Electronics. At 6 p.m., everyone had dinner together. Eric flew back to Los Angeles under the cover of the night. Chris would continue to stay and lead the integration of Firefly Electronics and the British arm chip company. The relevant plan had been confirmed in a conference call with ARM's management yesterday. Before this, Firefly Electronics had already taken out a sample of the ebook reader. However, because the current production cost of this machine was close to $400, if they wanted to ensure enough profit, the sales price should be set at $700. This was a price that ordinary consumers would find difficult to accept. After everyone's discussion, Eric decided to give up on this product for the time being. Instead, he would use the accumulated technology and cooperate with Firefly Electronics, ARM, and Yahoo to develop the Yahoo Pad, a tablet computer with more functions. This was also the second stage of Eric's original plan. He planned to launch a mature product around the year 2000. By then, with the further development of the electronics industry, the manufacturing cost of the Yahoo Pad would definitely drop to a more reasonable price. The Gulfstream business plane landed at Santa Monica Airport in the hazy night. As soon as Eric got off the plane, he received a call from Michael Eisner, who asked if he was free for dinner. Of course, Eric knew Michael Eisner's intentions. If they stopped cooperating with foreign companies in the digital domain, for a long time in the future, it would be very difficult for Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal, and Sony to produce outstanding CG special effects movies. In the past few days, almost all the senior executives of the major film companies had personally called Eric in private to see if there was any possibility of Eric canceling this decision. Michael Eisner's phone call was considered a little late. Considering that he did not have any appointments tonight, Eric agreed and drove to Morton Restaurant in Beverly Hills. This was a famous restaurant that was frequented by Hollywood movie stars. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was almost 9 o'clock. Under the guidance of the waiter, Eric quickly found where Michael Eisner was. Michael Eisner, who was sitting at the table reading a newspaper, saw Eric coming over and stood up. The two shook hands and greeted each other. Eric could not help but tease, "I didn't expect you to choose this restaurant." This sentence was not without reason. It was a past that most people in Hollywood knew. In the mid-1980s, Michael Eisner, who was still the president of Paramount, had a bad relationship with Martin Davis, the chairman of the parent company, and was planning to jump to Disney as the CEO. When he reached an agreement with several people in charge of Disney and resigned from Paramount, the board of directors of Disney had a dispute over the decision to appoint Michael Eisner. This also caused Michael Eisner to suddenly be in a state of unemployment with an uncertain future. Immediately, Michael Eisner, who had just left the power center of Hollywood, immediately encountered a dilemma. One night, he planned to have dinner with his friend Michael Ovitz and called Morton Restaurant to make a reservation. He had never been rejected before, but that time, he was suddenly told that the restaurant was full. Michael Ovitz, who was present at the time, called again and easily made a reservation. This kind of thing was simply humiliating for a Hollywood mogul. Michael Eisner heard Eric's teasing, but his expression was very calm. He said lightly, "There are some things that you always have to remind yourself of." Oh, Eric smiled, and the two sat down. Although they had already had dinner in San Francisco, Eric still ordered food. After the waiter left, Michael Eisner took the initiative to speak. "Eric, I heard that you went to San Francisco these 2 days? Well, a company set up there has made a small thing. It will be on the market soon. I went over to take a look." Michael Eisner smiled and said, "Something that you value is definitely not as simple as a small thing, right?" Eric suddenly realized something, but his expression did not change. Instead, he explained in detail, "It's a brand new portable music player. Unfortunately, the sample is in my luggage. Otherwise, I can give you one. It's a very interesting little thing." Since Michael Eisner already knew about this, he no longer hid it. Eric even guessed that Michael Eisner might have already known about Yahoo and Universal Records' online music sales. Obviously, Michael Eisner wanted to use the copyrights of Universal Records as a bargaining chip in exchange for some tangible benefits, such as continuing technical support for Universal Pictures in the digital field. However, he had obviously miscalculated. Actually, I had lunch with Doug Morris of Universal Records this afternoon, and I happened to hear about this. Michael Eisner did not beat around the bush and said, I also heard that the cooperation negotiations between Yahoo and Universal Records seem to be in a deadlock. That's inevitable, Eric said. Big companies always have the arrogance of big companies. They often can't see the situation clearly. When they have the initiative, they don't want to make progress because of their status. When they lose the initiative one day, they will think of themselves as victims. In the original space-time, several major record companies originally had far more advantages than Apple to deploy MP3 players, but they either had to maintain their market position of old-fashioned portable players that were about to be eliminated, or the group management system was rigid and slow to respond. In short, in the low-threshold electronic product of MP3 players, although many record companies had tried, they all failed. In the end, Apple occupied more than 70% of the music player market. The major record companies finally had to submit to the rules of Apple's online music sales platform. They were led by the nose by others. From time to time, they complained like resentful women that Apple's players condoned piracy and infringed their rights. What they didn't know was that even without Apple, in the Internet era, because of the significant reduction in the cost of pirated music, the record industry could no longer maintain its former glory. Of course, Michael Eisner couldn't see the future. Although he felt that Eric's words were somewhat inexplicable, he didn't refute. After chatting for a while, dinner was quickly served. Michael Eisner took a sip of red wine, put down the goblet, and continued, Eric, I think you must have guessed my thoughts. It's like this. I can help persuade Mr. Bronfman to support the cooperation between Yahoo and Universal Records, but in exchange, I hope that the digital field will continue to cooperate with Universal Pictures. What do you think? Eric shook his head and said, Sorry, Michael, I can't agree to your conditions. Michael Eisner was stunned. He didn't expect Eric to refuse so straightforwardly. During the day, he had investigated the situation of Yahoo's online music store in detail. Although it had reached cooperation with some second- and third-tier record companies, the number of song copyrights owned by Yahoo's music store was only 200,000. The more popular songs and albums were limited to the group of teen pop singers cultivated by Firefly Records in recent years. On Universal's side, Universal Records owned more than a quarter of the music copyright resources in the United States. If they could reach a cooperation with Universal, the attitude of other record companies would no longer be so firm. Eric, why do you have to do this kind of self-destructive thing? If the digital field continues to maintain an open cooperation strategy, with the influence brought by Titanic, it won't be a problem to double the annual turnover in the future. And, with the current speed of technological development, it won't take more than a few years for other special effects companies to catch up with the digital field. After deliberating for a moment, Michael Eisner spoke again. Eric raised his head with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Michael, what I want is these few years. What's more, if others want to catch up, the digital field will never stop and wait for them. But I don't think you need to do this at all, Michael Eisner said again. You see, including the box office of Titanic, Firefly's total box office this year will reach US $2 billion, more than 30% of the market share. This should definitely be the peak of a major Hollywood film company. No, Michael, you're just used to the coexistence of the 7 major Hollywood companies, so you think this is just the peak state of a major Hollywood film company. But let's break the shackles of this thinking and think about it. Why can't it be 50%, 60%, 70%, or even more? In other industries, this is not rare. In this case, why can't Hollywood? When Michael Eisner heard Eric's words, he had a slightly shocked expression on his face. He didn't expect Eric to be so ambitious. If someone else said this, Michael Eisner would almost immediately laugh out loud, but the person who said these words was the most popular young man in Hollywood in recent years. And he had done too many things that many people thought were completely impossible. However, after a brief moment of shock, Michael Eisner still shook his head. Eric, Hollywood is different from other industries. As a creative industry, the human factor is very important in this industry. Although many people say that Hollywood is the world's film factory, you can never gather all the outstanding filmmakers under one company and work in your own factory. Even if Firefly pushes out all the other 6 major Hollywood companies, as long as you can't meet the requirements of all the filmmakers, this is inevitable. Then, they are destined to create new film companies to compete with Firefly, just like Chaplin's United Artists a long time ago, Howard Hughes's Thunderbolt Entertainment, and now Spielberg's and Bolin. Eric smiled and said, Michael, I don't know what will happen to Bolin in the future, but the first 2 film companies you mentioned happen to no longer exist. In my opinion, with the prevalence of large capital operations in the film industry, it will become more and more difficult for latecomers to enter this industry. So, I just need to maintain Firefly's sufficient advantage and take over the original film companies one by one. Michael Eisner's eyebrows twitched, and he asked hesitantly, You mean, eat them? Yes, eat them. With that said, Eric tasted the crab meat pie in front of him and nodded. The food here is really good. Maybe I can come here often in the future. Oh, then you definitely won't encounter a time when there are no seats. Michael Eisner smiled reluctantly. He was still thinking about Eric's words just now. If Firefly wanted to wipe out all the other film companies in Hollywood, it was definitely unrealistic. But if they did as Eric said and merged one by one, then this possibility was not completely impossible. However, Michael Eisner was not so pessimistic. He was now 55 years old. Perhaps Firefly could do all this in 10 or even 20 years, but by then, he would definitely have retired. Then, everything would have nothing to do with him. Now, he just needed to run Universal Pictures well. This slightly dejected thought made Michael Eisner somewhat dispirited. The 2 of them no longer talked about the movie. Instead, they casually commented on the food in the restaurant and other unimportant topics. Eric and Michael Eisner did not have any personal grudges after all. What's more, it was Firefly who used the opportunity of acquiring Disney to drive Michael Eisner out of the Disney Group. In terms of grudges, Michael Eisner's resentment towards Eric was definitely greater. Since the other party did not express this, of course, Eric would not do the same. After skipping the topic of the digital field, the 2 of them had a relatively relaxed and pleasant meal. They chatted until 10 o'clock before the 2 of them separated. Watching Michael Eisner's car leave, Eric also got into his own car. It was already late at night, so Eric did not rush back to the Sharp Corner Manor. Instead, he instructed the driver to drive to the top of Beverly Hills. When he arrived in front of Elizabeth and Julia's mansion, Eric sent the driver away and pressed the doorbell. The intercom rang with an inquiry. Eric answered and the door was quickly opened. Julia's brown hair was loose, and she was only wearing a very long light yellow close-fitting sweater. She stretched out her long legs and appeared in front of Eric lazily. She softly called out, Eric, you're here. Yeah. Eric smiled and stretched out his hand. He said, Aren't you cold dressed like this? The nights in Los Angeles in February were still a little cold. Julia leaned over and hugged Eric's waist. She intimately kissed his cheek and said, It's not cold. We're not outside. Eric hugged Julia. Just as he was about to let go, the girl had already placed her chin on his shoulder. Her slender legs were crossed, and she was hanging on him. Why are you like Drew? Eric smiled and closed the door. He held Julia's light body and jokingly said, You seem to have gained a lot of weight. Julia nibbled on Eric's neck like a mouse. She said softly, It'll feel better if you're a little fatter. Eric, you can try it now. I'm afraid of the cold. Let's go inside. Eric almost could not resist. He patted Julia's body. Seeing that the girl had no intention of getting down, he could only carry her into the mansion. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, the lights in the mansion were still on. Eric knew that Elizabeth was actually a night owl. Most powerful people in the workplace were probably like this. The TV was on in the living room, and the sound was very soft. Elizabeth was curled up on the sofa with a thick folder in her hands. She was wearing a close-fitting sweater similar to Julia's. When she saw Eric carrying Julia in, she pursed her lips. Do you have to be so impatient? Eric did not explain. He threw Julia on the sofa and sat beside Elizabeth with a smile. He asked, What are you looking at? Some movie project summaries, Elizabeth said. She did not stand on ceremony and handed a stack over. Here, help me take a look and pick one or two. Eric took it and flipped through it. He smiled and asked, "Can I take them away if I pick one?" Elizabeth said simply, "No." Julia, who was originally thrown on the single-seater sofa by Eric, also came over and sat down next to Eric. Seeing that Elizabeth was reading the documents seriously, Eric did not make any more jokes. He just casually picked up Julia's slender legs and placed them on his lap to play with. He also flipped through the documents in his hand. After just glancing at the name of the first document, Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. He patiently read the project summary and the outline of the script, then said, "The English Patient. This project is not bad. It's very suitable for Miramax to use as an award-winning film." Elizabeth turned her head and saw Eric gently rubbing Julia's thigh with one hand. She spat and rolled her eyes. This is the project that Harvey had his eyes on last year. In order to avoid competing with Shakespeare's Love for the Oscars, it was pushed to this year. Of course, it's very suitable for Miramax. Eric nodded and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't released this year. Otherwise, it would be a pity." In Eric's opinion, The English Patient was definitely better than Shakespeare's Love. It had a deeper artistic connotation. It would be a pity if it was released this year and was defeated by Titanic. Elizabeth, of course, knew what Eric meant. She thought of the recent Titanic that was in the limelight around the world. She suddenly recalled some details from last year. She turned around and stared at Eric. "You must have done it on purpose that time." Eric had a puzzled expression on his face as his words came out of nowhere. "That time, you said that you wanted Fox to invest $50 million in Titanic." Eric suddenly remembered. Of course, he did it on purpose. He just wanted to find out more about the old man and the Elizabeth family. Rupert Murdoch had personally rejected the cooperation and investment invitation. Now, although the strong box office trend of Titanic showed no signs of stopping, after this week, Firefly would probably be able to recoup the original production cost of $215 million. It was estimated that by the end of February, all the production and distribution costs would be recouped. Then, Titanic would bring net profits to Firefly. Now, no box office forecasting agency could predict the global box office of Titanic, but they knew that the profits brought to Firefly by Titanic would definitely far exceed the original total investment of $265 million. Some media even predicted that if Titanic could become the highest-grossing film in North America and even the world, with the strong influence of the Champion effect, Titanic could bring Firefly no less than $1 billion in box office, videotapes, DVDs, and other peripheral products. This was almost more than the total annual profits of most studios. However, looking at Elizabeth staring at him like a cat, Eric would never admit it. But Elizabeth realized this from Eric's brief hesitation. She suddenly rushed over like an angry kitten, kicked Julia away, straddled Eric, grabbed his collar, and said, "You bastard, you really did it on purpose." Eric had an unconcealable smile on his face. He raised his hands in surrender and said, "Liz, calm down, I'm not a god. How would I know what the box office of Titanic would be like? Didn't you see that I almost had anxiety because of this some time ago?" Hearing Eric's words, Julia, who was pushed aside, looked at Elizabeth's angry face as if she wanted to tear Eric in half. She was inexplicably a little excited, but she couldn't help but say, "Yes, yes." "Shut up." Elizabeth glared at Julia and then stared at Eric. "You did it on purpose. Now that it's over, aren't you very proud?" "I swear to God, bah, you're not religious at all," Elizabeth said as she unbuttoned a few buttons on Eric's shirt. Eric was about to continue quibbling, but when he saw Elizabeth leaning over, he immediately became alert and quickly said, "Don't bite." "Ah." Before he could reach out to stop her, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Julia curled up next to him and looked at Elizabeth biting Eric's shoulder with her little white teeth. She was very envious, and her whole little heart trembled. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it. When she retracted her hand, she saw a trace of blood on her fingertips. She immediately felt sorry and pushed Elizabeth. "Liz, stop, it's bleeding." Elizabeth, who was originally angry, let go of Eric when she heard Julia's words. Seeing that the teeth marks on his shoulder were indeed bleeding, she hurriedly reached out to press it and said, "Eric, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Eric gasped and turned his head to look. There were 2 rows of obvious teeth marks on his shoulder. There were only a few scratches and it wasn't serious. Seeing Elizabeth's apologetic and even crying expression, he couldn't feel any anger in his heart. He nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I know you didn't do it on purpose." Thinking of the topic they were arguing about just now, Elizabeth's mouth twitched when she heard Eric's words, but she didn't say anything. She took the tissue from Julia and helped Eric wipe the blood off. She said, "Do you need to apply some medicine?" Eric smiled and said, "It's said that saliva has a disinfectant effect." Elizabeth rolled her eyes and moved to the side. She said to Julia, "You do it." Julia immediately leaned over, but Eric hurriedly stopped her. Okay, I was just kidding. Sit properly and don't mess around. Put your tongue away too. It's so ugly." Julia chuckled. Seeing that she had occupied Elizabeth's seat and was straddling Eric, she was unwilling to leave. She intimately leaned over and kissed Eric a few times on the face. She propped herself up and reached out to take off the long, close-fitting sweater on her body. There was nothing covering her body except for a pair of pure white underwear. Seeing Julia's actions, Elizabeth was very displeased. "Hey, I just changed the sofa cover yesterday. Can you guys go to the bedroom?" The response to Elizabeth was a strong hand that pulled her over. Eric's voice rang out. "Take off your sweater too. Let me see." The lights in the living room seemed to be blurred. Amidst the light rustling, a woman's half-true and half-false murmur could be heard. "You, reckless bastard. Ah. Speaking of which, George has already confirmed the casting of Queen Amidala. You happen to know her." The next morning, Eric drove to Firefly Studios. From Beverly Hills to Praia Vista, he happened to pass by Century City, so Elizabeth took Eric's car to go to work. Star Wars prequel had been delayed until now due to the establishment of Nolan Pictures, but it was finally confirmed that it would start shooting in April. As the distributor, Elizabeth was now fully in charge of the project. She had been busy with this matter recently. Although Fox couldn't intervene in the production of the movie, most of the filming in the studio was confirmed to be done on Fox's set. On the way to Century City, the two couldn't help but talk about this topic. Eric was really uninterested in the Star Wars series, and he wasn't very interested in whether the female lead was still Natalie Portman. However, hearing Elizabeth's excited tone, he asked curiously, "Who is it?" Elizabeth leaned towards Eric and said with a smile, "Take a guess." "I'll give you a hint. It's a girl of 16 or 17 years old. You personally discovered her to enter Hollywood." When Eric heard what she said, he was more or less certain that the trajectory of history coincided with the past. However, this wasn't too surprising. Ever since Lyon, the Killer, Natalie Portman had been the most outstanding child star in recent years. In addition to her wonderful performance in Lyon, the Killer, Natalie had also acted in films such as Thief of Fire, Everyone Says I Love You, and so on. Not to mention, she was Jewish, which made her even stronger. Queen Amidala in the Star Wars series was one of the most important symbols of American film culture. Whether it was intentional or not, in Hollywood, where Jews gathered, this group of people would definitely be more inclined to push for a Jewish girl to play this role. Although this was what he thought, Eric deliberately made a wild guess. "Let me think. Kirsten Dunst?" Elizabeth blinked and suddenly raised her eyebrows and said sourly, "Who is Kirsten Dunst? Why don't I know her?" Eric subconsciously touched his nose and said, "The little girl in Night Interview with the Vampire." "Don't look at me like that, okay? I've only seen her a few times. I don't even know what she looks like now." It was only then that Elizabeth remembered Night Interview with the Vampire. She snorted softly and said, "All right, I won't keep you guessing. Who knows what kind of woman will pop out to piss me off? It's Natalie Portman, the girl you met in Long Island a few years ago. Everyone is quite satisfied with her." "Yes, he's a very clever little guy." Eric nodded in agreement. As they chatted casually, the car entered Century City and soon drove into the Fox set. Elizabeth subconsciously adjusted the Hermes scarf around her neck, turned to Eric, and raised her chin slightly. Hey, can you see the traces? Eric stretched out his hand to help her tidy up, covering the red mark that was exposed. He smiled and said, even if you don't cover it, who would dare to say anything? Elizabeth rolled her eyes at him. Okay, I'll take off the scarf. You can go to the meeting with me. Eric didn't think he was that thick-skinned, so he immediately changed his words. Forget it, I think it's better to cover it. You bastard, Elizabeth scolded angrily. The car stopped, and the driver got out to open the door. Elizabeth leaned over and kissed Eric. She picked up her bag and said, you don't have to get out of the car. I'll go there myself. Eric nodded and watched Elizabeth walk into the office building before instructing the driver to start the car. In Casino Royale, except for the scene where the plane swooped down at the airport, which required full CG, there weren't many scenes that required special effects processing. Therefore, the post-production progress was relatively fast. After returning from San Francisco, the special effects scenes of Casino Royale were completed in February. The film entered the final editing stage, which could be said to be the most important step in determining the quality of a film. In late February, Eric didn't pay attention to anything else but devoted himself to the editing of Casino Royale. At the same time, after Firefly Electronics finalized the final plan, they officially launched the advertising campaign for the MP3 player, Fireflyer. Although it could be predicted that Fireflyer would have a very broad market prospect around the world, Bill Olson and the other executives still decided to explore the North American market step by step. With the support of a large number of media resources from Firefly's system, the delicate and small figure of Fireflyer quickly appeared on the major television, online, and print advertising platforms in North America. Firefly Electronics also worked with the regional Yahoo portal with great fanfare. They very generously took out 10,000 prototypes and held a promotional campaign on the Yahoo portal. As long as users activated their Yahoo Music Box account, they could get a lucky draw chance every day to win a free trial of Fireflyer. At the same time, users also had the opportunity to get Yahoo Music Store gift vouchers of different denominations to buy songs in the Yahoo Music Store. Although the campaign of giving away 10,000 units of Fireflyer and a large number of gift vouchers directly brought a huge marketing cost of US $3 million to Firefly Electronics and Yahoo portal, the effect was very obvious. This was because users only needed to bind their personal credit card information to the Yahoo Pay tool and activate it. They did not need to make any substantial purchases. In just 1 week, the number of new users of Yahoo Pay exceeded 700,000, and the total number of users was close to the 5 million mark. Before this, Yahoo Pay's promotional channel was mainly to cooperate with online payment websites such as Amazon, which was heavily supported by Firefly investments. As e-commerce had just sprouted, users were also concerned about the security of online payment tools. After more than a year of launch, Yahoo Pay's user base was only slightly more than 4 million. Compared to the 50 million internet users in North America, this ratio was far from satisfactory. With the further promotion, Fireflyer quickly attracted the attention of a large number of users. At the end of February, according to the results of a survey by Yahoo portal, Firefly Electronics showed that the monthly shipment of Fireflyer in North America in April was likely to reach 100,000 units. Moreover, this was a relatively conservative estimate. On the other hand, at the end of February, Yahoo also came out with its first decent annual financial report since its establishment 5 years ago. In 1996, the number of internet users in the world exceeded the 80 million mark. As the world's largest internet market, the number of internet users in North America had doubled compared to 1995, reaching 50 million. With the explosive development of the internet industry in North America, Yahoo Network Company, which occupied more than 70% of the internet online service market, realized operating revenue of US $194 million for the year by relying on its large number of users, such as portals, online mailboxes, search engines, and personal homepages. Thanks to the great success of Yahoo Advertising Alliance, 90% of this revenue came from the internet advertising business. In order to achieve rapid expansion in North America and overseas countries such as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Australia, Japan, and even Latin America's Brazil, Yahoo invested up to US $335 million in operating expenses in 1996. The annual financial report still showed a loss of US $140 million. However, compared to 1995's revenue of less than US $25 million, the 776% growth in 1 year still surprised many people. At the same time, although Yahoo's growth in the coming year was predicted to slow down compared to last year, the company still gave a conservative estimate of 200% growth. As long as Yahoo could reach this figure, it was likely to break even or even make a small profit from next year. This was undoubtedly very beneficial for Yahoo's IPO. To pave the way for Yahoo's IPO in the next 2 years, after the annual financial report was released, Yahoo did not hesitate to publish the relevant data on its portal homepage. This also caused a huge sensation in the industry. Everyone knew what an annual growth rate of more than 700% meant. The Nasdaq market was particularly sensitive to this data. The shares of the internet technology stocks that were already listed were stimulated by Yahoo's annual financial report and their share prices rose. Wall Street was also very excited. After Yahoo's annual financial report, Yahoo's valuation was raised to US $9 billion. Eric, who was in Los Angeles, was also very surprised when he saw the financial report. He thought Yahoo's revenue growth would be delayed by at least a year, or even longer. It seems that Yahoo's early appearance had changed a lot of things. When Eric was reading about Yahoo's overseas expansion, he could not help but think about his hometown. Seeing that Yahoo did not have any plans to expand there, he was puzzled and asked someone to investigate. According to some scattered information, the number of internet users in China was only 200,000 at the end of 1996, and the number of PCs sold in China was only 700,000. Correspondingly, the number of internet users in 1996 exceeded 80 million worldwide, and 79 million PCs were shipped in 1996. The US PC sales alone exceeded 26 million. Well, Eric looked at a simple page of information and put it aside for the time being. It was hard for him to think of anything. After Yahoo's annual financial report, Cisco and AOL, the two IT companies that Firefly had a large stake in, also released their annual financial report. Compared to Yahoo, these two companies' results were much more solid and bright. Even AOL, which was slightly weaker, had a turnover of US $1.8 billion for the year. Moving back to Hollywood, February 27, the 10th week after the release of Titanic, the box office still reached US $25.3 million. At the same time, the cumulative box office officially exceeded US $400 million, reaching US $417 million. Because the box office of Titanic was still stable at US $20 million, the agency predicted that Titanic would break the US $460 million box office record set by Star Wars in the 12th week of its release. It could even go one step further. During the Oscars at the end of March, the total box office of Titanic would exceed US $500 million and become the first movie in North America to do so. In the overseas market, as Titanic was released one after another in some unimportant overseas countries and regions, the film's overseas box office had expanded to 27 countries. Although the more important overseas box office countries such as France, Germany, and Japan had to wait until Titanic was released before and after the most influential Oscar awards ceremony, due to the increase in the number of overseas box office, the growth of Titanic's overseas box office also began to increase. Among them, the most surprising was the Brazilian market, which had a very ordinary box office performance in the past. Although it was the country with the largest box office in Latin America, under normal circumstances, a Hollywood film that could achieve US $10 million in box office in Brazil was already a very good result. Even Jurassic Park, which set a global box office record a few years ago, only had a total box office of US $14.9 million in Brazil. Therefore, Firefly did not categorize Brazil as a box office country that needed special attention. Therefore, on February 7, Titanic was released in Brazilian cinemas. Immediately, the box office performance of Titanic in Brazil also exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 2 weeks, the box office of Titanic in Brazil exceeded US $10 million. This figure was far beyond the expectations of Firefly's Brazilian branch. Originally, although Titanic had shown signs of a box office miracle in North America, the Brazilian branch still only predicted that the box office of Titanic in Brazil was likely to be the same as Jurassic Park, with a total box office of about $15 million. After exceeding $10 million in 2 weeks, even the head office no longer ignored the box office prospects of Titanic in Brazil. With Katzenberg's personal intervention, the film's screening schedule in Brazil quickly increased by about 50% and increased the publicity. Immediately, in the 3rd week of release, the box office of Titanic in Brazil did not decrease but increased instead. The box office in a single week reached $6.9 million, and the cumulative box office reached $17 million. It easily broke the box office of Titanic that year, which was less than $15 million. Because Titanic completely exceeded the box office curve of common sense, no one knew how big the box office potential of the film in Brazil was. Firefly Studios, Praia Vista, Los Angeles. After more than half a month of intense work, the preliminary editing of Casino Royale had been completed. A group of senior executives and the film's main creators gathered in the viewing room of Firefly Studios' post-production center to watch the movie sample. The sample had not yet produced the opening and closing credits, and the total length was 150 minutes. Eric planned to further compress the scene to reach a length of about 140 minutes. For a popcorn movie, this length was the most suitable. After all, there was only one film in the history of Hollywood that lasted more than 3 hours and achieved a box office miracle like Titanic. The story of Casino Royale itself was very simple. It was a confrontation between James Bond and the Ghost Gang over a huge bet of $150 million. The whole movie was a complete and smooth story consisting of the airport crisis, the confrontation in the casino, and the final battle. Even the appearance of the Angel Trio, because of the foreshadowing of the first 2 movies of Breakin' Beauties, the movie didn't need to add much to the background of the trio at all. It was just a hot action scene. After years of personally directing many big-budget movies, Eric was more and more able to grasp the key factors for the success of a big-budget commercial movie. The most important one was that the movie story should be simple and clear. This actually coincided with the high-concept movie theory that appeared in the 1980s. The simpler the core storyline, the more room for the movie director to express himself during the shooting process. The most classic example of this was Cameron's Terminator. The whole story revolved around the T-800 being sent by Skynet to assassinate Sarah Connor in the past. There were no complicated side plots. Because of this, Cameron proudly expressed his personal movie talent to his heart's content. In the end, the movie earned $80 million at the global box office with a cost of $6 million, and it made Cameron into the ranks of the top directors in Hollywood. On the contrary, if a movie wanted to show too much to the audience, the result would often be that the director couldn't tell a complete story in 2 hours. There were many examples of failure due to this reason in Hollywood. In the screening hall, the executives of MGM and the main creators of the movie were obviously very satisfied with the effect of the movie. Traditional 007 movies often had the shortcoming of fragmented stories. The producers often inserted some plot that had nothing to do with the main storyline of the movie, just to highlight Bond's romantic and heroic image. Therefore, most of the episodes were full of loopholes. Casino Royale completely reversed this shortcoming while retaining the traditional 007 style. Bond no longer inexplicably appeared in the military base of a nameless villain to kill everyone, nor was he suddenly called out from the bed of a hot girl to carry out a mission by the MI6. At the end of the screening, the lights were turned on, and there was a burst of applause in the screening room. Knowing that Eric was not an opinionated director, everyone began to speak freely in the screening room, expressing their various opinions about the film. Although Eric was also very satisfied with the final result of Casino Royale, he also knew that the players involved would not be able to see the situation clearly. Because of their different ideas, perhaps the plot that he thought was good would be very inappropriate in the eyes of others. Everyone discussed for more than an hour, and Eric had roughly decided on a few changes. He planned to make a second change to the film in the next week. According to the production and release schedule of Casino Royale, the film would be completed in March. During this period, the movie would also undergo a further internal test screening. It was similar to the closed beta test of online games. Some ordinary audience members would be selected to watch the movie in a theater with a real-time monitoring system installed. There was a special button on the armrest of the audience seats. During the movie, if the audience felt bored or disgusted by certain scenes, they could press the button at any time. The production company would then make further adjustments to the movie based on the real-time feedback of the audience. After that, they would enter the grading, promotion, and other stages. Of course, these processes were not fixed. Everything depended on the distribution of power among the film investors, producers, directors, and other parties. If a director had absolute control over the production of the film, the investors and producers could not interfere. Of course, the director could edit the film completely according to his own ideas. On the contrary, if the final editing power was firmly in the hands of the producers, the director might not be able to interfere at all during the final editing stage. Of course, Eric had absolute control over Casino Royale. As long as he wanted, he could edit the film completely according to his own ideas. However, this was obviously unwise. Even Titanic had gone through the closed beta test stage. Cameron had also modified part of the plot according to the feedback of the audience. After discussing the changes and having lunch at Firefly Studios, everyone left. The headquarters of MGM had moved to Venice Beach, which was not far from Firefly Studios. It was also near the original headquarters of Flowers Pictures. Because Corkery sold all of MGM Studios as land, now most of MGM's films that needed to be shot in the studio were basically rented at Firefly Studios. With the revival of MGM, the management of MGM also discussed the plan to rebuild the studio. Drew also asked Eric for his opinion, but was rejected by Eric. In recent years, more and more films began to pursue the effective filming, especially big productions. Unless it was a special effects scene, it was rarely shot in the studio. Coupled with the gradual rise of the tax rebate system in the US states and even overseas, Hollywood films would choose to shoot in Los Angeles in the future. If MGM built a studio at this time, it would only cause unnecessary waste of resources. Eric and Drew sent off the Broccoli siblings together. Seeing the girl leave the parking lot with him, Eric asked with a smile, "Don't you have work in the afternoon?" Drew took 2 steps forward and intimately held Eric's arm. She smiled and said, "Yes, it's an audition for a movie, but I don't want to go at the moment. Anyway, Amy and the others will look after me." "Oh," Eric smiled and said, "What movie?" "Alien, a sci-fi horror film." Eric nodded and did not express anything strange. In his memory, this film should be a work of 1995. However, since many films were produced in advance, it was not strange that some films were delayed for a year or 2. It was very common for Hollywood films to prepare for 8 to 10 years. Speaking of this, the girl became interested again. She said, "Today's audition is for the female lead. I also let Natasha try. Unfortunately, the 2 of them are too stupid. In front of the camera, they are like 2 pieces of wood. They can't even speak." Eric turned his head and looked at the twins quietly behind them. Hearing Drew's words, the sisters were a little embarrassed. When they saw Eric looking at them, they lowered their heads in unison. Because Eric liked to use Ivanka as a mascot in his movies, the girl once said that she wanted the Natasha sisters to be mascots in Flower Pictures movies. Unfortunately, Eric had never seen the twins appear in front of the camera even once. It seemed that they really didn't have the talent. Ever since Ivanka made a cameo appearance in Scream, she often appeared and disappeared mysteriously in all kinds of movies. Remembering that the female lead of Alien in the original Spacetime, Natasha Henschutz, happened to be in the Victoria's Secret Army, Eric asked, "Since the audition is at the MGM headquarters, it should be the last round. Do you have anyone in mind?" Amy originally wanted to cast Paulina Pliskova, but the director didn't agree, so we had to choose again. Eric thought of Pliskova's face that resembled Audrey Hepburn's. If it were him, he wouldn't agree either. The female lead of Alien should be the type of actress with a cold temperament and a hot body like Natasha Henschutz. Paulina Pliskova's temperament was too elegant. She was only suitable for the role of the Princess of Monaco. Other than directing the Victoria's Secret Army show, Eric and Natasha Henschutz did not have much contact. At this time, he did not say anything superfluous. He just said casually, "If the budget is enough, we can let Claudia try." Claudia Schiffer was more than enough to replace Natasha Henschutz. The two of them had very similar temperaments. The girl shook her head. We invited her, but Claudia didn't want to act. Because there are a lot of bad scenes in the film and the production budget is not that high, we plan to use a cheaper newcomer. The two walked all the way. They did not go back to Eric's office in the administrative center. Instead, they went to the office loft of the Digital Domain. Cameron had already arrived in the morning, but Eric was busy with Casino Royale and the two of them only met twice. During lunch, Eric did not see Cameron's figure and did not know if he had left. Walking into the number 1 loft of the Digital Domain and asking the staff, Eric quickly found Cameron in the lounge area, who was sitting at a table with Stan Winston and talking about something. The great success of Titanic on a global scale had completely relieved Cameron of the initial pressure. Recently, he had been quite high-spirited. Seeing Eric approaching, Cameron and Stan Winston stood up and greeted him. After greeting him, the four of them sat down at a long table. Eric asked the twins to make coffee, but Cameron could not wait to say, "Eric, I didn't expect you to hide something good here. You didn't even tell me before." Eric smiled and said, "You are more familiar with this place than your own home. What can be hidden from you?" As a film technology fanatic, whenever Cameron appeared at Firefly Studios, most of the time he was there for the Digital Domain. Even if he was not working, Cameron often came to see some of the new special effects technology that had just been developed by the Digital Domain. In the past few years, the two sides had worked together very happily. In terms of technology, the Digital Domain had spared no effort in supporting Cameron's films. This also led to Cameron not creating his own Lightstorm studio. Most of the time, he only used the Digital Domain's resources to realize his various ideas. This, in turn, allowed the Digital Domain to benefit a lot. Stan Winston saw Eric looking at him in confusion and explained, "Eric, it's the IMAX and 3D screen that we just installed." Eric immediately understood. Last year in New York, after accidentally noticing IMAX, Eric asked the Digital Domain to set up a related technical team to cooperate with the Canadian IMAX company to develop IMAX and polarized 3D technology. These two technologies had actually been around for decades, but for various reasons, they had not been popularized on a large scale in the film industry. Now, with the funding and technical support of the Digital Domain, the related applications were quickly developed. The IMAX company was also doing the final public relations for the conversion of ordinary film to IMAX film technology. It was expected that the normal 2-hour IMAX film would be realized next year. Before that, IMAX films were only 40 minutes long, and the conversion technology was not mature enough. Polarized 3D technology was even simpler. In order to carry out various tests, the Digital Domain had recently installed a 3D combined big screen in the studio. This should be the good stuff that Cameron was talking about. In the past 6 months, Cameron had been busy with the production of Titanic. Coupled with the pressure of the film's cost and box office, Cameron naturally did not pay attention to the new technology of the Digital Domain. "These are some ideas that I came up with last year. Look, from silent movies to sound movies, from black and white movies to color movies, it took less than 30 years. Now, 30 years have passed, and there should be some new changes in the movie broadcasting situation. That's why I'm optimistic about these two technologies." Cameron was quite excited. "Eric, you're saying that you plan to popularize 3D and IMAX on a large scale?" Eric shook his head slightly and smiled. "That's what I'm thinking, but it has to be done step by step. You must have experienced it by now, so you'll definitely realize the difficulty of popularizing these two technologies. 3D might be easier, as long as you change the 3D projector and the related supporting facilities, but for IMAX, it's obviously not realistic for most theaters in North America to change IMAX screens." The number of movie screens in North America had exploded over the past few years, from 22,000 screens in the early 90s to 28,000 screens now. However, the more developed the film industry was, the more difficult it was to reform it. There were 28,000 screens in the United States, and most of them were theaters built according to the specifications of ordinary 2D screens. These theaters could not accommodate IMAX screens that were dozens of meters long and wide. If they wanted to promote it, they would have to build new theaters. Therefore, Eric's first step was to start with the easier 3D. As a movie fanatic, Cameron was more idealistic than Eric. When he heard what he said, he was not discouraged. Instead, he said, "Eric, I believe that as long as you want to do it, you will definitely succeed. So, don't you think that maybe we can try this technology on Spider-Man? Think about the scene of Peter Parker flying over tall buildings on a huge IMAX screen. Oh, and with the addition of 3D, that scene must be very shocking." Cameron described the picture in his imagination, and his tone was full of longing. The girl sitting next to Eric smiled and poured cold water on him, "But it must be very expensive." "Oh, Drew," Cameron shook his head and pointed to Eric, "your problem is not a problem at all for this guy." "Of course, money is not a problem, the screening channel is the problem," Eric said to Cameron with a smile. "If you make Spider-Man into the 3D format according to your idea, then you will find that you can't find a cinema chain that can play this movie." Eric's words were like a basin of cold water. Cameron also woke up and remembered what Stan Winston said. The 3D screen used for testing in Firefly Studios was definitely one of the few in the world, even if it was not the first one in the world. However, when he thought of the 3D screen, Cameron immediately understood. He looked at Eric and said, "You guy, I was almost fooled by you. Since the 3D screen appeared here, you must have a plan in mind, right?" Of course, Eric did not keep him in suspense and said, "Firefly Software has even begun to secretly develop professional tools and software for 2D to 3D technology. As long as the time is right, the digital field will set up a special 3D conversion branch to bring classic Hollywood movies that are suitable for 3D conversion to the big screen." Strictly speaking, 2D to 3D technology had now appeared. If it were not for Titanic in advance, Cameron should have produced a 3D version of Terminator 2 according to the timeline of the original spacetime. However, the current 2D to 3D technology could only be described as rough, and it was impossible to achieve large-scale commercialization. Eric witnessed with his own eyes the whole process of this emerging film technology, which originally had great development prospects, being played by the industry because of the proliferation of all kinds of pseudo-3D in the original spacetime. Since he now had enough influence and right to speak in Hollywood, he certainly hoped that the relevant technology could develop more maturely to achieve the benign development of this industry. Cameron asked, "Hey, Eric, don't be so vague. How long will it take? Is 3 years enough?" The production cycle of Spider-Man happens to be 3 years. "Jim, you have to understand that if we want to promote 3D movies on a large scale, and even further 3D, we will face a large-scale upgrade of the entire industrial chain. From the development of the basic 3D camera to the upgrade of the final cinema equipment, any of these links can't be achieved overnight. I think it should take at least 5 years to see the initial results. So, wait for your next movie to consider this kind of thing again." In fact, it was not impossible to forcibly accelerate this process, but this was not in line with Eric's expansion plan for Firefly. Eric had learned a theory from Buffett, which was to accumulate strength when the economic situation was good and seek expansion when the economic environment was bad. In recent years, the economic situation in North America happened to be the best. Not to mention the rapid development of the IT industry, even in Hollywood, because of the vigorous development of the global film market, the further expansion of the video/DVD industry, and the cable television industry. The average annual growth rate of the Hollywood film industry was far more than 10%. Eric knew that the current good development environment of Hollywood would enter a period of downturn around the year 2000 with the bursting of the dot-com bubble. At that time, it would be the best time for Firefly to further expand. Eric used Clover Holdings' investment plan in NASDAQ IT stocks to accumulate funds for the further expansion of Firefly Group after the year 2000. With the current scale of Firefly Group, hundreds of millions of dollars of small-scale mergers could no longer be called expansion. If they could take advantage of the dot-com bubble to accumulate $20 to $30 billion of cash reserves, then when Firefly Group entered new industries or sought merger targets, they could pay as little equity as possible, or even not use the stock exchange model at all. Cameron obviously didn't think of these large-scale industrial development plans, he just felt it was a pity. Under other circumstances, Cameron might delay the production of Spider-Man for a few years. He could afford to wait. However, he had already promised Eric this project. Although he was under a lot of pressure on the Titanic project, Cameron also knew that Eric was under no less pressure than him because Eric spared no effort to support the project. If Titanic failed at the box office, the management of Firefly Group might lose their trust in Eric. Eric gave him so much support. As a person of character, he would not let Eric down. Everyone talked about 3-Dimex again. Eric felt a little thirsty. He took a few sips of coffee and asked casually, "Jim, what about you? What have you been busy with recently?" The Spider-Man project would not start until at least the second half of this year. Cameron did not need to worry about the Oscar PR for Titanic. As for whether he wanted to go to Europe or Japan to participate in the next stage of the Titanic promotional activities, it was completely up to him. Cameron should be very leisurely during this time. Cameron said, "It's nothing. I'm not a workaholic like you." "Oh, yes, I thought of a good idea. When the idea matures, I'll bring it out. Maybe Firefly is willing to make it into a movie." Eric was interested and said, "Tell me, maybe we can come up with some ideas together." Cameron did not hide it and said straightforwardly, "It's a sci-fi script. It's about a girl who escapes from a cyborg base after the world suffers a global disaster. Now, it's just a simple background setting. I'm still thinking about what this global disaster should be." "Of course it's a nuclear war," Drew said from the side. Eric immediately remembered what Cameron's idea was. He smiled and said, "If it's a nuclear war, then there won't be many living people on Earth. A large-scale nuclear war, the residual strong radiation is enough to make the world uninhabitable for decades." "That's true." Stan Winston also said, "Moreover, after a nuclear war, it should be followed by a nuclear winter. The radiation clouds will block out the sun, and the surface temperature of the Earth may even drop below zero. Even if humans can survive the war and have the means to isolate the radiation, because of the nuclear winter, a large number of animals and plants will die. Humans will also die due to the lack of food." "I think so too." Cameron said, "So, a nuclear war is not suitable at all. It'll be a post-apocalyptic era. What I want is a chaotic era after a large-scale global disaster. Humans may die in large numbers, and cities will be abandoned on a large scale, but the living environment on Earth will not become too bad." "Don't you like Japanese comics?" Eric listened to Cameron's words and pretended to say casually, "If that's the case, you should know that in many Japanese sci-fi comics, there's a special global attack method that will cause a large-scale malfunction of electronic equipment on a global scale." Cameron immediately understood. "You mean, an electromagnetic wave attack?" Eric nodded. "Electromagnetic wave weapons are still in the experimental stage. However, according to your idea, I'm guessing that you've chosen a time in the future. At that time, electromagnetic wave weapons should be mature, and humans will be more dependent on electronic equipment. Then, once these equipment are attacked, it will definitely cause social chaos on a global scale. Think about it, if there's a global blackout now, the consequences will be disastrous." "Yes, that's it." Cameron clapped his hands and his thoughts immediately cleared up. He said, "We can even set up a more complete worldview for this story. A turbulent era, a martial law society, and civilians struggling to survive at the bottom. Yes, and after this disaster, an even bigger conspiracy will be hatched. Therefore, the female lead in the story should be the link that connects all of this." Eric continued, "However, according to this setting, I think this idea should be more suitable to be made into a TV series, not a movie." "This is not bad." Cameron did not insist. He said, "The girl in the story should be very kind, but also very powerful. At the same time, her personality should also have a very complicated side, like an angel living at the bottom of society. Yes, let's call her the Atonement Angel. What does everyone think?" "Very good." Eric smiled and nodded. He said, "The Atonement Angel of the Apocalypse." "Yes, the Atonement Angel of the Apocalypse." Cameron said, "Let's call it that. I'll come up with the setting in the meantime. Eric, if Firefly is interested, prepare a scriptwriter team for me." Eric nodded. The Atonement Angel of the Apocalypse. Although in history, this classic American sci-fi TV series was axed after only 2 seasons, that was not because of the TV series itself. Until many years later, sci-fi fans were still obsessed with the follow-up story of The Atonement Angel of the Apocalypse. Jim, I can help you prepare a scriptwriter team. However, I have a request. What is it? Cameron asked curiously. Eric smiled and said, I'll still choose the female lead. I don't trust your aesthetic standards. Everyone burst into laughter. Cameron shrugged and said, all right, it's up to you. However, I'm still very satisfied with the female lead of Titanic. This shows that our aesthetic standards should be similar. Oh, also. Eric suddenly remembered something and said, this TV series is more in line with the tastes of young people. It's not suitable for broadcast on ABC. Coincidentally, Fox's The X-Files ended this year. If you're willing, perhaps you can let this movie take over the slot of The X-Files. That's your business. Cameron said, I don't care about the distribution of the movie. Even if you directly let Fox produce it, I don't care. Eric nodded and smiled. Then I'll directly get the scriptwriter team of The X-Files to contact you. They happen to have a lot of experience in writing sci-fi scripts. Apocalypse Angel is an accident, and Cameron's focus will still be on Spider-Man. He will not be the producer like the original Spacetime, and Eric decided to let Fox take over this project. After The X-Files ends, Fox needs a new sci-fi TV series to fill the slot. Because of the influence of Titanic, Fox is very concerned about Apocalypse Angel, and the project is in the early stages of preparation. Eric continued with the post-production of Casino Royale. At the same time, outside of Hollywood, after months of preparation, Soros's Quantum Fund started their first wave of attacks on Southeast Asian countries. The scale of this attack is not big, and Soros had been criticizing Southeast Asia's economy since last year. This had made the Southeast Asian countries wary. In the first 2-week attack, the international hot money did not gain any advantage. Instead, they lost hundreds of millions of USD in the Thai-baht trade war. Although these hundreds of millions of dollars did not have any substantial impact on the huge amount of international hot money, it strengthened the confidence of the Southeast Asian countries that they had enough strength to resist the attacks of international currency speculators on their currencies. While the Southeast Asian countries are promoting the news of the international hot money's failure, they do not know that their opponents have already found out about them. What will happen next is the real storm. Eric does not want to let go of this opportunity. Since the beginning of the year, Chris had secretly set up a trading team in New York. After the international hot money's first attack, Chris flew from New York to Los Angeles to discuss the follow-up plan with Eric. It's mid-March. Malibu, Sharp Corner Manor. Chris and Eric had just finished their lunch, and they sat by the villa's glass wall to discuss this matter. Eric put down his coffee cup and said, we had just tabulated the annual figures. The net profit for the year is about $1.76 billion US. After the dividends, we will get about $1.3 billion US. Yahoo will need to reserve $500 million US, and this is the biggest expense. Also, Firefly Electronics will need $200 million US. I had seen the investment report submitted by Bezos, and it will be another $100 million US. The other companies will also need to reserve $200 million US for emergencies. That's why you can only use $300 million US this time. Based on the trend of the Nasdaq in the next few years, Eric's stock investment in the past 2 years could yield at least 5 times the profit if he cashed it out at the right time. After buying $2 billion in Nasdaq IT stocks last year, Eric planned to invest another $4 billion this year and next year while the Nasdaq index was below 2,000. He planned to cash out in batches after the Nasdaq index reached 3,000. Compared with this plan, the foreign exchange speculation in the Southeast Asian economic crisis could only yield less than twice the return after half a year of operation, which was not so cost-effective. If too much funds were placed on this matter, it would definitely delay the last opportunity to buy IT stocks at the right price. At the same time, Eric didn't want to make too much noise and be targeted by the Southeast Asian countries. Whether it was the Firefly Group or Firefly Investment, they would develop their business locally in the future. Therefore, he took out $300 million this time purely to make some pocket money. This girl wanted to buy a Boeing 777 for a long time. Chris also knew about Eric's situation, so he didn't think US $300 million was too little. However, after a period of observation, Chris saw the Southeast Asian economic crisis as an opportunity. He said, "I mortgaged part of my shares in the company and borrowed US $300 million from Chase Bank. Emily's family is also willing to take out US $100 million. Together, it's US $700 million. US $700 million, this number is quite coincidental," Eric said with a smile. Chris held 3% of Firefly Investments shares. According to the current scale of Firefly Investments assets, the value was more than US $1 billion. Chris also mentioned the mortgaging of shares to Eric in advance. Eric didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Even if Chris lost all US $300 million, the loss of 1% of shares wouldn't have any substantial impact on the Firefly Group. What's more, this was definitely a game where one could earn more than they could earn. As for the coincidence, it was because when Eric bet on the oil futures of the Kuwait War, the capital scale was about US $700 million. Chris immediately remembered the past. At that time, he and his father thought Eric was crazy, but the final result was enough to make people crazy. Chris smiled and said, "This time, we definitely won't be able to make such crazy profits. According to the information in my hands, after this probing attack, the international hot money will need 3 months to establish a short position. The next attack should be around July. In 3 months, everyone is rushing to build positions. Due to the competition, the leverage of our positions will only get lower and lower. In the end, it will be good if we can get double the profit." Although Chris had been busy with industrial investments in recent years, Eric could tell from this short conversation that Chris had not lost his professionalism as a top student in the finance department. In his memory, the Asian financial crisis officially broke out on a large scale in July. "It doesn't matter how much we can earn back from this money. I'm more concerned about the impact of this matter on the federal economy," Eric continued. "Once the Asian emerging economies are destroyed like the Latin American countries in the 1970s and 1980s, and the European economy has yet to recover, a large amount of hot money can only flow to the North American market. It's conceivable that the North American stock market will experience another super bull market." Chris nodded and thought for a while before he said, "Eric, although I know you have a detailed plan, I still want to remind you not to hesitate when it's time to cash out. In my opinion, the Nasdaq market is already bubbling. Take Microsoft for example. Its annual net profit last year was only US $2.1 billion, but now its market value has risen to US $120 billion. This is too much of an overestimate. The North American stock market doesn't have a limit. If you let go too late, your US $6 billion investment will turn from a huge profit to a huge loss in one day. In my opinion, Microsoft's share price is far from the limit," Eric said. He then said seriously, "But don't worry, Chris. You know I'm not the kind of person who will be blinded by greed." "That's right." Chris nodded and suddenly laughed. "Speaking of which, I attended Steve Forbes's family party last week and got some data from him about this year's Forbes billionaire list. Do you want to know how much money you have now?" Magazine usually publishes its annual Forbes billionaire list in March, and Eric is a subscriber to this magazine. He remembers this issue will be published next Monday. But before that, many financial media outlets are talking about the Forbes billionaire list. Even if Eric doesn't pay attention to it, he knows about it. Eric saw Chris keeping him in suspense and laughed. "I'm curious. How much does estimate your net worth?" $1 billion US. "It's far from what you have." Chris shrugged, but he was already very satisfied. From the time he started as an ordinary analyst at Morgan Stanley until now, he had accumulated a net worth of more than $1 billion in 6 years. He was definitely the highest paid fund manager in North America. There are many large family investment funds similar to Firefly in North America. Although the managers of these funds have high salaries, very few of them can get shares. Moreover, Chris also knew that although Eric rarely took care of Firefly's investment, he would always be the key to Firefly's development. Chris was just an executor. Without Eric's sharp eyes to pick Cisco, AOL, Nokia, and other companies, and single-handedly lead the establishment of Yahoo, Firefly's investment would not have developed so quickly. Chris took a few sips of his coffee and said, "Never mind. You should read next week. I will leave you a surprise. It's time for me to go back." Today was Thursday, a working day. Chris actually flew over from San Francisco. Both of them were busy people, and Eric didn't urge him to stay. He was about to get up and send Chris off, but he saw that Chris didn't move. Instead, he took out an envelope from his handbag and handed it over. "What is this?" Eric asked curiously. Seeing that the envelope is not sealed, he opened it and found an invitation inside. "It is a wedding invitation." Eric glanced at it and smiled. "You and Emily finally plan to get married?" "Yeah." Chris's slightly smiling face was a little awkward. He gestured with his hand and said, "My dad and Emily's parents have been urging us for a long time. The most important thing is, Emily is now more than a month pregnant." "Wow, congratulations, you are going to be a father." Eric looked at the invitation again and said, "May 20th, not a bad day. Where do you plan to hold the wedding?" "Maryland, Dad's farm," Chris said. He then said with a bit of bitterness, "You should know Emily's temper. After she found out she was pregnant, she has been angry with me this month. She said I delayed her work. However, we can't find a reason to delay it anymore. My dad and her parents won't agree. It's just a pre-wedding phobia. She will be fine after a while." Eric put away the invitation and asked, "How are the wedding preparations going? Also, who did you invite?" Chris said, "My dad and her parents are in charge of this. You know, they are retired and have a lot of time. As for the guests, you are the first to receive the invitation. We have not confirmed the specific guest list yet." Eric thought for a while and said, "If you don't object, why don't we use this opportunity to call everyone over for a gathering?" Chris was puzzled. "Everyone?" Cisco's John Chambers, AOL Steve Case, Nokia's Yoma Alala, Yahoo's Ian Neer, and Firefly Group's Katzenberg, Frank, Robert. Eric listed and said, "Usually, everyone doesn't have such an opportunity to get together. Your wedding happens to be an opportunity, just like last year's Yahoo Alliance conference. I have actually been thinking that everyone should gather once or twice a year. But, isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" Chris was a little hesitant. According to Eric's idea, this should be a big gathering of the senior management of the Firefly Group. This gathering would definitely be more eye-catching than last year's Yahoo annual meeting. As a conglomerate that suddenly rose in the past 10 years and had a pivotal position in the industry, the gathering of the management of all the subsidiaries of the Firefly Group would definitely attract strong media attention. Eric joked. "This is a wedding. I think for you, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime event. The more lively, the better." Of course, you can go back and discuss with Emily first. If you want to invite any Hollywood stars, feel free to tell me. I will invite them for you. Then, okay, I will talk to Emily tonight, but forget about the stars." Chris did not refuse. He packed his briefcase, stood up, and said, "By the way, Emily and I won't specially send out invitations to Joan and the others. You can just bring them to Maryland. Of course, if you want to bring a few more, I won't object. Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to watch the show." Eric smiled and punched Chris's shoulder. The two chatted and laughed as they walked out of the villa side by side. After sending Chris to Santa Monica Airport, Eric went to Firefly Studios. After a closed test screening of Casino Royale, he discovered some details that needed to be adjusted. He had been busy with this recently. Eric worked until 7 o'clock in the afternoon when he got off work. There was a girl in the car, Christina Aguilera. There were a few scenes that involved Christina in the movie that needed to be adjusted. In the afternoon, the girl helped with the dubbing at the studio's post-production center. After Venice, the two did not find many opportunities to spend time together. Christina hinted a few times and waited patiently for Eric to get off work. When she did not leave, Eric did not hesitate to bring her back. After having dinner at a restaurant in Malibu, it was already past 8 o'clock when the two arrived home. The petite girl spared no effort in teasing Eric. The two were entangled on the big bed in the bedroom when Eric's phone unexpectedly rang. Letting go of Christina, Eric picked up the phone on the bedside table and glanced at it. It was Chris. After picking up the phone, Eric put on a pajamas and walked out. Eric would not deliberately be wary of the women around him. All he did was not give them the opportunity to make mistakes, which was good for everyone. It was already early in the morning in New York. For Chris to call at this time, it might be something important. Eric did not plan to let Christina hear it. After leaving the bedroom, Eric casually pushed open a small living room upstairs and walked all the way to the balcony. He leaned against the railing and spoke to Chris. Chris did not have anything important to say. He only talked about Eric's invitation to Firefly's management to attend his wedding. Emily had already agreed, so he called to inform Eric of her decision. Eric and Chris chatted for a while. In the end, the phone was transferred to Emily. They talked about some details. Eric hung up the phone and did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he sympathized with Chris. Chris had been flying around the East and West Coast for the past few days and had just returned to New York. It was already so late, but he still had not rested. It seemed that Emily had tortured him quite a bit during this period. A woman with an accidental pregnancy and premarital phobia. Her personality was too domineering. TSK. Just thinking about it was scary. After hanging up the phone, Eric returned to the bedroom. He put the phone back on the bedside table and looked at the big bed. Christina's small body was softly sunk into the big bed. Her face was red and her eyes were glazed. She looked like a doll that had been played with too much. Although he knew that the girl was faking it, Eric was still aroused. He reached out and squeezed a little harder. With a soft moan, Christina's small body immediately curled up like a shrimp. However, she hugged Eric's big hand tightly in her arms. The light in her eyes became even more watery. Eric reached out and scooped the girl up. He laid down on the bed and smiled. "Here, sit up and move yourself." Perhaps it was because they had too much fun last night, Eric was actually woken up by Christina. The curtains around the bedroom were automatically opened. The bright sunlight surged in, making Eric cover his eyes. Christina was holding a newspaper in her hand. She was half lying next to Eric. There was a little excitement in her voice. "Eric, the latest box office for Titanic is out. The box office for a single week is $22 million, and the total box office is $469 million. It broke the record for Star Wars. Take a look." The best place to hold a Titanic-themed exhibition was undoubtedly the Rosarito film set in Mexico. However, after the discussion, everyone agreed that this would not work at all. Not to mention the visa issue, most film fans would not travel across the country just to visit the filming location of a movie. What's more, the security of the Mexico-US border was also a big problem. Eric had deeply felt it during his trip to Mexico last year. If tourists were robbed, kidnapped, or even accidentally killed during their visit to the set of Titanic, Firefly would be in a very passive position. This kind of thing was very common in Mexico, where drug traffickers were entrenched and gangs were everywhere. Cameron's good friend, the Mexican director Guillermo del Toro, who was the first to recommend and assist him in building the Titanic set in Rosarito, had just made a name for himself in Hollywood when his old father in his hometown was immediately kidnapped. But Los Angeles was different. According to statistics, Los Angeles had more than 30 million tourists from all over the world every year in recent years. Los Angeles was the film holy land in the hearts of film fans all over the world. Most tourists who came to Los Angeles would basically visit movie-related attractions such as Universal Studios, Disney World, and so on. This provided a sufficient source of tourists for the Titanic-themed exhibition. After an afternoon of discussion, Eric finally decided to put the Titanic-themed exhibition in Los Angeles's Firefly Studios. The Titanic ship model built in Rosarito would also be dismantled and transported back to Los Angeles to be reassembled and refurbished. The interior would be opened up with exhibition halls, restaurants, and other areas for tourists to have a better experience. Although this would cost a lot of money, compared to the huge profits that Titanic would bring to Firefly, the money was not worth mentioning. Back then, Eric had bought 100 hectares of land in Praia Vista at one time. Although the studio had expanded over the years and more than half of the purchased land had been consumed, it was more than enough to open up an area for Titanic. As a legendary giant that was destined to be recorded in the world's film history, Titanic deserved such treatment. The group had a dedicated team that built and maintained several major Disneyland parks in the world, known as the Dream Engineers. After the plan was confirmed, the following work would be handled by this experienced team. In the course of the meeting, there was no shortage of senior executives of the group who proposed to imitate the model of Universal Studios and directly expand Firefly Studios into a tourist attraction. This proposal made Eric quite excited. However, if Disney's brand resources were not included, there were not many projects that Firefly had accumulated over the years that could provide sightseeing resources for the studio. It was not enough to support a theme park, so this plan could only be put aside for the time being. However, Titanic was undoubtedly a very good start. As long as it was successful, some of Firefly's next movie projects that were not suitable for Disneyland could be opened as attractions in Firefly Cineplex. After accumulating to a certain extent, it would be logical for Firefly Cineplex to transform into a tourist attraction. In order to finish Casino Royale as soon as possible, Eric didn't rest over the weekend. In the last 2 days, he finished the post-production of the film. Then, he didn't need to worry too much about the rating of the film and the promotion work. In the new week, although Eric wanted to rest for a few days, the various tasks that came at him made it impossible for him to do so. On Sunday night, March 16, FFM TV's meticulously produced Machida Family officially began airing. Eric had high expectations for this TV series. However, other than personally intervening in the selection of the male lead during the casting process and confirming James Gandolfini, he didn't intervene in any other aspects. Eric also instructed Wayne Stan to delegate as much power as possible to the main creator of the TV series, David Chase. The reason why Machida Family was rated as the #1 TV series in the original spacetime by many media outlets was that this movie completely broke the traditional TV series model and created a new and meticulous narrative model. If the management, who had a traditional production mindset, were to interfere, Machida Family would very likely fall into the traditional format and lose its original characteristics. Although there were some differences from the original, the main production concept was not changed at all. Therefore, after the first episode of Machida Family aired, it attracted the attention of many film critics. Entertainment Weekly directly gave it a near-perfect review and called Machida Family a TV series full of surprises. A famous film critic from the Boston Globe even gave a passionate review of the play. Machida Family is a brand new TV series that is surprisingly special. The male lead, Tony Soprano, is the leader of a gang in New Jersey. However, his gang is not as ostentatious as the Corleone family in The Godfather. It's just a small group of 5 or 6 people. Their daily work is to collect protection fees, and their biggest business is probably the strip club. In addition to this gray identity, he is also an ordinary middle-aged man who has encountered a midlife crisis. His 2 restless children, his neurotic mother, and his wife have all brought him all kinds of troubles, so he had no choice but to seek help from a psychiatrist. Therefore, from the characters in the film, it's almost impossible to find any highlights. However, this creative TV series is precisely under this ordinary appearance. It opens up a new progressive narrative mode for us. The narrative structure of the TV series is smooth and orderly. The scriptwriter's control of the plot structure can be described as perfect. Not only does it make people think about it repeatedly, but they also can't help but look forward to the next episode. Eric didn't know much about the process of Machida Family from its premiere to its popularity. Therefore, he originally thought that the TV series would gradually reach its peak like Breaking Bad. However, the response after the first season of the TV series far exceeded Eric's expectations. During the call with Harvey, Wayne and Stan, Eric asked Harvey if the media response was the result of his research. Harvey laughed and said no. At the same time, with the good publicity, the premiere of Machida Family generated a good viewership of 1.76 million, which was close to 40% of FFM's total subscribers. As a paid cable channel, every viewer of FFM was a valid subscriber. Plus, the show didn't have any advertisements, so there was no need to count the 18 to 49-year-old audience. The good start of Machida family almost immediately alerted their main competitor, HBO. In the new week, they once again announced that they would begin production of their own TV series. The reason why it was once again was mainly because although HBO also announced that they would begin production of their own TV series last year, due to Time Warner's slow execution efficiency, HBO still hadn't announced the official list of TV series projects until the premiere of Machida Family. Eric of course clearly remembered that HBO's first self-produced TV series was neither City on the Hill nor Machida Family. It was Prison, which wasn't very famous but was equally good. Since HBO's response was so slow, the project of Prison naturally wouldn't fall into HBO's hands. FFM had already bought the script at the beginning of the year. As long as Machida Family received a good response, the production of Prison would begin soon. During the weekend, although Eric went to work as usual, Christina didn't leave. She stayed in the Pointy Corner Manor. The girl, who originally planned to spend the weekend at the manor, heard the news and complained to Eric over the phone. Monday morning. Eric hung up the phone with Harvey Wayne and Stan and walked into the dining room to read today's newspaper. Christina was wearing a t-shirt and jeans that exposed her midriff. She had an apron around her waist that almost wrapped her petite body. She ran around like a bee and brought breakfast into the dining room. Then, she sat across from Eric. However, the girl's expression was a little strange today. She looked like she was admiring or in awe. It made Eric feel a little strange. Eric took a sip of the hot milk beside him and asked half-jokingly, "Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Or did you just realize how handsome I am today?" "No." Christina smiled and lowered her head to look at the stack of newspapers in front of Eric. She raised her hand, wanting to point at something, but was stunned for a moment. She stood up and said in confusion, "I remember now. I flipped through it in advance this morning. I should have left it on the sofa beside the curtain wall." Eric watched curiously as Christina ran out of the kitchen. Soon, she came back with a magazine. It turned out to be this month's issue of. He just remembered that the new issue of was officially released today. Oh, this issue also had the 400 richest Americans list. No wonder the girl had that expression just now. Eric's net worth had reached $67.7 billion last year. Before this issue of was released, most financial media predicted that his net worth would exceed $80 billion this year. $80 billion, for most people, was quite shocking. This year, other than Firefly Group's steady growth, Cisco, Yahoo, AOL, and other companies under Firefly Group's investment had almost doubled their market value. For example, Cisco's market value last year was only about $10 billion. Based on the recent stock price, Cisco's market value had increased to $33.2 billion. AOL's market value was less than $10 billion last year, but it had also increased to $15.3 billion. Come, let me see how much money I have now. With a smile on his face, Eric took the magazine from Christina. Unsurprisingly, it was a close-up photo of him on the cover. After glancing at the title, Eric immediately widened his eyes in shock and said, "They really want to roast me on the fire." On the cover of the magazine, what surprised Eric the most was not the eye-catching figure of $98.7 billion, which was tens of billions more than most of the media's predictions. Instead, it was the very sensitive title used by below the number. The word oligarchy was definitely not a compliment in the West. Although almost all of the capital forces had the ambition to become an industry oligarchy, even if they achieved this goal, very few people would publicize it with great fanfare. The so-called oligarchy, in the West's consciousness, also meant monopoly and exorbitant profits, as well as exploitation and oppression. Just like in the early 20th century, although the Rockefeller family created an unprecedented wealth myth, because of a series of bad practices such as using mercenaries to suppress minors, the Rockefeller family carried a bad reputation even 100 years later. Some of the descendants of the Rockefeller family who wanted to participate in politics were even caught by reporters and questioned, "Do you still want to control the United States?" Of course, even if they didn't care about their reputation, if they were associated with the word oligarchy, they would often face anti-monopoly investigations that all companies didn't want to face. This was the most troublesome thing. However, Eric soon found something strange. magazine used the title Rise of the Media Oligarchy instead of simply Rise of the Oligarchy. There must be a big difference between the two. When Eric realized this, he quickly flipped open the magazine and found the relevant article. As we all know, in the course of a century of development, Hollywood film companies have always been in a state of rising heroes. Because of the strong uncertainty of the creative industry, it is difficult for a company to dominate the Hollywood industry. However, in recent years, with the federal government's gradual liberalization of the media industry, the major Hollywood film companies are no longer limited to the field of content production. Therefore, the originally relatively balanced situation is quickly being broken. In the new round of reshuffling of the media industry, the company with the strongest development momentum is undoubtedly the Firefly Group, which was established less than 10 years ago. Although the Firefly Group has not announced its financial report for the year 1996, based on a large amount of public information, it is not difficult to predict that the overall revenue of the Firefly Group for the year 1996 is likely to exceed the unprecedented figure of $30 billion. Even 5 years ago, there were very few companies in the media industry with annual revenue exceeding $10 billion. The explosive revenue of the Firefly Group is attributed to its repeated mergers and acquisitions since the 1990s. Although Time Warner, Viacom, and other media companies have no lack of corresponding mergers and acquisitions, only the Firefly Group, after consecutively acquiring companies such as New Line Cinema, Disney Group, Metro BC Group, and other companies, through Eric Williams's admirable forward-looking vision and the company's powerful and efficient executive management team, the Firefly Group has perfectly achieved the rapid integration of different companies and the continuous rapid development of related businesses after the mergers. In contrast, Time Warner, which has lost Steve Ross, can almost be described as a plate of loose sand. Although Viacom's Sam Sherdong is old and strong, he obviously lacks the keen judgment of the fast-developing media industry. After consecutively acquiring the Blockbuster video store chain and Paramount Pictures, Sherdong, who is conservative in nature, did not carry out effective restructuring and integration of these two companies. Blockbuster's business has shown an obvious decline, and Paramount Pictures' film business has not improved. Theoretical analysis makes it difficult for people to see the differences between these three local media giants. However, the annual performance reports of the three companies can clearly show this point. According to the known information, we can find that in 1996, Time Warner's annual revenue was only $10.1 billion. For the whole year, it suffered a loss of $191 million. The poor performance led to the stock market value of Time Warner Group, which has $35 billion of fixed assets, to only $24.3 billion. Viacom's revenue in 1996 reached $12.1 billion, annual net profit of $1.2 billion, and market value of $28.8 billion. Although it has surpassed Time Warner to become the second largest media company in North America, the gap between it and the Firefly Group is quite obvious. Relying on the outstanding performance of its media network, film and television entertainment, theme parks, peripheral products, and special effects companies, the Firefly Group's annual revenue has reached $30 billion. Compared to the Firefly Group's average net profit of 11% in previous years, the Firefly Group's annual net profit should be around $3 billion. Because the Firefly Group's various businesses still maintain a strong momentum of growth, according to the standards of a listed company, the Firefly Group's market value should be $85 billion. Therefore, whether in terms of annual profit, revenue data, or market value, the Firefly Group has opened up a huge gap with its competitors in the industry, showing the trend of a dominant oligarch. In addition to a detailed comparison of the financial data of Firefly, Time Warner, and Viacom, Forbes also used the example of the Big Three in the telecommunications industry as an example to prove its own point of view. In 1996, AT&T, the number one telecommunications company in the United States, had a total annual revenue of more than $74 billion. The second and third companies, Verizon and Sprint, had a total annual revenue of only $30 billion, which was less than half of AT&T's. Although the gap between Firefly's revenue and Time Warner and Viacom's was not as large as the gap between AT&T and Verizon and Sprint, it clearly showed this trend. At the same time, Firefly's industrial layout was similar to AT&T's in many ways. AT&T itself was a diversified telecommunications industry giant. The industries it was involved in included fixed telephones, mobile communications, cable TV, communication software, electronic products, and so on. If it was compared to a single business, even if AT&T maintained its lead, it would not be able to leave its competitors far behind. But when all industries were combined, AT&T's strength far exceeded competitors like Verizon and Sprint. The current situation of Firefly Group was the same. In its television business, film, entertainment, and other sectors, Firefly did not maintain too much of a lead compared to its competitors in the same industry. However, when these businesses were integrated into a whole, it showed the aura of an oligarch that dominated the media industry. Eric sat in the dining room and patiently read all the articles about Firefly in this issue of Forbes magazine. When he came back to his senses, more than half an hour had passed. Christina was still sitting quietly across from him. She had already finished her breakfast and was just looking at him curiously. Looking at his watch, Eric smiled and said to Christina, "You still have a training session today, right? I'll get the driver to send you to Burbank." Although Eric's expression seemed relaxed, Christina did not forget the frown he had when he was reading Forbes. She was a girl who was very good at reading body language. Although she did not quite understand why Eric had such a reaction, she knew that he was not in the mood to deal with her at this time. She nodded obediently, put away the cutlery in front of her, and left the dining room with Eric. The two of them arrived at the villa together. The car was already parked at the entrance. After giving a few instructions to the driver, Eric kissed Christina on the cheek and sent her into the car. After returning to the restaurant, Eric quickly finished his breakfast and took another car to the Firefly headquarters in Burbank. On the way, he called his female assistant, Kelly, and asked her to pay attention to this issue of Forbes. The article published by Forbes magazine would definitely cause a heated discussion in the media for a period of time. Eric had been in the industry for many years, and he knew how serious the impact of the media's influence on some companies was. Therefore, he had to prepare some plans in advance to deal with the possible incidents. Since it was Monday, since Eric had rushed to the headquarters, he personally attended the company's weekly executive meeting. Before this, Kelly had attended on Eric's behalf most of the time. She would then organize the meeting minutes for him to review. During this period of time, the company's focus was still on the global release of Titanic. However, the spring TV series had all been broadcast on the major TV stations under the company. The head of the TV business in New York, Robert Iger, briefed everyone on the viewership of the series on ABC, AE, Disney Channel, and other TV channels through a video call. The viewership of ABC and Disney Channel was steadily increasing. Last fall, ABC's dark horse, Everybody Loves Raymond, returned after a winter break. The highest viewership had exceeded 22 million viewers. Led by iconic series such as City to Desire, Project Runway, and America's Next Top Model, AE Network's Lifetime TV station continued to release new premium series and continued to encroach on the female audience. Compared to the original average viewership of less than 1 million viewers during primetime, Lifetime TV station, under Annie Sweeney's excellent management, had an average viewership of 3.5 million viewers during the 12-hour primetime slot every week. The viewership of core series such as City to Desire had even broken the record of 8 million viewers for cable channels. This result made Lifetime TV station the most popular new star in the United States in recent years. As the final topic of discussion was the release and promotion of this year's Firefly film, the regular meeting lasted until 11 o'clock. The senior executives who were able to attend the group's weekly meeting definitely had access to information. When the meeting was over, everyone inevitably mentioned the Forbes magazine that had just been released today and congratulated Eric seriously or jokingly. Of course, there was no lack of people who saw the impact that the Forbes magazine article might have on the Firefly Group and solemnly reminded Eric. Everyone left one after another. Katzenberg and Wales stayed behind as if they had a tacit understanding. They went to a small meeting room nearby with Eric. After the secretary served the coffee, Katzenberg sent the other party away and said, "Eric, I've already called Steve Forbes this morning. They shouldn't have used the word oligarch. It's a pity that we didn't anticipate this situation in advance. Katzenberg was obviously very clear about the possible impact that the Forbes magazine article that exaggerated the Firefly Group's rise of the media oligarch could have on the company. From Katzenberg's obviously angry expression, Eric could even guess that the hot-tempered Katzenberg and the head of the Forbes Group, Steve Forbes, definitely did not have a pleasant conversation. It was not impossible for the two sides to have a direct dispute. In this country, the president would be scolded by the media every 2 to 3 days. Although the Firefly Group already had a very strong influence in the media industry, it was impossible to control everyone's public opinion. After taking a sip of coffee, Katzenberg continued without waiting for Eric and Frank Wales to speak. I'll talk to Robert in the afternoon and cut off the advertising budget for all media platforms under Forbes this summer. They can't do this kind of sudden attack just to get attention. It seemed that Katzenberg really had an argument with Steve Forbes in the morning, and it was quite intense. Eric smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Frank Wales advised, Jeffrey, if you do this, we'll really become the media oligarch that Forbes magazine said. I don't think the situation is so serious, so it's better not to fall out with them. Frank had always been the good cop within the group. Katzenberg also respected him. Hearing Frank's words, Katzenberg also calmed down. He knew that his idea was a little radical and had too many personal emotions, so he nodded slightly and turned to look at Eric. Although we don't need to completely cut off the cooperation, we still have to show our attitude. Let Robert handle this, Eric said to Katzenberg and asked Wales, Frank, do you think we might encounter substantial legal risks? Frank Wales was originally a lawyer. He thought about it and said, there's no risk in the short term if the group continues to expand its business. After all, we're still far away from the real industry oligarchs like ExxonMobil, General Electric, and AT&T. However, if the company continues to develop in other areas in the next few years, such as the expansion into cable television operators as you mentioned before, we will be subject to very strict anti-monopoly scrutiny. Moreover, the possibility of failure is also very high. Eric had discussed this issue with the management 2 years ago. The decline of North American public television and the rise of cable channels were the inevitable trend of the television industry in the future. In order to maintain a leading position in this trend, in addition to continuing to produce a large amount of premium content, channel resources were also very important. If they did not have their own cable television broadcasting platform at all, Firefly's television business would be easily choked in the future. Although federal law did not prohibit media groups from owning cable television broadcasting platforms, Firefly Group's position was too strong and would definitely encounter anti-monopoly issues. No matter what, this will definitely be a matter of a few years later. Eric sorted out his thoughts and said, let's focus on the problem at hand. Frank Wales nodded and said, our film and television businesses and other businesses will not encounter legal challenges. However, there may be some trouble in the digital field. A few months ago, when we announced that we would stop cooperating with foreign companies in the digital field, some people instigated the Department of Justice to investigate this. Now, if the topic stirred up by Forbes magazine becomes too hot, some people are likely to bring up the old matter again. So, what we need to do now is to prevent the topic of oligarchs from being used by others. It's best if we can divert the media's attention from the company. Katzenberg looked at Eric and continued, Eric, I have a suggestion that you might consider. Eric nodded and motioned for Katzenberg to continue. What I mean is, let the media focus more on you. Eric spread his hands and said, if this works, of course, I don't mind. However, do you think the company will be ignored when it comes to me? So, we have to artificially create a focal point, Katzenberg said as he tapped on a copy of Forbes magazine on the table and said, US $98. 7 billion. Compared to the second-ranked Bill Gates, it's 60 billion more. This is difficult for most people to accept. Before was published, I had seen many articles questioning your net worth. Now, we can use this opportunity to create a controversy and divert the media and the public's attention. Frank Wales patted the table and nodded in agreement. Eric, this is a very good idea. Eric thought for a moment and felt that this plan was very feasible. Forbes magazine estimated his net worth to be US $98. 7 billion. This would certainly attract a lot of attention, but at the same time, it would also arouse a lot of doubts. After all, people were not willing to believe in miracles. The three of them discussed the detailed plan, and Eric called Kelly over. After lunch, Katzenberg and Frank went back to continue their work. Eric personally directed the implementation of the established plan. In this day and age, it was impossible to find a large number of fake reviewers to attract Elon. However, Katzenberg's words during the discussion reminded Eric. Before this issue of Forbes magazine was published, many people had questioned Eric's personal wealth. Now that Forbes magazine's data far exceeded that of the major financial media outlets, these people's doubts would definitely be even stronger. What Eric wanted to do was to let these people make their voices heard in the media as much as possible. The efficiency of the assistant's office was very high. Just after 2 in the afternoon, Kelly had gathered a list of 45 people and handed it to Eric. These were all well-known financial media reporters or commentators. Furthermore, they had all recently published articles that questioned Eric's net worth. Kelly looked at Eric, who was flipping through the folder, and explained softly, "We have checked about 300 different newspapers and magazines. This group of people is the most influential among them. If they can make their voices heard in the media in the future, it will definitely be very influential, and more media platforms will follow suit. In addition, we have listed the media platforms under News Corporation, Hearst Corporation, and Condé Nast that are suitable for publishing related articles. However, they will only cooperate if you ask them in person. As for Yahoo, I have already talked to Tina. She will send the relevant article requests to the list we provided in the afternoon." Eric finished reading the general information of these people and opened a contact list on the computer screen on the desktop. He joked to Kelly as he dialed, "If these people know that they are secretly being used as pawns by the people they question and oppose, will they be devastated?" Kelly smiled. Seeing that Eric had already picked up the phone, she did not say anything. On the other side of the desk, Eric held a pencil in his hand and leaned lazily against the back of the chair. He even put his legs up on the table leisurely and said to the enthusiastic voice coming from the phone, "Hey, William, it's me, Eric. How have you been?" "Haha, of course. Oh, you're now at St. Simon Castle. I've wanted to visit that place for a long time, but it's a pity that you've never invited me." "Maybe not now, I'm too busy, but you can come to Los Angeles." After chatting with the current head of the Hearst Corporation, William III, for a while, Eric only got to the point when the other party took the initiative to ask. He said, "Of course, it's just a small matter. I hope that the few newspapers over at your side can invite a few articles from some people in the next week. Due to the joint shareholding relationship between AE Television Network and ESPN, the Hearst Corporation and Firefly had always been very close." Eric briefly explained a few words, and William Hearst III immediately agreed. As the head of the world's largest paper media group, William Hearst III certainly knew the purpose of Eric's request. After agreeing, he could not help but tease Eric over the phone. After taking down the phone number of a senior executive of the Hearst Corporation given by William Hearst III, Eric pressed the hang-up button and dialed Murdoch's private number. Although greeting Elizabeth would also work, it was more efficient to contact Murdoch directly. After making a few consecutive calls, Eric sat up straight and handed the list in front of him to Kelly. He said, "Here, contact these people. You can talk to them about the specific implementation plan directly. They will cooperate with you." Strictly speaking, Forbes magazine's estimate of Eric's net worth was $98.7 billion US. Eric's current assets mainly included Firefly Group and Firefly Investments. Firefly Group controlled more than 20 subsidiaries in film, TV, theme parks, comics, music, and special effects. Its fixed assets alone had reached $50 billion US. In 1996, Firefly's actual annual revenue was $31.3 billion US, which was almost 1.5 times the combined revenue of Time Warner and Viacom. The market value of Time Warner and Viacom were $24.3 billion US and $28.8 billion US respectively. Therefore, Forbes' estimate of $85 billion US for Firefly Group was not an exaggeration. Eric held 73 7% of Firefly Group's shares, which was worth $62.7 billion US. On the other hand, Firefly invested heavily in companies such as Cisco, Nokia, and AOL. Because most of them were listed, it was easier to estimate the value of their assets. According to various public data, Eric's assets were worth about $36 billion US. The sum of the two was exactly $98.7 billion US given by Forbes magazine. Westerners generally worshipped miracles and individual heroism. But when some miracles far exceeded their knowledge, they would often have doubts. Eric's personal net worth was $98.7 billion. Compared to Bill Gates's $36.4 billion, it was a whole $62.3 billion higher. This kind of disparity in data gave too many people a strong sense of unreality. Therefore, it was almost inevitable that people would question it. In order to resolve the possible antitrust investigation risk caused by Forbes magazine's portrayal of Firefly Group as a media oligarch, Eric used this doubt to cleverly turn the media's topic in the following days to himself. After the latest publication of Forbes magazine, financial reporters and critics who could only publish articles criticizing Eric's personal net worth in low-circulation professional journals or second- and third-tier newspapers received articles from mainstream North American newspapers and magazines. They wanted to discuss their views on the latest issue of Forbes' Rich List. Of course, these media people didn't know that Eric was the one behind this matter. Publishing articles on influential media platforms such as the Washington Post, the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Yahoo Finance was also the best way to expand one's personal influence. So, they all rubbed their hands and racked their brains, and a detailed article was quickly published. Some of them also realized that the media platforms that asked them for articles had a close relationship with Firefly Group or Eric himself. However, as media people who at least ostensibly pursued freedom of speech, they certainly would not easily change their opinions. When many people submitted articles that they thought might be contrary to the media platform's expectations, they even made up their minds to argue with the other party to show their strength of character. Unexpectedly, these articles were published without any hindrance. For a time, most media outlets in North America questioned the accuracy of Forbes magazine's data and criticized Eric Williams's personal net worth for being seriously overestimated. US $98.7 billion, a sensationalist number game. The grossly overrated Yahoo! The profit margin of the IT industry is generally low. Firefly Investment Company's US $36 billion valuation is seriously inflated. Net profit of US $1.76 billion, Firefly Group's net interest rate has seriously shrunk. Under the sudden and powerful attack, in order to maintain their credibility, Forbes naturally fought back. For a time, the two sides argued fiercely in print media, television, and even online platforms. Most of the focus of the news was on how much money Eric had. Because the side that opposed Forbes magazine's data was too powerful, in the end, most ordinary people unknowingly accepted the opposition's point of view and treated Forbes magazine's data as a sensationalist joke. Under the repeated bombardment of information, most people generally believed that Eric's actual personal net worth was around US $60 billion. Although it was still much higher than the second place on the list, it was still easier to accept than a figure close to US $100 billion. This was exactly the result that Eric wanted to see. After a week of arguing, the topic naturally began to cool down. However, very few media outlets paid attention to the media oligarchy argument that Forbes magazine threw out. Even if some sensitive media people realized that there were traces of manipulation, it was difficult for them to find any direct evidence. After all, Eric's manipulation this time was very clever. He only allowed people with certain viewpoints to speak more in the media and then caused the entire media circle to follow suit. There were always too many people in the world who did not know the purpose of their opinions. In the blink of an eye, a new weekend had arrived. A new piece of explosive news swept the media's last bit of interest in the Forbes Rich List into a corner and quickly focused on this matter. This was the new week's box office data of Titanic. A series of miraculous box office data had refreshed many people's understanding of traditional movie box office data. News about Titanic had gone beyond the film and television industry to become a social topic. After another week of reaction, because the Oscars would be held next Monday, fans of Titanic in North America were looking forward to the moment when the film's domestic box office exceeded US $500 million. Therefore, compared to the previous week, the box office of Titanic in North America fell again, reaching US $23 million. The total box office reached US $492 million, only one step away from US $500 million. However, what caught the media's attention was not the shocking box office data in North America, but the overseas box office data. Last week, after a few months of strong publicity, the number of countries and regions where Titanic was released overseas had increased by 17, and the total number of overseas ticket sales had reached 46, including France, Germany, and Japan, the three most important overseas ticket sales countries. Obviously, Titanic had created a series of miracles in North America, whether in terms of box office or award nominations. The audience in these newly released overseas countries had the highest expectations. Therefore, after a new week, the box office of Titanic in 46 countries and regions overseas had reached a jaw-dropping US $179 million. Before this, Titanic had been released in countries and regions overseas. Although the release date was uncertain, the cumulative box office only reached US $400 million after 12 weeks in North America. In just 1 week, with the help of the 17 new countries that opened their box office, the overseas box office of Titanic was close to half of the cumulative box office of the previous 12 weeks in just 1 week. This was definitely a miracle. Among these newly released countries, it was no surprise that the box office performance of France, Germany, and Japan was the most eye-catching. The box office of the first week in France was $28 million US, Germany was $26 million US, and Japan was an astonishing $49 million US. Just these three major box office contributed US $103 million to the total box office of Titanic in 1 week. Although the remaining 43 countries and regions only provided an average of US $1.7 million per box office, the overall box office of US $76 million was still far higher than the average of the previous 12 weeks. Considering that the overseas box office of France, Germany, and Japan may have a similar box office curve as North America, and that there would still be 22 countries releasing in the next period, many box office agencies boldly predicted that Titanic in the next week, with the help of the Oscar Awards and the new box office, the overseas box office was likely to exceed the miraculous US $200 million. In this era, 99% of Hollywood films may not necessarily reach US $200 million in the overseas box office, but Titanic may achieve this feat in 1 week. At this time, under the stimulation of the US $179 million overseas box office explosion, the global box office of Titanic had exceeded US $1,071 million. If the overseas box office of Titanic could maintain the scale of US $200 million in a single week in the next few weeks, the global box office of Titanic would reach US $2 billion, which was no longer an unattainable number. With the global box office of US $2 billion, just the box office data alone would bring in a net profit of US $500 million for Firefly Group. Most of the time, the total net profit of the 7 major Hollywood film businesses may not necessarily reach US $500 million, let alone one movie. Moreover, the box office revenue was just the beginning. Because the box office data was too outrageous, although the peripheral income such as the videotapes and soundtracks in the later stages certainly could not be calculated according to the traditional income ratio, it was conceivable that this part of the income would still be a terrifying astronomical figure. During the entire profit cycle of Titanic, through the operation of the entire industrial chain, it was not impossible for Firefly Group to recover a profit of US $2 billion equivalent to the box office number. Originally, most people only expected the global box office of Titanic to be a little more than $1 billion US. At this time, it suddenly jumped to the level of $2 billion US. Stimulated by this terrifying profit, Hollywood studios became even more eager for big production projects. This weekend, Eric could finally rest a little. However, it was impossible for him to completely relax. After all, next Monday was the Academy Awards ceremony. This time, because My Heart Will Go On was nominated for the Best Original Song Oscar, Eric would definitely attend. Speaking of which, it was quite interesting. Since 1988, Eric had produced many movies, but so far, he had not won the Best Director award. However, he had been nominated for the Best Screenplay and Best Original Song Oscar, and he had already won the Academy Award for the former. This time, no surprise, he would definitely win another Academy Award. In a living room of the Pointy Corner villa, Eric stretched out his arms and let the identical twins help him put on his suit. He asked the girl standing next to a Givenchy store customer manager with great interest, "Baby, look, I've already won the Best Original Screenplay award. This time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to win another Academy Award for Best Original Song Oscar. Then, from now on, will I continue to win these peripheral awards, such as Best Special Effects, Best Editing, Best Soundtrack, and so on? I'll win all the awards one by one." "Oh, what's that saying? A Grand Slam?" The girl laughed and said, "You definitely won't be able to get a Grand Slam, because you're a man." "Okay, I mean." Eric also remembered that he would definitely not win the Best Supporting Actress or Best Supporting Actress awards in this lifetime. He continued, "I can win those. You won't be able to win the Best Supporting Actor and Best Actor either." The girl curled her lips. Of course, she knew what Eric was thinking, so she continued to attack him. Everyone chuckled softly. The Natasha sisters buttoned up Eric's black suit and quietly stood next to him. Eric had no interest in trying on clothes. He was more used to buying all kinds of identical clothes and wearing them all the time. However, this time, the girl wanted to walk the red carpet with Eric, so she insisted that he try on a suit that matched his suit. Eric didn't understand why these black suits that looked similar to each other had to be tried on repeatedly. Drew obviously saw Eric's impatience. He walked over and looked him up and down. He whispered a few words to the female Givenchy customer manager with a good figure and said, "Okay, this will be it. Natasha, take off your clothes. The sleeves need to be slightly altered." After tidying up the suit, Drew personally sent the Givenchy customer manager away. Eric left the living room in a relaxed manner. He walked to the sofa by the glass wall and lay down. He stretched his body comfortably and picked up a magazine to read. Drew soon came back. When he saw Eric lying on the sofa, he grinned and leaned over Eric. He said, "Okay, Eric, I'm done trying." "Uh-huh." Eric threw away the magazine in his hand and hugged the girl's soft waist. He squinted his eyes lazily. The girl blew a few warm breaths in Eric's ear and said, "But there are still shoes. They'll send them over soon." "Pa," there was a crisp sound in the air. "Hee, it hurts." Drew twisted his body and smiled. "This time, it's custom-made. You just have to try it on and see if it fits." Eric was satisfied. Everyone originally expected that the North American box office of Titanic would not exceed US $500 million until the end of the 14th week. But in fact, early in the morning of March 23, the news that the North American box office of Titanic had exceeded US $500 million appeared in the major North American newspapers. On Friday and Saturday of the 14th week, Titanic achieved US $5 million and US $6.8 million, respectively, pushing the total box office of Titanic to US $504 million in one fell swoop, becoming the first film in North American history to exceed US $500 million at the local box office. Stimulated by this series of news, many media outlets predicted that the ratings of this year's 69th Oscar Awards ceremony would also reach a miraculous number. As for the specific number, many media outlets used a joking tone to express that, just like the box office of Titanic, this number was also unpredictable. Under the watchful eyes of the public, on the afternoon of March 24, the 69th Oscar Awards ceremony was officially held in the Sacred Civic Auditorium in Los Angeles. After a leisurely weekend, Eric did not have any sense of urgency to attend the awards ceremony. In the morning, he received a call from Cameron and brought Drew to Firefly Studios. When he heard that Eric wanted to move all the props of Titanic, including the large ship model, to Firefly Studios and set up a theme exhibition, Cameron was very excited to take over the job and even got the title of chief engineer. With the help of the dream engineers under Firefly, Cameron quickly drew an open space in the southwest corner of the studio and began the preliminary planning. In order to make more detailed changes to the interior of the Titanic model, Cameron even applied for a US $10 million fund. If it was in the past, the company would definitely not agree to spend $10 million on such a project. But this time even Katzenberg, who was not on good terms with Cameron, did not hesitate to approve it. Although many people in the group were not optimistic about the Titanic theme exhibition project, in the face of the box office miracle of Titanic, the company did not care about spending another $10 million. Even if the theme exhibition in the future was not very good, this project would still become a very memorable cultural symbol inside Firefly Studios. The 270-meter-long ship model was almost 4 times the size of the largest studio in the studio. In the eyes of anyone, such a landmark building was very shocking. Eric was with the girl in the morning, listening to Cameron describe his plan in the empty space in the movie theater that had yet to be developed. After the model materials of the Titanic were shipped back from Mexico, Cameron not only wanted to set up a restaurant, exhibition hall, and other spaces inside, but also wanted to restore most of the scenes that appeared in the movie. Obviously, although the production process burned more than $200 million, many of Cameron's ideas were not presented in the movie. This theme exhibition project became a channel for him to make up for his regrets. In addition to Titanic, Red Alert, which was produced by Catherine, was also nominated for many Oscars. The company was in charge of arranging for the relevant main creators to participate in the awards ceremony. Eric and Camille stayed at Firefly Studios until 5 in the afternoon. Then, Cameron's wife, Linda Hamilton, rushed over from their home in Beverly Hills. Eric took the girl and the Camerons to the Sacred Civic Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles. Sitting in the luxurious limousine, Eric was flipping through a magazine in boredom. Beside him, a girl in a light blue gown stuck her head out of the window and looked ahead. Then, she turned around and said, "Eric, did you notice that Jim and Linda almost didn't talk to each other anymore?" Of course, it was impossible for Eric not to notice. In fact, Cameron and Linda Hamilton's relationship had been problematic for a long time. Now, they just lacked an opportunity to divorce. However, during the shooting of Titanic this time, Cameron's fifth wife, Susie Amos, did not participate in the shooting. Eric did not have the bad taste of matchmaking. Therefore, Cameron and Linda Hamilton might make do for a few more years before divorcing. "When did you start to care about this kind of thing?" Eric asked casually without looking up. "I'm just curious," the girl said. Suddenly, she sighed and said with a bit of bitterness, "Why can't a man always like a woman?" Although the girl had always shown a carefree and indifferent attitude towards Eric's flirtatious behavior, which woman could really be completely relieved, Eric could not help but feel a little apologetic. He subconsciously began to make up a story. This is determined by the genetic instinct of males. If you want to get to the bottom of it, you probably have to trace it back to the origin of life 3.8 billion years ago." Noticing Eric's awkward look, the girl giggled. She pulled one of Eric's hands and rubbed it on her tender face. Then she put it to her mouth and gently bit it. She said, "Eric, I know you care about me a lot." Eric said shamelessly, "Although this is the truth, I'm still very pleased that you can see it." Haha, the girl continued to laugh and took the initiative to explain, "Because you never touch Natasha and the others." Eric held the girl's little hand and squeezed it. He smiled and said, "Actually, I'm afraid that they will hit me." "You know they won't." The two leaned against each other for a moment. The car soon drove into the street where the Sacred Citizen Auditorium was located near the University of Southern California. Under the arrangement of the staff of the Oscar organizers, the car slowly drove to the entrance of the Oscar red carpet after a short pause. Warm cheers could be faintly heard outside. It should be the Cameron couple appearing on the red carpet. Eric got out of the car first and turned to the other side of the RV. He held the girl's little hand and the two stepped onto the red carpet together. In the past 2 years, Eric appeared in public less and less. However, due to the influence of his multiple identities and the controversy caused by magazines some time ago, his popularity did not show any signs of decline. As soon as he stepped onto the red carpet, the fans on both sides cheered. When they passed through the media area, the reaction of the media reporters was even more intense. In order to take better photos, they even completely ignored the usual rules and shouted the names of Eric and Natasha loudly, hoping that they would stay a little longer. Eric did not completely ignore the enthusiasm of these people. He held the girl's waist for a moment and looked at the camera with a smile. After a burst of crazy flashes, Eric continued to walk with the girl. The live broadcast of ABC TV quickly swept over. Eric looked at Cameron, who was being interviewed not far away. He smiled and asked Drew next to him, "Do you want to go up and say a few words?" The girl smiled and said, "They definitely want you to go up. I'm just here to join in the fun." "Then forget it. Let's go straight to the front," Eric said. He saw a staff member in charge of the broadcast of ABC make a gesture of inquiry at him, so he shook his head slightly. Although they wanted their boss to go up for a few interviews, after all, Eric had been a hot topic recently. Even if they casually talked about something insignificant, it would definitely attract a wave of ratings. However, since Eric refused, no one dared to force their boss. The camera swept over the two of them and quickly looked for the next target. They passed through the interview area of ABC and came to the crowd-gathering area at the end of the red carpet. As soon as Eric and Drew appeared at the end of the red carpet, a large number of eyes gathered on them. Some familiar people also came over to greet them. The first to greet them were Harvey Wayne, Stan, Julia, and the others from the Shakespeare in Love crew. Because of the strength of Titanic, the possibility of Shakespeare in Love winning an award this time was very small. The two sides were close, and Mira Mike could not use some special means to force public relations. Therefore, after the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscar nomination, in order to avoid unnecessary consumption of resources, Mira Mike completely gave up on the award public relations. Because of this strategy, Julia was unlikely to win the Best Actress award this time like Gwyneth Paltrow in the past. So far, the box office of Shakespeare in Love in North America was more than $60 million, and there was not much momentum left. It was difficult to reach the $100 million in the North American box office in his previous life. However, because this was an indie film, Julia signed a contract with a salary and share. She only received a low salary of $3 million, and the final cost of the movie was only $25 million. Mira Mike had already made a small profit just from the North American box office alone, not to mention the overseas box office and videotape income in the future. Eric hugged Julia. Seeing that she subconsciously wanted to knock her chin on his shoulder, he quickly pinched her slender waist wrapped in a black dress. Julia woke up and let go of Eric, a little embarrassed. Harvey did not seem to notice Julia's gaffe at all. He shook hands with Eric with a smile and said, "Eric, maybe I should congratulate you in advance." Eric said modestly, "It's still a little too early. Who knows if the Oscar judges will have other thoughts?" No. Harvey shook his head firmly and said, "Maybe there will be some changes in the popular films in the past, but definitely not this time. The Oscar committee will know what to choose." "I hope so." Eric nodded and gestured to the people around him. He said, "Then, I'll see you after the awards ceremony. You should be going to the Vanity Fair party, right?" "Yes, about a film next year. I happened to meet a few actors later, and they all came over today." Harvey nodded. He knew that many people were still waiting to greet Eric, so he quickly said, "By the way, Eric, the ratings for Masked Tao Family are getting better and better. Maybe we should find some time to talk about the next self-produced series. Of course, I should be free in the next few days." After chatting for a while, Eric brought the girl and turned to the others. Firefly had two films that received a lot of nominations this year, namely Titanic and Red Alert. However, many people knew very well that although there were many outstanding films this year, most of them were just there to accompany the others. Titanic was almost guaranteed to win most of the Oscars. Catherine had already won the Best Director award for Saving Private Ryan. This time, she looked very calm. The woman was wearing a black silk corset dress that made her look even taller. Standing in the crowd, she looked like a crane in a flock of chickens. When Eric walked over, Catherine was talking about something with the screenwriter of Red Alert, Terrence Malick. It seemed to be a new movie. When Eric asked about it, the woman seemed a little indifferent. After a short conversation, Eric dealt with a few more waves of people before walking to the set of Titanic. The girl, who had been quietly hanging by Eric's side, had an inexplicable smile on her face since the beginning. While Eric was temporarily free, she whispered in his ear, "Eric, did you coax her into bed?" Eric asked knowingly, "Who?" "Hee, The way she looked at me just now was very interesting. Eric tried to recall, but he did not notice anything strange about Catherine just now. He did not even feel that Catherine looked at the girl, so he asked, "Why didn't I feel it?" "Because you're a man. Of course, we women are more sensitive about this kind of thing." The girl smiled and said with certainty, "She's jealous." "How is that possible?" "Don't talk nonsense." Eric interrupted the girl. After the charming and gentle encounter in Australia, Eric only invited Catherine for a few meals at the end of last year. The woman's personality was too strong, and Eric did not want to offend the beauty. There was no substantial progress in the relationship between the two sides. Because he did not get nominated for Best Actor, Xiaoli refused to attend the award ceremony as usual. The crew did not force him, and Eric did not intervene in this matter. In fact, he was happy to see it happen. After all, in the next 20 years, without Xiaoli and the Oscars, Hollywood would lack a lot of fun. Although Xiaoli did not come, the crew of Titanic was still the most conspicuous group of people in the crowd. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and entered the auditorium as the award ceremony approached. At 7 o'clock, in the Sacred Civic Auditorium, Billy Crystal stood on the bow of the Titanic model and slowly appeared on the stage. He even imitated Xiaoli in the movie and shouted a few times. It was very funny. In the warm applause, Billy Crystal walked to the center of the stage, spread his hands, and looked at the auditorium that could accommodate thousands of people. He said, "Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Titanic. We are very big and very expensive. Everyone hopes that we can hurry up. Now, let's begin." In the music, Billy Crystal's iconic opening song rang out. Billy Crystal used a lively song to poke fun at all the nominated films. The award ceremony officially began. Julianne Drew, a veteran Hollywood actress who had starred in Man of Joy and The Sound of Music, was the first to go on stage to present the Oscar honorary award to Hollywood director Michael Kidd. Eric didn't know this veteran director who was over 80 years old, but he remembered the previous honorary award winner, Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas' father. The second award was for the best costume design for Titanic. Julia stepped onto the podium as the guest presenter and began to introduce the list of nominees. The atmosphere in the auditorium seemed to be much quieter at this moment. Although almost everyone predicted that Titanic would be the biggest winner tonight, the outcome was still uncertain. There were always variables and suspense. The nominated films obviously couldn't be compared to Titanic in terms of costume design. If Titanic didn't get this good start, then the final results of the remaining 13 nominations would be overshadowed. The nominees for Best Costume Design are Sandy Powell for Shakespeare in Love, Paul Brown for The Blue Storm, Ruth Myers for Emma, Alexander Blaney for Hamlet, and Deborah Scott for Titanic. The gorgeous outfits from the corresponding movies flashed on the big screen one by one. Then, Julia opened the envelope in front of her and glanced at the results. However, she didn't immediately approach the microphone. Instead, she subconsciously looked at Eric with a smile on her face, as if she was asking for credit. Eric immediately understood and made a random gesture to Julia before the live camera swept over. Although some people in the audience noticed this brief detail, except for Eric himself, most people only subconsciously took this smile as a congratulatory gesture. After receiving Eric's hint, Julia immediately approached Mike as if nothing had happened and announced, "The Oscar goes to Deborah Scott for Titanic." As expected, the auditorium was immediately filled with warm applause. In the back of the auditorium, a woman in her early 40s stood up excitedly and hugged her husband. Then, she walked to the front row where the creators of Titanic were sitting and shook hands with them one by one. Eric, who was sitting in the middle of the third row, also stood up and reached out to shake hands with Deborah Scott in the aisle. With the Best Costume Design Award, Titanic won 3 technical awards in a row: Best Editing, Best Sound Effects, and Best Visual Effects. In just half an hour, they had already won 4 Oscars. After another award for Best Foreign Language Film, which had nothing to do with Titanic, was presented, the urbane Pierce Brosnan took the stage and introduced Celine Dion to perform Titanic's theme song, "My Heart Will Go On." The heavenly music echoed in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium. Eric thought that the organizers would take the opportunity to award the Best Original Song. Unexpectedly, it was Nicolas Cage who went on stage and introduced the nominees for Best Actress. Among the 5 nominees, there were no nominees who had an overwhelming advantage. In this case, if Titanic hadn't appeared out of nowhere, with Mira Mike's strong public relations ability, Julia might have had a great chance of winning the Best Actress award. However, with the strong performance of Titanic, Mira Mike gave up on the public relations for Shakespeare's love in order to save money and resources. Julia's chances of winning the Best Actress award plummeted. As for Rachel Weisz, although her performance in the movie was much better than Xiao Li's, for a newcomer like her, an Oscar nomination for Best Actress was already the best reward for her. Her chances of winning the award were much slimmer than Julia's. In the public relations strategy drawn up by Firefly, they didn't spend too much effort on Rachel's nomination. In the end, the Best Actress award fell to Frances McDormand, the lead actress of Frozen Blood Storm. This Hollywood actress debuted with the Coen brothers' first film, Blood Labyrinth. Many years later, she won the Best Actress Oscar again with the Coen brothers' film. It was also a good story. In the next few awards, Best Art Director and Best Original Screenplay added 2 more Oscars to Titanic. When Cameron walked backstage with the Oscars in hand, amid the warm applause of everyone, Eric raised his hand to look at his watch. The award ceremony had been going on for exactly an hour. It seemed that the organizers had put a lot of thought into the order of the awards for the sake of ratings. Eric couldn't help but guess that the Best Original Song award related to him would be awarded in an hour and a half or two. While Eric was thinking, the next presenter, Courtney Love, began to announce the nominee for Best Makeup on stage. Eric immediately perked up. Because this award was crucial to whether Titanic could break the record of 11 Oscars won by Ben-Hur. Out of the 14 nominations for Titanic, other than Rachel, who had little hope of winning the Best Actress nomination, there were 2 other factors that would affect whether the film would be able to break Ben-Hur's record. One was the Best Supporting Actress, and the other was the Best Makeup Artist. Although Titanic had an overwhelming advantage over the other nominees in terms of costume design, it didn't have an obvious advantage in terms of makeup. This was because there was another very important competitor in the same period, which was The Fat Professor, released by Universal Pictures last summer. Eddie Murphy, a black male star with a standard body, played a wonderful role in The Fat Professor as a fat man who weighed more than 100 pounds through makeup. Only 3 films were nominated for Best Makeup: Titanic, The Fat Professor, and Star Trek: First Contact. After introducing the nominated films, Courtney Love opened the envelope in her hand. Eric couldn't help but shake the girl's little hand next to him. "So, the Oscars will belong to..." Courtney Love smiled and paused for a moment to keep the audience in suspense. Then, she read out the list of winners: Tina Earnshaw, Gray Cannon, Simon Thompson, and Titanic. Congratulations. The auditorium was filled with applause again. The 3 winning makeup artists walked to the stage one after another. This was already the 7th Oscar winner for Titanic. The guests present were already in a state of numbness. Most of them did not know what this Oscar winner might mean to Titanic. After Eric and the core creators of the film congratulated the 3 makeup artists, they sat down again. Cameron, the 2 producers, John Landau and William Stewart, looked at him. They exchanged excited glances. The 6 Oscars before the Best Makeup award completely showed that the Oscar jury had compromised for the huge commercial success of Titanic. The biggest suspense of this award ceremony was whether Titanic could break the record of 11 Oscars that Ben-Hur had previously set. When the Best Makeup award was won, most of the guests present and the audience eagerly waiting for the final result in front of the TV did not understand what this award meant. However, the main creators and the public relations team of Titanic, who had gone through countless deductions during the public relations stage, were very clear about the significance of this award. Winning the Best Makeup award almost meant that Titanic was likely to win 12 Oscars in the end, creating a new record in the history of the Oscars. Just as Eric had guessed, when the award ceremony was 2 hours old, the veteran Hollywood actress Goldie Hawn went on stage to present the Best Original Song award. At first, Eric had hoped that Cameron, James Horner, and himself would sign the award together. After all, he had only written the lyrics and music score. The arrangement and recording of the song had been done by Cameron and James Horner alone. With Eric's current status, he did not care if he won the Oscars alone. However, when the award was submitted, Cameron and James Horner declined to sign the award. The public relations team also felt that if Eric signed the award alone, it would be more beneficial for the public relations and later publicity of the award. Therefore, he was the only one on the final list. Before the award ceremony, Madonna had just gone on stage to perform the song You Must Love Me, which was the most threatening song to My Heart Will Go On, from the movie Mrs. Varon. Obviously, the Oscars organizers had deliberately created this segment to create suspense, but the result was not suspenseful. Gotti Hawn quickly opened the envelope and announced the result. The Oscar goes to Eric Williams for My Heart Will Go On. The audience burst into the loudest applause since the beginning of the award ceremony, and some people even cheered. Eric smiled and got up. He hugged the girl next to him and left his seat. He greeted Cameron, John Landau, William Stewart, Rachel, and the others one by one before he stepped onto the stage. Taking the Oscars from Gotti Hawn, Eric hugged the charming first-generation American sweetheart and walked to Mike. As Eric stood in front of the microphone, the applause that had subsided became enthusiastic again. Thank you everyone," Eric politely expressed his gratitude and patiently waited for the applause to stop. Then, he weighed the Oscars in his hand and joked, "I think I should make it clear in advance. Actually, I am a director." After a short silence, the guests quickly understood the self-mockery in Eric's words and laughed. Eric was a director, and no one doubted that he was definitely one of the best directors in Hollywood. However, now that he had stood on the Oscar podium twice, the awards that Eric won had nothing to do with the Best Director award. This was a very interesting thing. While giving his acceptance speech, Eric could not help but think of the joke he made with the girl when he was trying on clothes 2 days ago. Would he really win the Oscars? Although Eric certainly did not have much hope for acting awards, and he was not very interested in these awards, other than Best Screenplay, Best Score, and other technical awards such as Best Editing, he was still confident that he could try. After a simple speech, Eric followed Gotti Hawn backstage. Sitting in the auditorium for 2 hours straight was not a good feeling for anyone. Eric was not in a hurry to go back. After ordering the nameplate for the Oscars and accepting a short photo interview, Eric went to the lounge. In the lounge, there were also many guests who were lazy and did not rush to the auditorium. The Oscars had a special seat filler who occupied the original seats when the guests left so that the empty seats would not appear out of place. Therefore, as long as they did not pay special attention, the audience would not notice that a guest had left halfway. After Eric appeared, everyone eagerly gathered to greet him. After all, Eric was now not just a director. Even if they were familiar with him, they would gain unexpected benefits in the future. Eric had just chatted with Al Pacino when a soft female voice sounded behind him. "Hey, Eric, congratulations." Eric turned around and saw that Madonna, who had just performed You Must Love Me on stage, had changed into another light gown in such a short time and was standing behind him with a smile. Eric politely extended his hand to Madonna and said, "Thank you, Miss Ciccone. Your performance just now was also very wonderful." Madonna shook Eric's hand and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. "Oh, Eric, you can call me Maggie." Maggie, Eric was a little nervous. This nickname, it would be better to just call Her Majesty Queen. Feeling his palm being gently scratched a few times, Eric suddenly realized that he had been inexplicably distracted. He noticed that Madonna was looking at him with a smile. Slightly embarrassed, he let go of her hand and shrugged. "Sorry, Maggie." Whether in his previous life or now, Eric's understanding of Madonna was limited to Auntie, let's put on our clothes properly. Therefore, he did not have any special feelings for this female star. Madonna was obviously interested in him. She pointed to the sofa in the corner of the lounge and said, "Eric, how about sitting over there?" Eric subconsciously wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered the Yahoo Music store and nodded in agreement. Madonna was definitely a top singer in the European and American music industry, comparable to Michael Jackson. If Yahoo Music could get the online sales rights of Madonna's music, it would definitely take a big step forward in the development of the online music sales platform. The two sat down on the sofa in the corner. Madonna asked her assistant to pour coffee. Then she looked at Eric with interest again. Seeing that he was empty-handed, she smiled and said, "Eric, where's your Oscar?" "Oh, my assistant put it away for me." Eric pointed to Peter Ritchie, who was standing not far away. Madonna joked, "Hee hee, if I win the award, I'll definitely hold on to the Oscar all night." Eric teased, "So, every time after the Grammys, you go to bed with a pile of trophies?" Madonna charmingly glanced at Eric and said, "Do you want to see me in bed with a pile of trophies?" Eric immediately shook his head. "No." Madonna was stunned and laughed. She said, "That's so sad, Eric. Speaking of which, My Heart Will Go On will definitely be the big winner of next year's Grammys. Maybe you will also be invited. Or perhaps, you should have been invited 6 years ago. I still have the single record of New Divide from back then. It's a pity that you don't seem to care much about that. That's your territory." "I won't join in the fun," Eric said. He didn't want Madonna to continue the conversation. Just as he was about to take the initiative to mention the Yahoo Music Store, there was a slight commotion at the entrance to the stage. Peter Ritchie hurried over and said, "Mr. Williams, Ms. Stewart won the Best Supporting Actress award." Eric stood up in surprise. After winning the Best Makeup award, Eric didn't have much hope for the Best Supporting Actress award. After all, Gloria Stewart was competing for the Best Supporting Actress award with the legendary actress of the golden age of Hollywood, Lauren Bacall. Gloria Stewart couldn't compare to Lauren Bacall in terms of qualifications and fame. Moreover, if Titanic could win 12 Oscars and break the record, everyone would be very satisfied. Unexpectedly, the Best Supporting Actress award, which was about the same as Rachel's Best Actress award, also won. After calming down a little, Eric asked Peter Ritchie, "How many awards has she won?" 10, Peter Ritchie said. He then added, "Now, for Titanic, there are only 3 nominations left: Best Score, Best Director, and Best Picture. James Horner was nominated for Best Original Score, Cameron was nominated for Best Director, and finally, Best Picture." At this point, was there still any suspense about these 3 nominations? Without a doubt, this meant that the number of Oscars awarded to Titanic would reach an unprecedented 13. During the conversation, the 87-year-old Gloria Stewart, who played the role of Rose, slowly walked backstage with the help of the crowd. Then, "Maggie, I'll see you at the Vanity Fair party." Now was definitely not the time to talk about the Yahoo Music Store. Eric said goodbye to Madonna and walked towards Gloria Stewart. The old lady had already been helped to sit down on the sofa. Although the award ceremony had been going on for more than 2 hours, Gloria Stewart was still in a very good state of mind. From time to time, she reached out and stroked the golden statuette that was held in the hands of the previous Best Supporting Actor winner, Kevin Spacey. She smiled and murmured, "Incredible, really incredible." As one of the female stars of the Golden Age, Gloria Stewart had faded out of the circle as early as the mid-1940s. Therefore, this was the first time she had been nominated for an Oscar and won an award. Eric walked over and shook the old lady's hand to congratulate her. Everyone chatted for a while. The old lady did not agree to her daughter's suggestion to go back to rest early. Instead, she wanted to witness the final moment. Eric personally helped the old lady back to the auditorium. As soon as they returned to their seats, the previous Best Director winner, Robert Zemeckis, had already stepped onto the stage and began to introduce the nominees for Best Director. Close-up shots of the 5 nominees for Best Director appeared on the big screen one by one. Robert Zemeckis opened the envelope and announced a name that was no longer in doubt. The Oscar will go to James Cameron for Titanic. Amidst the applause and cheers, everyone around the Titanic crew stood up. Eric also stood up and clapped while looking at Cameron, who was hugging everyone in the back row. Because he was sitting in the middle, when he saw Cameron coming over, Eric just reached out and wanted to high-five Cameron to celebrate. Cameron held Eric's hand but did not leave. Instead, he squeezed past William Stewart and Drew, who were sitting around Eric, and forced his way over. Amidst the laughter of the surrounding people, William Stewart and Drew hurriedly moved to the aisle with a smile. Eric endured Cameron's bear hug and patted him on the back. He smiled and said, "Buddy, I know you're very excited. Hurry up and go up. Everyone is waiting for you." "Thank you, Eric, no matter what," Cameron said again. He let go of Eric and shook his fist before continuing to walk to the stage. Eric turned around and saw that the girl had already taken his seat. She pointed at her original seat with a smile and said, "You should sit here." I don't want Jim to step on my dress again. It's very expensive. Eric could only sit down at the side and listen to Cameron's fast-paced speech. He asked William Stewart beside him, "William, you'll definitely be going up on stage later. How do you feel?" The Academy Award for Best Picture could only nominate up to 3 people. The original Spacetime movie Titanic only nominated 2 people, Cameron and John Landau. But this time, as one of the important producers, Firefly put William Stewart's name on the list. Although there were many disagreements during the filming process, Cameron did not object to Firefly's arrangement. "I'm very excited," William Stewart said, then shook his head and smiled. "But this experience is enough. It's too difficult to work with Jim." After a pause, William Stewart said tentatively, "Eric, I would like to be your producer." On the stage, Cameron once again expressed his gratitude to Eric. The camera swept over and Eric smiled and nodded. When the camera left, he said, "That's a good idea. I also hope to have someone familiar with CG special effects to help me. You must have accumulated a lot of experience this time." Jeffrey had been personally responsible for the production of Eric's movies in the early days. After Jeffrey retired, Jerry Bruckheimer took over this position. The two sides also cooperated very happily on Jurassic Park. However, in the past few years, Jerry Bruckheimer had been focusing more and more on his own film and television companies. Although these companies were affiliated with Firefly, he certainly could not be Eric's producer wholeheartedly. After completing Casino Royale with the Broccoli siblings, Eric needed to find a new producer to help him with the production matters. William Stewart obviously also realized this opportunity. When he heard Eric say this, he immediately said, "Then it's settled." Eric could understand William Stewart's eagerness. He smiled and said, "Of course, it's settled." On the stage, Cameron once again shouted the iconic "I am the king of the world" and left the stage amidst everyone's applause. Then, Al Pacino went on stage to present the Best Picture award. The result was naturally no surprise. Cameron, who hurried back to his seat, got up again and walked to the stage with John Landau and William Stewart. At this point, the 69th Academy Awards ceremony came to a perfect end. Titanic finally won 13 Oscars, creating an unprecedented winning record in the history of the Oscars. It was already early in the morning on the east coast of the United States, but in Los Angeles on the west coast, it was just 9 o'clock in the evening, when the nightlife began. After the ceremony, most of the guests, regardless of whether they won the award or not, went to parties scattered all over Los Angeles. After a few years of development, Condé Nast Group paid more attention to the brand effect brought by the Vanity Fair party and spent more and more resources to attract the core guests of the Oscars. As a win-win cooperation, more and more superstars and celebrities were inclined to attend the Vanity Fair party after winning the Oscars. Firefly and Condé Nast had already reached a cooperation agreement before the Oscars. They would cancel the individual celebration party and direct all of their crews to the Vanity Fair party. In exchange, Condé Nast's media needed to provide more space for the promotion of Firefly's award-winning film. Therefore, after the awards ceremony, the main creators of Titanic and Red Alert rushed to the venue of the Vanity Fair party, the Beverly Hills Arts Center. Eric and Drew got out of the car in the parking lot. Peter Ritchie led a team of bodyguards to separate them from the crowd of crazy reporters waiting outside and escorted them into the Arts Center. As soon as they stepped into the hall, Eric saw a middle-aged man with a bald forehead greet them warmly. "Who is this?" The girl leaned on Eric and asked in confusion. Peter Ritchie had already followed them and whispered in Eric's ear, "Louis Horwitz, the director of this year's awards ceremony." The middle-aged man walked up to them, as if he did not notice Peter Ritchie whispering to Eric. He enthusiastically reached out his hand and said, "Eric, congratulations, 13 awards. This is a miracle." "Thank you, Mr. Horwitz." Eric reached out and shook hands with him. He said, "This year's awards ceremony was also very good." "Haha, I'm glad you like it." Louis Horwitz's face was glowing as he greeted Eric politely. Louis Horwitz did not leave until the two of them entered the party hall. The girl watched him leave and said, "What an interesting guy. He's so excited, as if he also won an award." "He definitely won an award," Eric said with a smile. He turned and asked Peter Ritchie behind him, the ratings for this award ceremony should be out, right? Yes, Mr. Williams. Peter Ritchie said, according to the preliminary statistics from ABC, the average number of viewers was 51 million, which is 12 million more than last year. The highest number of viewers was in the last 10 minutes, 5 million. Based on these figures, the price of a 30-second Oscar commercial will be around $950,000, which is 30% higher than last year's. As the director, Mr. Louis Horwitz should be able to get a certain bonus and commission. After Eric heard that, he smiled and said, "See, he did win an award." The girl laughed and said, "Haha, it's definitely not as valuable as the awards we won." Saying that, Eric remembered something and asked Peter Ritchie, "Madonna should be coming, right?" Peter Ritchie said, "Miss Ciccone should be on the invitation list. Do you need me to ask her?" Eric nodded and said, "If you're sure she'll be coming, call someone to send over a few Fireflyer samples. I'll be using them later." "Okay," Peter Ritchie said. Seeing that Eric did not have any other orders, he hurriedly turned around and left. The girl turned her head and looked at Peter Ritchie's back as he left. She smiled and said, "He's a very capable guy, Eric. If that's the case, why did you let him work at FFM?" Eric took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter and handed one to the girl. He explained, "Just like Alan, these people should be considered our direct subordinates." Eric originally arranged for his first assistant, Alan Fissman, to be a department manager at ABC. After a few years of training, he had been promoted to the position of vice president of ABC. It was Alan's success that inspired Eric. He decided to continuously select the elites from his assistant office and familiarize them with them for a period of time. Then, based on their individual abilities, he would arrange for them to work in the major companies in the Firefly system to create a direct management team. Of course, Eric would not give these people special treatment. Unless they could prove their strength, they would still face the fate of being eliminated. The girl just nodded as if she understood. The guests in the party hall came up to greet them. She put aside this thought and enthusiastically socialized with Eric in the crowd. As more and more people arrived at the party, the hall became more and more lively. The Titanic crew, who gathered almost all the glory tonight, was undoubtedly the most dazzling group of people. Long after the party began, everyone spent a long time in a series of congratulations and compliments. After about an hour, Eric left alone. Madonna had just arrived at the party and came over to say hello. Eric took a few Fireflyer players from Peter Ritchie, who was waiting on the sidelines, and walked over to Madonna, who was chatting with someone in a booth. Sitting opposite Madonna was a Hollywood male star that Eric was not familiar with. He looked to be in his mid-20s and seemed to have appeared in a popular teen horror film in recent years. Eric could not call out the other party's name for a while, so he just said, "Hey, can I talk to Maggie alone?" Although the young man was a little carried away by the Queen, when he saw Eric, he immediately woke up and misunderstood something. He humbly said with a little panic, "Of course, Mr. Williams, I'll leave now." Madonna looked at the young man who was about to be in her mouth disappear in a puff of smoke and curled her lips. When she saw Eric sitting opposite her, she immediately became interested and began to tease him. "Eric, I was just about to start a new romance, but now you've ruined it. How are you going to compensate me?" Eric had no intention of taking the bait. He had no interest in this cold and unrestrained queen of the music industry. He just casually took out a Fireflyer from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Here, I'll compensate you with this." Madonna picked up the sky blue Fireflyer and looked at it. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "I've seen it before, and my agent told me that this kind of small thing may seriously hurt the sales of physical records." Madonna glanced at Eric with interest. There was a hint of understanding and ridicule in her eyes, as if she wanted to see how Eric would answer. In the 70s, when Sony first introduced the video recorder, Hollywood also had a similar view as you are now. Universal Pictures and Disney fought a 10-year lawsuit with Sony over this. Eric did not mind the implied rejection in Madonna's words and said, "But today, 20 years later, the annual video sales of Hollywood movies have exceeded $13 billion, more than twice the local box office data of Hollywood." It was the rise of the videotape industry that created the prosperity of Hollywood today. Without the additional profits brought by the videotape industry, no company in Hollywood would dare to make an investment-grade film like Titanic. With that said, Eric took out another white fireflyer from his pocket again and said, "And what you see now is the future of the recording industry." "It's very interesting," Madonna played with the player in her hand and said, "Eric, I'm not so easy to persuade. I didn't intend to persuade you tonight. I'm just creating an opportunity for everyone." "Oh, what opportunity?" "Of course, an opportunity for cooperation." Judging from Madonna's absent-minded expression, Eric's words obviously didn't move her at all. However, Madonna didn't want to appear too strong in front of Eric. She picked up the champagne in front of her and took a few sips. She glanced at Eric out of habit and said with a smile, "Eric, I've never thought of myself as a smart person, so I'm very good at listening to the opinions of my team. Although what you said just now is very reasonable, I still believe what my agent said some time ago. This little thing is called Fireflyer, right? It's a very nice name. However, if this product becomes popular, it will definitely affect the sales of physical records. Record sales are the foundation of our survival. Moreover, my agent also told me that the piracy of music on the internet is very serious, so I plan to stay away from this new field. Even if, as you just said, this little thing will reach the height of the video recorder industry in 20 years, I'll definitely be retired by then." Speaking of piracy, Eric was not discouraged by Madonna's straightforward rejection, and continued, "Maggie, do you know what the internet is like to the music industry now?" In fact, the video recorder example that Eric had just mentioned had already made Madonna's mind waver. The long speech just now was more like a way for her to strengthen her confidence. Madonna had realized that the young man in front of her seemed to be very good at persuading her, but she was very resistant to this feeling. At least, she didn't want to be persuaded on such an occasion tonight, so she even had the idea of getting up and walking away. However, Eric's clever guidance made her curious, and she asked, "What is it?" Eric gently gestured, and his magnetic voice had a hint of bewitchment. He said, "For the music industry, the internet world with more than 100 million users in the world is like a black room, a huge and vast black room." Madonna didn't speak. She tilted her head slightly and continued to listen. Eric didn't stop and continued, "In this empty and dark black room, countless people look forward to the light. They also have enough ability to pay a sufficient price to get the light, but the light treats this space as the land of original sin and refuses to come. When the light abandons them, in order to get the light, people can only steal the fire. This is piracy. The current situation of the internet music industry is like this. It gathers a huge group of people with the strongest spending power in the world. This is beyond doubt. However, the record companies refuse to recognize this huge potential market because of various scruples. They think that by doing so, they can resist the impact of the internet on the physical record industry, but in fact, the result is just the opposite. The boycott of the record industry not only can't stop the strong demand for music, but it will also, in turn, make the internet music piracy more rampant. What's more, the lack of a genuine music sales platform will cause users to become more and more accustomed to free pirated music. The power of habit is very scary. When everyone is used to downloading hundreds and thousands of free songs from the internet at any time and place, do you think they will still be willing to pay for a physical album that costs $20? Madonna raised the corner of her eyes and retorted, "Eric, your assumption is not valid at all. No one dares to spread pirated music on the internet so unscrupulously. People who do so will not only be sued to bankruptcy, but also be sentenced to 1,000 years by federal law." Eric smiled and said, "Maggie, you don't understand the internet, so it's not wrong to think so. But what you don't know is that even if someone is not familiar with the internet technology, they can buy the template structure of a music website with just a few dozen dollars. Similarly, with some money, they can even rent a server in any country in the world without spending any money. Then, they can build a pirated music website that stores tens of thousands of songs. It's easy for these websites to be anonymous, and you can't trace the person responsible at all. Moreover, because of the huge demand for music by internet users, even if 10,000 pirated music websites are shut down for legal reasons every day, thousands of new pirated music websites will appear almost at the same time." Madonna was finally a little moved. Eric didn't stop there. He continued, therefore, the most effective way to combat piracy is to establish a legitimate online music sales platform, so that all users have a legal channel to obtain legitimate music. Moreover, from the beginning of this industry's development, the public's habit of buying legitimate music should be cultivated. As I said just now, if there is light in a dark room, although it can't illuminate all the dark corners, at least a large number of people don't need to steal tinder, and no one will take stealing tinder for granted. So, Maggie, what do you think? Madonna paused for a moment before coming back to her senses. With undisguised interest in her eyes, she looked at Eric and said, after listening to you, I suddenly feel that it would be better if the internet didn't exist. Eric spread out his hands and said with a smile, actually, I also feel that if this society could suddenly go back to 10,000 years ago, it would be wonderful. Madonna thought that Eric was laughing at her point of view just now. She curled her lips and said, do you really think so? Of course, Eric nodded with certainty. He looked across the glass and looked up and down at Madonna, who was wearing a black low-cut dress, and said with a fascinated look, according to the standards of 10,000 years ago, people should still be naked. Madonna was stunned, and then she laughed with joy. After a moment, she leaned forward slightly, almost lying on the glass, and looked at Eric and said, Eric, do you want to see what I looked like 10,000 years ago? Why don't we go find a room now? Eric really wanted to slap himself. He dug a hole for himself. After 2 dry coughs, Eric recovered and said, Maggie, let's talk about music. Even if you can't sell your new album on online platforms for the time being, I think you can still give the music released in the past a try. These albums that were released in the past definitely can't sell many physical records now, but I believe that if you put them on online platforms, they can still bring you a very considerable income every year. Madonna was not angry because Eric avoided the topic just now. She leaned back on the sofa and said, but, Eric, I personally don't have the distribution rights of most of my music, so you should talk to Warner. No, I still believe that you have enough distribution rights in this matter. Eric shook his head and said. Although Madonna's status in the music industry was not as high as Michael Jackson's, the way she cooperated with Warner Records was the same as Jackson's. The two sides jointly established a music subsidiary responsible for the production and distribution of her own music. This also meant that Madonna had a lot of autonomy in the distribution of her own music. What's more, the internet digital music distribution right now was almost a new concept. With Madonna's status in the music industry, she could totally renegotiate the relevant supplementary contract with Time Warner. It was precisely because of this that Eric spent so much effort tonight. If it was a second or third tier singer who was completely controlled by the record company, Eric would not waste his breath at all. Madonna saw that Eric saw through her excuse, but she was not embarrassed. She said, but, Eric, if I do this, what benefits can I get? Oh, this. Eric smiled and said, Yahoo's online music store uses a 30-70 split. The platform gets 30%, the copyright owner gets 70%. If you have full digital distribution rights of your own music, I think you don't need to split it with Time Warner. At least, you don't need to give them too much, right? Madonna's eyes lit up. At the same time, she also keenly caught a new term in Eric's words. Digital distribution rights? Eric nodded and said, this should be a new concept. It refers to music distribution that is not related to cassettes, CDs, films, and other physical media. Currently, it refers to the internet music distribution. I think, in the contract you signed with Time Warner, there should not be any clauses in this area, right? Madonna nodded subconsciously. So, Eric immediately tempted again, I think, next, you should renegotiate the supplementary contract with Time Warner as soon as possible to determine the ownership of the digital distribution rights. Madonna blinked a few times, then suddenly laughed and said, Eric, this is your ultimate goal tonight. If I take back the digital distribution rights of my own music from Time Warner, it will definitely cause the A-list singers of the major record companies to follow suit. Yahoo didn't manage to get the digital distribution rights from the 5 major record companies, but if these rights are distributed to the singers themselves, you can take them down one by one. I have to say, Maggie, you are actually very smart. Eric praised and said, but, you have definitely wronged me. Do I look like a scheming person to you? Madonna really looked at Eric again and said firmly, yes. Okay, I'm hurt. Eric clutched his chest and handed the fireflyer that he had just placed beside him to Madonna. He said, these two little things are for you. Someone will pass the rest of the accessories to your assistant. Also, this is my business card. If you have any decisions, you can call me at any time. Seeing Eric hand over his business card and was about to get up and leave, Madonna hurriedly stopped him. Hey, Eric, you have made so many requests to me. Shouldn't you compensate me with something? Maggie, I am actually a very conservative person. Madonna rolled her eyes at him. She had flirted with Eric so many times, but he was indifferent. Of course, she would not ask for a rebuff. She said, I am now preparing my own new album. How about you write a few songs for me? Over the years, although the number of songs Eric produced was very small, almost every one of them had reached a level that could be called amazing. A few hours ago, when Madonna took the initiative to greet him backstage at the Oscars, she actually had this thought in mind. To be honest, her career had begun to decline over the years. If Eric could help her write a few songs that matched the quality of his previous works, it would definitely help her make a comeback even if she did not use Eric's personal fame. Eric was really looking forward to Madonna agreeing to enter the Yahoo Music store. He did not want to reject her outright. He thought for a while and said, get someone to send me a copy of the style of your new album. It would be best if there were a few sample songs. I will try it out. Of course, I can't guarantee it. It needs inspiration. I will get someone to send it to you tomorrow. Madonna nodded quickly. She thought for a while and added, I will also get someone to negotiate with Warner about the digital distribution rights as soon as possible. In fact, I also have some hopes of working with you. Then, I hope we won't disappoint each other. Eric reached out his hand. Madonna shook his hand and nodded. I look forward to working with you. On the night of the 69th Academy Awards ceremony, in addition to more than 50 million viewers in North America who watched the ceremony directly through ABC TV. According to subsequent statistics, worldwide, the number of viewers who followed the results of the Titanic Awards through overseas TV stations, online news broadcasts, and various other means exceeded an astonishing 1 billion people. Therefore, the news that Titanic won 13 awards at the 69th Academy Awards ceremony and broke the all-time Oscar-winning record quickly spread to every corner of the world almost as soon as the results were released that night. In this world where the winner was king, regardless of whether the result was controversial or not, the fact that Titanic had created an Oscar legend was a foregone conclusion. Stimulated by the news of Titanic's overwhelming victory at the Academy Awards ceremony, the box office figures of Titanic in North America and even in the world during the week of March 21st to March 27th were all red. In North America, the box office of Titanic in the 14th week rebounded again compared to the 13th week, earning $25.1 million. The cumulative box office in North America reached $517 million, continuing to break the box office record set by itself. The performance of the overseas box office was even more impressive. This week, the number of overseas tickets for Titanic once again increased significantly to 68. At the same time, stimulated by the news that Titanic had created an Oscar-winning record, the box office figures in many countries where the film was released in the early weeks showed a significant rebound. The box office figures in the overseas tickets released in the last 2 weeks were even more impressive. After preliminary statistics, the overseas box office of Titanic in the latest week reached $236 million, very well fulfilling the media's prediction that the overseas box office of Titanic would exceed $200 million this week. At the same time, the global box office of Titanic also reached an astonishing $332 million, directly raising the global box office record from $1 billion to $3 billion. Moreover, no one could predict what the ultimate figure would be. Easter 1997 was on March 30th, which meant that most of the Western countries would welcome the Easter holiday in the next week. Although the length of the Easter holiday varied in different countries, there was no doubt that this popular period would once again boost the global box office of Titanic. Even if the North American box office would show a significant decline after the Oscars, The strong overseas box office was likely to push the global box office of Titanic to $1.5 billion in the next week. While Titanic continued to attract the attention of hundreds of millions of people, after more than a month of intensive publicity, the date of Firefly Electronics' release of the world's first MP3 player, the Fireflyer, on April 2 was approaching. Although it was a completely new music player product, under the publicity of Firefly Electronics' free distribution of 10,000 Fireflyer units, this MP3 player had already generated a strong response across the United States. After the Fireflyer trial lottery ended, users who still wanted to buy this player posted on the newly established trading platform on the internet. Some people even raised the price of a Fireflyer to $12 million. Traditional music player manufacturers naturally saw the strong threat of the Fireflyer player to Walkman, CD player, and other players. While they obtained Fireflyer prototypes through various channels for disassembly and research, under the instructions of some traditional manufacturers, many media outlets began to publicize the threat of Fireflyer, a device that could easily spread pirated music, to the recording industry. They even called on the Recording Industry Association of America to sue Firefly Electronics and directly ban the production and sales of MP3 players. In this case, after the Oscar ceremony, the American pop queen Madonna Ciccone opened negotiations with Warner Records for the digital distribution rights of her personal records, which instantly attracted the attention of countless media outlets. Subsequently, the news of Madonna's contact with Eric at the Vanity Fair party quickly spread. This also made Warner Records understand the intention of Madonna and Eric, who was hiding behind the scenes. Before this, Yahoo Music did not get the online music sales rights from any of the 5 major record companies. Therefore, the major record companies also had a hunch that if Madonna succeeded, many of their A-list singers would make similar requests. At that time, Yahoo could adopt a strategy of breaking down these singers who held the digital distribution rights alone, and the record companies would be in an extremely passive situation. Warner Records immediately rejected Madonna's application for the negotiation of digital distribution rights. Roger Ames, the president of Warner Records, said at a press conference that in order to stop digital music sales, which could easily spread piracy, Warner Records would stop some singers from seeking digital distribution rights at all costs. Digital distribution rights of music should not exist. However, although Warner Records' attitude was very tough on the surface, the private situation was far from so. In 1992, Madonna's career was at its peak. Therefore, although the Cowboy Records company she established was still affiliated with Warner Records, she had a lot of independent control and also held the distribution rights of all of Madonna's records in the past few years. In other words, even if Warner Records did not agree or even recognize the concept of digital distribution rights, with Madonna's control over Cowboy, this company could still authorize Yahoo Music to sell the records released by Madonna in recent years. The reason why Madonna opened the negotiations with Warner Records was to get back the digital distribution rights of many of her records from the beginning of her debut to 1992. Because the copyright of these records did not belong to Cowboy Records, but was still in the hands of Warner Records. Warner Records' firm and rude attitude also aroused the rebellious mentality of the stubborn and fiery singer. On the day Warner Records president Roger Ames made a statement, Madonna publicly said that she would cooperate with Yahoo Music to sell the 3 albums held by Cowboy Records online, and at the same time, she claimed that she would sue Warner Records for the digital distribution rights. If it was an ordinary singer, Time Warner may be able to threaten them with cold storage and so on to make them retreat. But at Madonna's level, because the two sides were almost in a position of equal cooperation, the relevant contract could not bind Madonna. Therefore, these tricks used to deal with ordinary singers were difficult to work on her. The senior executives of Warner Records could only take turns to play the good cop and the bad cop, trying to make Madonna give up the idea of cooperating with Yahoo Music. Of course, Firefly Electronics and Yahoo would not be indifferent. Under Eric's instructions, Firefly Electronics and Yahoo were also very active in offering various favorable conditions to Madonna. While keeping a close eye on the music industry, after the Oscars, Eric's work was busy again. Although there were still 2 months before the summer vacation, the promotional work for the summer movies had already been fully launched. This year's summer vacation was destined to not be peaceful. In addition to a series of high-profile live-action blockbusters such as James Bond, Casino Royale and Jedi Cop 2, there would be 3 animated movies released at the same time this summer, namely Finding Nemo produced by Pixar, Ice Age produced by Blue Sky Studios, and The Lion King 2 produced by Paramount Animation. Obviously, these 3 animated movies were very closely related to Firefly Group. Moreover, as the first sequel to The Lion King that created a global box office miracle of $900 million, The Lion King 2 was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 movies. When the schedules of the 3 animated movies were announced one after another, Viacom's chairman, Sam Redstone, even confidently announced that The Lion King 2 would beat Finding Nemo and Ice Age. Easter had just passed. Because he was too busy, Eric did not return to New York to spend Easter with the children. However, he promised the women that he would return to East Hampton before April 10th. The 2 little guys would be 4 years old soon. In a restaurant in Firefly Studios, on a new Monday, Eric and Katzenberg were having breakfast together and discussing the recent 3 animated films released during the summer. The Lion King 2 was released at the same time as Paramount's Stranger in the Wind last year. Although 3 years have passed, the influence of The Lion King is still there. Roger Ailes spent 3 years crafting this movie, and the quality of the animation should not be much worse than the first one. The only thing we can do is to create obstacles for Paramount in terms of publicity. Katzenberg introduced the recent situation, took a sip of juice, and continued, "I have spoken to Mr. Murdoch several times on the phone. In the next 2 months of publicity, there will be no trailers or advertisements for Lion King 2 on all television platforms such as Firefly's ABC television network and Disney Channel. The audience will only see information about Finding Nemo and Ice Age. On the News Corporation's side, Fox Network, Fox Family Channel, and other platforms will do the same. We will also try our best to compete for the trailers and advertisements on NBC and CBS." According to the publicity department's estimates, when all these deployments are implemented, the publicity budget invested by Paramount will only reach half of the usual effect. Business competition was never tender. During the promotion of Titanic at the end of last year, Viacom's MTV television station, which targeted the youth audience, refused to release a trailer for Titanic on the grounds that there was a shortage of advertising slots. As the method of comprehensive distribution became more and more common, the importance of film publicity to box office became more and more obvious. This could be seen from the increasing proportion of film publicity budgets in the total investment cost. This time, whether it was a counterattack to Viacom's behavior a few months ago, or a complete ban on The Lion King 2 in the Firefly system out of competition, it was very necessary. Viacom's best TV asset at this time was only MTV. As for the Disney Channel, the number of users was not on the same order of magnitude as the Disney Channel. As the internet had only just emerged in recent years, the current mainstream methods of movie promotion were still TV trailers, print media advertisements, and posters in a large number of public advertising spaces. Among them, the role of TV trailers was undoubtedly the most important, especially for animated movies. After all, a large proportion of animated movie audiences were teenagers and children who did not read newspapers or magazines. The joint ban by ABC and Fox meant that The Lion King 2 would lose at least half of the television advertising platforms in North America. Viacom's own television resources were quite limited, and there was also competition from Firefly and Fox to obtain advertising slots on external platforms such as CBS and NBC. Paramount Pictures would definitely have to pay a higher price for the promotion of The Lion King 2, and the final marketing result would be far inferior to Finding Nemo and Finding Nemo. Eric had already finished the breakfast in front of him and was slowly drinking a cup of hot milk. After listening to Katzenberg, he asked, "Have you considered that Viacom might provoke the ban of The Lion King 2 in the media?" "Of course, the way to deal with it is very simple. Unless necessary, we will ignore it as much as possible. This can also prevent Paramount from using this topic to create hype." This matter had been discussed in last week's meeting. If Viacom made similar statements in the media, none of Firefly's departments would make a public response. Also, we are not doing anything against the rules. If anyone questions, we can provide enough evidence to prove that all the advertising slots in our TV station have been sold out. Katzenberg spread out his hands and smiled with his Totoro teeth. He also made a very vivid analogy: if there is no opponent, a person who punches the air will only make people feel funny. Eric also laughed and said, I guess after this incident, Lei Sherdong will definitely make up his mind to attack CBS or NBC again. General Electric will not sell NBC at all in the next few years. As for CBS, according to its current market value, Viacom may have to spend more than $30 billion to buy it. With the market share of public TV networks being eroded by cable TV, even if the price was reduced by half, I don't think it's worth it. When we bought Metropolis/ABC, if it weren't for the shares of ESPN and AE Network, it would have been a bad deal. Eric said, but Lei Sherdong definitely doesn't think so. His mindset is still 20 years ago, when the public TV network was at its peak. In his memory, Viacom had spent a whopping $46 billion to acquire the CBS network. However, after the deal was completed, CBS began to suffer losses due to the impact of the cable television industry. Many years later, in order to avoid being dragged down by the CBS network, Viacom had to separate CBS and its profitable cable TV business from MTV. Lei Sherdong was a very aggressive person, there was no doubt about that. However, perhaps due to the limitations of the era, his vision was always poor. Although Viacom's development was getting bigger and bigger in the consolidation of media groups, it turned out that whether it was the acquisition of the Blockbuster video store chain or the acquisition of the CBS network, it was an extremely failed business. After the new century, Viacom gradually fell from a first-tier media giant to a second-tier media group. The two of them then talked about the distribution of other films during the summer. In the end, Katzenberg hesitated for a moment before saying, Eric, Barry Weiss and I talked about the recent digital music distribution rights. He felt very uneasy. I also think that your digital distribution strategy for Firefly Records is too radical. Barry Weiss was a senior official that Firefly had poached from Jive Music, a company under Sony Music. He was currently the president of Firefly Records. In the past 2 years, the Backstreet Boys team that Barry Weiss had personally built had quickly become a first-tier pop singer. Last year, they created the first album to sell more than 20 million albums worldwide. In addition to the Backstreet Boys, the other singers under Firefly Records relied on the rich media resources of Firefly Group and their development was quite stable. Christina, Britney, Justin Timberlake, and other former members of MMC, after several years of training, had released singles one after another last year and received good feedback from the market. Firefly Records had already launched a plan to tailor an album for them. Eric was very satisfied with the success of Barry Weiss' work in the past 2 years. At this time, after hearing Katzenberg's retelling, Eric was not surprised. He just said, Jeffrey, you should have seen the digital distribution plan I gave to Firefly Records, right? Katzenberg nodded and said, it feels very similar to the phased release of a movie. The physical album release cycle is 3 months. After 3 months, the digital album will be released on the Yahoo Music Store. Although the 3-month window is a little short, it is still acceptable. But then, 6 months after the album is released, it will be split into singles for separate sales. Barry said that this will have the biggest impact on record sales. For many albums, unless they were hardcore music fans, most people tended to only like 1 or 2 of the best songs. In fact, this was also deliberately done by the record company in order to save resources and maximize profits. It was definitely much easier to make a mediocre song than a classic song, and they could also spend less money and energy. If the album was split, it would directly lead to a large number of mediocre songs that no one cared about, which would definitely threaten the survival of the record company that had been formed for many years. Jeffrey, let's not talk about the pros and cons of this plan for the time being, Eric said. He took out a Fireflyer from his pocket and said, you must know this player very well, so let's make a hypothesis. If this player was completely developed by your personal company, and you have no interest in the record industry, then in order to promote this machine as much as possible, what would you do? Katzenberg also realized that the Fireflyer had the possibility of replacing the traditional portable music player market. In the current portable music player market, Sony's Walkman still occupied the mainstream, with annual sales of about 15 million units. The sales figures of other CD players, MD Walkman, and other devices were probably in the same order of magnitude. In other words, the annual market capacity of portable music players was about 30 million units. If they could completely occupy this market, according to the usual net profit rate of about 15% for electronic devices, the net profit of the Fireflyer, which was priced at $299, would be about $45. The annual sales of 30 million units would bring in a net profit of $1.35 billion. This figure was enough to squeeze into the top 100 of the global corporate profitability list. Katzenberg was also not a person with a strong sense of morality. Considering the terrifying business opportunities contained in this player, he would naturally choose the most favorable promotion and sales method for himself at all costs. He would even secretly condone the spread of online pirated music. As for the life and death of the record company, it had nothing to do with him. According to this train of thought, if he was put in charge of Firefly Electronics, he would not hesitate to completely abandon Firefly Records. Firefly Records had been doing well in recent years, but the annual profit it provided for the group was less than $100 million. Even if it developed to the scale of the 5 major record companies, it still could not compare to the profits that Fireflyer could possibly generate. After all, the output of the music industry was far from comparable to the movie industry. None of the 5 major record companies in the world had annual profits of more than $1 billion. After working together for so long, Eric knew Katzenberg's character like the back of his hand. After seeing his brief pondering expression, Eric could roughly guess what he was thinking. He said, "There is no shortage of smart people in the world." The MP3 audio format was initially introduced 5 years ago. During these 5 years, I can confidently guess that traditional music equipment manufacturers must have had ideas similar to the Fireflyer player. However, in order to protect their own player products and the huge vested interests of the CD, cassette, and other peripheral industries, they will definitely instinctively stop this kind of project. But this result is not the worst. Just like what I just hypothesized, if similar player products are produced by electronic manufacturers that have nothing to do with the recording industry, in order to gain more profits, they will definitely ignore the interests of the record companies as much as possible. Not to mention, I'm trying my best to pull the record companies in. They only need a high-sounding excuse, for example, our player can only copy music from genuine CDs, then they can mass-produce and promote this product. As for where users get the music from, do you think they will care? What about you? Katzenberg suddenly asked, "Eric, do you care?" Eric smiled and leaned back in his chair. He said honestly, "No, I don't care." Katzenberg said, "Then, why are you doing this?" Eric thought for a bit and said, "Because I want to take the initiative. Or, to put it bluntly, I just want to be the one who makes the rules. I don't want to be stuck in a rut and wait for others to make the rules, or even be eliminated." So, Jeffrey, if you pay more attention to Yahoo, you should find that Yahoo has further developed the MP4 video format on the basis of the MP3 audio format. If the IT industry develops according to Moore's law, in less than 10 years, Hollywood will face a situation similar to the recording industry. At that time, if you want to survive, the easiest way is to become the one who makes the rules, instead of blaming others or blindly resisting emerging technologies. Katzenberg had always admired his young boss's excellent vision in the film and television industry and investment, but he always felt that Eric's character lacked the controlling desire that a leader should have. He was even too gentle in many aspects and lacked aggression. But now, in this small restaurant in Firefly Studios, Katzenberg suddenly realized that Eric's plan was many times broader than his. Not only did he own the present, but he even planned to control the future. Katzenberg even realized that maybe he was just a chess piece in Eric's ambitious plan for the future. A chess piece could not see the entire layout of the chessboard. It could only observe everything within its own fixed route and point at the chess player's moves. Am I willing to be a chess piece? Katzenberg couldn't help but ask himself, but he quickly gave an answer in his heart. Why not? How many people in the world dared to say that they were not chess pieces? But there were too many people who might not even have the opportunity to come into contact with a chess player in their entire life. Now, not only did he have such an opportunity, but he could even consciously create the future with a chess player. This was much luckier than those who lived their lives without knowing what to do. Eric, I have a good relationship with Geffen. Maybe I can call him and invite him to the Fireflyer conference in San Francisco on April 2nd. What do you think? David Geffen's record company used to be a very important subsidiary of Warner Music Group. The music copyright it owned was almost the same as Firefly Records. Katzenberg and David Geffen had always been very good friends. When David Geffen had just left Time Warner, Katzenberg had even suggested that Eric buy David Geffen's record company, but Eric had not agreed. Eric did not know what had happened to Katzenberg's mental state in such a short time, but since he was willing to take the initiative to bridge the gap, Eric naturally would not refuse. Of course, if he's willing, well, we can all get together then. After breakfast, they chatted for a while. Katzenberg then rushed to the Burbank headquarters to attend the weekly meeting, so the two parted ways. Eric's work schedule was also very busy today. In the morning, he had to check the rough cut of Jurassic Park 3 and discuss the post-production special effects with director Joe Johnston and the Digital Domain's post-production team. At noon, he had an appointment with Jerry Bruckheimer and Michael Bay for lunch to discuss the disaster film The Day After Tomorrow project. After all, this project could not be dragged on like this. Eric did not plan to direct it personally, and the company could not wait forever. Coincidentally, after Michael Bay finished Jedi Cop 2, he did not want to film Jedi Cop 3 anymore. Instead, he wanted to try the special effects theme. Jerry Bruckheimer proposed to let Michael Bay direct The Day After Tomorrow. In the afternoon, he still had to rush to the Fox set to attend the final round of auditions for the female lead of Doomsday Angel. Eric was not interested in admiring or even hunting beauties through the auditions. He did not need to go through such a complicated process to get any woman he wanted. However, since he took the initiative to take on this task, he had to show his face symbolically. Because the box office performance of Jurassic Park 2 was almost the same as the first movie, although the option contract was signed in advance, Joe Johnston still proposed to get more money from Jurassic Park 3. The two sides spent 3 months negotiating before reaching an agreement. The script writing and team formation for the third movie were not as smooth as the second movie. Therefore, the planned 2-year production period was extended to 2.5 years. Jurassic Park 3 could only miss the summer and was scheduled for the Christmas season at the end of the year. Jurassic Park 3 had just finished filming on the eve of the Oscars. Jerry Bruckheimer was still the producer. The original appointment was at noon, but in order to understand the special effects production process, Michael Bay came to Firefly Studios with Jerry Bruckheimer in the morning to listen in on the post-production plan for Jurassic Park 3. No one's success was a fluke. Eric was very satisfied with Michael Bay's attitude. After finishing the morning's work, he had already let go of his hesitation and decided to hand over the production of The Day After Tomorrow to him. At noon, everyone directly discussed the production plan of The Day After Tomorrow in the restaurant. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Eric arrived at the Fox set in Century City on time. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Elizabeth walking over in high heels, followed by an assistant holding a document. Eric hugged Elizabeth and walked out of the parking lot together. He did not forget to ask, "Why are you here?" Elizabeth rolled her eyes and said, "This is my house, why can't I be here?" I mean. Eric wanted to ask why she came to pick him up. Elizabeth was currently only in charge of the film production department of 20th Century Fox. Although the Angel of the Apocalypse project was valued by Fox, it was not under her jurisdiction. However, Eric still shrugged. Well, the whole set was hers anyway, forget it, I won't talk about it. Humph, Elizabeth snorted softly, but she leaned over and held Eric's hand intimately. She said, "Dad asked me to talk to you about the digital release of the soundtrack album." Stop, Eric did not wait for Elizabeth to continue. He quickly interrupted her and said, "Liz, I've spent too much effort convincing others these days. Let me take a break. Let's not talk about music today, okay?" In order to obtain as much music content as possible, Eric formulated the strategy of delaying the release of digital music albums by traditional singers for 3 months. This plan would not only be implemented in the Firefly system, but it also greatly increased the possibility of introducing content from external record companies. However, Yahoo Music Store could not be full of old music content. In order to make up for this, the film and television soundtrack albums in the Firefly system would be released at the same time as the physical albums. Other than Firefly Group, MGM agreed to this plan almost without hesitation. However, Murdoch was not very satisfied with the proposal. However, it was difficult for 20th Century Fox to reject the proposal directly like other film companies. Even without mentioning the private relationship between Eric and Elizabeth, the close cooperation between Firefly Group and News Corporation over the years was even closer than that of MGM. The companies directly held by the two parties included Blue Sky Studio, FFM TV, and the Australian branch of Digital Domain. In addition, just like Eschatological Angel this time, the two companies cooperated frequently in the TV business. Outside of Hollywood, Yahoo Portal had also reached an agreement with News Corporation to enjoy exclusive online news publishing rights for many of News Corporation's media outlets. Elizabeth was also aware of this. The music business under News Corporation was even more insignificant than Firefly, so she did not feel the need to fight for it. Therefore, although she followed her father's instructions to bring up this matter, she did not intend to persuade Eric. Looking at the slightly tired face of the man beside her, Elizabeth nodded, but pretended to be unwilling to give up and deliberately said, "Okay, then we'll talk tomorrow." Eric did not mind Elizabeth's stubborn personality. He smiled and the two of them walked into the administrative building on the set. Although Eric had given Doomsday Angel to Fox to take over the X-Files, everything still went through the proper business process. This sci-fi series was jointly invested by Firefly TV and Fox TV, in addition to one of Cameron's shell companies. The copyright of the TV series was owned by Fox, and Firefly only received a share of the profits based on their investment. Due to the miraculous success of Titanic, although it was only a TV series conceived by Cameron, the competition for the roles was still very fierce. From the very beginning, the production team had set very strict conditions for the female lead Max's audition. The age limit was between 18 to 22 years old, the height between 170 centimeters and 175 centimeters, and she had to have at least 3 years of acting experience. She also had a foundation in dancing, gymnastics, and other physical skills, so she could be suitable for high-intensity action scenes. But even with such harsh conditions, more than 300 girls passed the initial screening and participated in the audition. It was not difficult to see the strength of the UA film industry. The other secondary roles had been determined before, and today was the last round of auditions for the female lead. There were only 10 candidates left in the final round. Although all the girls had already arrived and were waiting in the lounge, the audition would not begin until 2:30. Cameron's mind was now mainly focused on the early special effects research and development of Spider-Man and the Titanic theme exhibition. Other than providing the main plot idea and a producer title, he did not participate in this project and did not come today. Eric listened to the Fox producer in charge of Doomsday Angel, Brian Spicer, briefly explain the early audition situation. He flipped through the 10 documents in his hand and said with great interest to Elizabeth, who was carefully reading the candidate's information, "Liz, have you heard a story about an interview?" The person in charge randomly pulled out a stack of information from the interviewees and threw it into the trash can, announcing that these people were eliminated. The reason was very simple: they were not lucky enough. Elizabeth raised her head and looked at Eric helplessly. She said, "If you wanted to play like this, why didn't you come earlier? There are only 10 people left now. If you pulled out a stack, there would be nothing left." "Then I'll pull out 1 or 2, said Eric. He picked out 2 from the thin stack of information, drew a cross on it with a pencil, and handed it to Brian Spicer and the others, who were a little stunned. He said, "Get someone to inform them that they can leave directly." Elizabeth knew Eric well. She knew that Eric's inexplicable actions often had a reason. Although she could rarely get the reason from Eric, Elizabeth firmly believed in this. Elizabeth snatched the 2 pieces of information from Eric and looked at them. She did not find anything special, so she handed them to Brian Spicer. "Brian, is there a problem with these 2 people?" Brian Spicer took it and looked at it. He hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "Liz, this girl named Mira Jovovich was introduced by Mr. Palma. However, I can guarantee that there is no problem with her qualifications. She has dancing skills, and she has been playing small roles in movies and TV series since the age of 13. Elizabeth thought for a while and asked, "Brian De Palma?" Brian Spicer nodded. Brian De Palma was a veteran film director in Hollywood. A few years ago, he had filmed the first Mission Impossible. Elizabeth did not care too much. After working for a few years, she gradually understood that Hollywood was a social circle. Moreover, she believed that Eric would not care about this. The problem might lie with the other girl. What about the other one? This Eli Lander. Brian Spicer looked at the name on the other piece of information and frowned slightly. He then looked at the other people in the audition room. Everyone shook their heads. One of them flipped through the information in front of him. He thought for a while and said, "This girl was selected by John's group. Should we call him to come over?" Brian Spicer looked at Elizabeth and Eric and explained, "John Knowles. We divided the preliminaries into 5 groups. John is the person in charge of the 3rd group." Elizabeth was about to say something when Eric took the 2 pieces of information from Brian Spicer and stuffed them into the folder. He shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. It's just that it's been a little troublesome recently. I don't want to always be the same. Well, let's pretend that nothing happened. Everyone, let's start." Although they did not understand what had happened, Brian Spicer and the others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Elizabeth's expression froze. She moved her chair, leaned over, and hugged Eric gently. Then, she pulled out the 2 pieces of information that had puzzled everyone. She said to Brian Spicer in an unquestionable tone, "Brian, tell them to leave." Brian Spicer took the 2 pieces of information again. He felt Elizabeth's firm tone and did not dare to say anything. He nodded, got up, and walked out of the room without hesitation. Elizabeth still did not let go of Eric. She ignored the other bystanders and intimately rubbed her face against Eric's cheek. She said, "Eric, do what you want to do. You don't have to explain to them." Eric gently patted Elizabeth's slender waist and smiled. "Why do I feel that this sentence came from the mouth of a girl?" Elizabeth was not angry at Eric mentioning Drew this time, but she still retorted, "I'm not like her. She's crazy." "Oh, are you sure you're normal? You're a jerk." The onlookers pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the 2 bosses' strange, or rather, words of love. But soon, Brian Spicer, who had just left, pushed open the door and walked in again, breaking the atmosphere. Eric and Elizabeth heard the footsteps and realized the situation around them. They sat separately as if nothing had happened. There were 8 girls left on the list that Eric was completely unfamiliar with. The audition began at 2:30 and ended at 7:00 in the evening. Due to the tight schedule, the pilot episode had to be produced before May. Eric did not hesitate too much. After the audition ended, everyone quickly discussed the results. A 19-year-old girl from Pennsylvania was lucky enough to get the role of the female lead, Mike. After the female lead of Doomsday Angel was confirmed, Eric would no longer be involved in the specific production of the TV series. On the afternoon of April Fool's Day, Eric flew from Los Angeles to Oakland, San Francisco. The official product launch of Fireflyer would be held at 2:00 in the afternoon on April 2nd. The venue was chosen in the Grand Ballroom of the Oakland Marriott International Hotel. After more than a month of intensive publicity, the Fireflyer's reputation had spread all over the world. However, other than its main purpose, there was still a lot of information about this player that hadn't been made public yet. Therefore, the launch attracted almost all the mainstream media from all over the world. After the date of the launch was confirmed, more than 600 media outlets contacted Firefly Electronics, hoping to get an invitation to the launch. In the Silicon Valley area, where technology companies gathered, although the electronics industry had already thoroughly disassembled the player, they would not miss the opportunity to get first-hand information. In addition to the lucky audience selected by Firefly Electronics through the Yahoo portal, the final guest list reached 2,100 people. Eric watched the preview of Firefly Electronics CEO, Bill Olson, last night and was busy until late at night. He woke up early today. Since the launch would be held at the Marriott Hotel, Eric chose to stay in this hotel. He left the room and walked into the hotel's internal restaurant. Chris was already sitting at a table with the 2 leaders of Firefly Electronics and Yahoo's CEO, Ian Neer, who personally came from Boston. They were discussing something. "Good morning, Eric." Ian Muir, who was sitting across from Eric, waved at him when he saw him walking over. The others also looked over. Eric walked over and greeted everyone. He sat down next to Ian Muir and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The few people looked at each other. Ian Muir took the initiative and said, "Eric, about the pricing strategy of Fireflyer." Eric asked the waiter for breakfast and said, "You guys aren't thinking about increasing the price, right?" Bill Olson said, "Eric, according to our recent research, $299 is the same price as the Sony Walkman. It is indeed a little too low. Based on Fireflyer's popularity, I think it is possible to increase the price to $359 or even $399. But we've discussed this issue many times." Eric shrugged and said, "We all know that the Fireflyer's technical level isn't very high. Even though we've already applied for a series of patents for the MP3 player, as long as our competitors want to work in this area, they can still create an alternative product. So, what we need to do is to make Fireflyer popular as soon as possible and let it become the industry standard. We should not rush for profits from the start. Furthermore, the manufacturing cost of Fireflyer is only $150. With the increase in production and technology, the overall cost will continue to decrease. We already have enough profit margin." Firefly Electronics CEO, Victor Mike, shook his head and said, "Eric, your thinking is not wrong. But I think you have underestimated our technology and patent barriers. I am sure that even an electronics giant like Sony would need at least 3 years to bypass our patent barriers. 3 years is enough for us to complete our MP3 player strategy." Eric remembered Elizabeth's whisper to him yesterday and did not intend to explain too much. He made the final decision. Next year, Seagate will probably be able to launch a micro hard drive with 2G capacity. At that time, we can appropriately increase the price of different models of Fireflyer according to the capacity. Now and in the future, the bottom line of $299 cannot be changed. Victor, Mike, Nellie, and the others saw Eric frowning slightly. His expression was also a little more indisputable, which was rare in the past. They were very sensible and no longer argued. After breakfast, everyone went to visit Firefly Electronics' newly set up multi-touch capacitive screen laboratory. This was set up after Firefly Electronics acquired a small capacitive screen research and development company in recent months. Compared with the current mainstream resistive screens, capacitive screens undoubtedly had more advantages. This kind of screen was also proven to be the mainstream technology for future handheld mobile devices. Similar to 3D and IMAX in the film industry, capacitive screens and multi-touch technology had been around for many years, but there had been no mainstream electronic products to match them, so the development was slow. Eric believed that as long as the planned Yahoo Pad tablet was launched, capacitive screens supporting multi-touch would soon become the mainstream touch screens. At this time, Firefly Electronics could also gain more advantages in terms of technology patents. Approaching noon, there were only 3 hours left before the conference in the afternoon. More and more guests who planned to attend the conference began to gather at the Marriott Hotel. Amazon CEO, Jeff Bezos, arrived in San Francisco in the morning. After 3 rounds of capital injections, Firefly Investments already owned 30% of Amazon's shares. Under the management of Jeff Bezos, Amazon had also developed rapidly in recent years. Although it had not completely occupied the position of overlord in online book sales, Jeff Bezos could not wait to start Amazon's development in the direction of a comprehensive online retailer. Fireflyer's online sales was Amazon's first attempt at business expansion. In order to show the importance of Amazon, Eric took time out at noon to have lunch with Jeff Bezos and discuss the next step of Amazon's development. After selling 30% of the shares to Firefly, in order to avoid losing control, Jeff Bezos did not intend to continue financing Firefly Investments and began to prepare for the IPO. Eric was not in a hurry to acquire more shares of Amazon. After all, Amazon's development had not been smooth sailing. There were still many opportunities for Firefly to invest in the future. The two of them were eating and chatting in the Marriott Hotel's restaurant when the CEO of Firefly Electronics, Bill Olson, suddenly walked into the restaurant in a hurry and headed straight for Eric. Bill Olson nodded at Jeff Bezos. Without any hesitation, he said to Eric in an urgent tone, "Eric, Celine Dion's manager, Rennie Angeli, just called. He said that Celine Dion won't be able to make it to the press conference this afternoon. Eric's mind spun, and he basically understood what had happened. Among the 5 major record companies, Sony was undoubtedly the one that felt the most threatened by the Firefly's launch. They also produced a variety of mainstream portable music players. Celine Dion happened to be a singer under Sony Music. Although Celine Dion's voice could be said to be heavenly, in fact, her personal music style was very simple. If it wasn't for The Birth of My Heart Will Go On, it would have been almost impossible for Celine Dion to become a first-tier superstar in the music industry. Therefore, before the release of Titanic, Celine Dion could only be considered a second-tier singer under Sony Recordings. Although Celine Dion's status rose after the release of My Heart Will Go On, she was bound by the contract and could not have the freedom of superstars like Michael Jackson and Madonna. It was obvious that Sony Recordings was pressuring Celine Dion to not attend the Firefly's press conference. Eric hadn't expected that Sony would be so despicable as to put pressure on Celine Dion 2 hours before the press conference. Before he could say anything, Bill Olsen's phone rang again. Bill Olsen did not answer. He passed the phone to Eric and said, "Ms. Dion just said that she wants to apologize to you in person." Sony was the mastermind behind this matter. Although Eric was angry, he was not so petty as to vent his anger on Celine Dion. He picked up the phone and chatted with the other party for a while. Celine Dion knew the importance of My Heart Will Go On to promote her career. Therefore, she was very respectful to Eric on the phone. She repeatedly apologized and vaguely explained her difficulties. After chatting for a while, Eric hung up the phone. At this time, Chris, Victor, Mike, Nelly, and the others who heard the news also appeared in the restaurant. As this press conference would also announce the release of the Titanic soundtrack album on Yahoo Music Store, Celine Dion could be said to be the most important guest in the afternoon. Bill Olsen purposely put her at the end of the press conference to announce the official release of the Titanic soundtrack album on behalf of Yahoo Music Store. Everyone hurriedly chatted for a while and left the restaurant together. They went to a meeting room specially prepared for Firefly Electronics at the Marriott Hotel to discuss countermeasures. Bill Olsen looked at everyone and said, "It is too late to discuss with Madonna now. However, it is not too difficult to get the Backstreet Boys to praise one more song. It is just that if they go on stage, the following segment will be disrupted." There were originally 3 scheduled guests in the afternoon: Madonna Ciccone, the Backstreet Boys, and Celine Dion. Madonna was naturally not bound by the same restrictions as Celine Dion. Moreover, she had publicly expressed her intention to cooperate with Yahoo Music Store. Therefore, after receiving the invitation, she readily agreed. The Backstreet Boys were the pillars of Firefly Records. Firefly Electronics' press conference would naturally not leave them out. Celine Dion was also confirmed early on. However, no one expected that she would be pressured by Sony at the last minute and give up the performance. Everyone had seen the preview of the press conference last night. Naturally, they knew that if they replaced her at the last minute, the details of the announcement of the original album of Titanic on Yahoo Music Store would have to be changed. After discussing for a while, Chris suddenly looked at Eric and said, "Eric, since Celine Dion can't go on stage, you will do it yourself. You are the songwriter of My Heart Will Go On. You have also seen the preview of the press conference last night. There should be no problem." Eric didn't even have time to shake his head before everyone started cheering excitedly. "That's right, Eric. You're going to do it yourself. Your status is much higher than Celine Dion's." In fact, during the planning stage of the press conference, Bill Olsen had hoped that Eric would go on stage to give a speech. However, Eric had rejected the idea. Now that Chris had suddenly suggested it, they were naturally very excited. As the soul of Firefly's system, Eric was surrounded by a series of halos. As long as he went on stage, his influence on the media would definitely be far beyond Celine Dion's performance. Eric reached out and pressed down on the noisy crowd. He smiled helplessly and said, "You are not asking me to go on stage and sing My Heart Will Go On, right? Is that appropriate?" Bill Olsen said, "Of course not, Eric. You can say whatever you want and do whatever you want. Then you can help announce the digital album of My Heart Will Go On for sale." Victor Mike Nelly, who was not very good with words, also agreed excitedly, yes, 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 that's it. Ian Neer also smiled and played the emotional card. Eric, I think you definitely don't want this press conference to be ruined. Moreover, this is your responsibility. The whole of Firefly is yours. Facing everyone's eager eyes, Eric hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. He said, okay, then, let's discuss what I should say when the time comes. Bill Olson shook his head and smiled. Oh, Eric, this is your business. We won't be participating. I should go and greet the guests. Victor Mike Nelly simply stood up. The vice president of Best Buy is still waiting for me downstairs. Haha, Jeff just said that he wanted me to discuss with him about Amazon's advertisement on Yahoo. I'll go down first. Seeing Bill Olson, Victor Mike Nelly, and Ian Neer leave the conference room, Eric turned to Chris. Chris smiled and spread his hands. I haven't thought of an excuse yet. Forget it, I'll just do whatever I want when the time comes. Even if I mess it up, no one will dare to say anything to me, the boss. Eric simply shrugged and asked about other things. How are the preparations for your wedding with Emily? Hearing Eric mention this topic, Chris had a bitter look on his face. It's still the same. My dad and her parents are much more enthusiastic than us. Eric looked at Chris and could almost imagine the three elders chasing after Chris and Emily to discuss the wedding details. He smiled and joked. I'll be going to New York for a week or two. Maybe I can give you some ideas. Don't add to the trouble. Chris shook his head and curiously asked, in 2 weeks, other than Kevin and Xiaxia's birthdays, do you have anything else to do? Eric nodded and said, regarding the establishment of Marvel Pictures, Avi Allard and the rest have already come up with a preliminary plan. I need to confirm it personally. Chris occasionally heard Eric mention the huge plan of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He had too many things to pay attention to, so he did not express much interest in this matter. The two chatted casually for a while before leaving the conference room together. After 12 o'clock, more than half of the guests had gathered in the banquet hall of the Marriott Hotel. The rest of the guests were also arriving one after another. Eric studied the specific plan of the press conference before throwing himself into the activities of welcoming the guests. Eric naturally did not need to personally entertain the media reporters from all over the world. However, he still needed to personally greet the technology giants in the IT industry. As time passed, Microsoft's Bill Gates, Cisco's John Chambers, Oracle's Larry Ellison, Apple's newly appointed CEO, Gil Amelio, and other IT industry executives, as well as Seagate, Best Buy's electrical appliance chain stores, and other partners' executives, appeared one after another. Even Warren Buffett specially rushed over from Omaha. In addition to these technology and investment industry giants, there was naturally no lack of entertainment industry stars who were invited to support the press conference. Katzenberg personally arrived at the Marriott Hotel an hour before the press conference began. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the guests had already gathered in the banquet hall. The lights in the other parts of the hall dimmed, leaving only a few beams of light gathered on the stage. As the CEO of Firefly Electronics, Victor Mike Nelly was the first to walk on stage. He announced the start of the press conference and gave a simple speech to all the guests present. In Eric's original suggestion, he did not want the press conference to be too long. Therefore, the entire press conference was expected to be only 1.5 hours long. It mainly included the configuration and functions of Fireflyer and the introduction of the Yahoo Music Store, as well as the introduction of sales methods and channels. Bill Olson had prepared for this press conference for 2 months. Therefore, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. As Bill Olson and the others announced the details of Fireflyer, Yahoo Music Store, and other details, the guests at the banquet hall applauded and cheered. The camera flashes in the hands of the reporters did not stop at all. During this period, countless media outlets had already exposed a large amount of information about Fireflyer. However, the final official announcement was undoubtedly the most newsworthy. When Amazon CEO, Jeff Bezos, went on stage to introduce the establishment of Amazon Fireflyer, Bill Olson, who was the host himself, went on stage again amidst the applause. He was even holding a chair in his hand. The atmosphere at the press conference had been quite lively. Bill Olson's strange action easily caused the guests to chuckle softly. Bill Olson put down the chair and patted the back of the chair. However, he did not sit down as everyone expected. Instead, he raised the microphone in his hand and said with a smile, "This chair is not prepared for me. Guess who will sit here?" Naturally, there were not many people in the banquet hall who could make the CEO of Firefly Electronics carry a chair himself. Very quickly, someone shouted out, "Eric Williams! Eric Williams! Eric Williams!" As the voices became louder and louder, Bill Olson did not keep them in suspense. He raised the microphone in his hand and said, "Then, please welcome Mr. Eric Williams." Amidst the warm applause and cheers, Eric walked up the stairs to the stage from the side. After receiving the mic from Bill Olson, Eric didn't sit on the chair. This arrangement was completely out of his expectations. He also understood that Bill Olson probably wanted him to stay on the stage for a while longer. Like Bill Olson, Eric patted the back of the simple foldable chair. He looked down at the first few rows of people who were shining brightly no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. At this moment, they were all looking up at him. Thinking about all the experiences he had in his past life, Eric felt an unprecedented sense of self-satisfaction. The inexplicable emotions that he had been feeling recently were suddenly swept away. After the audience had completely quieted down, Eric held the back of the chair with one hand and said, "I think that when everyone sees a chair, their first reaction is to sit down, especially when you realize that this chair is your seat. However, in the next few minutes, I have to restrain myself from sitting down. I also hope that in the future, I will be able to restrain myself from having such thoughts. Because once we sit down, we will often start to pursue comfort and lose the motivation to move forward." Many people in the audience didn't understand why Eric would suddenly say such a thing. Some reporters even thought that the scene in front of them was a specially arranged show. Therefore, when Eric finished speaking, there was only a polite applause that wasn't too enthusiastic. The smile on Eric's face didn't change at all. He continued, "Many people definitely don't understand why I suddenly said this. I haven't reached the age where I can instill philosophy in people. Actually, this is just a sudden feeling. This chair in front of you shouldn't have appeared on this stage. Just like in the original plan, I shouldn't be standing here right now. All of these changes were made in a hurry 2 hours ago. As for what exactly happened, I think that the hundreds of reporters here will be able to dig out all the inside stories before the sun sets today. The reason why everyone is gathered here today is that you will definitely be able to see the changes that Firefly and Yahoo Music Store will bring to the music industry. However, it is obvious that those who have built their own chairs and started to enjoy comfort don't want to see this change. Therefore, they are almost instinctively trying to delay or even stop this change." When Eric finished speaking, there was a buzz of discussion in the banquet hall. The cameras were crazily lit up again. Some anxious reporters even started to make calls on their phones. Eric knew that by revealing what happened a few hours ago, other than causing some trouble for the other party, there wouldn't be any substantial impact on Sony. However, this was just a small counterattack. He quickly continued, "Actually, in this era of technology explosion, all business managers should have a kind of awareness. Rather than being replaced by others, it's better to replace yourself. I admit that the traditional portable music players are very good. They have also brought a lot of joy to our lives. However, this is not a reason to reject change. Technological innovation and advancement are the trends of this era. Now, I can proudly say that Firefly is a disruptive and innovative product. However, I still hope that a product that can replace Firefly will appear. I hope that the company that creates this product will be part of the Firefly system. As for those who are still guarding their chairs, I will never persuade or even beg you to change. I will tear down all your chairs and break all the bottles and cans around you. I will make you lose everything." Eric's fierce and arrogant declaration made everyone in the banquet hall fall into a short period of shock and silence. Then, the hall was filled with the loudest applause and cheers of the entire press conference. Westerners generally advocated freedom and publicity, looking forward to being able to break down authority. Eric's words just happened to touch the excitement of many people. The applause and cheers lasted for more than a minute before Eric was able to move on to the next segment. After the Firefly press conference ended, starting from the evening paper that day, photos of Eric standing next to the folding chair appeared on the front page of the North American and even international media. His declaration about tearing down the chairs also became the most exciting part of the press conference. However, although the media and the public had strong expectations for Fireflyer, there were still people who poured cold water on it. Just as Eric had said, the media found out that Celine Dion was pressured by Sony Records to cancel her performance at the Fireflyer conference the day after the conference. Howard Stringer, the CEO of Sony's American branch, who was surrounded by reporters, said that Fireflyer relied too much on the CD drive and USB port on the PC hardware. The sales of personal computers in North America in 1996 had reached an astonishing 26 million units, even exceeding the annual sales of traditional household appliances such as color TVs. However, the CD drive and USB port had only been introduced in the last 2 years. Many personal computers did not even have these two ports. Of the 26 million personal computers sold last year, less than 5 million had both CD drive and USB port. Even now, more than half of the mainstream personal computer models in the market did not have CD drive and USB port. Although Fireflyer's price of $299 was very affordable, most families would not upgrade their personal computers worth thousands of dollars for a music player. Therefore, Fireflyer could only be regarded as a niche product for a long time. It could not be compared to mainstream music players such as the Walkman, CD player, and MD Walkman. Eric, of course, knew the situation that Howard Stringer was talking about. Firefly Electronics had calculated the relevant information in their early market research. However, considering the PC sales last year and this year, there would be at least 10 million personal computers in North America that supported Fireflyer connectivity. Eric was very optimistic about Fireflyer sales. Bill Olson also predicted that in the remaining 9 months of the year, Firefly Electronics should be able to achieve sales of 1 million Fireflyer units. In history, MP3 players first appeared in Japan and Korea. They used flash memory storage media, which had a very low capacity at that time. Not only was it expensive, but the number of songs it could store was even less than a traditional tape. It was far from comparable to a microdrive. Therefore, it was not popular for a long time. Apple's iPod, which used a microdrive to manufacture, was also not popular due to Steve Jobs' platform closure strategy. It was not until 2005, when Steve Jobs, under the persuasion of all the senior executives at Apple, agreed that the iPod was compatible with the Windows system, that the MP3 player completely reversed the trend of traditional players. More than 22 million units were sold that year. This number was more than twice the total number of units sold under Apple's closed platform in the previous few years. In Eric's opinion, when the iPod platform was released in 2005, the golden age of MP3 players had actually been missed. As more and more mobile devices began to support music playback, MP3 players were quickly eliminated. At this time, Fireflyer could be said to be a step ahead. It used a microdrive with a large capacity and supported the Windows platform from the beginning. Even though the capacity, functions, and personal computer support were not as rich and convenient as later years, Eric was still very optimistic about Fireflyer's prospects. However, it turned out that Eric and the management of Firefly Electronics were still far from optimistic about Fireflyer's sales of 1 million units this year. After the launch event on April 2, Fireflyer officially began to be sold in the Best Buy chain stores in North America and on Amazon and other platforms on April 5. A total of 25,000 units were sold on the day of the launch. It was not that this number was coincidental. It was because there were only 25,000 units in stock on each major sales platform. Moreover, before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, retail outlets across the United States had already announced that they were sold out. The 5,000 units of Fireflyer in Amazon's online store were also sold out by the evening of the same day. Fortunately, considering that Fireflyer might experience an early sales boom after more than a month of publicity, Firefly Electronics had stocked up on 100,000 units in advance. That night, they quickly replenished the units from the warehouses on the east and west coasts of the United States to the major chain stores. Firefly Electronics' Fireflyer assembly plant in San Francisco also began to release all of its production capacity, increasing the monthly production to the limit of 150,000 units. Although many media outlets treated Firefly's hot sales on the first day of the launch as a temporary phenomenon caused by advertising and topical effects, when the cumulative sales of Firefly exceeded 100,000 units on the fourth day of the launch, and the daily sales showed no signs of decreasing, everyone changed their views and looked at Firefly in a new light. Some retailers even began to raise the sales price of Firefly. 100,000 units were sold in 4 days, and 25,000 units were sold in a single day. According to this trend, even if the consumer's interest in Firefly cooled down after a period of time, the total sales of Firefly in 1997 would definitely be more than 1 million units. As a result, Sony and other traditional portable player manufacturers started to lose their cool. After all, even the best-selling Walkman only sold 15 million units a year. That was less than 50,000 units a day. Moreover, this figure was the total number of units sold in all the major consumer markets in the world. If only the North American market was included, the Walkman's daily sales were no match for the Firefly's terrifying sales momentum in recent days. Therefore, on the day that Firefly's sales figures exceeded 100,000 units on the 8th of April, Sony Records could not wait to announce that they would file a lawsuit with the federal court in San Francisco. On the grounds that Firefly would promote the spread of online music piracy, Sony Records requested a ban on the production and sales of Firefly players. The next day, on the 9th of April, a Gulfstream V commercial jet landed at a small private airport on the outskirts of East Hampton, Long Island. The CEO of Firefly Electronics, Victor McNally, and the president, Bill Olson, got off the plane and boarded a black Bentley car that was waiting for them. In just a few days, the two of them could be described as crazy. However, success came too quickly and too fiercely. The two of them were also in a state of intense excitement. Firefly had achieved $30 million in sales in 4 days. Even if the consumer's enthusiasm cooled down and the sales figures dropped by half in the future, Firefly's sales this year would not be less than 3 million units. This meant that the annual sales would reach $1 billion. $1 billion, for a company that had just started, was simply a miracle. The two of them would also receive very generous bonuses and options as a result. Of course, the basis for all of this was that Firefly Electronics had to achieve production expansion as soon as possible. After all, Firefly Electronics' current San Francisco factory only had a monthly production of 150,000 units. It was simply not enough to meet the market demand. Victor McNally and Bill Olson originally had a full schedule for the next week in order to discuss various new cooperation agreements with parts suppliers all over the world. However, Eric suddenly called them in the morning and asked them to fly to New York to meet him. He even sent a plane under Firefly Electronics to pick them up. Although Victor McNally and Bill Olson hoped that everything could be resolved through a conference call, Eric's attitude was very firm. The two of them had no choice but to board the plane and rush over. The Bentley drove into downtown East Hampton. Victor McNally was still not satisfied with Eric's arrangement. He muttered softly, "Eric might want to discuss the lawsuit that Sony Records is about to file with us. I feel that this worry is completely unnecessary. After all, based on the similar lawsuit that Sony Records received in the past, there is a high possibility that the federal court will directly reject Sony Records' lawsuit and will not file a case at all. There is a case law system in American law, which is to use the previous court cases to form the basis for the judgment of the subsequent similar cases. In the past, Sony's VCR was sued by Disney and Universal for 10 years for copyright infringement. In the end, Sony won. This time, the lawsuit that Firefly may face is almost the same as the case of Sony Records. According to the case law, the federal court will basically reject Sony Records' lawsuit directly. But no one knows how the higher-ups of Sony will feel when they realize that the basis of this lawsuit being rejected was the power that their company had spent 10 long years to fight for. Bill Olson looked at the driver in the front seat. He was more familiar with the ways of the world than Victor McNally, who focused on R&D, so he did not complain like Victor McNally. He just smiled and looked at the streets outside the window. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked the driver, "Mr. Moan, are there any good gift shops nearby?" Carter Moan looked at Bill Olson through the rearview mirror and said, "Of course, it's not far ahead." Bill Olson said, "Then please stop for a while." "No problem," Carter Moan smiled and nodded. Victor Mike Nelly asked in confusion, why are we going to a gift shop? Bill Olson was a little helpless with this straightforward but slightly low EQ partner of his. He could only lift his leg and kick him, signaling him to shut up with his eyes. When Eric was in San Francisco a few days ago, he mentioned by chance that he was going to East Hampton to celebrate his two children's birthday. Eric did not hide the fact that he already had children from them, which showed that he was very close to his two children. Although he did not know if the two children's birthday had passed, since he was going to rush over, it was not polite to come empty-handed. Carter Moan quickly parked the car outside a boutique store in the center of East Hampton. Bill Olson pulled Victor Mike Nelly out of the car and picked out two good birthday gifts. The car then drove to the seaside manor that Eric bought in East Hampton. The car drove into the manor. Victor Mike Nelly and Bill Olson followed Virginia into the villa. The two soon found out that there were actually two female owners in this manor, because the one who served them coffee was Joanna Pakula, who once played the female lead in Tornado. Eric, on the other hand, was wearing a casual light-colored sweater and casual trousers. He was playing with Lego blocks with his two 4-year-old children in the corner of the living room. There was an inexplicable harmony in the strange atmosphere. Seeing the two of them walk in, Eric came up to them with the little boy in his arms. Victor Mike Nelly and Bill Olson pretended that they did not notice and gave the gifts. After Eric thanked them, he smiled and introduced to the two of them, "This is my son, Kevin. This is Xianxia, my daughter." Eric did not introduce the two women too formally. Victor Mike Nelly and Bill Olson felt more relaxed because of this. Then, they smiled and greeted the two little guys like two weird uncles. The little boy turned his head to his father's shoulder a little timidly. The little girl with beautiful big eyes looked at the two of them curiously. She also did not respond to the two of them. This made Victor Mike Nelly and Bill Olson feel a little awkward. Everyone casually chatted for a while. Eric got up to bring the two of them to the study room to discuss some matters. Virginia walked over and wanted to take Kevin. Eric just shook his head and said to her, "Let me do it. Also, Jeff Bezos will be here later. You guys ask him to wait for a while." After that, Eric walked to the stairs with Kevin in his arms. Seeing a small figure behind them walking over, Eric smiled and said, "Baby, you can't follow us." Hawaii looked at Kevin, who was still in her father's arms. She blinked and said, "Dad is biased." Although this sentence was a complaint, Victor Mike Nelly and Bill Olson always felt that the little girl's tone was a little strange. If they were to describe it in a literary sentence, it seemed that her feelings were not full enough. She lacked too many emotions that a daughter should have when she was acting coquettishly to her father. However, they did not dare to delve into it. They looked at each other and quietly followed behind Eric. Eric did not seem to hear his daughter's complaint. He just smiled and said, "Stay in the living room obediently. Don't make any trouble." In the light laughter of Joanna and Virginia, the little girl saw that her words did not work. She obediently stopped and watched her father bring the two guests up the stairs. End of chapter 836. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.